That cup of wine has been laced with an aphrodisiac. Do not drink it. A cool, feminine voice echoed in Shen Xinyan's ear, prompting her to instinctively scan her surroundings. Seeing that others were unresponsive, she presumed she had merely imagined it. Glancing at the wine glass in her hand, she felt a strange sense of bewilderment, but stealthily poured the contents into her sleeve. The following day, she learned from her servants that a noblewoman at the banquet had succumbed to the aphrodisiac and had been dragged away to drown in the pond. Shen Xinyan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, realizing that had she consumed that wine, her fate would have been dire. Afterward, Shen Xinyan inquired about the identity of the voice. The reply was that it was her future self, leaving her utterly astonished. During the late spring, as peonies bloomed, the Grand Princess hosted a flower viewing banquet, inviting the noble women of the capital for a gathering. Sharing a light-hearted conversation with Lady Gua, the wife of the Minister of Rites, Shen Xinyan concealed her face with her sleeve and lifted her wine glass to her lips, preparing to drink deeply. She had always been adept at drinking and was not concerned about losing her composure while intoxicated. However, just as the cup met her lips, a sudden voice, both authoritative and urgent, rang in her ear. Do not drink. The voice was unexpected, yet somewhat familiar, causing Shen Xinyan to halt her actions and look questioningly at Lady Gua, who was nearest to her. Noticing Shen Xinyan's gaze, Lady Gua softly asked, "What is it? Are you feeling dizzy?" Lady Gua had been a close friend of Shen Xinyan's late mother, having cared for her since Shen Xinyan was young. Seeing the concern etched on Lady Gua's face, Shen Xinyan smiled lightly. "It is nothing, merely the heat of the day." Lady Gua offered a few comforting words before being called away by another lady. Shen Xinyan exhaled, suspecting that the wine served at the Grand Princess banquet was potent, and she might have been tipsy. Otherwise, how could she have heard such an inexplicable voice? Gazing at the milky liquid in her glass, she chuckled to herself, realizing that loneliness had persisted for so long that even her ears had begun to betray her. Once again, she raised the cup to her lips, only to hear the voice grow increasingly urgent. "Do not drink, there is an aphrodisiac inside. Should you consume it, there will be no redemption." At the mention of the aphrodisiac, her fingers trembled slightly, spilling wine onto her garment, staining her skirt. Cherry, who had been kneeling beside her, gasped, "Madam," and quickly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the spill. Shen Xinyan instinctively attempted to rise, but the voice intervened again. "Do not move, your skirt is caught on the table leg. If you stand, you will surely embarrass yourself." At the mention of Yao Jinning, Shen Xinyan fell silent, yet her hand discreetly reached towards the edge of the table. Indeed, her inner slip had been tied to the table leg with string, cleverly hidden beneath her outer skirt, preventing her and Cherry from noticing it sooner. Though seemingly inconsequential, should she stand, it would create a significant disturbance, resulting in scandalous gossip among the noble women. Exchanging a glance with Cherry, Shen Xinyan signaled her to look at the string caught on her slip. With no one paying attention, Cherry seized the opportunity to bend down and deftly sever the string. With a soft gasp, her slip was pulled free, leaving a small tear, and Cherry's finger was nicked, drawing a bead of blood. Cherry sighed with relief, grateful for her mistress' timely warning, as otherwise, a scene might have unfolded that could have been disastrous. Noticing Cherry's injury, Shen Xinyan promptly wrapped her handkerchief around it, saying, "You have worked hard for so long, take a moment to rest." Understanding Shen Xinyan's intent to staunch the bleeding and recognizing her own precarious situation, Cherry obediently knelt beside Shen Xinyan, replying yes. Their discreet actions went unnoticed by the others. Today, the Grand Princess banquet, ostensibly a flower viewing occasion, was in truth a gathering for the noble ladies to present their unmarried daughters to one another. Shen Xinyan had brought along her family's unmarried fourth daughter, the beloved child of her father-in-law and concubine, Yao Jinning. As Yao Jinning had always been favored by the elders in the family, she had developed a somewhat spoiled disposition, often speaking with a lack of decorum. However, on this occasion, Yao Jinning appeared composed, having brought her personal maid to assist her with the dishes, earning her numerous admiring glances from the assembled ladies. Shen Xinyan had presumed her behavior would be subdued outside, but it seemed she had ulterior motives. It was one thing to act impudently within the confines of the household. It was entirely another to cause a scene at the Grand Princess banquet. Would Yao Jinning derive any honor from Shen Xinyan's humiliation? Shen Xinyan's gaze drifted to the string still hanging from her slip, then scanned the gathering of noble women enjoying the performances. In a measured tone, she posed a subtle inquiry. "Who are you, that you can speak in my ear?" More than feeling anger towards Yao Jinning's thoughtlessness, She was eager to discern the identity of the voice that had spoken to her, wondering if anyone else could hear it. But whether the voice had not heard her question or chose to remain silent, it did not respond despite her repeated inquiries. As the music and dance grew increasingly vibrant, Shen Xinyan, deciding to pour herself another glass of wine, raised it to her lips once more. Indeed, before she could sip from the glass, the voice returned, "I have told you not to drink. Why must you insist on courting disaster?" Frustrated by the persistent voice, Shen Xinyan retorted, "Why should I believe you?" Fortunately, the music was loud enough that no one noticed her murmured words. After a brief silence, the voice resumed, this time with a tone less harsh. "You must trust me, for I am your future self. Only I can assist you, and I promise I will not cause you harm." The notion of her future self left Shen Xinyan incredulous. She found it more plausible that a malicious spirit sought a substitute than to believe such a claim. Maintaining a calm demeanor, she feigned drinking while hiding her face with her sleeve, challenging, "Why should I trust you?" The voice grew, slightly agitated. "I can reveal secrets about you that no one else knows. Your childhood nickname is Amon. Your parents passed away when you were young. When your mother died, you crawled into her coffin, refusing to leave. Yet, when your father died, you secretly cut off a lock of your hair and placed it in his hand, wishing him to be your father in the next life. Also, you have a red birthmark on the inside of your thigh. Am I correct?" Hearing these intimate details, Shen Xinyan froze momentarily before quickly asking, "Are you a ghost or a spirit? How can you speak in my ear?" She finally recognized why the voice sounded familiar. It mirrored her own, albeit slightly aged, which had made her fail to identify it sooner. However, this did not eliminate the possibility that the entity was sinister. Perhaps it had long coveted her body, but had only now found an opportunity to act. Amon scoffed, her voice laced with undeniable authority. "My abilities are beyond your comprehension. Just know that I will not harm you." Fearing that Shen Xinyan might retort again, Amon spoke once more. "As for convincing you of my words, simply observe Madame Luo, the Minister of Justice's wife across from you. After this cup, she will discreetly twist the arm of her maid beside her, for the girl just spent the night in her lord's bed. Moreover, the second daughter of the fifth-rank official, Li Yuanhua, and the fourth daughter of the third-rank official, Lu Zhan, will soon leave together, as they share a close bond and have been confined at home for too long. After indulging in wine today, they seek a place to find solace in each other's company. These matters are easily verifiable. Do you now trust my words?" Such explosive revelations spilled from Amon's lips, causing Shen Xinyan's very soul to tremble. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Madame Luo, who, just as Amon had said, cast a malevolent glance at her timid maid after setting down her wine cup. The maid stiffened, trembling uncontrollably, as Madame Luo scolded her, tears welling in her eyes as she lowered her head, too afraid to move. Shen Xinyan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Amon's assertions seemed to hold truth. At that moment, she spotted Miss Li rising under the guidance of her maid, heading towards the corner gate, and before departing, she exchanged a knowing glance with the fourth daughter of the Lu family. Shen Xinyan inhaled deeply. What was wrong with this world, that it appeared so different from her own? Noticing the change in Shen Xinyan's expression, Yingtao tucked her handkerchief away and leaned closer. "Madam, are you unwell?" It was only natural for her to feel troubled after nearly falling victim to a covert scheme. Shen Xinyan pressed her temple. "I fear I may be a bit intoxicated today. Yingtao, please assist me outside for a stroll to disperse the wine's effects." Yingtao nodded. It was the first cup of wine since her seating, thus it was unlikely she would be truly inebriated. Yet, having grown up alongside Shen Xinyan, Yingtao understood the silent struggles her mistress endured, and with the recent events weighing heavily upon them, she set aside her fan and helped Shen Xinyan towards the garden. Along the way, she cautiously inquired about Shen Xinyan's condition. "Madam, do you find the music and dance too noisy? Perhaps we should find a quiet place to rest for a moment." Then, indignantly, she added, "Whoever orchestrated the earlier incident must be revealed. They nearly ensnared you, and upon our return, I shall ensure they are brought to justice." Was it not enough that her mistress had already endured so much suffering? As Shen Xinyan prepared to respond, Amon's cold scoff pierced her ears. Indeed, a widow for too long becomes more sensitive than ordinary folk. This remark struck a nerve within Shen Xinyan, for she was particularly averse to the term widow. The officials of the entire Great Liang Kingdom were well aware that she, Shen Xinyan, was an ill-fated individual. She hailed from the Ningguo Duke's residence, a family known for its singular line of inheritance, having lost her mother at 5 and her father at 12. Fortunately, The Empress Dowager had some acquaintance with her family and took pity on her plight, raising her as her own. At 15, the emperor personally decreed her marriage to the second son of the Xinyan general's household. The Xinyan general's lineage had fought alongside the founding emperor, and most of the men in the family had perished. Although the old general did not die in battle, he was carried off the battlefield, having lost a leg, and remained at home in honor. By the time it reached the generation of her father-in-law, old Master Yao, to preserve the family line, the old general had insisted that his only son pursue the civil service examinations. Unfortunately, old Master Yao lacked the required talent and now held only a fourth-rank official position. This rank was unremarkable within the capital, barely sufficient for a family to sustain itself. As the old general aged, he intended to pass the general's estate back to the family. But unexpectedly, a young general emerged from the next generation, none other than the second son, whom Shen Xinyan had married. The eldest son had initially aspired to follow in his father's footsteps and was far more talented than old Master Yao, but his frail constitution took him at the tender age of 20. The second son, having grown up with his grandfather at the border, was robust and had already gained considerable renown as a young general. The emperor had remarked that this young man's future was boundless, thus marrying her off was not a disgrace. It had appeared a promising union, yet on the very night of their marriage, as the second son lifted her veil, he was hastily summoned back to the front lines, never to return. This only solidified her fate as a bearer of misfortune. As a widow who had killed her husband, she took on the responsibilities of the entire general's household, and 3 years passed in such a manner. Fortunately, with the Empress Dowager standing behind her, no one dared to speak ill of her, and life had been relatively peaceful. Yet, she could not comprehend why such a vile substance as aphrodisiac had tainted the originally tranquil flower-viewing banquet. Why did she hear the strange voice of Amon, who claimed to be her future self, and why was she compelled to help her? This series of questions sent pulses of pain through her temples. Regardless, this matter could not be disclosed to others, otherwise she might be taken away and burned at the stake. Yingtao had been watching Shen Xinyan with concern. "Madam, are you feeling any better?" Noticing Yingtao's apprehension, Shen Xinyan waved her hand. "I am much improved. Please fetch me a damp cloth. It is merely the tightness of this attire that makes it hard to breathe." In today's court, the emperor favored slender waists, and noble ladies vied to emulate this beauty. Thus her words bore no hint of absurdity. Yingtao complied and quickly exited the pavilion towards the pond's edge. Once Yingtao was gone, Shen Xinyan murmured to herself, "If you claim to be my future self, then how shall my days unfold?" After asking several questions, Amon's voice fell silent, as if all she had heard was a mere figment of her imagination. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Shen Xinyan whispered, "If you remain silent, I shall return." It seemed prudent to return promptly, for lingering away from the feast too long might invite unnecessary speculation. However, just as she rose, Amon's voice returned. "Upon your return, exchange that cup of wine with Yao Jining, for the drug within your drink is her doing, and she deserves her retribution." The mention of retribution in Amon's voice was laced with a hint of venom. Shen Xinyan collapsed back onto the stone bench. That's impossible. After all, she was Yao Jining's sister-in-law. Even considering the previous incident with the hem of her dress, she had only thought it a childish prank on Yao Jining's part, for the entire general's household depended on her dowry to make ends meet. Amon's voice grew colder. "What is impossible about this? You are the sole heir of the Ningwu Duke's residence. Keeping you means merely monthly allowances, yet removing you would grant a lifetime of wealth and splendor. What do you think she will choose?" Shen Xinyan's complexion paled, her fists clenching tightly. "Why would Jining treat me this way?" Though she acknowledged Jining might not favor her, it should not provide justification for such hostility. Amon continued to mock. "Wealth stirs the heart. She perceives you as possessing too much and offering too little, naturally leading her to seek your demise." Having lost her parents at a young age, Shen Xinyan had long regarded the Yao family as her own kin. At this moment, her body trembled violently, and she felt an overwhelming nausea, yet she found herself believing Amon's words. "Did you manage to escape that cup of wine?" Amon remained silent for a moment before replying, "No. If she had the chance, she would gladly force the wine down Yao Jining's throat." Reflecting on Amon's claim of being her future self, Shen Xinyan felt the world spinning around her. Coincidentally, at that moment, Yingtao returned with the damp cloth and, seeing Shen Xinyan's state, hurried to support her. "Madam, what has happened? Please do not frighten me." Recalling Amon's words about Yao Jining's scheming, Shen Xinyan grasped Ying Tao's hand and sprang to her feet. "On, we are returning to the banquet." She needed to confront Yao Jining for clarity at the end of spring. The peonies were in full bloom. The Grand Princess had organized a flower appreciation banquet, inviting the noble ladies and madams of the capital to a gathering. Exchanging a few low chuckles with Lady Gua, the wife of the Minister of Rites, Shen Xinyan raised her wine cup to her lips, ready to down the contents. She was a seasoned drinker, and even before her marriage, she had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, so she was not concerned about losing decorum after a few drinks. Just as the rim of the cup touched her lips, a sudden, authoritative voice, tinged with urgency, reverberated in her ear, "Do not drink." The voice was abrupt yet oddly familiar. Startled, Shen Xinyan paused, her puzzled gaze falling upon Lady Gua, who was closest to her. Noticing Shen Xinyan's sudden look, Lady Gua inquired softly, "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Lady Gua, a close friend of Shen Xinyan's late mother, had always been kind to her, even before she was married. Seeing the concern in Lady Gua's eyes, Shen Xinyan smiled lightly. "It is nothing. I just feel a bit warm." Lady Gua smiled and reassured her, then was called away by Lady Lu, the wife of the Minister of Revenue. Shen Xinyan let out a sigh, attributing the strange voice to the potent wine, which must have made her slightly tipsy. Gazing at the milky white liquid in her cup, she chuckled at her own absurdity, thinking that she had been alone for so long that even her ears were playing tricks on her. She raised the cup to her lips once more, but the voice returned, more urgent this time, "Do not drink. There is a love potion in it. If you drink, you'll be doomed." At the mention of a love potion, Shen Xinyan's hand trembled, spilling the wine onto her gown. Cherry, her maidservant, who had been kneeling beside her, gasped, "Madam," and quickly wiped the spill with a handkerchief. Shen Xinyan instinctively tried to stand, but the voice warned, "Do not move. Your skirt is tied to the table leg. If you stand, you will be disgraced." At the mention of Yao Jining, Shen Xinyan silently sat back down, her hand tracing the edge of her skirt. Indeed, her inner skirt was tied to the table leg with a thread, hidden under the outer skirt. If she had stood, it would have caused a commotion, and she would have been the subject of gossip among the noble ladies. Shen Xinyan signaled to Cherry, who, following her gaze, discovered the hidden thread. Cherry, taking advantage of the distraction, bent down and tugged at the thread, breaking it with a small gasp. A tiny tear appeared in the skirt, and a small cut on Cherry's finger began to bleed. Relieved, Cherry whispered, "The thread was very strong. Thank goodness you noticed, or the table might have been overturned." Shen Xinyan noticed the cut and immediately wrapped a handkerchief around Cherry's finger. "You have been working hard. Rest a bit." Cherry, understanding the situation, knelt behind Shen Xinyan. "Yes, madam." Their actions went unnoticed. The Grand Princess banquet, ostensibly for flower appreciation, was actually a chance for the noble families to showcase their unmarried daughters. Shen Xinyan had brought her fourth sister, Yao Jining, the daughter of her father's favorite concubine, Lady Lu. Yao Jining, usually spoiled and impetuous, had been unusually well-behaved, even serving Shen Xinyan, earning the admiration of the other ladies. Shen Xinyan, realizing the true nature of Yao Jining's behavior, scanned the room, her gaze lingering on the thread. She murmured, almost inaudibly, "Who are you, and why can you speak in my ear?" The voice did not respond, and Shen Xinyan, frustrated, poured herself another cup. Before she could drink, the voice returned, "I told you not to drink. Why risk your life?" Shen Xinyan, exasperated, asked, "Why should I believe you?" The voice, after a brief pause, replied, "You must believe me. I am your future self. Only I can help you, and I will never harm you." Shen Xinyan, still smiling, asked, "Why should I believe you?" The voice, now agitated, said, "I can tell you things no one else knows. Your childhood name was Amon. Your parents died when you were young. You once climbed into your mother's coffin, refusing to come out. When your father died, you secretly cut a lock of your hair and placed it in his hand, hoping he would be your father in the next life. There's also a red mole on your inner thigh. Am I correct?" Shen Xinyan, stunned, asked, "Are you a ghost or a demon? How can you speak in my ear?" The voice, with a tone of authority, said, "My methods are beyond your understanding. You need only know that I will not harm you." Fearing that Shen Xinyan might retort further, Amon spoke again. "As for convincing you of my words, simply observe Madame Luo across the table. After this toast, she will discreetly twist the arm of the maidservant beside her, for this girl just spent the night in her lord's bed. Moreover, the second daughter of the fifth rank official Li Yuan Wei and the fourth daughter born to the third rank Lu Zhan's family will leave together shortly, as they share a bond akin to sisters and have been confined at home for too long. After indulging in wine today, They seek a place to console one another. These matters are easily verifiable. Can you now trust what I say? Such explosive revelations spilled from Amon's lips, causing Shen Xinyan's very soul to tremble. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Madame Luo, and as Amon had predicted, Madame Luo cast a malevolent look at the timid maidservant beside her after placing her cup down. The maid froze, her body trembling uncontrollably as Madame Luo scolded her a few times, tears welling in her eyes, her head bowed in fear. Shen Xinyan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. It seemed what Amon had said was indeed true. At that moment, Shen Xinyan noticed Miss Li, guided by her maid, rising to depart through the corner gate, casting a significant glance at the fourth daughter of the Liu family before leaving. Shen Xinyan inhaled deeply what was wrong with this world, which appeared so different from her own perceptions. Seeing Shen Xinyan's complexion change, Ying Tao withdrew her handkerchief and leaned closer. "Madam, are you unwell?" It was only natural for the madam to feel unwell after nearly falling victim to a conspiracy. Shen Xinyan pressed her fingers to her temples. "I fear I may be intoxicated. Ying Tao, please assist me in taking a walk outside to clear my head." Ying Tao nodded, knowing this was the first cup of wine since the madam had taken her seat, and it was unlikely she would be truly drunk. Yet, having grown up alongside Shen Xinyan, Ying Tao understood the unspoken struggle she bore. Given the recent events, she put down her fan and helped Shen Xinyan towards the garden. Along the way, she cautiously inquired, "Madam, do you find the singing and dancing too noisy? Perhaps we should seek a quieter place to rest for a moment." She then added indignantly, "I wonder who orchestrated that incident. They nearly caught her off guard. Once we return, I shall ensure this person is brought to light." Wasn't it enough that her madam already bore such misfortune to be so maliciously plotted against? As Shen Xinyan prepared to respond, Amon's cold scoff reached her ears. "Indeed, it seems one has been a widow for too long, becoming more sensitive than ordinary folk." These words struck a nerve with Shen Xinyan, who could hardly bear to hear the term widow. Almost all officials in the Great Liang Kingdom were aware that Shen Xinyan was a harbinger of ill fortune. She hailed from the Ningguo Duke's residence, a family with a solitary lineage spanning 3 generations. Her mother passed when she was 5, and her father followed suit at 12. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager had a connection with the Ningguo Duke's house and took pity on her orphan state, raising her personally. At 15, the emperor decreed that she be wed to the second son of the general of Jinyuan. The general's ancestors had fought alongside the founding emperor, and many of the men in his household had perished in battle. Although the old general did not die on the battlefield, he was carried off due to a leg injury, remaining at home in honor. To preserve the family line, he encouraged his only son to pursue the civil examinations. Yet alas, the son's talents were limited, and he now held merely a 4th-rank official position, sufficient only for his family sustenance. As the old general aged, he intended to return the general's residence to the family. But unexpectedly, a grandson emerged as a small general, this very second son, whom Shen Xinyan had married. The eldest son had once aspired to follow his father into the examinations, possessing far greater talent than his father, yet his frail health led him to succumb to a chill at the age of 20. The second son, having grown robustly at the frontier with his grandfather, gained fame as a young general. The emperor himself remarked upon the boundless prospects of this young man, deeming Shen Xinyan fortunate in her marriage. What began as a promising union turned tragic on their wedding night, when the second son was abruptly summoned back to the front lines, never to return. This confirmed her fate as a cursed widow. Now, she managed the affairs of the entire general's household alone, and 3 years had swiftly passed. Thankfully, the Empress Dowager's support deterred others from speaking ill of her, allowing her a semblance of peace. Yet, she could not fathom why a gathering of flowers would devolve into such sordid affairs. Why did she hear Amon's peculiar voice, and why did she insist on aiding her, claiming to be her future self? This cascade of questions caused Shen Xinyan's temples to throb, yet she understood that this matter must remain unknown to outsiders, lest they bind her and burn her for witchcraft. Ying Tao remained tense, observing Shen Xinyan closely. "Madam, are you feeling better?" Noticing Ying Tao's concern, Shen Xinyan waved her hand. "I am much improved. Please fetch me a damp cloth. This garment is too constrictive, and I find it difficult to breathe." In this era, the emperor favored slender waists, and noble women mimicked this aesthetic, rendering her statement entirely plausible. Ying Tao complied and swiftly departed the pavilion towards the pond. Once Ying Tao was gone, Shen Xinyan murmured to herself, "Since you claim to be my future self, what does my future hold?" After several inquiries, Amon's voice fell silent, as if all she had heard before was but a figment of her imagination. Disheartened, Shen Xinyan whispered, "If you remain silent, I shall return." It seemed prudent to return. Swiftly lingering away from the banquet too long could invite unnecessary speculation. Yet, just as she rose, Amon's voice echoed once more. "Upon your return, exchange that cup of wine with Yao Jining, for the poison within it was her doing. She must face her retribution." The mention of retribution in Amon's tone was laced with palpable resentment. Shen Xinyan sank back onto the stone bench. This is impossible. After all, she was Yao Jining's sister-in-law. Even considering the previous incident involving the skirt, she had assumed Yao Jining's actions were mere childish pranks, especially since the entire general's household relied on her dowry for sustenance. Amon's voice grew increasingly apathetic. "What is impossible about this? You are the sole heir of the Ningwu Duke's residence. Keeping you means merely receiving monthly allowances, but removing you could grant them wealth and status for a lifetime. What choice do you think she would make?" Shen Xinyan's complexion paled gradually, her fists clenched tightly. Why would Jining treat me this way? Though she knew Jining might not harbor affection for her, it hardly justified such treachery. Amon continued to scoff. "Wealth stirs the heart. She perceives you as possessing too much while contributing too little, naturally leading her to desire your demise." Having lost her parents at a young age, Shen Xinyan had long considered the Yao family as her kin. Now, her body trembled violently, feeling nauseous, yet she found herself believing Amon's words. "Did you manage to escape that cup of wine?" Amon fell silent for a moment before responding, "No." If it were possible, she would have relished the opportunity to force the wine down Yao Jining's throat herself. Contemplating Amon's assertion of being her future self, Shen Xinyan felt the world spin around her. Coincidentally, at that moment, Ying Tao returned with a damp cloth and, seeing Shen Xinyan's state, rushed to support her. "Madam, what has happened? Please do not frighten me." Recalling Amon's warning about Yao Jining's treachery, Shen Xinyan grasped Ying Tao's hand and rose abruptly. "Amon, we must return to the banquet." She intended to confront Yao Jining and demand answers. In the late spring, as the peonies bloomed, the Grand Princess hosted a flower-viewing banquet, inviting the noble ladies and madams of the capital. Lady Shen Xinyan, exchanging a few whispered words with Lady Gua, the wife of the Minister of Rites, raised her wine cup to her lips, prepared to drink. She was no stranger to alcohol, and even before her marriage, her capacity for wine was quite impressive. So she was not concerned about losing her composure. Just as the rim of the cup touched her lips, a voice, authoritative yet tinged with urgency, whispered in her ear, "Do not drink." The voice was sudden and somewhat familiar, causing her to pause and look at Lady Gua, who, noticing her sudden gaze, asked in a low, concerned tone, "Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you have had too much to drink?" Lady Gua, a close friend of Shen Xinyan's late mother, had been like a guardian to her. Seeing the concern on Lady Gua's face, Shen Xinyan smiled and replied, "It is nothing, just a bit warm, that is all." Lady Gua, reassured, returned to her conversation with Lady Lu, the wife of the Minister of Revenue. Shen Xinyan, attributing the voice to the strong wine, chuckled at her own folly, thinking she must be hearing things due to the heat. As she raised the cup to her lips once more, the voice returned, more urgent, "Do not drink. The wine is laced with aphrodisiacs. If you drink, you will be doomed." The mention of aphrodisiacs made her hand tremble, spilling the milky white wine onto her gown. Her maidservant, Cherry, gasped, "My lady," and quickly began to clean the spill. Shen Xinyan, about to rise, heard the voice again, "Do not move. Your gown is tied to the table leg by Yao Jining. If you stand, you will be humiliated." At the mention of Yao Jining, Shen Xinyan sat back, her hand tracing the table leg. Indeed, her inner skirt was fastened to the table leg, hidden beneath her outer skirt. If she had risen, it would have caused a scene, leading to a reputation of impropriety. Shen Xinyan signaled to Cherry, who, upon seeing the thread, discreetly broke it, though not without a small tear and a cut on her finger. Cherry, relieved, knelt behind Shen Xinyan to tend her wound. The banquet, though ostensibly for flower viewing, was a chance for the noble families to showcase their unmarried daughters. Shen Xinyan had brought Lady Yao Jining, the daughter of the most favored concubine, who, though often unruly, had been unusually well-behaved today. Shen Xinyan, however, was now wary of her intentions. As the music and dance continued, Shen Xinyan, pretending to drink, whispered, "Who are you? How can you speak in my ear?" The voice, after a brief pause, replied, "You must trust me. I am your future self, and I am the only one who can help you, and I will never harm you. Shen Xinyan, skeptical, asked, "How can I believe you?" The voice, growing impatient, revealed, "I know secrets about you. Your childhood name is Amon. Your parents died when you were young. When your mother passed, you hid in her coffin, and when your father died, you cut a lock of your hair and placed it in his hand, hoping he would be your father in the next life. You also have a red mole on the inside of your thigh. Am I correct?" Shocked by the revelation, Shen Xinyan demanded, "Are you a ghost or a demon? How can you speak in my ear?" The voice, now firm and commanding, replied, "My methods are beyond your understanding. You need only know that I will not harm you." Fearing that Shen Xinyan might retort, Amon spoke again. "As for convincing you of my words, simply observe Madame Luo, the Minister of Justice's wife across from us. After this cup of wine, she will discreetly twist the arm of the maid by her side, for this girl just spent the night in her lord's bed. Moreover, the second daughter of the fifth-rank Li Yuanwei and the fourth daughter born out of wedlock from the third-rank Lu Zhan will leave together shortly, as they share a close bond and have been restricted at home for days. After indulging in wine today, they will seek solace in each other's company. All these matters are easily verifiable. Can you now trust what I say?" Such explosive revelations spilled from Amon's lips, causing Shen Xinyan's very soul to tremble. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Madame Luo, and as Amon had predicted, Madame Luo set down her cup, casting a menacing glance at the cowering maid beside her. The maid's body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably under Madame Luo's rebuke, tears welling in her eyes as she lowered her head, too fearful to move. Shen Xinyan couldn't help but gasp in shock. It seemed Amon spoke the truth. At that moment, Shen Xinyan noticed Miss Li rising to leave, guided by her maid towards the corner gate, casting a knowing glance at the fourth daughter of the Lu family before departing. Shen Xinyan inhaled sharply, perplexed by the disparity between her perception of the world and the reality surrounding her. Seeing Shen Xinyan's sudden change in demeanor, Ying Tao put away her handkerchief and leaned closer. "Madam, are you unwell?" It was understandable for the lady to feel troubled after nearly falling victim to a dark scheme. Shen Xinyan pressed her fingers to her temple. "I fear I may have indulged too much today. Ying Tao, please assist me in taking a stroll outside to disperse the effects of the wine." Ying Tao nodded, aware that this was the first cup of wine since Shen Xinyan had taken her seat, and it was unlikely she would truly be intoxicated. However, having grown up alongside Shen Xinyan, Ying Tao understood the unspoken burdens her mistress bore. With the recent events weighing heavily on them, she set aside her fan and helped Shen Xinyan toward the garden. On their way, she cautiously inquired, "Madam, do you find the music and dance too raucous? Perhaps we should seek a quieter place to rest for a moment." Ying Tao's indignation surged as she continued, "I cannot fathom who would perpetrate such a scheme, nearly leading you astray. When we return, I shall uncover the culprit." It was intolerable that her mistress, already burdened, should face such treachery. Just as Shen Xinyan prepared to respond, Amon's cold scoff pierced her thoughts. Indeed, a widow too long can be more sensitive than the average person. This remark struck a nerve, for Shen Xinyan could not abide the term widow. It was common knowledge among the officials of the great Liang dynasty that she, Shen Xinyan, was an ill-fated individual. Born into the illustrious Ningguo Duke's family, she lost her mother at 5 and her father at 12. Fortunately, due to the Empress Dowager's compassion and her ties to the Ningguo family, she was taken in and raised as her own. At 15, the emperor personally decreed her marriage to the second son of the Jinyuan general's household. The Jinyuan general's lineage had fought alongside the founding emperor, but many of the male heirs had perished in battle. The old general, though not killed in action, returned from the battlefield maimed and remained at home in honor. To preserve the family line, the old general had urged his only son to pursue literary studies and the imperial examinations. But alas, the son's talent was limited, and he now held only a fourth-rank official position. This position was modest in the capital, barely sufficient for a family sustenance. As the old general aged, he intended to pass on the family's responsibilities, but fate intervened with the rise of a young general among the next generation, who was none other than the second son to whom Shen Xinyan was wed. The eldest son had aspired to follow in his father's footsteps in the examinations, possessing far greater aptitude than his father. Yet his frail health led to his demise at 20 due to a severe cold. The second son, having grown robust under his grandfather's care at the frontier, gained renown as a young general before even reaching adulthood. The emperor had remarked on the remarkable future this young man held, deeming Shen Xinyan's marriage not a disgrace to her. What was initially a promising union quickly turned sour when, on the very night of their wedding, the second son was hastily summoned back to the front lines, never to return. This solidified her reputation as a harbinger of misfortune. Now, as the widow who had once again taken charge of the general's household, 3 long years had passed. Fortunately, with the Empress Dowager's protection, no one dared to speak ill of her, and she managed a semblance of peace in her life. Yet, she wondered how a previously tranquil flower-viewing banquet had devolved into such a sordid affair, with the presence of aphrodisiacs. Why had Amon's bizarre voice invaded her thoughts? And why did she insist on aiding her, claiming to be her future self? This cascade of questions caused Shen Xinyan's temples to throb, yet she understood one thing. This matter must remain hidden from others, lest she find herself bound and burned at the stake. Ying Tao remained anxiously attentive. "Madam, do you feel any better?" Noticing Ying Tao's concern, Shen Xinyan waved her hand. "I am much improved. Please fetch me a damp cloth. It's merely this tight attire that is causing me discomfort." In this era, where the emperor favored slender waists, and noble women emulated this standard of beauty, her words bore no hint of incongruity. Ying Tao acknowledged her request and hurriedly left the pavilion towards the pond. Once alone, Shen Xinyan whispered to herself, "If you claim to be my future self, then how will my life unfold?" She repeated the query several times, yet Amon's voice remained absent, as if everything she had heard was merely an illusion. Feeling disheartened, Shen Xinyan murmured, "If you remain silent, I shall return." It seemed prudent to return. Quickly lingering away from the banquet could invite unwarranted speculation. Just as she stood, Amon's voice echoed once more, "Upon your return, switch that cup of wine with Yao Jining, for the drug within was her doing, and she must face her retribution." The mention of retribution elicited a distinct bitterness in Amon's voice. Shen Xinyan sank back onto the stone bench. This cannot be true. After all, she was Yao Jining's sister-in-law. Despite the prior incident with the hem of her dress, she had merely thought Yao Jining's actions were childish pranks, especially since the entire general's household relied on her dowry for sustenance. Amon's tone grew increasingly frigid. "What is so impossible? You are the sole heir of the Ningguo Duke's estate. Keeping you alive merely means monthly payments, but eliminating you could secure a lifetime of wealth and honor. What do you think she would choose?" Shen Xinyan's complexion paled, her fists clenched tightly. "Why would Jining treat me this way?" Though she was aware that Jining might harbor resentment, it hardly justified such malevolence. Amon continued to sneer. "Wealth stirs the heart. She perceives you as possessing too much while offering too little, and thus she seeks your life." Having lost both parents at a tender age, Shen Xinyan had long accepted the Yao family as her own kin. Yet, at that moment, her body trembled violently, and nausea washed over her as she began to believe Amon's words. "Did you manage to evade that cup of wine?" After a brief silence, Amon replied, "No. Were it possible, she would have relished the opportunity to force that wine down Yao Jining's throat herself." The thought of Amon claiming to be her future self sent Shen Xinyan's mind reeling. Coincidentally, Ying Tao returned with the damp cloth, and upon seeing Shen Xinyan's pallid visage, she hurriedly grasped her hand. "Madam, what has happened? Please do not frighten me." Recalling Amon's assertion regarding Yao Jining's scheming, Shen Xinyan grasped Ying Tao's hand and abruptly stood. "Amon, we must return to the banquet." She needed to confront Yao Jining and demand clarity. Chapter 3. A lesson in humanity. When Shen Xinyan returned, Yao Jining was conversing sweetly with Madame Guo beside her. Although Lord Guo's official rank was modest, he performed his duties sincerely, earning respect from the other ladies in the capital. Madame Guo's legitimate son had reached the age for marriage, and she gazed approvingly at Yao Jining, who comported herself gracefully and with poise. It was evident that Yao Jining had caught her attention. After all, her husband's low rank and the lack of distinction in her second son made the prospect of marrying a legitimate daughter quite fitting. Amon scoffed, "Look at you, scheming for her future when she has already chosen her own husband. When you find yourself in trouble, Yao Jining will surely step forward, composed and in control." With that, Amon let out another cold laugh. Shen Xinyan chose not to respond, sensing that Amon harbored much resentment, as if she were a vengeful spirit aware of the future. Upon noticing Shen Xinyan's return, Yao Jining displayed a hint of surprise. Being young, she was still unaware of how to conceal her true feelings. Confounded as to how Shen Xinyan could return unscathed, Yao Jining's hand trembled slightly, causing a plate of pomegranates to fall to the table, the sound drawing the attention of the surrounding ladies. This confirmed to Shen Xinyan that Yao Jining was indeed troubled. Seeing the other ladies glance over, Shen Xinyan smiled warmly and took hold of Yao Jining's arm. Fourth sister is a bit tipsy. Allow me to take you outside to freshen up. Yao Jining instinctively attempted to refuse, but could not withstand Shen Xinyan's strength. Noticing Yao Jining's struggle, Shen Xinyan tightened her grip, whispering softly, "Surely, fourth sister does not wish to embarrass herself in front of everyone, nor does she desire for me to personally feed her more wine." Having spent years by the Empress Dowager's side and witnessing the palace's intricate power plays, Shen Xinyan was no naive fool. However, ever since becoming a widow, she had come to view herself as an ill-fated person, adopting a more detached outlook on life. She preferred to live quietly and simply, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Yet, this did not mean she was easily manipulated. Recognizing the veiled threat in Shen Xinyan's words, Yao Jining reluctantly rose to follow. Once they exited through a side gate, Yao Jining immediately shook off Shen Xinyan's hand, indignant. "Who gave you the audacity to treat me this way? Do you believe I want to report this to my mother and have her punish you?" The mother Yao Jining referred to was not concubine Lu, but the legitimate Madame Yao, who had viewed Shen Xinyan as a thorn in her side ever since her husband's death and had often been harsh toward her. Shen Xinyan bore the weight of her fate and usually endured in silence. Observing Shen Xinyan's quiet demeanor, Amon interjected with a hint of schadenfreude. "See? This is the ungrateful wolf you are so keen to protect." Simultaneously, Yao Jining raised her chin defiantly, looking down at Shen Xinyan. "You would do well to avoid provoking me, or I should make sure to clarify matters with my mother." Before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Yao Jining looked at Shen Xinyan, disbelief etched on her face. "You dare strike me? Especially within the princess's garden." Shen Xinyan seemed unfazed by the risk of being discovered. In response, she delivered another sharp slap. "Your aunt did not teach you this lesson. I shall take it upon myself to educate you today." With each successive slap, she reprimanded Yao Jining. "We hail from the same Yao family. Our fates are intertwined." Another strike followed, yet you dare to sully your family's name with such disgraceful actions. Have you considered how you would extricate yourself if discovered? Another slap. "You think you harm me, but you only harm yourself. One more if my reputation is ruined. Do you believe you will still find a good match?" Another strike. Being petty and competitive is one thing, but you remain woefully unaware. And yet another slap sent Yao Jining sprawling to the ground. "This punishment is for your own good. Remember what your aunt neglected to teach you. Others will inevitably impart." Shen Xinyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, clearly angered. Although the kingdom of Daliang did not prohibit widows from remarrying, the punishment for infidelity was severe. Had Amon not cautioned her, she might have remained oblivious to the potential repercussions of her actions. Amon, seemingly satisfied with the situation, remarked, "You are clever. Knowing that once you return to the general's household, you will have little say. You might as well vent your frustrations now." Still harboring resentment, she continued her sardonic commentary. Yao Jining, stunned by the blows, found her face swollen and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She lay on the ground, muttering threats of retribution. Amon chuckled. "Look at you. I warned you to deal with her decisively, and now she plots her vengeance." Shen Xinyan pulled Yao Jining to her feet, her expression softening as she tidied Yao Jining's disheveled hair and attire. "Jining, I only wish to guide you. You are intelligent enough to understand how to conduct yourself upon our return, correct?" Yao Jining's cheeks flushed with anger, her eyes blazing as if she wished to sink her teeth into Shen Xinyan's flesh. Shen Xinyan adjusted Yao Jining's hairpin. "My reputation has already been tarnished. It cannot decline further. However, if you happen to utter anything my ears cannot bear, I may have no choice but to inform the princess and investigate the origin of that disgraceful act." Upon hearing this, Yao Jining's eyes widened in shock. "You wouldn't dare." The pain from her injuries made her wince, exposing her teeth in distress. Shen Xinyan shook her hand, slightly numbed from the confrontation. "I would. As for retribution, what was there to fear?" Noticing the look of terror on Yao Jining's face, Shen Xinyan finally led her back to the banquet. Madame Guo had already taken a liking to the well-mannered Yao Jining, and upon their return, she noticed Yao Jining's swollen visage. "What happened to your face? It's so red and swollen. Could it be the mark of a slap?" With someone expressing concern for her, Yao Jining felt increasingly aggrieved, tears nearly spilling forth. However, Shen Xinyan's voice cut through. The young lady is simply inexperienced and indulged in drink. I beg your pardon, Madame Hua. She then pressed Yao Jinning's shoulder, urging her to sit. Jinning, this habit of overindulgence is unseemly. The ladies present are all of good breeding. You wouldn't want to cause embarrassment, would you? With a resigned smile directed at the other ladies, she gracefully returned to her seat, unfazed by their whispers. If Yao Jinning believed that drugging her would go unpunished, Shen Xinyan intended to show her the true meaning of shared fates. Chapter 4. The outburst of Yao Lisher Amon's voice echoed once more. You truly know how to maintain decorum and consider the bigger picture. Yet you possess the means to ensure she faces the consequences, yet your kindness allows her to escape. Shen Xinyan lowered her gaze. I can seek vengeance through other means, but I cannot tarnish another's reputation indiscriminately. That would weigh heavily on my conscience. Moreover, this is the princess's banquet. Should Yao Jinning create a scandal, I would also suffer. As a woman, existing in this world is inherently challenging. How could she employ such vile tactics to ruin another? It is a matter of principle. Furthermore, the princess was not known for her leniency. Amon huffed again. You and your kindness. Yao Jinning had expected Madame Gua to show concern for her, yet surprisingly, she did not spare her a glance until the banquet concluded. In the carriage on the way back, Yao Jinning remained silent, only occasionally shooting daggers at Shen Xinyan, her fury palpable. As soon as the carriage entered the estate, Yao Jinning felt a surge of confidence and whispered to her personal maid, Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji's eyes glinted mischievously as she promptly leapt from the carriage and dashed towards the main courtyard. Yao Jinning looked triumphantly at Shen Xinyan, as though envisioning the moment Shen Xinyan would face reprimand. Shen Xinyan, disinterested in engaging with Yao Jinning, instructed Ying Tao not to assist her and slowly made her way towards the main courtyard. Sensing Shen Xinyan had inquiries, a man spoke first. There is no good person in the Yao residence. Yao Jinning is merely a pawn, leaping about for a mere figment of benefit. Yet she shall be the first to perish. Within the Yao household, each individual harbors their own interests, devoid of any sincerity. Even the legitimate daughter holds little value, let alone a concubine. With that, a man shifted the topic. Have you considered how to face that family later? Shen Xinyan moved her icy fingers. How did you face them before? If her memory served her right, a man had mentioned she truly drank that cup of wine. A man fell silent, and just when Shen Xinyan thought she had vanished, a man suddenly spoke. Disgraced and abandoned, though the Empress Dowager protected my life, all my dowry was seized, left to the whims of my husband's family. According to the law, a widow committing adultery, once proven, faces 100 strokes. If she survives, her fate lies with her husband's family, who may expel or sell her at their discretion. If anything were to happen clandestinely, the law may not intervene. But I was caught in the princess's residence, witnessed by numerous ladies. If they do not handle me, the petitions to the censorate would pile up. Shen Xinyan instinctively gasped. You were expelled. A man scoffed coldly. It seems you still do not grasp the cruelty of this family, thinking too highly of them. I was sold by them. Shen Xinyan inhaled sharply, only to hear a man continue. Sold to a brothel. Shen Xinyan felt the world spin. How could this be? If they truly despised her, they could merely let her fall ill. Why resort to such degradation? Fortunately, Ying Tao had been attentive to Shen Xinyan's condition and promptly steadied her. Madam, perhaps you are fatigued. After greeting the old lady, it would be wise to return and rest. Ying Tao observed that Shen Xinyan appeared unusually distressed, genuinely concerned. Noticing Shen Xinyan seemed on the verge of fainting, a man's tone softened. Enough, save some strength for later. I told you I am faring better than anyone. Shen Xinyan wished to inquire further, but saw Aunt Ning beside the old lady, approaching with a cold demeanor. The second madam has returned. Hurry to the old lady's courtyard to speak. Without waiting for Shen Xinyan's response, she turned and proceeded towards the main courtyard. Witnessing Aunt Ning's fierce aura, Ying Tao whispered to Shen Xinyan, Madam, today's events may prove difficult to explain. After all, you truly struck the fourth Mississippi. Shen Xinyan regarded Aunt Ning's retreating figure. If it cannot be resolved, then let it be. The words brothel have shattered all her nerves, igniting a nameless fury within her. Ying Tao stared blankly at Shen Xinyan, pondering the saying that enduring brings fortune. Indeed, something about the madam seemed different. The gathering in the room was quite complete. with Yao Changsheng and his primary wife, Yao Lisher, seated in the foremost positions, while several concubines of the Yao patriarch glared at Shen Xinyan with palpable hostility, creating an atmosphere akin to a tribunal. At that moment, Yao Jining lay weeping in Aunt Lu's embrace, burying her head deeper as Shen Xinyan entered, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Aman's voice suddenly rang out, "Kneel." Shen Xinyan did not grasp Aman's intent, but the voice of Yao Lisher echoed in her ears, "Kneel." It turned out Aman had anticipated Yao Lisher's forthcoming command. Aman scoffed, a hollow tyrant, relying solely on her raised voice to feign authority. "Do not blame me for failing to warn you. The Yao family has harbored murderous intent. If you do not resist, The final concealed myriad meanings, yet also provoked Shen Xinyan's nerves. Unlike before, she did not kneel submissively, but stood her ground, addressing Yao Lisher with dignity. "I am unaware of what wrong I have committed to incite such anger from my mother-in-law." Seeing Shen Xinyan calmly interrogating her, Yao Lisher pointed a finger at her nose. "As the second sister-in-law, you assaulted your half-sister in the princess's residence. Do you not recognize your fault?" Aman whispered incendiary remarks into Shen Xinyan's ear. That aphrodisiac was brought to Yao Jining by Yao Lisher's underlings, as how a young girl know of such sordid things. "Endure it, continue to endure. The brothel shall surely have a place for you." Aman's voice carried an icy malice, unmistakably laced with deep-seated resentment. Shen Xinyan's fists clenched secretly, yet she restrained her inner fury to defend herself. "Yao Jining conspired to attach my dress to the table leg in the princess's residence to humiliate me. How could a daughter with such conduct find a suitor, thus inciting enmity? I implore my mother-in-law to discern wisely." She had not realized her mother-in-law harbored such malicious intentions. The means were indeed vile, and a swift blade would have been more merciful. Yao Lisher, confronted with such defiance before the other concubines, found herself momentarily at a loss for words, merely pointing at Shen Xinyan. "Rebellious, summon the family punishment. I shall personally discipline this disrespectful woman." Shen Xinyan furrowed her brow slightly. "Such words from my mother-in-law cannot be spoken lightly. Who have I rebelled against today? Does my mother-in-law consider herself superior to the imperial family, warranting my rebellion?" Upon uttering these words, Yao Changsheng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly changed his expression. "Impudent. Shen, how dare you speak so recklessly?" Yao Changsheng's eyes widened as if ready to devour her. Unable to comprehend why the usually mild-mannered person before him had transformed into a silver-tongued debater, Shen Xinyan offered a respectful bow to Yao Changsheng. "Father, please observe. If my mother's words were spread, outsiders would believe me to be ungrateful. Unaware individuals might assume my mother compares herself to the royal family, expecting me to serve her as one with the Empress Dowager. If I were to falter in my duties, it could be misconstrued as rebellion, potentially tarnishing Father's reputation." Chapter 5. The General's mansion surrounded by wolves and tigers. Shen Xinyan emphasized the words royal family and Empress Dowager, keenly exploiting Yao Lisher's misstep. Yao Changsheng, furious, flung his sleeves, "A misfortune for our family," and hastily exited the main hall. Seeing Yao Changsheng storm out, Yao Lisher struck the table in anger. "Bring it on. Punish her. Punish this sharp-tongued madwoman to death." Several fierce maids rushed toward Shen Xinyan, but as they advanced to seize her, she took a step back. "Have you considered the consequences? Today, I am blameless. My mother-in-law cannot truly harm me. Yet, the contracts binding you are in my possession, and I am your rightful head as recorded in the government. According to the law, if you harm me to death, your entire family shall face the punishment of slow slicing. If you do not kill me, then I will settle old scores later, and you too shall face the fate of being sold." They consume her sustenance, yet dare to turn against her. What audacity these people possess. Upon hearing Shen Xinyan's words, the previously menacing maids displayed expressions of alarm. For the past 2 years, they had served the old lady, forgetting that the second madam was the one truly capable of wielding their life and death. Seeing the maids frozen, Yao Lisher slammed her hand on the table. "Rebel. Shen, how dare you insult your mother-in-law without fear of divine retribution?" She recalled that the general's mansion had fallen into disarray early on. The old general had barely returned home to enjoy his retirement before passing away, and the second son, though accomplished at the border, had reaped no tangible benefits. Before Shen Xinyan arrived, their household appeared decent on the surface, yet each room contained only 1 or 2 servants, and they were tasked with the mundane chores of the residence. The current servants had all been acquired after Shen Xinyan's arrival. She had not anticipated that this woman possessed such profound cunning, managing to retain all their contracts under her name. Shen Xinyan glanced at a maid by her side, who immediately shrank back and hurriedly fetched a stool. "Second madam, please take a seat." Displaying some humility now might earn her favor with the second madam. Shen Xinyan disregarded the scornful remarks of the old woman and sat down with the support of Yingtao, her voice laced with trepidation. "Mother-in-law, how can you speak this way? A daughter-in-law would never dare to defy her mother-in-law. As for the threats of calamity, there is no need for concern. I simply refrain from going out on rainy days. However, I am quite frightened today and, regrettably, I cannot settle the accounts just yet. I would be grateful if you could take care of this month's accounts and expenses." Since the facade had been torn, she would no longer use her funds. Upon hearing the mention of monthly expenses, Yao Lisher's voice brimmed with indignation. "You truly are a wonderful daughter-in-law. The household's expenses amounted to at least 3,000 taels a month. How could Shen dare to make such a request? Everything had been provided by the Shen family. So why should she ask for money?" Shen Xinyan smiled and nodded. "It is thanks to your excellent guidance, mother-in-law." Yao Lisher clutched her chest, exclaiming in distress, "Such misfortune has befallen our family. Jean Feng, how could you leave us, allowing this vile woman to torment your mother?" Having come from a modest background, Yao Lisher usually kept to herself, but when angered, she would unleash a torrent of lamentations that were truly painful to hear. Shen Xinyan sighed in agreement. "Indeed, mother speaks true. Had the second master still been here, he would not have allowed the use of the dowry funds. It is only today that I have come to understand this. I shall never again utilize funds to tarnish the second master's reputation. If they wish to humiliate me and demand money, they shall find that such theatrics shall no longer occur." Yao Jinning, eager to interject, was silenced by Lu Yingyang, who discreetly covered her mouth, knowing that it was best to remain silent at this moment to avoid further complicating matters. The room fell into a tense silence as everyone fixated on Shen Xinyan, contemplating how to subdue her. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from outside. "Do you think my age makes me an easy target? Today, I shall see who dares to harm my granddaughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyan quickly rose, her heart warmed. She recognized the voice of Madame Yao Qian, the widow of General Jin Yuan. Since her husband's passing, it was Madame Yao who had consistently shielded her, always standing up for her interests. Today, it seemed she had come specifically to support her against her mother-in-law's machinations. Observing Shen Xinyan's touched expression, a man suddenly laughed breathlessly. "How foolish you are! Can't you see that she is here to protect her own daughter-in-law? After years in this household, hasn't she always soothed you with sweet words, while you bore the burden of expenses? It's a simple act of playing good cop and bad cop, and yet you've been led so far astray." A man's laughter gradually faded, replaced by a clenched-teeth fury, a family of bloodsuckers, all hoping to live off others without effort, eager to drain the marrow from their bones, preying on the gullible. The last remark seemed directed at Shen Xinyan, yet could also apply to herself. Shen Xinyan fell silent, staring blankly as the matriarch, supported by the maids, approached Yao Lisher. Reflecting on past events, she realized that every time she had attempted to resist, it was Madame Yao Qian who had intervened on her behalf. Though it appeared to be assistance, it often resulted in her own greater sacrifice. Shen Xinyan's complexion grew increasingly pale, her body swaying as if she might collapse. But Ying Tao quickly steadied her. Madame Yao Qian looked at her with concern. "What troubles you, my dear?" Shen Xinyan averted her gaze. "Grandmother, I am feeling quite fatigued today. May I retreat to rest, and come to pay my respects tomorrow?" Madame Yao Qian gazed at her with a tender heart. "Poor child, go rest. Your mother-in-law is becoming more muddled by the day. Tomorrow, I shall take her to the Buddhist hall to recite scriptures and clear her mind. The household matters must still rest with you. Only then can I feel at ease." Shen Xinyan's fingers trembled. She had previously failed to notice how adept Madame Yao Qian was with her words. This was not granting her authority over household affairs. It was merely a means for her to continue paying out monthly allowances. A man scoffed. "She believes in you, doesn't she? How fortunate you are to have such a family to deceive you together." The news travels fast. Why do you think your beloved grandmother is aware of what just transpired? Guess where she was moments ago. Shen Xinyan felt a knot in her chest, reluctant to speak further. She exchanged a few words with Madame Yao Qian before taking her leave. With the protagonist gone, Madame Yao Qian cast a cold glance at the concubines present. You are all such troublesome creatures. Then she turned to Yao Lisher. Come with me. Her gaze fell on Yao Jinning. You too. In her youth, she had to teach her daughter-in-law, and now, in her old age, she found herself still needing to educate them. It was her own fault for not adequately investigating Yao Lisher's character, allowing her son to suffer for so many years. After Shen Xinyan returned to her chambers and refreshed herself, she dismissed Ying Tao. Watching Ying Tao and several maids bustle out, a man suddenly spoke. Today passed without incident. I recall you have 2 shops in the west of the city. You should inspect them tomorrow. I'll find a way to assist you. Yet Shen Xinyan's mind was elsewhere. She cautiously inquired, You mentioned you entered that place. What happened afterward? Are you still alive? A man, unusually devoid of sarcasm, let out a long sigh. The more others wish for my downfall, the more I strive to flourish before their eyes, rising to heights they can never reach, trampling them beneath my feet. From a man's tone, Shen Xinyan discerned that she was faring well, which relieved her somewhat. But soon that relief faded into melancholy. I cannot fathom why, if they dislike me so much, they do not simply conspire to see me dead, instead of orchestrating such sordid affairs. A man scoffed, because they fear the scrutiny more than you do. They must devise a way to make you a subject of disdain, ensuring this matter passes without incident. Shen Xinyan clenched her teeth in hatred. What have I ever done to deserve such treatment? A man's voice turned icy. You have done nothing to wrong them. Rather, they cannot withstand investigation. Your deceased husband is not truly dead. He is reveling elsewhere. Chapter 6. The audacity of the Yao family despite having prepared herself psychologically, when a man revealed the harsh truth. Shen Xinyan felt as if her nails were digging into her palm. How dare they? It was no wonder they did not allow her to perish. If she suddenly died, the Empress would certainly not turn a blind eye, likely ordering a thorough investigation that would uncover even more secrets. But if her reputation were to be sullied at the Long Princess's residence, the Long Princess was the Empress's favored daughter, having been married off for diplomatic purposes for many years. Both the Empress and the Emperor felt a sense of obligation towards her, should scandal arise in her household. The Empress would surely neglect Shen Xinyan's plight for the sake of the Long Princess. Such malice from the Yao family. A man sneered. Of course they dare. The late Yao Jinfeng was said to have achieved numerous military feats, yet in reality, it was merely the old general's subordinates who, out of nostalgia, allowed him to remain stationed at the rear. Whenever commendations were reported, he conveniently inserted himself. His vanity led him to boast of his bravery upon returning to the capital, creating the illusion of a gallant warrior. On the night of your wedding, Yao Jinfeng was called back to the battlefield, expecting to escape as he had before. However, their forces were ambushed, and in a fit of cowardice, he fled with his troops through a back route, leading to the annihilation of the entire battalion and the death of the valiant general at the front. Knowing he had caused great disaster, he returned to the battlefield as soon as the enemy had retreated, exchanging his clothing with a soldier who bore a striking resemblance to him, while he quietly returned to the capital, seeking assistance from the Yao family in secret. Aside from Yao Lisher, who is too foolish to conceal this, both your beloved grandmother and Yao Changsheng are aware of these events. Shen Xinyan no longer cared for a man's mockery. Her breath grew labored and her vision darkened. How could the Yao family so easily condone Yao Jinfeng's actions? Why not simply ensure his silence? This act is a grave offense against the emperor. Does the Yao family wish to invite destruction upon themselves? What shall she do now? If this information reaches the emperor's ears, she fears she may be cast aside alongside the Yao family. A man scoffed coldly. The Yao family has but one descendant, yet they still hope for lineage to continue. Meanwhile, Yao Jinfeng enjoys a blissful life with his beloved wife and concubines in a secluded paradise, blessed with children. The more she spoke, the more her resentment grew. A man gritted her teeth, articulating through clenched jaws. The funds he used to sustain his life were allocated from your monthly allowance. If you doubt me, examine your dowry and the assets under your name to see how much is missing. The Duke of Ning's household has become extinct, yet retains its title and residence. There have been speculations that the emperor refrains from revoking the duke's title in hopes that Shen Xinyan, once pregnant, would agree to adopt a child to inherit the title. Therefore, during Shen Xinyan's marriage, she only took a portion of the duke's assets as her dowry. Even so, this has caused the Yao family to seethe with envy, wishing they could raid the treasury under cover of night to seize its treasures. Shen Xinyan leaned against the bed's railing, her breath finally steadying. How did you come to know of Yao Jinfeng's matters? This issue concerns the entire clan. The Yao family should have kept it tightly sealed. Yet A-Man knows the details so well. A-Man disdainfully laughed. The Yao family's greatest mistake was sparing my life. They believed that by spreading rumors that I had fallen into depravity due to poverty, the world would scorn me entirely. Little did they know, as long as I draw breath, I can rise once more and crush them beneath my feet. Not only have I found a way to remind you, but I have also personally toppled the Yao family, sending them one by one to the afterlife. Now, nothing has transpired on your end, and with my constant guidance, I hope you do not disappoint me. Shen Xinyan finally calmed her breath. How do you fare now? Where do you reside? A-Man softened her tone. You worry for me? The place I dwell is capable of gathering intelligence from across the realm, but it is not suitable for a young lady like you. Rest early. You must leave the residence at dawn. Such opportunities are rare, and remember to take your token to deliver the findings directly to the palace. Upon hearing to the palace, Shen Xinyan's mood darkened once more. I am a harbinger of misfortune. I do not wish to bring ill luck to Her Majesty. A-Man expressed impatience. With such a powerful backing, why would you choose to remain idle? Do you intend to wait until someone brings you ruin? Just watch. Those on the other side eagerly await your demise. If one speaks of fortune, who can surpass the Empress Dowager? She does not care for your fate, keeping you close by her side. What are you being so sentimental for? Besides, that deceased man of yours is not truly dead. What ill fortune could there be? A-Man's anger grew, whether at Shen Xinyan's self-deprecation or her own past. Having been labeled a jinx for years, it is only natural to harbor resentment. But if one cannot stand tall in the face of such predatory threats, it would be akin to self-destruction. Shen Xinyan, with a conflicted heart, lay down. What has become of those around me after my departure? A-Man's voice was tinged with impatience. Are you inquiring about your few maidservants? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Aside from Yingtao, the others have sought their own paths. Rest assured, they are far more astute than you. You should focus on yourself and remain wary of Grape, as she will soon become a concubine in Yao Chongqing's household. Shen Xinyan spoke bitterly, the master taking an interest in the maidservants of his wife's chamber. The Yao family truly has such customs. It is utterly revolting. A-Man coldly huffed. They dare commit treason against the emperor, and you still fixate on such trifles? Shen Xinyan's voice dropped. Has something happened to Yingtao? She was the maidservant I brought from the Duke of Ning's household, having grown up alongside me, and now she is gone. A-Man's voice turned heavy, as if recalling a painful memory. Yingtao would not leave me, ultimately being sold alongside me. That year, when we encountered a client with peculiar tastes, Yingtao stepped in for me, and that was how she met her end. It remains the greatest sorrow in my heart. Shen Xinyan felt a lump in her throat. Do not cry. Just listening to her, she could sense A-Man's grief. A-Man fell silent, the only sound in the room being Shen Xinyan's occasional sobs. It was not until Shen Xinyan cried herself to sleep that A-Man spoke again. I do not weep. I only make my adversaries weep. She had fought her way up, hoping that Shen Xinyan's path would be a little easier, so that her own efforts would not be in vain. Shen Xinyan had already fallen asleep, while on the other side, Yao Qianshi entered her courtyard with Yao Jining and Yao Lishi. Yao Jining walked anxiously, while Yao Lishi wore a defiant expression. Everything she did had the Lord's tacit approval, and she did not believe her mother-in-law could reproach her. Moreover, Shen Xinyan was her daughter-in-law, not her mother-in-law's. The matriarch favored Shen Xinyan daily, constantly showing bias towards her, which prevented Yao Lishi from establishing any authority. Yao Qianshi had just taken her seat when she caught sight of Yao Lishi's brazen demeanor, causing a wave of frustration to wash over her. A foolish wife brings calamity upon 3 generations. The Yao family's current plight is largely due to Yao Lishi's actions, rendering her unbearable to look at. Meanwhile, Yao Jining timidly poured a cup of tea and respectfully offered it to Yao Qianshi. Grandmother, please have some tea. With a sudden exclamation, Yao Jining found herself knocked to the ground by Yao Qianshi's slap. Chapter 7. The Gentle and Compassionate Yao Qianshi. Yao Qianshi had once accompanied General Yao to the battlefield. In those days, their two swords danced fiercely, rendering enemies unable to approach. Now, when she struck someone, her strength was equally formidable. Yao Qianshi remained still as she delivered the blow, as if it were a simple act of taking something from a shelf. While Yao Jining lay on the ground, bloodied, her cheeks swollen, lost in a daze. Yao Jining's maid, Xiao Ji, knelt in fear, not daring to utter a word. Terrified, she might become the next target of the matriarch's wrath. The nurses in the matriarch's chamber, though smiling, had fierce eyes that instilled dread in her every time she saw them. Yao Jining briefly lost her senses, yet her body was yanked upright by two sturdy matrons, forcing her to kneel before Yao Qianshi. Yao Qianshi did not waste words, delivering another slap across Yao Jining's face. Do you know why your grandmother is admonishing you? Yao Jining finally came to her senses, trembling as she looked at Yao Qianshi. Because I intended to scheme against my sister-in-law. Yao Qianshi's expression turned to one of disgust, and the two matrons swiftly pulled Yao Jining upright. Realizing her situation, Yao Jining sought to plead for mercy, only to be firmly restrained. A fierce matron knelt beside her, beginning to strike her calves with thin bamboo strips. Yao Jining wanted to cry out for mercy, but the matriarch's voice rang in her ears. The fourth young lady's behavior is improper. She shall receive 40 strikes. For every cry, an additional 10 shall be added. As soon as Yao Qianshi's words left her lips, Yao Jining bit down hard on her lip. She had known since childhood how cruel her grandmother could be, which only intensified her hatred for Shen Xinyan, the woman she blamed for her elder brother's death. Why should that woman possess so many good things? Although Yao Lishi also loathed the concubines of Yao Changchong, upon hearing the sound of the bamboo strips striking flesh, her face paled in fear. How ruthless this old hag is. Does she intend to break the fourth young lady's legs? The punishment continued, and Yao Qianshi took satisfaction in listening to Yao Jining's muffled groans, then gestured to Yao Lishi, sit down and speak. With Yao Jining's cries as accompaniment, Yao Lishi felt a chill from Yao Qianshi and could only obediently take a seat. Mother, after all, she was the one who had become a mother-in-law. Would her own mother-in-law strike her as well? Yao Qianshi poured a cup of tea for Yao Lishi. Do you know what the fourth young lady did wrong? Yao Lishi's fingers trembled slightly. She should not have come back to complain. In the end, the matriarch still chose to protect that jinx. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Lady Yao Qian's eyes because of her foolishness. If one has the audacity to act, then one must never admit it. With such a weak disposition, she still had the nerve to drug others, truly a pity for all the arrangements she had made. She then turned to the bewildered Lady Yao Li. Just like you, sensing the disapproval in her mother-in-law's words, Lady Yao Li instantly became displeased. I am aware that the fourth miss is at fault, but you have already handed over the household management to Lady Shen. Even if I wished to discipline my own daughter, I would not have the authority to do so. This old hag has been suppressing me all these years, and now that a problem arises, she seeks to drag me into it. I will not suffer in silence. Besides, I have never heard of a mother-in-law physically punishing her daughter-in-law. The more she thought about it, the more resolute she became, and her spirit was instantly uplifted. Seeing the change in Lady Yao Li's expression, Lady Yao Qian instantly understood that Lady Yao Li had once again convinced herself. Suppressing the urge to slap her, Lady Yao Qian spoke earnestly. Shen girl has had a hard life. If you do not like her, you need not be close, but there is no need to drive her away. If she were to leave, Lady Yao Qian's eyes widened. She dares? To think she could run after causing my son's death. There is no such easy escape. Not making her accompany my son in death is already a great mercy. If I were heartless, I should have buried her with him, sparing us the turmoil she has brought to our household. Shen girl is alive only because of my kindness. If I were cruel, she would have been on the path to the netherworld long ago. Seeing Lady Yao Li's obstinate and foolish demeanor, Lady Yao Qian sighed. Very well. I only wish to remind you not to be too harsh on Shen girl. Lady Yao Li stood up abruptly. If you are tired, mother, you should rest. Shen girl owes my son a life, and though you may forget, I cannot. I will take my leave now. With that, she stormed out of Lady Yao Qian's courtyard. Lady Yao Qian silently sighed as she watched Lady Yao Li's retreating figure. This daughter-in-law was beyond redemption, but at least with today's words, Lady Yao Li would likely intensify her torment of Shen Xinyan, driving her to seek refuge with her. However, Shen Xinyan's attitude today was peculiar. Whether she had discovered something or was hurt by the 4th Mississippi thinking of this, Lady Yao Qian looked at the nearly unconscious Yao Jining with disgust. She could not handle even the smallest task and had alarmed Shen Xinyan, causing her to distance herself from the Yao family. Truly a fool. After the final blow, the two maids released her, allowing Yao Jining to collapse to the ground, her swollen legs dragging. The benefit of this punishment was that, with the clothes as a barrier, there would be no visible injuries, not affecting her marriage prospects, yet would make her suffer greatly. Lady Yao Qian gazed at Yao Jining with a semblance of pity. Grandmother is doing this for your own good. If not for your second sister-in-law informing me, I would not have known of your foolishness. Do not repeat such acts in the future. Grandmother did this today to demonstrate to your second sister-in-law, as she now holds the household reins. And I must show her respect. Since it is late, you may rest in the dark room for the night. The so-called dark room was a chamber without windows or candles, where one could not see their own hand, and time seemed to stretch endlessly. Yao Jining immediately clung to Lady Yao Qian's legs, pleading, "Grandmother, Ninger knows her wrong. Ninger knows her wrong." But she was quickly pulled away. "Fourth miss, rest now." As Yao Jining was dragged out, Lady Yao Qian, supported by a maid, rose with a sigh. A group of ungrateful wretches, all debts to be repaid. Fenger sent word yesterday that she has another son. Though I am pleased, I know her expenses are growing. But the family's silver is limited, and Shen Xinyan not only refuses to contribute more, but also frequently checks the accounts. I was forced to act against her. To ensure that Yao Jining could take the blame in case of any mishap, I kept everything secret, guiding her step by step. I thought it was foolproof, but Yao Jining's stupidity led to her discovery by Shen Xinyan. The worst part is, Yao Jining confessed. Does she not know that one must never admit to anything? Does she think Shen Xinyan would do anything to her? Utterly foolish. After a while, the maid who dragged Yao Jining returned, matriarch. The fourth miss is crying in the dark room, cursing the second lady for a bad death. Lady Yao Qian sighed in exasperation. Let her be. I'm tired today. Let the younger generation deal with Shen Xinyan. I must find a way to win her over publicly, to prevent her from distancing herself, and to make her more willing to contribute to the general's household. Shen Xinyan is a woman. Why should she possess the Ningwu Duke's estate? If not for Fenger's mistake, the title and wealth would have been my great-grandson's. Since Shen Xinyan has escaped this time and Fenger has another son, the Ningwu Duke's title must be discussed. Chapter 8. A nest of ungrateful wolves. The next morning, Shen Xinyan was attended to by several maids. Thinking of Amon's words last night, Shen Xinyan's gaze on PTO carried a hint of depth. However, considering what she needed to do, she did not reprimand PTO, but instead instructed, "Fetch my palace pass." The pass was personally bestowed by the Empress Dowager, allowing her to enter the palace and seek an audience. But she had not used it in years, ashamed of her inauspicious fate. Hearing Shen Xinyan's request, PTO's eyes darted to the lower right, a subtle sign of her contemplation. She then remained still, continuing to adjust Shen Xinyan's sleeves while casually inquiring, "Is lady going to the palace?" "What for, lady?" Shen Xinyan did not miss PTO's wandering gaze. Hearing PTO's seemingly questioning tone, she replied coolly, "You seem to be excelling in your duties, to the point where I must report everything to you. If not for Amon's reminder, I would have overlooked that PTO has been subtly guiding my thoughts for the past year. I, who have seen countless battles at the Empress's side, was ultimately undone by a band of rogues. Indeed, one must never overestimate oneself." Though her tone was calm, her words revealed her displeasure. PTO immediately knelt. "This servant dares not. I only care for lady. If lady leaves and the old lady or matriarch comes looking, I would know how to cover for her." Shen Xinyan's smile did not reach her eyes. "I did not realize the palace was a place to be kept secret in your eyes. Such a disrespectful servant. I cannot keep." Her personal maid, using the Yao family to pressure her, whose orders was PTO following. Realizing her mistake, PTO kowtowed. "Lady, I know my wrong. I will never dare again. Please, for the sake of being lady's dowry maid, forgive me." PTO's head thudded on the ground, and the other maids looked on with pity. Recalling that PTO would become Yao Changqing's concubine, Shen Xinyan had intended to expel her, but Amon interjected, "Keep her. It is better to have a known schemer than an unknown newcomer. It will be easier to manage her." Shen Xinyan, who had not heard Amon speak all morning, was initially startled, but then felt a sense of relief. With Amon, she felt more at ease. PTO was sent to the outer courtyard to kneel, forbidden from entering Shen Xinyan's room. After informing Lady Yaoli of her departure, Shen Xinyan left with Y&T-O. Y&T-O followed closely, her eyes showing a hint of sympathy as she looked at PTO. After all, they were both old hands from the Ningwa Duke's estate, and they had grown up together. Why had PTO been so foolish today, inquiring about Lady's whereabouts? As the two individuals meandered along the corridor towards the back door, Shen Xinyan suddenly inquired of Ying-Tao, "What do you know about the matters concerning the various households in the general's residence?" Since a man had mentioned that Ying-Tao was her sole devoted maid, she felt it imperative to cultivate Ying-Tao's loyalty. Ying-Tao paused briefly, then quickly responded, "In the Grand Matron's courtyard, there are 4 first-class matrons, 8 second-class matrons. For in the small Buddhist hall, 2 cooks in the small kitchen, 12 rough servants, and 8 maids. The monthly expenses." Shen Xinyan interrupted. "That is not what I am asking. I wish to know if, in your daily conversations, you have gleaned any insights into the conditions of the households." Previously, she had been unaware of any anomalies due to her covert dealings with the Yao and Li families. However, last night, when those matrons attempted to act against her, it became evident to Shen Xinyan that within the vast general's residence, few regarded her as their mistress. Most of the servants had been purchased by her, yet now they conspired against her. Merely contemplating this ignited a flame of indignation within her. Ying-Tao remained silent for a moment before responding. "Previously, the mistress mentioned that those sent to other households belonged to them, advising us not to engage excessively to avoid inciting discontent. The general's residence lacked substantial assets. When Shen Xinyan married in, there were merely 2 estates and 4 or 5 shops. Nonetheless, Yao Li's demeanor was exceedingly haughty, and whenever Shen Xinyan attempted to voice her thoughts, Yao Li would swiftly hurl accusations of disrespect towards her family. Over time, Shen Xinyan had become exceedingly cautious, merely supplementing the general's household without allowing the lower-ranked maids to interact with her purchased servants, lest Yao Li seize the opportunity to trouble her. In truth, she was merely a purse responsible for finances, while Yao Li remained a true arbiter of the household's affairs. A sigh escaped Shen Xinyan as she realized the source of her predicament was herself prior to her marriage. She had assumed that the illustrious general's residence was akin to that of the Duke of Ningwa. However, upon closer observation, it became clear that beneath its splendid facade, the general's residence struggled financially, with much of the estate left to decay. Each tree, blade of grass, and scenic view in the general's residence had been acquired through her own financial sacrifices, amounting to annual expenditures of 30 to 40,000 taels of silver, only to be repaid with ingratitude. The inner and outer courtyards were distinctly divided, unless they were to exit with the male members of the household. The women typically utilized the back entrance of the inner courtyard. Upon reaching the corner gate, Shen Xinyan intended to summon the prepared carriage, only to find several matrons huddled together in hushed conversation. Casting a glance at Ying-Tao, she instructed, "Speak up. Why are you all loitering in broad daylight? Where are your manners?" These matrons, who often congregated to gossip, would undoubtedly ruin the reputations of many in mere moments. At Ying-Tao's remark, the matrons dispersed hastily, likely intimidated by Shen Xinyan's recent actions. They immediately knelt to plead for forgiveness, saying, "Second mistress, we did not intend to shirk our duties. Please punish us as you see fit." They had heard that the second mistress had acknowledged that their contracts of servitude were in her hands, and the old matron had not denied this, indicating that their previous gossip was unfounded, and she alone held the power over their fates. Reflecting on their past treatment of the second mistress, the matrons regretted their misplaced affections and neglect. Observing the matrons' fearful expressions, Shen Xinyan found their demeanor rather dull. "What were you discussing just now? Speak up, I wish to hear it." The matrons exchanged glances before Li cautiously replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to share with the mistress, but the matter is rather sordid and may offend your ears." Chapter 9. Shen Xinyan's trepidation. Shen Xinyan's expression remained unchanged. "Do enlighten me. In what way is it sordid?" Li glanced at her fellow matrons, noting their avoidance of her gaze. With a resigned breath, she whispered, "It concerns the second miss of the Zhao family from the Yingtian prefecture." Noticing Shen Xinyan's lack of reaction, Li steeled herself to continue. "After the banquet last night, the second Miss Zhao was discovered in disarray, entangled with a stable boy in the princess's garden. The princess was furious, and the second Miss Zhao subsequently perished due to a sudden illness. Although it was termed an illness, it was widely understood that this was orchestrated by the Zhao family to appease the princess. This was the very topic the matrons had been discussing. As Li Po's voice dwindled, she noticed Shen Xinyan's darkening countenance and quickly began to slap her own face in remorse. I spoke out of turn. I spoke out of turn. Flustered, Shen Xinyan's expression grew increasingly grim. Observing Li Po's alarmed demeanor, she admonished, refrain from spreading such idle gossip within the residence. Should I hear further rumors of this nature, I shall hold you accountable. The whispers concerning the princess's household were not theirs to circulate. Alongside her anger, a sense of dread crept in. Had she indulged in that wine the previous night? Might she have become the subject of gossip today? Reminded of a man's mention of illicit establishments, she clenched her fists tightly beneath her sleeves, wishing fervently to confront Yao Jining. Li Po, wishing to kowtow as a gesture of contrition, was interrupted by Shen Xinyan's command. To serve as a warning, go manage the chores and receive 10 lashes. Let it not happen again. The mention of 10 lashes sent a wave of anguish through the matrons, yet they understood this was the end of the matter. The only solace they found was that the second mistress did not withhold their monthly allowances. They would merely endure a modicum of physical punishment. Noticing Li Po and the others remaining silent, humbly kneeling, Shen Xinyan inquired, "Is the horse prepared?" Li Po hastily rose from the ground. Yes. Today, the stable's young Si is on duty. He is the most reliable driver. Young Si, clever and capable, usually accompanied the grand matron and the old matron, and was specially arranged for the second mistress today. Shen Xinyan chose to disregard Li Po's obsequiousness. Had it not been for her words last night, she might not have received such treatment today. As if oblivious to Shen Xinyan's disdain, Li Po carefully guided her outside until they encountered another carriage arriving. As the carriage came to a stop, the driver brought forth a stool, and a maid assisted a woman clad in simple attire, her beauty striking yet austere. Upon recognizing the woman's visage, Shen Xinyan approached her with measured steps and inclined her head slightly. Elder sister has returned. This was Yao Zheng, the widow of the late Yao Jin Zhao, the eldest son of the Yao family. Yao Zheng's demeanor was aloof and icy, often indifferent to her surroundings. Thus their acquaintance was limited. Shen Xinyan had heard that Yao Zheng had returned to her family, but she had not expected to encounter her upon her return. As Shen Xinyan paid her respects, a man's voice carried a hint of amusement. Your elder sister is quite the character, exceedingly filial. Her tone suggested an untold tale surrounding Yao Zheng. In that moment, Shen Xinyan began to believe a man's insinuations regarding Yao Zheng's past. A man's voice bore an alluring quality that was uncharacteristic of a respectable woman. Shen Xinyan pinched her palm tightly, forcing herself to remain composed, repeatedly reminding herself that nothing had yet transpired and there was still time. Yao Zheng cast a cold glance at Shen Xinyan, offering no response, and silently proceeded with her maid, Cui Er, into the inner courtyard. Ying Tao expressed her displeasure. What a sour-faced individual, as if the mistress owes her something. Yao Zheng was the third daughter of the esteemed Zheng Yushi, known for his self-righteous integrity and refusal to associate with other households, raising a daughter who mirrored his lofty disposition. Yao Zhengshi must not believe herself to be the sole paragon of nobility within the estate. Shen Xinyan cast a glance at Ying Tao, admonishing, mind your words. This girl cannot seem to restrain her tongue, publicly disparaging the master of the household. A veritable invitation for trouble. Realizing her misstep, Ying Tao quickly murmured an apology and assisted Shen Xinyan into the carriage. Only when the vehicle had distanced itself did Old Li exhale a sigh of relief. Nearby, someone was about to voice a complaint, but Old Li swiftly silenced them. If you wish to be sold off, do not involve us. Our lives are tightly bound to the second madam. It was as if the usually gentle demeanor of the old woman had transformed into that of a living demon today. As soon as Shen Xinyan departed, news of her outing reached Yao Lishi, who scoffed coldly. I hear that the misfortune of the Shen family is being meticulously attended to by the servants today. The wretches she purchased are bound to be of lowly stock. Remind those who are adept at flattering and scheming that their fate will not fare well. Attempting to please both sides will only result in a futile endeavor. They have already made enemies of the Shen family. If they do not cling tightly to me, let them ponder their future. Only one mistress may reign in this household, and that mistress shall be she. The matriarch tightened her grip on her cane. Have you ascertained whether the Shen girl truly intends to enter the palace? having just faced a crisis yesterday. She seeks an audience today. Could it be that she has uncovered something? Yet her expression soon relaxed. Perhaps she was overthinking. Shen Xinyan had remained dutifully in the back courtyard for years, occasionally meeting with the managers of her shops. Under her influence, all the managers of Shen's dowry shops had aligned with her. Now, they were all bound by the same rope and would not expose her. For who would dare oppose silver? Moreover, when the shopkeepers from the Duke of Ninggua's estate came to report their accounts, she had dispatched someone to eavesdrop, ensuring no clandestine messages were exchanged. Nevertheless, it was imperative to secure the title from the Duke of Ningguo post-haste. Resolute, Yao Qianshi turned to Zhao Momo. I wonder how Jin Ning is faring, poor child, enduring such hardship. Zhao Momo immediately grasped Yao Qianshi's intentions. I shall escort the fourth miss back to rest and offer her comforting words. This would undoubtedly incite deep-seated resentment towards the Shen family. Yao Qianshi gently patted Zhao Momo's hand. I am ever grateful for your presence over these years. She was the one who knew the most of her secrets. After exchanging a few more words, Zhao Momo swiftly departed to fulfill her duties, leaving the old matriarch to sit quietly in her armchair. Sunlight spilled over her, casting a vast shadow that stretched outward. It had become evident that the maids were not incapable, but rather unwilling to act. After 3 years in the Yao family, this was the first time Shen Xinyan's carriage had been arranged so meticulously, with not only candied fruits laid within, but also soft cushions prepared for her comfort. Shen Xinyan nestled into a comfortable position. Could the incident with Zhao Er be connected to my potion? Though relieved that the misfortune had not befallen her, she remained anxious about potentially implicating others. Reputation is a matter of utmost importance and can jeopardize lives. Chapter 10. To become the most valuable pawn, Shen Xinyan had already tested the waters yesterday. No matter how softly she spoke, A-Man could hear her clearly. A-Man did not provide an immediate answer, but simply said, "Wait for me." Clearly, she was off to gather information. Coincidentally, at that moment, the driver inquired where Shen Xinyan wished to go. Shen Xinyan had assumed A-Man would be gone for a while, but was surprised when A-Man suddenly announced, "To the blacksmith shop in the third alley of the western city. First, we must secure you a protector." Last night, as Shen Xinyan drifted into slumber, she had mentally catalogued the myriad of information she possessed regarding the capital. At this particular juncture, numerous opportunities flowed through the city. Shen Xinyan blinked in surprise, feigning sleep as she quietly asked, "Why not enter the palace first? What connection does the blacksmith shop in the west have with the protector?" Since last night, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Yao Jinfeng, intending to clarify his whereabouts today and directly report to the palace. Yet A-Man had suggested she first head to the imperial court. A-Man appeared to be in a good mood today, forgoing her usual sarcasm. "There, you will find what you need. I know you are eager to confront the Yao family, but you must understand that you currently possess no leverage. You are merely a pawn of the Empress Dowager, should you proceed with your complaint. It may well depend on the whims of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. The best outcome would be for you to remain safe. Yet your life would be spent in solitude, languishing in the shadows. They say that without a means of sustenance, one cannot even tame a chicken. Should you continue to rely on the Empress Dowager's favor, should misfortune befall you as it did me, she could easily discard you. Under heaven, all lands belong to the Emperor. On the shores of the realm, all subjects are his pawns. You must strive to become the most valuable piece on the board, for only then can you truly safeguard your existence. Thus, your immediate task is to amass capital, ensuring that even if you err, the Emperor will be reluctant to act against you. Do you understand?" Shen Xinyan found herself in complete agreement. No one knew her ambitions better than A-Man. If she were to relinquish her aspirations, she would never accept being dragged down by others. Life is inherently challenging for women. Now that she had this opportunity, A-Man hoped Shen Xinyan could extract the greatest freedom from her constraints. Shen Xinyan did not counter A-Man's words, but murmured, "We are heading to the western city." The western city is populated by military households, far more tumultuous than the other districts. These individuals live by their swords, often forming raucous groups to drink. In order to cater to them, the strongest spirits and the most outlandish establishments can be found in the West. When soldiers imbibe too much, they often stir up trouble, making it the most patrolled area. Regardless of rank, anyone causing a ruckus in the western city is swiftly brought to justice. Yet these individuals, indifferent to their reputation, return to drinking and brawling after their punishments. Over time, Outsiders have become reluctant to venture there, fearing unwarranted misfortune or damage to their own reputations. As for the blacksmith shop, it operates differently from those in the other districts. It deals in simple arms such as bows and swords. However, strict regulations apply, and buyers must register their purchases. Sometimes, when military households find themselves in financial straits, they sell their weapons at the blacksmith shop and later repurchase them when their fortunes improve. Hearing a man direct her to the blacksmith shop made Shen Xinyan feel somewhat apprehensive. After all, she was a third-rank lady. How could she venture into such a place without incurring gossip? Though anxious, she relayed the location to the driver, instructing him to take her there. A man disapproved of Shen Xinyan's timid demeanor, but, recognizing that she needed time to grow, offered gentle encouragement. Once you leave the Yao estate, you will inevitably need to venture into the world. When you reach my age, you will understand that reputation and face are insignificant compared to the benefits that fill one's own pockets. Then, she fell silent once again. The carriage progressed slowly, the streets bustling with commotion, the air filled with shouts and curses. Although she knew this was the capital and that no major disturbances would arise, the crude shouts made Ying Tao's face pale. She was a natural-born child of the Duke of Ninggua's household and had never before encountered such chaos in the western city. Lanterns bearing the insignia of the general of the state swung back and forth, signaling the identity of those within the carriage and urging others to steer clear. Just then, a man spoke up. I have confirmed that this matter is unrelated to you. It was Zhao Er's illegitimate sister who, envious of her legitimate sister's fortune, sought to cause harm. This incident will not come to light for another 2 years. Unfortunately, Zhao Er has lost not only her virtue, but also her life. Xinyan's spirit sank. For it is a known truth that a woman's path in this world is fraught with more toil and tribulation than that of a man. Yet, it is often the women who impose the most stringent trials upon one another. In an effort to lift her melancholy, Xinyan mustered her resolve and praised. Your investigation was swift indeed. A hint of nonchalance laced a man's voice. If I so desire, I can gather all the news in the Great Liang. This was a confidence born of authority, a sign that a man was indeed faring well. After a meandering journey, they arrived at a narrow alley. Xiaoxi, the carriage driver, halted the vehicle and announced, Second lady, we have reached the blacksmith shop. Knowing that the inevitable confrontation awaited, Xinyan exhaled and allowed Cherry to fetch a veil. The long, dark gauze concealed her features, providing a measure of solace. As Xiaoxi set the carriage step, an enraged bellow pierced the air. You old Lu have a heart as black as coal. This is a genuine family heirloom, and you dare offer me such a paltry sum? To avoid any unnecessary entanglements, Xinyan chose to remain in the carriage, peering out through a small window. She saw a burly man, red-faced and indignant, arguing with the blacksmith. Blacksmith Lu regarded the man with a weary expression. Li Datu, you were a refugee who was conscripted into the army. At the time, you were so destitute that you had only one pair of pants. Where did you get this family heirloom? Lu had once been a soldier, even rising to the rank of a 100-man commander. An arrow to the knee had forced him from the battlefield, but his shrewd father-in-law had secured him a profitable blacksmith shop. Out of empathy, he often facilitated the exchange of weapons among the soldiers, earning a modest profit. However, this did not make him a pushover. Li Datou, who had moved to the capital 6 months ago, was not the sharpest tool in the shed. He often indulged in drink and, when not on duty, was a bumbling nuisance. Today, he had brought a large flail, claiming it was a battlefield trophy and demanding 10 taels of silver. Lu, examining the flail, noted the dried, dark blood. He felt a pang of sorrow for the fallen comrades, but continued to reason with Li Datu. Even if it is a battlefield trophy, its value does not reach 10 taels. You're trying to cheat me. Li Datu, undeterred, insisted, even if it's not a family heirloom, it's a battlefield trophy. Do you know how many of our brothers it has claimed? It's still stained with blood. Lu, a seasoned blacksmith, recognized the weight discrepancy and suggested, this flail, though it appears solid, is not made of fine iron. It would yield little if melted down. Perhaps you should try a pawn shop. A collector might be interested. Li Datu, clearly not the brightest, waved off the suggestion. The pawn shop owner is a scoundrel, offering me only 200 coins, not even enough for a good drink. I refuse to sell to him. I'll sell it to you. Cherry, unable to contain her amusement, remarked, Madam, this man is refreshingly honest, even in his attempts to cheat. Xinyan, finding the man's straightforwardness amusing, smiled slightly. Lu, exasperated, pointed to the forge. You see, my forge is too small to accommodate this flail. Take the 200 coins, and let's have a drink later. I have 2 jars of wine. Li Datu, undeterred, suggested, why not let me flatten the flail for you? Lu, knowing the futility, pointed to a hammer. Go ahead, try if you can. Suddenly, a man interjected, stop him. That flail contains something valuable. Xinyan, Su Pete, raise her voice, hold. Her voice, soft and melodious, cut through the air. The men, noticing the carriage, turned to see the thick veil. Despite the discomfort of being observed, Yin remained composed. Xiao Si, stepping forward, declared, my lady is a third-rank consort. Do not stare. The men, recognizing the status, averted their eyes. Yin, satisfied, whispered to Xiao Si and handed him a silver note. Xiao Si, though puzzled, approached Li Datu, my lady, in her admiration for your valor, wishes to purchase the flail as a token of respect. Li Datu, dropping the flail, snatched the note. I never knew such good fortune existed. He struggled to read the note, but a bystander exclaimed, Li Datu, you've struck it rich. That's 100 taels. Li Datu, flustered, dropped the note. 100 taels. I can finally afford a house and a wife. His life, marked by hardship, had left him with little hope. This unexpected windfall, however, rekindled his dreams. Gazing at the silver notes and then at the distant carriage, Li Datu, for once, felt a rare sense of bashfulness. Not worth this much. In truth, he had only expected 2 taels, and the additional 20 taels were merely bluster, born of his discontent. Xiao Si subtly blocked Li Datu's view. Madam is a woman of great virtue. Any soldier who serves Liang is worthy of such generosity. Moreover, the countenance of the second lady is not for the casual gaze. At once, a chorus of approval rang out. They, who had long been scorned by the nobility, now felt a swell of pride. Only a few, in the shadows, regretted not bringing their own spoils, for the reward was a full 100 taels. Li Datu, still in disbelief, handed the cumbersome meteor hammer to Xiao Si, its weight causing the latter to stagger. Xiao Si, unaware of Shen Xinyan's true intentions, assumed it was an act of kindness and paid it no mind. Following Shen Xinyan's instructions, he turned to Lu the blacksmith. My mistress has some weapons that require repair. What is your price? This is quite heavy. Why would the second lady purchase such a crude weapon? Lu the blacksmith hastily bowed. What weapon does the noble wish to repair? I am but a humble craftsman, not skilled in the finer arts. Shouldn't the gentry seek the services of the Ministry of War for such tasks? Just then, Li Datu, with a sudden, joyous laugh, dashed towards the pawnshop. With his newfound wealth, he could now buy a house, marry, and start a family without delay. The onlookers, initially startled, watched enviously as Li Datu disappeared, marveling at his good fortune. Chapter 12. Buying joss paper for Yao Jinfeng. Xiao Si, composing himself, smiled faintly at Lu the blacksmith. Exuding the air of a servant from a noble household, my mistress merely wishes to repair some simple weapons. If you're willing to take the job, I will send the weapons shortly. In truth, he did not understand why his mistress would entrust the second master's weapons to such a humble shop, but he would obey her command. Cherry, too, was perplexed. Madam, don't we have our own people to maintain the second master's weapons? The hands of these blacksmiths are rough. What they damage them? These were specially left by the old general for the second master. At the mention of Yao Jinfeng, a flash of disdain crossed Shen Xinyan's eyes. No matter. Weapons are meant to be forged and tempered. It is better to bring them out into the light than to let them gather dust. Yao Jinfeng, a coward, is unworthy of such fine weapons. If they had a spirit, they would surely wish to be broken rather than serve such a master. After finalizing the details, Xiao Si returned to the carriage, holding the meteor hammer. Madam, it is settled. Shen Xinyan made room, placing the hammer. Well done. Xiao Si, modestly, scratched his head. I was just imitating the steward's manner. Shen Xinyan glanced at Cherry, who promptly handed Xiao Si 2 taels of silver. Be mindful of what you say upon returning. To ensure silence, silver is necessary. Xiao Si, however, pushed the silver back. Sister Cherry, I do not need the silver. Cherry, eyes narrowing, you find it insufficient? He appeared honest, but his greed was surprising. Xiao Si, abashed, rubbed the back of his head. Sister jests. How can I accept silver for serving the madam, especially when she has been so kind to me? Shen Xinyan, intrigued, This is interesting. Tell me more. She was unaware that anyone in the Yao household still remembered her kindness. Xiao Si, blushing, Madam, with your noble heart, has done many good deeds. Such small acts are easily forgotten. A few years ago, my hometown was ravaged by floods, and my parents sold my sister and me to a trafficker. The stewards, however, only wanted me, deeming my sister too young. The second lady, in her kindness, bought us both. Otherwise, I might never have found my sister again. Selling oneself is a desperate act, and had we been separated, my sister might have ended up in a brothel. I remember Madam's kindness. Shen Xinyan, recalling the event, smiled. I was moved by your devotion to your sister. How old is she now, and where does she serve? She remembered the first time the trafficker brought people for her to choose. Recently widowed, she was in a melancholic state, and Sherry suggested she select the servants to lift her spirits. Xiao Si then had clung to his sister, pleading and offering every auspicious word, and she, thinking the girl would fare poorly, took them both. The elder was sent to the outer courtyard, and the younger to assist. The household was not short of a meal. Xiao Si, speaking of his sister, his plain face alight. She is 7 now and helps in the flower garden. The manager, gee, says she learns quickly. Pride filled his voice. Before Shen Xinyan could respond, Amon interjected, it's them. Seeing Shen Xinyan's confusion, Amon explained, when the princess was angry with me, she expelled me, half-naked, back to the Yao household. The Yao family, knowing the Empress Dowager had grown weary of me, barred all from approaching and denied me clothing. When they cast me out, I had only a loincloth and a pair of undergarments. It was that little girl who gave me a dress. I put it on, but the girl was kicked by Yao Changsheng. Later, Cherry was sold to a brothel. I, once free, sought the child, only to learn she had died that night. Her organs ruptured. Her brother, seeking vengeance, was beaten to death. Ask if his name is Az. If so, it is them. A bitter taste filled Shen Xinyan's mouth. I haven't asked her name. Xiao Si, blushing. I have no name, only what my masters call me. At home, the teacher gave me the name Si, but everyone found it awkward, so they call me Xiao Si. My parents, though, loved us deeply. Selling us was to give us a chance. I still recall the famine, the streets filled with the dead. My grandparents, starving, ate dirt. My mother, emaciated, drank cold water. My father, to ensure the trafficker took us, lay under the wagon wheels. These memories gnawed at him, but at least he and his sister were alive. Amun, sighing, it is indeed them. I'll learn this story later. The dress was the last dignity I had. Shen Xinyan, sighing, you speak clearly. Would you be willing to work for me? You are reliable and clever, knowing when to act. You use this chance to reveal your past, showing your foresight. I need people I can trust in the Yao household. Xiao Si, eyes shining, I am honored, madam. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Shen Xinyan, smiling, work in the gatehouse for now. I will assign you tasks later. Xiao Si, eyes twinkling, quickly replied, yes, madam. I heard that yesterday. The second madam caused quite an uproar in the backyard, claiming that she held everyone's contracts of servitude in her hands. Judging by her current demeanor, it seems she is poised to make a significant move. However, those individuals have already sold themselves into servitude. Why can they not simply serve their master well instead of engaging in flattery and undermining one another? What do the old matriarch's preferences have to do with them? If they offend the second madam, they will ultimately suffer the consequences themselves. Shen Xinyan observed the young servant, understanding that she had likely guessed something. There is indeed a matter I need you to attend to. Lately, I have been dreaming of the second master frequently. I shall enter the palace shortly, so you must go and purchase more joss paper to burn for him when we return home. If he wishes to dwell among the dead, then let him endure a greater share of incense offerings. From now on, the Yao Jinfeng shall not extract even a single coin from her hands. In the Xinang Palace, the Empress Dowager was being attended to while enjoying music and performances. Upon learning of Shen Xinyan's arrival, she paused momentarily before quickly instructing Lady Wei to bring her in. What brings this girl to the palace? Surely, she must be facing some difficulty. Initially, the Empress Dowager held a deep affection for Shen Xinyan, for the Duke of Ning's residence had contributed significantly during the power struggle involving Emperor Qingze. The late emperor valued the legitimate heir from a prominent family, but regrettably, the crown prince succumbed to an illness. The late emperor permitted the then prince, Qingze, to govern while supporting the young crown prince. For years, the two, uncle and nephew, engaged in both open and covert battles for power. The late emperor not only refrained from intervening, but also secretly aided Qingze, in clearing obstacles in the court. Just as Chengza began to consolidate his power, the late emperor bequeathed the throne to the crown prince, leaving behind an edict that sanctioned the crown prince to eliminate Chengza. Chengza, already discontented, was further provoked by the crown prince's repeated attempts to usurp his military authority, prompting him to rise in rebellion under the pretext of purging the inner court, ultimately seizing the throne. During this tumultuous time, the old Duke of Ning remained a steadfast supporter of Chengza, even arranging for the duke's wife to smuggle Shen Xinyan out of the palace for safekeeping. He also brought the heir of the Duke of Ning to the capital to persuade Chengza to surrender, resulting in the tragic demise of the heir at the hands of an assassin. The chaos of that period left deep scars, contributing to the heir's untimely death. The Empress Dowager, reluctant to revisit those troubled times, nonetheless felt a special bond with Shen Xinyan due to their shared history. However, the girl could be quite stubborn. After being labeled a calamity, she retreated into seclusion. Shen Xinyan's inability to assert herself left the Empress Dowager at a loss. For while she held Shen Xinyan in high regard, she could not intrude upon the girl's household without her invitation. All she could do was bestow annual gifts to remind the Yao family that Shen Xinyan had her own support. After 3 years apart, Shen Xinyan's sudden visit to the palace could not help but suggest she faced some pressing issue. At the same time, a man cautioned her as they walked through the palace corridors. Distant relatives become estranged over time, and your situation is particularly precarious. The Empress Dowager has encountered countless women. No matter how you perform, it will inevitably seem insincere. It is crucial to present your worth now, as you must at least secure a reputation as a favored star. Shen Xinyan's voice trembled. Are you certain that the meteor hammer contains valuable treasures? She felt an unsettling anxiety. A man scoffed. Given your current predicament, what other course do you have besides taking a gamble? You lack a protector, and the inevitable outcome will be your complete exploitation. Have you considered why the Yao family waited 3 years to strike? Shen Xinyan kept her gaze downward as she continued toward the inner palace. It is due to the rewards. She was not naive. She simply had not thought of it before. During her first 2 years of marriage, the palace had consistently provided generous rewards during the festivals. The rewards of the first year were clearly chosen by the Empress Dowager herself, while those of the second year merely mirrored the first. However, this year's New Year's Eve rewards were noticeably diminished, evidently drafted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Dragon Boat Festival gifts were even more meager, clearly cobbled together from long-stored items. Such rewards were hardly significant, as few relied on them for sustenance, yet they revealed the Empress Dowager's attitude toward Shen Xinyan. Those within the palace were astute. A mere glance could convey volumes. Had the Empress Dowager mentioned Shen Xinyan even once in the past 6 months, the palace attendants would never have dared treat her so lightly. Shen Xinyan understood this, and surely the Yao family had also discerned the Empress Dowager's neglect, emboldening them to act at the Grand Princess's banquet. A man, seemingly satisfied, praised Shen Xinyan. Not bad. At least you're not completely foolish. Everyone in this world, from the lowest servant to the highest monarch, favors those who can be of use to them. Realizing a man was attempting to influence her perspective once more, Shen Xinyan sighed. Are you truly convinced that the hammer contains what the Empress Dowager desires? With the Emperor's vast wealth, what could the Empress Dowager possibly covet? Surely not the elixir of immortality? Shen Xinyan chuckled at her own thoughts, feeling her tension ease somewhat. A man continued to comfort her. Your current situation is dire. Think positively. If there is nothing of value inside, consider it merely a means to amuse the Empress Dowager. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Empress Dowager's Xinyan palace. The guiding eunuch informed them inside, and after a while, he returned. The second Madame Yao is requested to wait. The performance is not yet complete, and I dare not disrupt the Empress Dowager's enjoyment. Shen Xinyan quickly responded, It matters not. The peonies in the Empress Dowager's garden are in full bloom. I shall take this opportunity to admire the flowers while awaiting her return, which is indeed a delightful pastime. I apologize for the trouble this eunuch must endure. With that, Shen Xinyan retrieved a pouch from her sleeve and placed it into the guiding eunuch's sleeve. I have brought something of some weight. I hope this eunuch can take a moment to rest. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the young eunuch holding the meteor hammer. The guiding eunuch, feeling the weight of the pouch in his hand, smiled at Shen Xinyan. Second Madame Yao is too kind. This boy is fortunate indeed. He then waved his feather duster toward the young eunuch. All right, since Second Madame Yao has interceded on your behalf. You may place the item on that stone bench over there, lest you waste her good intentions." The young eunuch promptly expressed his gratitude to Shen Xinyan and the guiding eunuch before placing the item on the stone bench and standing dutifully to the side. After about half an hour, Lady Wei leaned close to the Empress Dowager's ear and mentioned that Shen Xinyan was still waiting outside. The Empress Dowager nodded. "Allow her to enter. If she has truly suffered any grievances, I shall assist her in addressing them." Hearing the Empress Dowager's indifferent tone, Lady Wei felt a pang of regret. After all, Shen Xinyan had served by the Empress Dowager's side for so long. How could she not recognize that one must carefully maintain relationships as they grow friendlier with use? Had Shen Xinyan made regular visits to pay her respects over the years, the Empress Dowager would not be so cold. After 3 years apart, Shen Xinyan felt a wave of sorrow upon seeing the Empress Dowager again. Immediately kneeling on the ground to bow 3 times, "Xinyan is unfilial. I have not paid my respect to the Empress Dowager in many years. I humbly ask for your punishment." A man's voice echoed in her ear. The Empress Dowager has grown white hairs. Although she has reclaimed everything that was rightfully hers, her identity prevents her from appearing before the Empress Dowager. After all, she had once been a child nurtured for several years, and there remains a semblance of affection. The Empress Dowager sighed. "You are such a stubborn child, having not entered the palace for 3 years." Shen Xinyan's heart swelled with profound sadness. Amplifying her emotions as she spoke with a quivering voice, "My lady mother said, I possess a misfortune that could disturb the Empress Dowager. So she kept me at home to maintain my husband's chastity. 3 days ago marked the completion of 3 years. I had intended to visit the palace yesterday to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. But my mother-in-law insisted that Xinyan take the young ladies of the household to the Long Princess's banquet for an introduction. Thus, Xinyan had no choice but to enter the palace today. After 3 years apart, upon seeing that the Empress Dowager remained as graceful as ever, Xinyan felt a sense of relief. Matters such as applying a medicine must be approached with utmost candor." Chapter 14. Amusing the Empress Dowager perceiving the underlying meaning in Shen Xinyan's words. The Empress Dowager scoffed. "I was unaware that the rules of the Yao family now surpass those of the imperial court." Clearly, Shen's purpose for entering the palace this time was to seek her assistance in reprimanding the Yao family. Very well, it appeared that this child had been driven to desperation. So a rebuke of the Yao household would suffice. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyan immediately lifted her head. "Your Majesty, please do not hold my mother-in-law accountable. As a daughter-in-law, it is my duty to serve her and heed her teachings. During these 3 years of widowhood, I have constantly worried for your Majesty, fearing that my fate might clash with yours. My visit today was solely to pay my respects, and now that I see your Majesty in good health, I am utterly content with no further desires." Listening to Shen Xinyan's heartfelt declaration, the Empress Dowager grasped her hand. "You silly girl." She had initially thought Shen had come to seek justice on her behalf, but to her surprise, after all these years, the girl remained as stubborn as ever. Enduring her grievances alone, Shen Xinyan then knelt at the Empress Dowager's knee. "Your Majesty." The two shared a tender conversation for a while, after which the Empress Dowager said, "Let me see if there have been any changes in you, my dear Shen." The moment those words left her lips, Shen Xinyan knew that the Empress Dowager's reservations towards her had significantly diminished. She promptly stood and twirled before the Empress Dowager as she had done when residing in the palace. "Your Majesty, look, I have grown quite a bit." The Empress Dowager chuckled. "This child, after growing older, has become even more mischievous. I still remember when you were in the palace, how you loved to measure your height beneath the pomegranate tree in the courtyard, only to check again if you had truly grown." Shen Xinyan responded with a smile and was about to head to the courtyard, but upon noticing the young eunuch kneeling beside her, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. "Having not paid my respects to your Majesty for many years, I momentarily lost myself in conversation and forgot about this." The Empress Dowager's gaze shifted to the meteor hammer in the eunuch's hand. What is this? If she was not mistaken, it appeared to be a weapon. Why would the Shen family bring a weapon into the palace? Shen Xinyan did not approach the meteor hammer, but instead turned to the Empress Dowager with a smile. "Before entering the palace, I encountered a soldier selling weapons. Seeing his plight, I bought this item. It is said to be foreign weaponry. The barbarians have little fine iron and often stuff strange things into their weapons. I thought it might amuse your Majesty to see what it contains." The Empress Dowager showed no interest in the object, shaking her head helplessly. You child. Why are you so reckless? Shen Xinyan then playfully tugged at the Empress Dowager's hand. Your Majesty, please take a look, just a glance, won't you? It's merely to understand the customs of the barbarians. Her approach was perfectly measured, endearing while not overstepping the Empress Dowager's boundaries, a skill honed over the last 3 years. Thankfully, the Empress Dowager's temperament had not changed. Otherwise, Xinyan might have inadvertently caused trouble. Had it not been for Amon warning her that opening the item without permission could stir up complications, she would not have felt the need to feign naivety before the Empress Dowager. There were many women in the palace, yet most concubines would present themselves as virtuous and demure before the Empress Dowager to avoid her displeasure. The princesses raised in such an environment adhered to rules as if measured by a ruler, though aware that Shen Xinyan was playfully indulging. The sight of her in a pale yellow gown, coupled with her exquisite features, still brought joy to the Empress Dowager. You, with such an impulsive nature, I wonder how you have managed as a daughter-in-law in the Yao household all these years. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyan's expression instantly turned somber. It is only because I see your Majesty in good spirits that I have allowed myself to be a bit audacious. Knowing that Shen Xinyan must have felt stifled, the Empress Dowager finally acquiesced to her suggestion. Gents, please have someone take this to the armory and have them open it for me, so Shen can see what peculiar items the foreigners have in their weapons. The Emperor, originally a formidable general, held great importance in weaponry and armor. Even now, he would personally lead troops in a battle every 2 or 3 years when supplies were ample, striving to expand the territory of Dalian. To facilitate the Emperor's assessment of weapon performance, a separate armory was established within the palace, making it convenient to send the meteor hammer there. Madame Wei acknowledged the command and was about to lead the young eunuch out, but before she could exit, she heard Shen Xinyan remind her from behind, "Please be careful. I have a feeling there is something valuable inside." Seeing that the Empress Dowager had not spoken, Madame Wei took it as tacit approval and replied cheerfully, "Yes, I shall personally supervise to ensure they are thorough." After sending off Madame Wei, the Empress Dowager continued conversing with Shen Xinyan until Zhang Mama brought over a bowl of calming soup. "Your Majesty, it is time for your rest." The Empress Dowager had been feeling weak lately, and after consultation with the Imperial Medical Bureau, a regimen of rest was prescribed, requiring her to take a brief respite each morning and afternoon. It was now time for her to rest. The Empress Dowager looked disdainfully at the bowl of medicine. The Imperial Medical Bureau is not very capable. They are skilled at forcing medicine down people's throats, yet there is little to show for it. Shen Xinyan gazed at the bowl. "Having not seen your Majesty for many years, allow me to serve you today." Seeing the Empress Dowager permit her offer, Zhang Mama handed the calming soup to Shen Xinyan. "Then we shall trouble Lady Yao." After finishing the bowl of medicine, the atmosphere between the Empress Dowager and Shen Xinyan grew increasingly harmonious. With the Empress Dowager holding Shen Xinyan's hand, "I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite cold-toad soup and chrysanthemum fish. We shall have lunch before you leave the palace." Noticing Zhang Mama's unwavering gaze upon her, Shen Xinyan smiled and nodded. "Of course, I shall remain to serve your Majesty during the meal. However, having not entered the palace for quite some time, I wish to gather some petals from the Imperial Garden to craft a flower pillow for your Majesty." The Empress Dowager drifted into reminiscence. "Indeed, when you were in the palace, the flower pillows you made were the most fragrant." Zhang Mama also breathed a sigh of relief. "I know that Lady Yao has not entered the palace for a long time, and the Empress Dowager can hardly get enough of her, but you must also take care of your health, or Lady Yao will be worried." Seeing that the Empress Dowager was being persuaded to rest, Shen Xinyan took some maidens with her to the Imperial Garden with a basket in hand. Besides peonies, the peonies in the garden were also flourishing beautifully. As Shen Xinyan prepared to pick some, she suddenly heard a commotion. "You little wretch, how dare you steal my spotlight in the main hall? With no one to protect you now, I shall see what you are capable of." Then came the sounds of fists and feet striking flesh, alongside the muffled groans of a boy in pain. Realizing that the main hall was where the princes studied, Shen Xinyan turned to leave, but Amon's voice called out, "Don't go. Let's take a look." Shen Xinyan thought, why would she go over while the princes were fighting? That would be courting disaster. Meanwhile, at the armory, Manager Li was speaking with Madame Wei. "Sister Wei, this matter is quite troublesome. Why not just smash it to make it easier?" They had been struggling for quite a while, and had only managed to soften a small piece. If they wanted to fully open it, it would likely take even more effort. Madame Wei shot him a glance. It seems you have become increasingly lazy since taking charge, even complaining about what the Empress Dowager desires. Manager Li slapped himself. How could I dare? I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Just as Madame Wei was about to respond, several craftsmen suddenly exclaimed, How is there a piece of fire cotton here? It seems to be wrapped around something. Let us see what it is. Fire cotton is used for insulation, and Madame Wei's heart raced as she stepped forward, wondering if Lady Yao had indeed brought something extraordinary. As soon as Wei Mama discerned the shape of the object, she fell to her knees with a thud, exclaiming, Oh, heavens! The second Madame Yao is truly remarkable. In the imperial study, Emperor Chengze was engaged in deliberations with his senior advisors. The discussions had reached an impasse, leading to a cacophony of voices as the attendees split into three factions. Just as the emperor prepared to sip his tea, his chief eunuch, Wang Hai, rushed into the hall, kneeling before the emperor with urgency. Your Majesty, rejoice. The emperor noticed his ministers cease their disputes, all eyes turning to the kneeling Wang Hai. With a disdainful snort, the emperor inquired, what matter could cause such a fluster? Wang Hai, a long-serving eunuch, seemed increasingly rash. The ministers shared the emperor's displeasure, for they were engrossed in state affairs and could not abide the intrusion of a mere eunuch. Under normal circumstances, Wang Hai would have offered apologies, but today, his face radiated uncontainable joy. Your Majesty, the imperial seal has been found. The imperial seal, a symbol of supreme authority crafted by the first unifier of the realm, bore the words mandate from heaven, longevity, and prosperity. It held profound significance, for it was said that whoever possessed the seal would command the loyalty of the people, embodying the will of heaven and wielding unparalleled power and status. It served as a validation of imperial sovereignty and a testament to one's identity. Despite the emperor's rule over the realm, he faced ridicule from scholars due to his usurpation of the throne from his nephew. Though he employed ruthless measures, eliminating dissenters, the voices of the populace remained unyielding. After years on the throne, murmurs of discontent persisted, and in times of calamity, accusations would arise, attributing the disasters to his usurpation, demanding he issue a decree of repentance. As the head eunuch, Wang Hai was acutely aware of the emperor's desires. Thus, upon receiving the news, he hurried to deliver the tidings, an event sure to delight the emperor. As Wang Hai had anticipated, the emperor sprang to his feet at the announcement, his sleeve brushing against the teacup, producing a clinking sound that echoed his turbulent heart. Is it true? The ministers, equally astounded, rose in unison, gazing at Wang Hai in disbelief. The imperial seal was of immense importance to any dynasty. Its presence signified the people's allegiance. Yet, the seal had been missing for over 2 centuries, lost long before the founding emperor claimed the throne. Speculations about its whereabouts abounded. Some believed it lay at the bottom of a lake. Others claimed it was lost beyond the borders, or even destroyed. To hear that it had resurfaced in the palace was astonishing. Li Zhongyu, the chancellor, was the first to regain composure, bowing respectfully to the emperor. The emergence of the imperial seal further affirms your majesty as the mandate of heaven. We pledge our unwavering loyalty. The other ministers quickly echoed his sentiment. We vow to follow your majesty unto death. With a booming laugh, the emperor commanded, bring forth the imperial seal at once. However, Wang Hai hesitated, revealing, your majesty, it is concealed within an iron sphere, and they are currently in the armory attempting to extract it. It may take some time. Delighted, the emperor replied, no matter, I shall go personally. Ensure that someone supervises their efforts closely. If there is even the slightest damage to the imperial seal, I will hold their entire clan accountable. As one who had seized the throne from his nephew, the emperor harbored doubts that a mere stone could authenticate his claim to be the people's rightful ruler. Yet, if the subjects were willing to believe in him, then he too would indulge in that belief. After all, who relishes being the subject of scorn? With the imperial seal in hand, he would be the legitimate sovereign ordained by destiny. Meanwhile, upon discovering the nature of the contents within the iron sphere, the steward, Li, trembled with fear. Wei Mama, this may not bode well for us. Knowing that the object could potentially be the imperial seal filled him with dread. Should it suffer any damage, his entire family would likely face dire consequences. Though he was a eunuch, his elder brother had adopted a son in his name, and he was unwilling to meet his end. Wei Mama, having regained her composure, reassured him, What great misfortune. This is your grand opportunity. Once the matter is resolved and the emperor is delighted, you may be promoted to an even better position. Li, with a pained expression, lamented, Wei mama, do not jest with me. He believed he had reached the pinnacle of his career, and while he might receive some rewards, a misstep could lead to his execution. As they spoke, a soft clink echoed from the other side. A craftsman had attempted to grasp the iron sphere, but had fumbled it. Li's voice rose in alarm. Foolish man, be gentle, gentle. Why use the tongs when you could use your hands? Observing the blazing furnace, the craftsman exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how to handle such heat. Following a man's suggestion, Shen Xinyan approached the source of the sound, while the palace maids exchanged glances but refrained from taking action. Shen, having not entered the palace for years and lacking favor with the Empress Dowager, chose to remain silent, fearing reproach for meddling. Perhaps their footsteps had startled someone hidden in the thicket, for Shen heard a faint whimper, as if someone had covered another's mouth. Deciding against advancing, she directed the maids from a distance. The Empress Dowager prefers flowers with subtle fragrances. Remember to collect those with large petals but mild scents. We must not tarry long, as she awaits my company for lunch. The maids acknowledged her instruction and dispersed to gather flowers, deliberately avoiding the area where the noise had originated. Clearly wary of attracting trouble, standing with her back to the thicket, Shen continued to direct the maids, sensing that they would not depart anytime soon. The rustling from the thicket indicated that the hidden individuals were likely retreating. Shen exhaled softly, amused at her own predicament. In her current state, merely preserving her own safety was a challenge, yet she fancied herself capable of aiding others. Perhaps she was losing her mind. When the silence persisted behind her, she discerned that they had likely moved on, and her shoulders relaxed slightly. Just then, a youthful voice called from behind. Why did you help me? As Shen turned to face the voice, she beheld a boy of tender years. His features diverged from those typical of the Liang dynasty. His deep-set eyes and prominent nose hinted at noble lineage, despite the bruises marring his face. She immediately bowed, addressing him. I pay my respects to the 17th prince. She recognized him as the sole descendant of the Chang princess, whose life was sacrificed during the tumultuous reign of Emperor Qingze. The Chang had once allied with the previous emperor to thwart Qingze, only to be relentlessly pursued to their royal court. Following their defeat, the Chang royal family had been nearly annihilated, and in a desperate bid for peace, they offered their princess, renowned for her beauty, in marriage to secure their lineage. Tragically, she perished shortly after childbirth. The boy before her was the last of the Chang bloodline and the most disregarded prince in Qingze's court. With a frosty demeanor, the 17th prince glared at Shen. Who commanded you to save me? Despite his dire circumstances, he refused to accept help from a mere woman, doubting that anyone would dare to harm him. Shen maintained her humble posture. Your Highness jest. As a lowly woman, I possess no such power. A man interjected. Tell him that if he desires to rise, he must not act recklessly but learn the art of concealment. Upon noticing a palace maid approaching, Shen Xinyan once again paid her respects to the 17th prince. A tree that stands out in the forest will be battered by the wind. Your Highness is wise and surely understands that in the palace, one can only rely on oneself for survival. I shall take my leave. In the palace, children without the protection of their mothers and their maternal clans seldom grow to adulthood. The 17th prince's survival could only be attributed to the fact that Emperor Qingze needed him alive. Her position was delicate, and it was best not to get entangled in palace affairs. After bidding farewell to the 17th prince, Shen Xinyan greeted the approaching palace maids. Let us return. The maids paid their respects to the 17th prince, and, carrying their baskets, they walked towards the Xinyan palace. The 17th prince, his gaze dark, watched their retreating figures. Was the woman advising him to remain inconspicuous? Shen Xinyan was puzzled by Amon's instructions to remind the 17th prince. If those words were to spread, I might not survive. Amon snorted, do not fret over things that have not happened. If someone asks, feign ignorance. When you have the means to be valued, your words will hold weight. But if you lack such means, even if you shout yourself hoarse, no one will listen. Though she knew Amon spoke the truth, Shen Xinyan found it piercing. Perhaps sensing her harsh tone, Amon softened, do not overthink it. This 17th prince will one day be no ordinary man. Shen Xinyan was taken aback. Could it be? Impossible. The thought of treason lingered on her lips, but she dared not voice it. The emperor valued lineage above all. How could he allow a child with foreign blood to ascend the throne? Amon sighed. What are you thinking? I mean that the 17th prince will be sent to his maternal kingdom next year to handle the affairs of the Chong tribe. If you plan to trade in the West, you will find this connection useful. That is why I advised you to form a good relationship with him. The 17th prince, having been bullied, had a twisted psyche and took pleasure in tormenting others. Shen Xinyan had suffered greatly because of his difficult nature. At the mention of trading to the West, Shen Xinyan fell silent. With such a vast world, she yearned to explore it and hoped that day would come soon. Sensing her mood, Amon comforted, "Do not worry, that day is not far off." Upon entering the Sinang palace, Shen Xinyan sensed an unusual atmosphere. Nurse Wei, beaming, approached and bowed. "Lady Yao has returned, and the Empress Dowager is waiting to speak with you." Nurse Wei's demeanor had completely changed. As a trusted attendant of the Empress Dowager, her every word and action reflected the Empress Dowager's sentiments. Shen Xinyan quickly deduced that the contents of the meteor hammer had been retrieved, and it was something the Empress Dowager needed. Though curious, she dared not ask Amon and followed Nurse Wei to the Empress Dowager's chambers. The Empress Dowager seemed in high spirits. As soon as Nurse Wei announced Shen Xinyan's arrival, her warm voice rang out, "Enough with the formalities, bring Xinyan in at once." Hearing the Empress Dowager's more intimate address, Shen Xinyan's heart, which had been tense since entering the palace, finally eased. Following Nurse Wei into the main hall, she was about to pay her respects when she noticed that not only the Empress Dowager, but also Emperor Chengze was present. Shen Xinyan immediately knelt and greeted them, knowing that the real test was just beginning. The emperor's temper was notoriously unpredictable, capable of smiling one moment and ordering a family's execution the next. Emperor Chengze, his expression stern, inquired, "I heard you brought a weapon into the palace today, requesting the artillery camp to open it and see what was inside. You even specifically instructed them to be careful. Is this true?" The reappearance of the imperial seal was a good omen, but he needed to know if Shen Xinyan was aware of its contents. If she had found it by chance, she was indeed fortunate. But if she had known all along, he would have to consider her motives. A long-lost object suddenly appearing in the hands of a woman and being brought to the palace raised suspicions. Shen Xinyan bowed her head and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I happened upon the object today. I felt a strange warmth in my heart, as if something inside needed to be revealed. I brought it to the palace to amuse the Empress Dowager. I apologize for disturbing her, and I am at fault." She then prostrated herself before Emperor Chengze. His fingers tapped the armrest, a habit of his when deep in thought. The Empress Dowager sipped her tea, and Shen Xinyan remained silent until the emperor spoke again. "Where did you get the weapon?" Shen Xinyan, still on the ground, replied, "It has been 3 years since my husband's passing. The weapon, neglected, had rusted. As his widow, I sought someone to repair it. I also sent a servant to purchase incense and paper money. They went to a blacksmith in the West, where they encountered a soldier selling the weapon. I, in a moment of compassion, bought it, not knowing its origin. I have sinned and asked for your Majesty's punishment." Emperor Chengze, having already verified her story, saw no discrepancies and relaxed. "You are fortunate. There are those born with good fortune, and Shen Xinyan's situation was not unusual." He gave a glance to the Empress Dowager, who immediately chided Nurse Wei. "How could you let Xinyan kneel on the ground? Help her up." Nurse Wei apologized, and Nurse Zhang helped Shen Xinyan to her feet. Though she stood, Shen Xinyan kept her head lowered, not daring to meet the emperor's gaze. Pleased by her humility, Emperor Chengze said, "I am pleased with what you have brought. What reward do you desire?" As the emperor, he felt the world belonged to him and saw no need to thank a woman for what was already his. However, Shen Xinyan's role in retrieving the imperial seal deserved recognition, even if it could not be publicly acknowledged. The Empress Dowager encouraged Xinyan, since the emperor has asked, "Speak your mind." Emperor Chengze, though relaxed, watched her closely. If she knew about the seal, she must have a request. Shen Xinyan, too, was deep in thought. She desired justice. She wanted the emperor to punish Yao Jinfeng, who had deceived her. She wanted retribution for those who had wronged her. She wanted to leave the Yao family and return to the Ningwa Duke's mansion. After a long pause, Emperor Chengze prompted, "Speak your wish, Shen Xinyan." She lifted her head. Her eyes slightly red. "Your Majesty, I am currently managing the household in the general's mansion, but I lack capable help. I humbly request 2 competent individuals to assist me with the household affairs. I beg your Majesty to grant this request." No, Amon was right. It was not the time to seek justice. Although she was unaware of the contents concealed within that iron ball, The mere fact that His Majesty would appear in the Empress Dowager's Xinyan palace indicated that it must be of utmost significance to him. Yet despite this, His Majesty continued to harbor suspicions towards her, as she held no value in his eyes. In his early years, while leading his troops, he stumbled over a tree root, which fortuitously allowed him to evade a cold arrow. After ascending to the throne, he had that root relocated to the palace and bestowed upon it the title of loyal and brave lord, assigning dedicated personnel to carefully tend to it. In contrast, she was regarded as lesser than even that tree root, perhaps not even worthy of the attention of the one who cared for it. The Emperor of Chengze did not anticipate that Shen Xinyan would make such a request, his voice laced with hesitation. Do you wish for me to appoint 2 palace attendants for you? The marriage to the Shen family had been his decree. Yet he had not foreseen that the second son of the Yao family would perish on the battlefield. Naturally, the emperor felt no remorse regarding the marriage. But the sight of Shen Xinyan suggested that her life in the Yao residence was not as content as one might expect. Should Shen Xinyan ask for too much, the emperor might not express his displeasure aloud, but it would likely linger in his heart, potentially leading to his disdain for her. Now, with Shen Xinyan requesting only 2 palace attendants, the emperor felt a twinge of discomfort, as if she perceived him as a miserly monarch. The Empress Dowager wisely interjected, "My dear child, you have always been sensible since childhood, though perhaps a touch too mild-mannered. Now that you are a bride, it is indeed different from the past, and you ought to have someone to guide you." With that, she turned to the emperor. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" implicitly urging him to acquiesce. For in the hearts of men, all women are perceived as obedient and charming, meant to be admired quietly, without delving into the intrigues of the inner court. Seeing the Empress Dowager's agreement, the emperor paused, then instructed, "Wang Hai, consider from where we might suitably assign 2 individuals." Wang Hai, a shrewd individual, recognized that since Shen Xinyan had achieved great merit, the emperor could not bestow lavish rewards, so he sought to compensate from another avenue. However, Shen Xinyan's request for 2 attendants was almost an implicit acknowledgement of her struggles in the inner chambers. Knowing the Empress Dowager wished to elevate Shen Xinyan, Wang Hai pondered, "Your Majesty, since the second lady of the Yao family requires assistance, might we first assign 1 officer and 1 attendant from the palace authority to aid in the management of the household? Once the affairs of the Yao residence are sorted, we can return those 2 individuals. The palace authority oversees the regulation of court officials and is responsible for the punishment of palace attendants. The officer and attendant hold ranks, one at the 6th grade and the other at the 7th. By placing these 2 beside the second lady of the Yao family, not only would they facilitate communication from within the palace, but they would also restrain the household from mistreating her. Thus, they would not only provide support, but also serve as a protective shield." The emperor nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Since this is what Shen Xinyan desires, let us fulfill her wish." The Empress Dowager continued, "When you married, you should have been accompanied by 2 individuals. It is merely a matter of rectifying that oversight. Nothing more. Think again. Is there anything else you wish for?" Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Shen Xinyan contemplated earnestly. It was now certain that the item was of great importance to the emperor, and if she continued to refuse, he might suspect her of harboring inappropriate intentions, leading to an unfavorable outcome. Just as she was deep in thought, a man's voice chimed in. "We need land, mountains, estates, and manpower. Later, we should seek quality seeds and crops, all of which will be beneficial for you in the future. Although the Duke of Ning's estate has its own plots, they only yield enough for sustenance, and more would be lacking. It would be wiser to acquire skilled farmers, as the tasks ahead cannot be accomplished without their aid." Shen Xinyan replied, "Very well." Encouraged by a man, she raised her gaze to the emperor. "I humbly request some land for cultivation, and if possible, some additional manpower." The emperor frowned slightly. "Do you wish for fiefdom?" Shen Xinyan's ambition was quite bold for a mere county princess. Such a favor was not out of reach. It could not be granted at this moment, lest the matter of the imperial jade seal be exposed. Shen Xinyan quickly clarified, "I do not desire a fief, but I have always been interested in agriculture, yearning for the simplicity of rural life. If I could have some mountainous and sloped land, I would like to experiment with growing various crops, and it would be even better with some skilled hands." A noblewoman wishing to farm. The emperor's eyes narrowed, as if assessing the truth of Shen Xinyan's words. Yet, the Empress Dowager nodded in approval. The late emperor once said, "The sustenance of the people, the salaries of officials, and the armor of soldiers are all derived from the land, cultivated bit by bit. Your thoughts are commendable. Afterward, the Empress Dowager cast a glance at Wang Hai, who respectfully responded, "There are over 80 acres of land in the western suburbs of the capital, which were used by your majesty for military training in the past. However, it has been neglected for a long time and may be difficult to manage. The expanse of land was substantial, connected to a mountain range. Yet due to years of neglect, it might not be suitable for farming." The emperor appeared to recall that vast area, contemplating, that place. The consort also mentioned it recently, expressing a desire to build a villa there for the sixth prince. A man exclaimed with excitement, "Quickly agree, that land is connected, ample in size, and perfectly suited for anything." Shen Xinyan promptly bowed to the emperor. "I thank your majesty for your generosity." The key was to express gratitude swiftly, ensuring the emperor could not refuse. The emperor had not anticipated Shen Xinyan's promptness, yet seeing her joyful demeanor, he acquiesced. "In that case, let the agricultural department assign some trained personnel to you. I shall observe what rare crops you can cultivate." Joy radiated from Shen Xinyan. "I thank your majesty for your kindness, but I also wish to request a promise from you." Chapter 18. Yao Jinning's mischief, having requested 2 items in succession, neither of which irked the emperor, upon hearing Shen Xinyan's desire for a promise. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Speak." This, he realized, was Shen Xinyan's true intent. Lowering her head, her voice cautious, she said, "I currently rely on your majesty and the Empress Dowager for my well-being, and I hope to repay your majesty and honor the Empress Dowager in the future. I aspire to engage in commerce and wish for 70% of my future profits to be devoted to your majesty and the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager chuckled at Shen Xinyan's words. "Your majesty, this girl intends to involve you in business." It seemed a pity for her, driven to seek a supporting hand. The emperor could only chuckle in response. "You are quite confident. As for the division, I shall grant you a token that signifies my personal endorsement. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply display it. However, it must not be misused, or I shall revoke it without hesitation." If Shen Xinyan had pleaded, he would have denied her, but now, with her 3 practical requests, he felt indebted. A mere token, he thought, could serve as additional protection for her. Everyone believed Shen Xinyan was jesting, dismissing her intention to engage in business with the emperor as mere humor. Aware of their disbelief, Shen Xinyan lowered her gaze. Filled with exhilaration, she genuinely enjoyed commerce and possessed some capability. With a man's assistance, she believed that in time, no one would regard her words today as a laughing matter. The emperor, suppressing his amusement, no longer wore the previous stern expression. "Since you are keen on alleviating my burdens, I shall not treat you lightly. Today, I will reward you with 2 additional attendants." Shen Xinyan looked up in confusion. She had already received considerable benefits. Yet unexpectedly, there was more to come. As she pondered, the emperor instructed Wang Hai, "Fetch Bingjie and Bingrong." Wang Hai's face displayed surprise, yet he complied with the emperor's command and exited to summon them. Emperor Chengzi jested with Shen Xinyan, saying, "Bingjie and Bingrong are shadow guards trained in the palace since childhood. Today, I bestow them upon you. Meet them first. In the coming days, they will find a way to enter your residence and protect you discreetly. With these 2 by your side, the Shen family should no longer be as timid as they are now, shrinking at the mere mention of the Yao family." Shen Xinyan was overjoyed. Shadow guards were top-tier experts, cultivated from a young age by the royal family, possessing not only formidable martial skills, but also unique talents that could not be bought with gold. Now, with the emperor directly granting her 2 shadow guards, she could finally set aside her worries about safety. After lunch, Shen Xinyan left the palace with the 2 female officials. Unlike her previous walk, the Empress Dowager, concerned for Shen Xinyan's comfort, provided her with a carriage to take her to the palace gates, stating that in the future, Shen Xinyan could use the palace carriage whenever she entered or exited the palace. This visit had indeed yielded significant rewards. Aware that this was likely the result of her presenting that item, Shen Xinyan couldn't help but ask a man what exactly was in there that made his majesty value it so highly. She had initially thought it was already excellent to receive 2 palace maids, enough to deter the Yao family from acting against her. She never expected the emperor to be so generous, granting her 2 ranked female officials, 2 shadow guards, 80 acres of land. A waste token as if the emperor himself had visited and several skilled caretakers of the land. It was undeniable that this haul far exceeded her expectations. With these provisions, not only was her life assured, but she was also armed to the teeth. If she could still be bullied under such circumstances, she might as well hang herself with a rope. A man, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke slowly. What you received is the imperial seal. Shen Xinyan's smile, which she could hardly contain, froze on her face, and her lips trembled involuntarily. Such a rare treasure. No wonder His Majesty was so cautious in his inquiries. If she were in his position, she too would suspect the one presenting the treasure of having ulterior motives. Had she known it was such a divine object, she would have exercised far more caution. Noticing Shen Xinyan's dazed expression, a man sighed. The reason I didn't tell you is that I was worried you might give away your surprise. Our emperor is not easily deceived. Shen Xinyan struggled to steady her breath. In my previous life, was the imperial seal discovered by the military households? She was eager to know if she had usurped someone else's opportunity. A man's tone turned grave. In the last life, the imperial seal was shattered and its fragments scattered everywhere. When a city patrol discovered the incident and reported it to the court, the emperor, in his fury, caused a massacre of millions, leaving rivers of blood in the streets. This incident had wide-reaching consequences and obscured the Yao family's actions against her. Had it not been for this, she wouldn't have remembered it so vividly. Shen Xinyan felt somewhat reassured. That is good to know. She recalled that if she hadn't shouted in time, that brute's hammer would have struck down. But thankfully everything had been timely. While Shen Xinyan was lost in thought, the two female officials were quietly observing her. The two officials, Lu Xijing and Lin Dianjing, had entered the palace as children and had lived there for over a decade. Lu Xijing, now 26, could have been released from the palace last year, but, having no relatives left, requested an extension to remain. She was serious and rarely smiled, perhaps due to her long-standing stern demeanor, which had left fine lines between her brows. In contrast, 22-year-old Lin Dianjing spoke softly, always wearing a gentle smile, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Shen Xinyan sensed that Lin Dianjing might be more challenging to deal with than Lu Xijing. However, such matters were irrelevant to her. For Emperor Qingze had decreed that the two would accompany Shen Xinyan and assured them that as long as they performed their duties well, their rank and salary would remain unchanged, with a future promotion upon returning to the palace. This alone guaranteed their unwavering loyalty to Shen Xinyan. As Shen Xinyan exited the palace, she happened upon the anxious Cherry and Xiao Si waiting at the gates. Upon seeing Shen Xinyan emerge in a carriage, Cherry immediately understood that Shen Xinyan had regained the Empress Dowager's favor and joyfully approached her. Madam. Before she could reach Shen Xinyan, she noticed the two officials in official attire behind her. Cherry halted, asking, Madam, who are these ladies? Shen Xinyan introduced them, and upon learning they were 6th and 7th rank officials, Cherry felt as if she had shrunk 3 sizes. The two officials, understanding that upon entering the Yao residence, the second Madam Yao would be their mistress, realized that their status was meant to intimidate outsiders rather than create difficulties for the second Madam. Considering that Cherry was Shen Xinyan's personal maid and they would be working together, the two officials politely exchanged formal greetings with her. Seeing their actions, Shen Xinyan felt reassured. They were indeed astute individuals from the palace who required no prompting. The two officials exuded an impressive presence, even silencing Xiao Si, who quietly drove the carriage back to the Yao residence. The carriage smoothly entered the general's residence, and as Shen Xinyan walked toward her courtyard, she recounted the situation within the residence to the two officials. As they reached the pond in the garden, they heard Yao Jinning's feeble voice. Second sister-in-law, you're finally back. Shen Xinyan turned to see Yao Jinning, looking frail, leaning against Xiao Ji, her eyes filled with tears as she gazed at Shen Xinyan. Second sister-in-law, Jinning has realized her mistakes. Grandmother has punished me. I beg for your forgiveness. Chapter 19. Understanding Power. As Yao Jinning spoke, she knelt before Shen Xinyan. Realizing Yao Jinning was attempting to create a scene again, Shen Xinyan stepped closer to help her up, but unexpectedly, Yao Jinning suddenly leaned back toward the pond. Second sister-in-law, why are you pushing me? Seeing Yao Jinning about to fall into the pond, Shen Xinyan quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Discovering she had not fallen, Yao Jinning immediately began to sob. Second sister-in-law, I only wanted to apologize. Why must you be so cruel to me? Shen Xinyan released Yao Jinning's hand, pushing her to the ground. To threaten me with your life. Yao Jinning, Your tactics are too crude. Xiaoji knelt beside Yao Jining, crying pitifully. Second madam, I know you harbor misunderstandings toward Our Lady, but how could you push her? She's still injured. The two, resembling two wronged little quails, clung to each other, weeping. Lin Dianjing exchanged glances with Lu Xijing, and seeing Lu Xijing remain silent, she stood quietly behind Shen Xinyan. They were new arrivals and needed time to adjust. Until they understood Shen Xinyan's temperament, they would follow her commands. Shen Xinyan gazed at Yao Jining, who was kneeling on the ground, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom while repeatedly apologizing. You claim that I pushed you. Do not think I did not notice the shadow flitting by the corner gate. Someone must have rushed to inform those who should know about this. A man then appeared with her familiar sarcastic tone. See, this is the result of your insistence on principles. They're doing everything possible to harm you. Initially torn between whether to eradicate the threat entirely, Shen Xinyan finally made up her mind and leaned in to instruct Cherry. Cherry, momentarily surprised, quickly took Shen Xinyan's token and turned to head toward the back door. Shen Xinyan looked at Yao Jining. You and I have no vested interests. Why do you insist on making things difficult for me? Yao Jining raised her head, looking at Shen Xinyan with resentment. If it weren't for you causing my second brother's death, I would now be the general's sister, enjoying a better future, instead of being a concubine's daughter of a fourth-rank official. Shen Xinyan's expression turned understanding. So, you blame your father in your heart, feeling he is useless? Yao Jining never anticipated that Shen Xinyan would steer the conversation towards Yao Changcheng. Do not evade the issue. Were it not for you, my family would be thriving. If you possess even a shred of shame, you should hasten to your demise and serve as a sacrifice for my elder brother. Both women frowned simultaneously, recalling that Yao Jining was merely a concubine's daughter, yet dared to treat her sister-in-law with such disdain. Clearly, Yao Erfu's life in the Yao household was exceptionally arduous. Shen Xinyan's gaze shifted from complex emotions to a calm demeanor. So you would rather feign drowning to ensnare me? Yao Jining revealed a sinister smile. Shen Xinyan, this is the Yao family. If I declare you at fault, then you are indeed at fault. Even if mother comes to inquire later, I shall report the truth. Shen Xinyan nodded. Since this accusation must rest upon my shoulders, you may as well descend into the water. She had been too accommodating in the past, allowing a mere concubine's daughter to trample upon her dignity, and that was her folly. With that, she lifted her foot and kicked Yao Jining's shoulder, sending her directly into the pond. The incident unfolded too swiftly. Xiaoji gasped in alarm and attempted to rush forward to save her, but was firmly restrained by Lu Xijing. Upon realizing Shen Xinyan's intent, Lin Dianjing also leaped into the water, subduing Yao Jining to prevent her from surfacing. Although the plan was for her to feign drowning to frame Shen Xinyan, the situation had taken an unexpected turn, and Yao Jining, caught off guard, truly choked on several mouthfuls of water. Struggling to keep her head above water, Yao Jining glared at Shen Xinyan with fury and resentment. Have you lost your mind, daring to treat me this way? In the next moment, Shen Xinyan pressed her head back under the water, her voice echoing in Yao Jining's ears. I merely wish to live in peace, yet you insist on being aggressive. Do you truly believe a mere feather can soar to the heavens? As the air dwindled, Shen Xinyan's foot finally lifted. Lin Dianjing grasped Yao Jining's hair, helping her raise her head. Yao Jining coughed up the water from her nose, struggling to utter a few words. How dare you? Observing Shen Xinyan's unchanged expression, Lin Dianjing pressed Yao Jining's head back under the water. Having once performed such duties in the palace, she had grown somewhat rusty since her promotion to a higher rank. Shen Xinyan's foot came to rest once more upon Yao Jining's head. I can indeed dare, for you are clearly ungrateful. Let me show you what power truly means. Publicly, I am not only your sister-in-law, but also the wife of a third-rank general and a lady of the court. How dare a mere concubine's daughter show me disrespect? That is your first mistake. Privately, since marrying into the Yao family, I have cared for you greatly, and all your daily provisions derive from my dowry. It is one thing to be ungrateful, but to constantly conspire against me, that is your second mistake. Xiao Ji, held firmly by Lu Xijing, nearly cried out in desperation. Unfortunately, the household servants had been sent away by Yao Jining long ago. Even if they heard the commotion, they dared not intervene. Having been warned and understanding the stakes involved, they were loyal to the old matriarch, and as long as she protected them, Yao Erfu could do nothing. After all, mere filial piety was enough to keep Yao Erfu in check. with the servants turning a blind eye. Yao Jining was submerged repeatedly by Shen Xinyan until she was barely conscious, at which point Lin Dianjing tossed her onto the shore. Yao Jining's vision blurred, gasping for air. Yet Shen Xinyan's voice rang clear in her ears. Your third mistake, the most grievous of all, is your ignorance of your own limitations. For the first time in her life, she felt the power that a man had spoken of. In truth, it was a rather exhilarating sensation. Just as Shen Xinyan was about to utter more, a figure hurriedly approached and knelt at her feet with a thud. Second madam, the fourth miss knows her wrongs. Please spare her. The newcomer was none other than Yao Jining's biological mother, Lu Yinyang. Lu Yinyang appeared quite flustered, her hair disheveled behind her like a madwoman. She had just overheard that someone had reported Yao Jining's mishap to Yao Lisher. Upon learning that Shen Xinyan had acted violently against Yao Jining, Yao Lisher had turned back to the main courtyard. Every mother cherishes her daughter. How could the fourth miss not comprehend that no matter how she ingratiated herself, she could not win the favor of the matriarch? The matriarch intended to use the fourth miss's life to punish Shen Xinyan, along with that deceitful old woman, Yao Qian, who always sowed discord. Every thought of the treacherous Yao household made Lu Yinyang despise her incompetent father, who had cast her into this den of wolves for a trivial benefit, were it not for her own shortcomings. The fourth miss would not have been incited by that malicious woman to seek her own advancement. Lu Yinyang, after all, was a concubine of Yao Changcheng, and now her act of kneeling and pleading only served to underscore her own arrogance. Shen Xinyan sidestepped, but a reprimand rang in her ears. Shun, how dare you humiliate a concubine? Chapter 20. The pitiful Lu Yinyang Shen Xinyan looked up to see that the speaker was Yao Changcheng. At this hour, he should have been deliberating matters at the official court. Why was he present in the back garden? If she was not mistaken, Yao Changcheng's hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his clothing bore traces of water. Shen Xinyan instinctively took 2 steps back. Daughter-in-law greets father. In such a disheveled state, Yao Changcheng must have just emerged from some concubine's quarters. Was there anyone of sound mind left in the Yao household? Yao Changcheng waved his sleeve dismissively at Shen Xinyan. Your actions have become increasingly unruly, should outsiders learn of this. They might suspect I have failed to uphold the family values of the general's household. Lu Yinyang had turned to cling to Yao Changcheng's leg. Master, please save the fourth Mississippi. The second madam is so ruthless that she intends to drown her. Hearing Lu Yinyang's pitiful sobs, Yao Changcheng's gaze fell upon Yao Jining. But he first noticed Lin Dianjing in her official lady's attire. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes as he then observed Lu Xijing, who was holding Xiao Ji firmly in place. These were ladies of rank from the palace. Why were they at Shun's side? Rumors had circulated that Shun had entered the palace today. Could it be that the emperor and the empress dowager had bestowed some favor upon her that allowed these two to convey messages? Yao Changcheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his mind racing. He was not oblivious to his mother's intentions. However, expenses on the Jin Feng side had been escalating, and Shun had a penchant for hoarding wealth. While she claimed to be supplementing the household's needs, in reality, she was tightly clutching the purse strings. It was not only his mother who was dissatisfied. He too harbored grievances against Shun. What kind of family does a father take a concubine and then ask his daughter-in-law for money? How could he maintain his dignity under such circumstances? If Shun were truly filial, she would voluntarily present a substantial sum to prevent him from having to scrape together funds to support a favored concubine. Thus, Yao Changcheng held a long-standing disfavor towards Shun and concurred with his mother's approach. Shun's downfall would benefit the Yao family, allowing him to remain an observer without needing to intervene directly, and, at times, he could even lend a hand. As for Yao Lisher, that ignorant fool, his mother had said the current situation was unique. With Yao Lisher in the forefront, it was quite suitable, especially since Yao Lisher was oblivious to the Jin Feng matters and was deeply resentful of Shun, making it convenient to use her as a scapegoat. Yet, why had 2 ladies from the palace appeared by Shun's side? What was their purpose for coming to the general's residence? Or was it possible that the Empress Dowager did not truly despise Shen? This was not encouraging news. He needed to swiftly devise a strategy with his mother. Noticing Yao Changcheng's silence, Lu Yinyang clung desperately to his leg, weeping earnestly. Master, please save the fourth miss. She is frail and cannot withstand this cruelty. Yao Changcheng lifted his foot and kicked Lu Yinyang aside. You are merely a concubine. Instead of aiding the matriarch in raising her daughter properly, you indulge Yao Jinning's antics, disrupting the household's peace. How can I tolerate you? Lu Yingyang had been by Yao Changqing's side long enough to understand his temperament. Upon hearing his words, she realized he intended to quell the situation. Regardless of Yao Changqing's motivations, Lu Yingyang could not afford to escalate matters further. After all, she was growing older, with only one daughter, and could not afford to lose Yao Changqing's favor. Upon reflecting, Aunt Lu covered her face with a handkerchief and wept sorrowfully while holding Yao Jinning. It is all my fault. I came from a poor background and have burdened the fourth miss, causing her to be overlooked at home. Fourth miss, I am truly sorry. Seeing that Aunt Lu no longer demanded justice, Yao Changqing coldly remarked to Shen Xinyan, Shun, I know you enjoy the commotion and do not wish to uphold Jin Feng's virtue. However, since you have married into the Yao family, you ought to adhere to its customs. Ever since you entered this household, the family has been indulgent, recognizing the difficulties you face. Yet, instead of appreciating their kindness, you have stirred unrest, disrupting our peace. When will you temper this haughty disposition of yours? Yao Changqing, wielding his elder status, firmly occupied the moral high ground, chastising Shen Xinyan for allegedly causing trouble in the Yao household instead of honoring Jin Feng's virtue. With the power of words, he anticipated Shen Xinyan would be unable to prove her innocence. If she defended herself, it would be seen as disrespectful to her elders. If she remained silent, it would imply her acceptance of his accusations. Thus, he would not allow himself to lose face before the two female officials. Shen Xinyan did not respond to Yao Changqing, but instead performed a respectful gesture. As your daughter-in-law, I shall heed my father's teachings, ensuring to act with caution henceforth, so as not to disturb the tranquility of the household. Since Yao Changqing claimed she disrupted the peace of the Yao residents, she would afford them silence. Yao Changqing looked at Shen Xinyan with confusion, sensing an underlying message in her words. Yet, her submissive demeanor suggested no ulterior motives, prompting him to dismiss the matter and leave, intending to inform his mother about the two female officials accompanying Shen Xinyan and to discuss how to address the situation. As Yao Changqing departed, Aunt Lu's voice was tinged with sorrow. My lord, my lord. Once he had walked away, Shen Xinyan quietly stood behind Aunt Lu. Are you planning to continue weeping, or shall we first take the fourth miss back to rest? Her concern for the mother and daughter was nominal. Her shoes and socks were wet, as was much of Lin Dianjing's official attire, rendering them uncomfortable and improper, necessitating prompt attention. Knowing she could not summon Yao Changqing back, Aunt Lu, with tear-filled eyes, pleaded with Shen Xinyan. Second madam, I beseech you, have mercy on us. For the fourth miss has truly recognized her mistakes. Shen Xinyan smiled at Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, you misinterpret my intentions. I harbor no grievances against fourth sister. Thus, there is no question of mercy. Please rise. The spring wind is chilly, and we must be cautious not to catch a cold. The women of the Yao family were not to be trifled with, and Aunt Lu certainly exemplified someone who could endure and bend. Aunt Lu's eyes darted. Was Shen Xinyan threatening her? Yao Jinning, having regained her composure, suddenly burst into tears. Aunt Lu, Shen Xinyan wants to kill me. She wants to kill me. Historically, she had often bullied Shen Xinyan, who had always endured with a facade of patience. Who would have thought this woman would begin to act irrationally, as if possessed? Aunt Lu comforted Yao Jinning. Do not fear, do not fear. Aunt Lu is by your side. The three of them huddled closely together, appearing as three pitiable souls wronged. Observing their plight, Shen Xinyan offered an apologetic smile to the two female officials. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please follow me. She then bypassed Aunt Lu and the two, making her way toward her own quarters. Yao Jinning, utterly terrified, shrank into Aunt Lu's embrace, trembling. Aunt Lu, save me. Surely, Shen Xinyan was possessed by an evil spirit. No, she herself was the malevolent spirit. Aunt Lu gently stroked Yao Jinning's back. Fear not. I shall ensure you find your peace. Typically, the frictions among the younger generation were mere play, but since Shen Xinyan dared to harm her daughter, she would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Chapter 21. The predicament of Yao Lishur as soon as Shen Xinyan changed out her damp garments. Someone reported that Yao Lishur summoned her. Aware that the visitor bore ill intentions, Shen Xinyan sighed helplessly to Lu Xijing. There are many trifling matters at home. I apologize for the disturbance. Lu Xijing, having spent considerable time in the palace, had witnessed various intrigues and was unfazed. He merely chuckled in agreement and followed Shen Xinyan toward the main courtyard. Observing Shen Xinyan's tense demeanor, a man lazily remarked, "The more anxious you appear, the less they will take you seriously." The purpose of these two female officials is to assist you with household matters while you remain in the general's residence. Can you not relax a bit? Being anxious indicated that Shen Xinyan still cared about the Yao family, which was not what a man wished to see. Shen Xinyan whispered in response, "Just the thought of this family deceiving me, plotting against me, and coveting my dowry makes me feel repulsed." She longed to plunge a knife into these villains. Remembering that this would be her first visit to the Yao family women after learning the truth about Yao Jinfeng's feigned death, a man softened her tone. "Do not confine your thoughts solely to the Yao family. With these two female officials, you can temporarily set aside household affairs and focus on making money." Shen Xinyan expressed her confusion. "You have been urging me to earn money. Do you believe my current finances are insufficient?" She was aware that she possessed not only her dowry, but also monthly income from the shops and estates under the Duke of Ning's name, amounting to at least 30 to 40,000 taels. Thus, she did not understand why a man was so insistent on her financial endeavors. After a moment of silence, a man finally disclosed, "The emperor is set to wage war again, but after just 2 months, the southern regions have been afflicted by flooding, leading to a shortage of supplies. The emperor's recent campaign resulted in a Pyrrhic victory, and for the next decade, he shall refrain from further military engagements. This is the greatest regret in his heart. If you wish to elevate your status, you must swiftly amass wealth, as it will soon prove advantageous." Emperor Chengze was a bellicose ruler, determined to expand the territories of the Liang, firmly believing that all land worthy of being inscribed on maps ought to belong to him. Thus, he undertook expeditions every few years, delegating state affairs to the crown prince. This was also a reason for the chronic underfunding of the national treasury. Although there had been speculation regarding the emperor's propensity for warfare, confirmation through a man's words rendered her silent. Sustaining a war required a monumental sum. She could only wonder how much she must contribute to gain the emperor's favor and prove her worth. Sensing Shen Xinyan's growing tension, a man gently reassured, "Do not overthink. The war is still months away. Your current priority is to accumulate resources. Tomorrow, have someone procure various travelogues. I will guide you on which ones are useful. In a few days, valuable items will pass through the capital. It would not be too far-fetched for you to seek them out with a catalog." Emperor Chengze was a deeply suspicious man. She needed to dispel all his doubts while assisting Shen Xinyan in achieving her status. As she conversed with a man, Shen Xinyan continued her pace and soon arrived at Yao Lishi's quarters. Upon the low greeting from Yao Lishi's personal maid, "Ziso, the second madam has arrived." A teacup flew from the main room, shattering at Shen Xinyan's feet. Following this, Yao Lishi unleashed her fury. "Shen, how dare you harm my half-sister? Have I been too lenient with you?" Shen Xinyan calmly stepped over the broken pieces, respectfully bowing to Yao Lishi. "Mother, what has incited such anger? Your daughter-in-law is quite alarmed." Yao Lishi's finger nearly poked Shen Xinyan's face. "Shen, I have shown you compassion, allowing you to remain in mourning so soon after your marriage, treating you with care and never being harsh, even refraining from blaming you for the death of my son. Yet, you have disrupted the peace of the entire family. Is this your way of repaying my kindness?" She had hoped Shen Xinyan would pose a significant threat to Yao Jining, providing her with a legitimate reason to confront Shen Xinyan. However, she found Shen Xinyan lacking in capability. Shen Xinyan lowered her gaze. "Mother, please do not be angry. I had no such intention." Had she not been harsh? Indeed, people often prefer to deceive with their eyes wide open. Shen Xinyan's humility did not appease Madame Yao Li. Rather, it stoked her ire even further. "Upon marrying you, there were those who advised me against taking an parentless orphan, claiming that she would lack proper upbringing and manners. It seems they were right, for your behavior has become increasingly insufferable." She detested Shen's indifferent demeanor. It was evident that Shen's actions had led to the demise of her son, yet she presented herself as the victim. Were it not for the patriarch restraining her from confronting Shen, she would have relished the opportunity to cast Shen into a coffin to accompany her son in death. Thankfully, the patriarch has now come to terms with matters. Although years were lost, her beloved Jinfeng would no longer be lonely in the future. Seeing Madame Yao Li insist on pressing the issue, Lu Xijing stepped forward and bowed to her respectfully. "Esteemed matriarch, I advise caution in your words. Generally, family matters should not concern a servant, yet in matters of royal dignity, it is my duty to speak frankly. Your words are rather biased. Everyone knows that the second madam was personally trained by Her Majesty the Empress. If you find fault with the second madam's character, is it not your grievance with the Empress that you voice? She refrained from commenting on Shen Xinyan's right or wrong, but spoke under the authority of the Empress. Affectedly silencing Madame Yao Li. Should she dare to speak further, it would be seen as a challenge to the Empress herself. Madame Yao Li was incensed by Lu Xijing's words, hurling her teacup at him. Who do you think you are? When has it been your place to speak when the master is addressing matters? How audacious! Even a mere servant dared to ride on the neck of the mistress. As Lu Xijing evaded the thrown teacup, Lin Dianjing stepped forward, performing a palace salute. I pay my respects to the matriarch. I am a 7th-ranking official from the palace, and this lady beside me holds the 6th rank. His Majesty has assigned us to serve the second madam, instructing us to assist her in articulating her thoughts, for she possesses a gentle disposition and struggles to voice her feelings. Today, I perceive your discontent towards the second madam. Could it be that you disapprove of His Majesty's match for the Yao family? Lin Dianjing repeatedly referred to herself as a servant, yet her words were sharp and unyielding. Affectedly subduing Madame Yao Li. Upon realizing Lin Dianjing's identity, Madame Yao Li turned her astonished gaze toward Shen Xinyan, who had brought back 2 dignified ladies from the palace to the general's residence. What was this woman scheming? Moreover, both invoked the names of the emperor and the empress, figures she could not afford to offend. The expression on Madame Yao Li's face grew increasingly grim. With such powerful figures by her side, could she truly assist her son in avenging him? Meanwhile, several maids lurking in the shadows exchanged glances, their eyes falling upon the clubs in their hands. The matriarch had declared that at her command, they would rush forth to eliminate the second madam, with the promise of reclaiming their freedom thereafter. However, with 2 ranked female officials present, should they act, would they not face demise alongside her? Chapter 22. Shen Xinyan's method of acknowledgement, noticing the maids caught in a dilemma. Yao Li's might, Rui, Apruaka discradli. Matriarch, it is time for the meal. With this opportunity presented, Madame Yao Li let out a cold snort. Having been bullied to this extent, how could I possibly have an appetite? I would rather die than endure this. Rui cast a sidelong glance at Shen Xinyan. You're usually tough on the outside but tender-hearted, the kindest person. You consistently think of the second madam at mealtimes. Why act petulantly today when she has arrived? How about this? Let the second madam dine with you today. Madame Yao Li understood that Rui was subtly suggesting that Shen Xinyan serve her. Though frustrated by her plans thwarted, she recognized that the current situation demanded caution. With a forced smile, Madame Yao Li replied, she is a favored child of the Empress. Her status is exalted. How could she possibly deign to serve this old woman? Very well, if she could not directly deal with Shen, she would at least find a way to torment her a little. Serving the matriarch during meals was a duty of the daughter-in-law. She was determined to see what these 2 officials could possibly say. Surely, one could not deny a daughter-in-law the opportunity to serve her elders. Shen Xinyan approached with a smile. If that is the case, then I shall serve dinner to you, dear mother. She too was curious to see what her esteemed mother-in-law might concoct. For dinner, there were 12 dishes, and Shen Xinyan had to stand behind her, fetching the dishes that Madame Yao Li desired. With the intent to provoke, Madame Yao Li ordered dishes that were widely spaced apart. Shen Xinyan moved around the table, beads of sweat forming at her brow, yet she could not utter a word of complaint. After all, in the palace, even the Empress served the Dowager Empress and the Emperor in this manner. Yet, Madame Yao Li was one who did not know when to relent. She not only directed Shen Xinyan to and fro, but also relentlessly critiqued her actions. She disparaged Shen Xinyan's manner of serving food, her inability to comprehend her words, her walking speed, and more. Shen Xinyan remained silent throughout, merely absorbing Madame Yao Li's scornful jibes. Observing Shen Xinyan's compliant demeanor, Madame Yao Li finally felt the weight of her grievances lift. Shen, we were all young brides once. Serving our elders at meals is simply how it is done. I had previously refrained from asking much of you out of sympathy, yet I see now that you are ungrateful. As she spoke, she shook her head, feigning disappointment. In that case, let us adhere to the proper customs from now on. No exceptions for morning and evening meals. Shen Xinyan maintained her obedient facade. Yet, this calmness incited further dissatisfaction in Madame Yao Li. Shen, you are usually so eloquent. Why are you silent today? She was eager to hear what Shen Xinyan might say. Shen Xinyan lowered her gaze to the dishes before her. There are too many dishes. Not that there were an excess of dishes, but rather that she had overindulged Madame Yao Li. No, it was the entire Yao family that had been overindulged. Otherwise, they would not engage in such futile torment after being satiated. Madame Yao Li was taken aback by Shen Xinyan's unexpected remark. What did you say? She failed to grasp Shen Xinyan's meaning. Aware of Madame Yao Li's lack of acuity, Shen Xinyan picked up a pair of chopsticks and served her favorite dish. What I mean is I acknowledge my mistake. Shen Xinyan's prompt admission of guilt left Madame Yao Li momentarily speechless. Shen Xinyan then presented her a bowl of soup. When I first entered the household, my mother's dining table had only one meat and one vegetable dish, and my elder sister-in-law served her. It was so effortless. My mother's appetite was good, and hardly any food was left over, unlike now when the variety is overwhelming, leading to discontent. The household provisions were all arranged by Shen Xinyan, thus the fault lay with her. How naive she had been to believe that Yao Jinfeng's demise was her doing. Willingly nurturing his family, perceiving that Shen Xinyan was subtly indicating that her sustenance came at Shen Xinyan's expense, Madame Yao Li felt a surge of anger rise within her. Yet, the table was firmly held down by Lin Dianjing and Lu Xijing, who looked earnestly at Madame Yao Li. I have not tilled the fields, dear matriarch. Food is hard-earned. Even the Dowager Empress has only 4 dishes at her meals. You must cherish your blessings. As a palace official, it was her responsibility to offer counsel. Madame Yao Li's chest heaved violently. This was not serving her during the meal, but rather adding to her vexation. Just then, she spotted Ying Tao's figure appearing at the door. After years of serving together, a single glance sufficed for Shen Xinyan to understand Ying Tao's intent. Serving Madame Yao Li another helping of the dish, Shen Xinyan spoke again. Father mentioned that I have caused unrest in the household, and Mother reproached me for not serving you properly. I have reflected deeply on my parents' teachings and recognized the need for change to demonstrate my determination to you. Madame Yao Li looked at Shen Xinyan in astonishment. What do you intend to do? Surely, the Shen family does not believe that having the Empress Dowager as their patron grants them the liberty to act recklessly towards their matron. Shen Xinyan smiled gently at Lady Yao Li, saying, Mother shall know of this. However, it soon became apparent that Lady Yao had overthought the situation, as Shen Xinyan did not lay a hand on her. Yet, the events that followed ignited a burning desire within Lady Yao to eliminate Shen Xinyan altogether. Seated in the main hall, Lady Yao's nails nearly embedded themselves into the armrest of her chair, her expression unwavering as she listened coldly to the chorus of wails emanating from the courtyard. This madwoman Shen Xinyan had, upon entering the household, sold off nearly all the servants she had acquired. Even those bound by contracts were pointed out, with any not present being reported as runaway slaves to the authorities, seemingly intent on broadcasting the Yao family's domestic affairs. Although Lady Yao yearned to scold Shen Xinyan, she knew that uttering a word would prompt Shen Xinyan to retort whether she required 2 servants to attend to her needs. For the sake of her own dignity, she could not acquiesce to Shen Xinyan's taunts. Thus, she could only watch coldly as Shen Xinyan proceeded with her actions. Despite Shen Xinyan's instructions to the broker to ensure none of these individuals were sold to disreputable places, the broker's grin was unsettling. The price was low, and the servants were well-nourished. Such a lucrative opportunity was rare and typically arose only during house confiscations. However, the broker could not handle this business alone and sought additional brokers, which consumed considerable time. Realizing Shen Xinyan was genuinely ruthless, the servants comprehended who their true mistress was and immediately bowed in supplication to her. Yet Shen Xinyan remained silent. When they betrayed her, they should have anticipated this day. Each household contained servants purchased by Shen Xinyan, and now the majority of the Yao family had arrived, attempting to safeguard their own. However, upon witnessing Shen Xinyan's indifferent demeanor and the 2 female officials standing behind her, they exchanged anxious glances, hesitant to confront her, casting venomous glares instead. Why did this woman have the audacity to sell off their kin? Yao Changcheng, seething with anger, rushed over, prepared to confront Shen Xinyan. He had been discussing strategies to deal with the imperial visitors in his mother's quarters when he learned that Lady Yao had summoned Shen to reprimand her. Lady Yao, foolish yet venomous, had grown to despise Shen Xinyan deeply over the years, fueled by Yao Changcheng's incessant instigation. He was not surprised by any action Shen Xinyan took against her. After all, his mother had insisted that to deal with the Shen family, someone like Lady Yao must be at the forefront. He had initially thought the two female officials could not remain in the general's residence indefinitely, intending to later reprimand Lady Yao and suggest she avoid conflict with Shen Xinyan while the officials were still present. Little did he expect this turmoil would escalate to the point of selling off servants. Although no one in his mother's quarters had been touched, his own had been nearly emptied. Not only had the clever young servant vanished, but even the few maids he had discreetly employed were sold off as well. Shen Xinyan had the audacity to lay hands on his people. As Yao Changcheng approached, the four maids who often accompanied him in the study wept bitterly. "Master, please save us." Chapter 23. All sold off, the maids wept profusely, and Yao Changcheng's heart ached. What a disgrace! What disgrace! Shen Xinyan, what has transpired? Why have you inexplicably sold the servants? If this becomes public knowledge, what face shall we have left as the general's household? The uproar was significant, and he could only ponder how it might be perceived outside. Shen Xinyan signaled the broker to continue verifying the names of the servants according to their sale contracts, while she gracefully bowed to Yao Changcheng. "Father, this afternoon I was educated on how the household has become overly tumultuous due to my presence. In my anxiety, I seek to rectify this mistake to spare you any distress." Face. Did the Yao family, from top to bottom, manage to find anyone with dignity? Since they were so dismissive of her, they should have the fortitude to refrain from spending her money. Even if she were to toss her wealth into the water, she would not continue to support this family of ingrates. Yao Changcheng glared at Shen Xinyan, unable to voice the request to have her retain the servants. Shen Xinyan had made it clear these individuals were her property. Should he intervene, it would be tantamount to admitting that the Yao family was squandering Shen Xinyan's dowry. Such matters could be initiated by the Shen family without issue, but they could never acknowledge it. Otherwise, where would their reputation stand? Now, he could only remember the faces of the brokers, intending to discreetly seek them out later to reclaim his beloved servants. Observing Yao Changcheng's face shift with various emotions, yet remaining silent, Shen Xinyan understood he was waiting for her to relinquish her claim. She chose not to speak, patiently awaiting the broker to tally the number of individuals. Since Yao Changcheng preferred to endure, he might as well endure a little longer. The journey ahead was long, and this was merely the beginning. She had contemplated returning to the Duke of Ning's residence directly, but a man's words resonated with her. As a member of the gentry, engaging in competition with the common folk would undoubtedly attract considerable criticism. With the Yao family shielding her, she could reap the benefits while they bore the brunt of the blame, which served her interests well. Moreover, the situation remained uncertain. Leaving the Yao family abruptly would grant them the opportunity to tarnish her reputation. Most importantly, these two women beside her were officials of rank in the palace. Even if she encountered trouble, they would not. Thus, whether Yao Changcheng was willing or not, he would protect her. The child who cries receives milk. The child who suffers receives love. There is no shame in demonstrating occasional vulnerability. One must maintain a good reputation with the emperor and the empress dowager, for they are truly her support. A man was correct. With the emperor's command token, she could control her own funds for future ventures. If she were to return to the Duke of Ning's residence to conduct business, she would undoubtedly acquire the label of exploiting the common people. Rather than sully the reputation of the Duke of Ning, it would be wiser to disrupt the Yao family standing. Hadn't Lady Yao Qian once stated that the Yao family relied on Yao Changcheng as their pillar? It was perfect for deflecting criticism onto him. Watching as each servant was taken away, she contemplated a future devoid of her former lavish lifestyle, perhaps even returning to the days of scarcity before she married into the Shen family. Yao Changcheng not only resented Shen Xinyan for bringing the female officials into his home, but also harbored disdain for Lady Yao Li, who had provoked Shen Xinyan. Were it not for these two officials, he could have reprimanded Shen Xinyan for her insolence. Instead, he was left to swallow his anger. Why could they not simply enjoy their lives in the inner courtyard without causing him trouble? Lady Yao Li regarded Shen Xinyan coldly. What if she sold her servants? The attendants by her side were those she had brought from her family. No matter how much Shen Xinyan stirred the pot, it would not alter the fact that she had brought calamity upon her own son. Their conflict was far from over, seeing that neither the master nor the mistress spoke. Several concubines cautiously approached Yao Changcheng, master. Unlike the old mistress, who had allies, each of them had only a servant or two before Shen Xinyan's arrival. Now, With the sudden removal of their attendants, they feared they would have to manage many affairs themselves, which could jeopardize their appearances. How could that be acceptable? If they were to suffer blemishes, the master would regard them even less favorably. Hoping to seek the master's intercession, they were met with Yao Chongqing's dark countenance. Get lost. A bunch of oblivious individuals, the further away, the better. Just as the broker was tallying the remaining individuals, Lady Yao Zheng approached with Cui Er, who held a rope from which 3 maids, their faces streaked with tears, were bound. Cui Er pushed them forward. These are the people the second madam purchased. They are now being returned. My lady does not covet the servants sent by others. Shen Xinyan turned to Lady Yao Zheng. If elder sister requires assistance, feel free to keep them. In truth, she bore no ill will towards Lady Yao Zheng and had no intention of creating discord. Lady Yao Zheng's tone remained icy. No need. I have my own silver. I prefer to use my own purchased servants, for they are more reliable and do not require constant vigilance against being taken away. With that, she turned and departed without lingering. Clearly, Lady Yao Zheng did not appreciate Shen Xinyan's goodwill and even suspected her of placing spies within her courtyard. Cherry glared indignantly at Lady Yao Zheng's retreating figure. What kind of person is she? After a long day of turmoil, night fell. I had expected Madame Yao Qianshi to step forward for reconciliation, yet she remained behind closed doors, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside. This was a stark contrast to her usual promptness in appearing by Shen Xinyan's side. After arranging accommodations for the 2 female officials, Ying Tao and a group of young maidservants tended to Shen Xinyan's clothing. In my opinion, the madam should have taken action sooner. Why should we use our resources to support those ungrateful wretches? Ying Tao remarked disdainfully. That Li family member is utterly despicable. If it were up to me, the Yao family should simply eliminate that lunatic to prevent her from causing further trouble for our madam. Shen Xinyan chuckled, playfully poking Ying Tao's cheek. Enough. Where does all this grumbling come from? Aren't you afraid someone might overhear? After the uproar of the day, the maidservants, being among the few who escaped the fate of being sold off aside from Yao Qianshi's courtyard, became increasingly devoted. Hearing Shen Xinyan's words, they all knelt, exclaiming, "Second madam, your keen insight is unmatched. We shall never betray you." It was quite terrifying. Their madam was genuinely ruthless, and they had no desire to be sold. Shen Xinyan's lips curved into a beautiful arc. What occurred today was merely an accident. If you all perform well, I shall not treat you unfairly. Please rise. Indeed, compassion could not rival the severity of authority. A master could not be overly lenient. Upon seeing Yao Chongqing storm into the room, Yao Qianshi lazily remarked, "It has been dealt with." Yao Chongqing nearly ground his teeth in frustration. "Aside from your courtyard and Madame Shen's, there are only a few drivers left at the gate. Not a single servant remains. Even the cooks have been sold off. There are still 2 individuals left in the flower garden, but they are either too young or too old to be of any use. Shen's family has truly lost their senses." Yao Qianshi waved her hand dismissively. "We must think long-term. I was initially concerned that Shen's family might have discovered something, but it seems they are merely being heavily pressured by Li. Believing that reclaiming the silver would suffice for venting their frustrations, Yao Chongqing lamented Shen's family's clumsiness. However, this is not entirely a negative outcome. With Li's ruckus, it reinforces the belief that Jin Feng is no longer present. Just soothe her for now. Those 2 female officials will leave eventually, and we will still need Li to confront Shen Xinyan." Yao Chongqing grasped the essence of the matter and nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely, mother. I shall attend to it at once." Watching Yao Chongqing's retreating figure, Yao Qianshi shook her head in resignation. Let him be foolish. At least he is obedient. As for Shen Xinyan, she needed to devise a plan to handle the situation. Chapter 24. The affair of Yao Zhengshi originally. It was agreed that they would maintain morning and evening visits, but the next day, Yao Lishi feigned illness and refused to open the door. The servants attending to Yao Lishi had dwindled to less than half, creating a desolate atmosphere, with only Ningyu and Rui bustling about, ushering Shen Xinyan to leave. Standing at the door for quite some time, without any sign of movement from within, Shen Xinyan decided to apologize to Yao Qianshi. Regardless of how the previous day's ruckus unfolded, an explanation was necessary. As she passed through the garden, a man suddenly spoke. "Wait a moment." Shen Xinyan halted in confusion. "What is it? Is something amiss here?" Ying Tao also paused, inquiring, "Isn't the madam heading to the matriarch?" Shen Xinyan smiled at Ying Tao. I noticed the peonies are in full bloom over there. Could you fetch one for me? After sending Ying Tao away, Shen Xinyan followed Man's instructions but was met with a teasing tone. Walk 10 steps to your right front. Shen Xinyan pursed her lips. That direction leads to the pond. Nonetheless, she obediently walked toward the pond. After taking 10 steps, she arrived at the edge. Man's voice guided her again. Take 2 steps to your left rear. Though puzzled by Man's intentions, Shen Xinyan complied without delay. Man's voice carried a hint of malice. Turn around, crouch down, and see what reflections appear on the water's surface. Furrowing her brows, Shen Xinyan followed the instructions and surveyed the water. Suddenly, her movements froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she nearly toppled over. That was, from this angle. The reflection revealed 2 figures entangled closely together not far from the rockery. One was Yao Changcheng, and the other was none other than the typically aloof Yao Zhengshi. Man erupted in laughter. Isn't that your ethereal sister-in-law? She truly is a remarkable character. Shen Xinyan found herself at a loss for words, feeling as though her eyes had been sullied. Just then, Ying Tao, who had plucked the flowers, noticed Shen Xinyan almost falling by the pond and rushed over. Madam, Shen Xinyan, startled, raised her voice slightly. Stay back, I can't get up myself. Such sordid matters must not be witnessed by young maidens. Shen Xinyan hurriedly retreated from the pond and, during her exit, inquired of Man, did you already know about their affair? This was a place she never wished to revisit, utterly revolting. Man seemed delighted by her revelations, of course, especially since when your sister-in-law's infidelity is exposed, it will create quite a scandal. By the way, it was Yao Changcheng himself who sent her to the depths of the pond. TSK. Who said Yao Changcheng lacked martial prowess? A woman's bedchamber was his battlefield. The mention of the pond caused Shen Xinyan's breath to momentarily hitch. Amun, noticing Shen Xinyan's change, smiled reassuringly. There's no need to feel sorry for her. Aside from her infidelity, she was also caught drugging her husband. Yao Jinzhao was poisoned to death by her. The cold-hearted sister-in-law and her father-in-law shared a hidden affair, ruthless assassin who murdered her own husband. Shen Xinyan exhaled deeply, suddenly feeling relieved. How should one put it? She surprisingly found it rather pleasant that Zhengshi chose to ignore her. At least she had successfully preserved her own life. Yet, it would be wise to keep her distance from that person in the future. Upon reaching Yao Qianshi's courtyard, she found the matriarch already awake. The warmth of Yao Qianshi's household felt unchanged, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous night. As Shen Xinyan began to apologize, Yao Qianshi affectionately grasped her hand and comforted her, saying, My dear, you did the right thing. Even clay figurines have some stubbornness. Your mother-in-law needs to learn a lesson. Gazing into Yao Qianshi's tender eyes and feeling the affectionate caress of her fingers on the back of her hand, Shen Xinyan felt a wave of revulsion. This woman was insufferably hypocritical. Despite her disgust, Shen Xinyan maintained a compliant smile. I am an unfilial granddaughter-in-law, causing grandmother to worry. How had she not realized this old woman was sweet on the outside, but bitter within? Observing Shen Xinyan's submissive demeanor, Yao Qianshi's murky eyes flashed with mockery. Yet she continued to pat Shen Xinyan's hand. All right. I heard you went to the west side of the city before entering the palace yesterday. Did anything interesting happen? Yesterday, she had taken the general's carriage, which was not surprising for someone to notice. However, she hadn't anticipated Yao Qianshi's keen awareness. Shen Xinyan recounted the events of the previous day, sharing only what was appropriate to disclose, for they were all witnessed by others, leaving little room for concealment. Yao Qianshi listened with tear-filled eyes. Good child, truly a good child. If Jin Feng's grandfather were here, he would surely commend you. And regarding Jin Feng's weapon, it has been so long, and you're the only one still remembering to have it repaired. Seeing Yao Qianshi becoming emotional, Shen Xinyan joined in and shed a few tears of her own. Grandmother, this was originally my duty. Shen Xinyan's heartfelt display brought a measure of satisfaction to Yao Qianshi. Good child, do not cry anymore. The Empress Dowager bestowing female officials upon you is a blessing, which means she still holds you in her thoughts. Knowing that Madame Yao was preparing to inquire about the situation, Shen Xinyan wiped away her tears and revealed a resilient smile. I am fortunate, for I have my grandmother and the Empress Dowager's affection. It was said that Shen Xinyan lacked the ability to manage household affairs, prompting the Empress Dowager to specially bestow 2 individuals to educate her, stating that they would return to the palace once she had mastered her lessons. There was no need to investigate when Lu Xijing and the others would depart. These two would remain by her side until the Yao family collectively embarked on their journey to the underworld. Madame Yao's expression remained unchanged. Your good fortune lies in the Empress Dowager's favor. How infuriating. It seems she would soon be constrained. Shen Xinyan nodded. Indeed, the Empress Dowager cares for me sincerely, having even granted me 80 acres of land on the outskirts of Jingxi City due to my prolonged absence from the palace. Madame Yao gasped. That is the Emperor's private property. Could it be that Shen Xinyan had not only won the Empress Dowager's favor, but also caught the eye of Emperor Qingze? What eye did she have? After gathering bits and pieces of information she was curious about, Madame Yao took Shen Xinyan's hand. Do you plan to enter the palace today? Shen Xinyan shook her head. I intend to visit the shop today. Lately, I've noticed discrepancies in the accounts sent by the various managers, but I cannot identify the issues. So I will go and take a look myself. A man mentioned that there were problems with her shop, and this presented a perfect opportunity for inspection. Upon hearing that Shen Xinyan was going to the shop, Madame Yao's expression did not change. Go ahead. Young people should indeed go out and have some fun. Otherwise, what's the point of spending all day with an old woman like me? Those shops had already been dealt with. Even if Shen Xinyan were as astute as a living sage, she would find no problems. Shen Xinyan's face revealed a hint of embarrassment at being seen through. As a granddaughter-in-law, I do not relish going out. Even if I do, it is for serious business, not for leisure. Her voice grew softer, tinged with an unrecognized sense of guilt. Madame Yao, however, laughed heartily. How fortunate it is to be able to travel while young. I remember when I was your age, I was constantly attending various gatherings. The general often said I was never at home. As she spoke, she appeared to reminisce, sighing, alas, now everything has changed. Most of those sisters from back then were no longer around, and those few who remained had drifted apart. It seemed they would never meet again in this lifetime. At the opportune moment, Nurse Zhao spoke up. You seem to be reminiscing again. I recall that when you were young, you loved going with Madame Li to eat the osmanthus cakes from Old Wang's shop, saying that just one bite would make you forget all your troubles. Should I go and buy you a box tomorrow? Chapter 25. Madame Yao's calculations. Madame Yao smiled and chided Nurse Zhao. That was many years ago. How can you still bring it up? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation, earning a reputation for being gluttonous? Nurse Zhao did not refute her, but merely laughed along. Shen Xinyan, however, took Nurse Zhao's words to heart. What difficulty is there? As a granddaughter-in-law, I shall buy it for you. This statement was originally meant for her own ears. Yet she could not feign ignorance, or else it would render the performance pointless. Madame Yao waved her hand with a smile. Never mind. Old Wang's shop is too remote to find. It would be a waste of time. You might as well take those two ladies with you. They could assist you in keeping an eye out. Shen Xinyan shook her head. I will first assess the situation. If I cannot uncover the problems, then I will summon them. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on my capabilities. Upon seeing Shen Xinyan's proud demeanor, Madame Yao laughed and waved her hand. Child, if you wish to learn from them, you must humbly seek their guidance. One should not be so evasive. After exchanging a few more words, Madame Yao used her fatigue as an excuse to send Shen Xinyan away. At the door, Shen Xinyan softly inquired of Nurse Zhao, who had come to see her off. Ever since I married into the general's residence, my grandmother has treated me exceptionally well. Since she enjoys those osmanthus cakes, I naturally intend to seek them out. Would you care to accompany me to save time in the search? For Shen Xinyan's filial piety, Nurse Zhao praised her profusely before returning to change her clothes in preparation for their outing. A man scoffed. None of them have good intentions. Why doesn't heaven strike them down? They torment us relentlessly, leaving no room for existence. Shen Xinyan spoke calmly. It matters not. Heaven has no time to descend punishment, but sooner or later, we shall be their reckoning. Let us observe today's act, for she intends to conjure some new trick. Seeing Nurse Zhao return, Madame Yao opened her eyes. She invited you to go out with her. Nurse Zhao assisted Madame Yao to rise. Rest assured, when have your schemes ever gone awry? Her master was akin to a strategic mistress, albeit with a somewhat tumultuous fate. A satisfied smile graced Madame Yao's face. Very well, go with her. Remember not to speak too much, only guide her at critical moments. Once Nurse Zhao departed, Madame Yao dismissed the attendants around her and reclined on the soft couch to rest. Soon, a soft sigh escaped her lips full. This remark was uttered so quietly that it soon faded into the air. As for whom she referred to, only she knew. Under Nurse Zhao's guidance, Shen Xinyan quickly located the shop selling osmanthus cakes. Initially expecting Nurse Zhao to take some action, Shen Xinyan was surprised to find her remaining utterly silent throughout their journey. Without any tricks, this situation puzzled Shen Xinyan, but since the other party was not making a move, she could not act rashly either. Determined to make the outing worthwhile, Shen Xinyan decided to inspect her shops in the capital. The shops were connected in some areas and scattered in others. Xiao Si, following Shen Xinyan's commands, drove the carriage briskly between the various shops. He could not help but feel fortunate. Had he not pledged allegiance to the second madam yesterday, he might have been sold along with the others last night. In that case, not only would he have been unable to save himself, but his sister would have also faced misfortune. Thankfully, everything had happened just in time. As noon approached, Shen Xinyan began to feel hungry. Fortunately, there was an inn nearby, so she thought to dine out for lunch. However, the number of vehicles on the road had noticeably increased, and seeing Xiao Si struggle to navigate, Shen Xinyan suggested he find a place to drop off the carriage while they would cross through the alley to wait for him at the inn. After making arrangements, Shen Xinyan led Ying Tao and Nurse Zhao into the alley. Although this was a thoroughfare, the accumulation of garbage had rendered it foul-smelling, deterring passers-by. Shen Xinyan covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief and quickened her pace, inwardly cursing herself for taking a wrong turn. As they passed another heap of refuse, Shen Xinyan suddenly heard a faint sound that resembled crying. Without waiting for her to speak, Ying Tao exclaimed, "Madam, did you hear that? It sounds like a ghost." Shen Xinyan scolded, "In broad daylight, where do these absurd tales come from?" After saying this, she approached one of the rotten vegetable piles, lifting the oil paper atop it, only to be rendered speechless by what lay beneath. It was a child. Moreover, a poor, naked child, wrapped in a tattered patch cloth. Shen Xinyan stared in shock at the wailing infant before her. Who could be so cruel as to abandon a child here? Nurse Zhao gasped, "What a sin! Who could be so heartless as to discard their own flesh and blood?" She immediately picked up the filthy child, her face filled with compassion. This world is truly unjust. Some people cannot even have a daughter, while others abandon their own offspring. Indeed, the sufferings of the world vary greatly. After a pause, she exclaimed, "And this is a boy." Nurse Zhao's words seemed to remind Ying Tao, who subtly tugged at Shen Xinyan's sleeve. "Madam, do you not lack a son? Why not adopt this child? He could help establish a family in the future." Everyone claims that the Ningguo Duke's residence has not been repossessed because His Majesty is awaiting the birth of the lady's child. Now, adopting a child would indeed be a joyful occasion. Moreover, a child raised from a young age is often dear to one's heart. With proper guidance, one need not fear the emergence of a traitorous wolf in sheep's clothing. Shen Xinyan chuckled and shook her head, saying, "Who says that establishing a family requires a son? Isn't your lady capable of standing on her own?" Ying Tao, somewhat anxious, replied, "But madam, that is a title. If women could inherit titles, your lady would not have needed to marry. She could have simply taken a son-in-law." Just as they were conversing, the baby's cries crescendoed, followed by Zhao Mama's delighted exclamation, "What a sturdy child." At that moment, a man suddenly spoke up, "Bring the child over. Let us see if there is a birthmark on his shoulder." Shen Xinyan walked slowly to Zhao Mama's side and asked, "May I hold him?" Zhao Mama smiled as she handed the child to Shen Xinyan, cautioning, "This child is a bit dirty. Do be careful not to soil your clothes." Her words conveyed a deep concern for Shen Xinyan. Shen Xinyan nodded in acknowledgement and, following Zhao Mama's guidance, cradled the child. He felt like a small, soft bundle in her arms. Zhao Mama's expression remained tender, and seemingly casually, she remarked, "You know, this child bears a striking resemblance to the second madam." Ying Tao, genuinely fond of children and sincerely considering Shen Xinyan's feelings, leaned in to take a closer look, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, he does resemble her. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyan, while engaging in their conversation, discreetly examined the back of the infant's neck and spotted a small, bright red birthmark. Chapter 26. The illegitimate child sent by Yao Jinfeng. A man let out a cold snort. Indeed, this is the illegitimate child. Shen Xinyan wrapped the child up again, appearing to soothe him, while actually inquiring of a man, "Do you know the child's origins?" A man answered coldly, "Of course I do. He is the illegitimate son of her deceased husband, who has died for 3 years. How coincidental that the child is now 3 as well." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyan tightened her grip on the child, realizing that he was indeed the offspring of that scoundrel. Yet, why was this child here? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled that she required someone to inherit her title. The Yao family was truly calculating, sending this illegitimate child to her doorstep. No wonder that Yao Qianshi had subtly urged her to purchase osmanthus cake. It seems that the cake was merely a ruse. The true intention was for Zhao Mama to remind her to take this child. If she were to truly take the child away, it would irrevocably tie her to the Yao family. With this child in her possession, who would believe she was unaware of Yao Jinfeng's feigned death? Once the title was secured, she, as the child's adoptive mother, would soon be cast aside. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, her grip tightening further. The child, feeling discomfort, squirmed and then let out a wail. Zhao Mama's eyes flashed with compassion as she hurriedly reached for the child, saying, "The second madam has never been a biological mother. It is only natural for her to be unskilled in holding a child. Allow me to take him." After Zhao Mama cradled the child and gently patted him a couple of times, the infant indeed ceased his cries. Zhao Mama smiled broadly at Shen Xinyan. "Look how robust this child is. He even smiles at the second madam. He will surely grow into a remarkable man." The child settled into a comfortable position in Zhao Mama's arms and resumed his sleep, showing no sign of smiling. Shen Xinyan chose not to expose Zhao Mama's deception and merely nodded with a smile. Indeed, a true gentleman should be as stalwart as the second master, becoming a man worthy of his family and country. Dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Yao Jinfeng himself is a coward at heart. If he were capable of fathering a distinguished son, it would only imply that the child's birth mother had strayed. Zhao Mama's expression darkened for a moment. Had she not known that Shen Xinyan was entirely ignorant, she might have suspected Shen Xinyan was mocking her second master. Thinking of Yao Jinfeng, Zhao Mama gazed at the child with tenderness. Having no children of her own, she had watched young master Jinfeng grow up, and her feelings for him were naturally profound. Now that young master Jinfeng was forced to leave home, it was a consolation for the matriarch to send a child back to the Yao household. This child was truly adorable, resembling young master Jinfeng in his youth, melting the hearts of those who beheld him. Perhaps influenced by Zhao Mama's affectionate demeanor, Ying Tao joyfully chimed in. "He looks splendid. He must be quite sturdy. But what will he eat?" She held no ulterior motives, simply believing that this child shared a fateful connection with Shen Xinyan. Zhao Mama directed her words to Ying Tao, but cast a glance at Shen Xinyan. "The child is still too young. It would be wise to find an experienced wet nurse." Back when the second master was a child, 2 wet nurses were hardly sufficient. Shen Xinyan displayed a hint of appropriately measured sorrow. "Mama, you jest. How could this wild child of unknown origins be compared to the second master?" Zhao Mama's smile froze, uncertain of how to counter Shen Xinyan's words, ultimately settling for a forced smile. "The second madam speaks wisely. This old servant has misspoken, dishonoring the second master's name." Though she voiced her apologies, she felt a lingering sense of grievance within, and ultimately could only lower her head to comfort the child. Ying Tao remained eager, but upon noticing Shen Xinyan's expression, she fell silent, sensing that the lady did not seem fond of the child. Ying Tao's spirits dipped momentarily, only to rise again quickly. "No matter, it is Yao Yi who has met his end and cannot bear children. It is not that the lady cannot. The lady is currently favored by the emperor, and who knows when she might be granted a divorce. At that time, will she not have a young master at her feet? I fear she may have more than one to handle." The more Ying Tao thought, the more triumphant she felt, her expression once again brightening. Understanding that Ying Tao had successfully cheered herself, Shen Xinyan sighed inwardly. "Let us return." Ying Tao blinked. "Are we not going to the restaurant? Did the lady not say she wanted to eat crystal pig trotters?" Zhao Mama chimed in cheerfully. "The second madam is correct. The child is delicate. It is wise to first take him home and settle him before discussing further matters." In her words, it seemed as though it was already assumed that Shen Xinyan would keep this child as her adopted son. Shen Xinyan smiled at her, then turned to retrace her steps. The one who had set down the child must have known she would walk this way. Perhaps there were others lurking in the shadows, observing her movements. Seeing Shen Xinyan prepare to return home, Zhao Mama hurriedly followed with the child, a hint of pride on her face. The matriarch had indeed left no stone unturned. Upon Shen Xinyan's return, she noticed Xiao Si blocked on the road, discovering that 2 individuals were in a heated dispute ahead. Shen Xinyan quietly inquired of Xiao Si, "What is happening?" Xiao Si had observed for a while and grasped the situation, promptly whispering to Shen Xinyan, "Master, this is a foreign merchant who claimed to have brought some oddly scented plants to the inn. However, for reasons unknown, he caused a ruckus in his room, unbearable to the other guests, who subsequently checked out. The waiter, infuriated, demanded he pay for the damages, but the merchant refused, leading to this argument. The Deliang dynasty boasts formidable military strength, not only on land but also at sea, thus they do not treat foreign visitors kindly. The staff at this establishment were equally hot-tempered. Upon seeing the merchant's reluctance to compensate, they smashed his belongings, explaining the merchant's furious demeanor. Xiao Si was indeed astute, having uncovered all the details in a short span. Shen Xinyan quietly observed the foreign merchant with yellow hair and blue eyes. He seemed to possess a basic understanding of the Deliang language, yet in the art of argument, he was vastly outmatched by the waiter. Nevertheless, he could understand the waiter's words, which might explain his exasperation. The waiter's tongue was quite sharp, hurling insults with a rapid-fire cadence, while the merchant, gritting his teeth, repeatedly declared he would never return. As their quarrel intensified, a man suddenly interjected, "Purchase the plants he brought." She had spotted something intriguing. Upon hearing a man's words, Shen Xinyan immediately whispered a few words to Xiao Si, who nodded repeatedly before swiftly approaching the foreign merchant. After seeing Xiao Si give some silver to Xiao Er and then pull the merchant aside, Zhao Momo could not help but inquire, "Second madam, what is Xiao Si up to?" She sensed that something was amiss with the second madam today, as if she had transformed since the banquet of the Grand Princess. Shen Xinyan smiled gently at Zhao Momo, saying, "They can afford to waste time, but I cannot. If money can pave the way, why squander time unnecessarily?" Zhao Momo chuckled awkwardly. "You are quite right, second madam. What a wasteful child. Just a mere woman of the inner court. Yet she speaks as if embarking on a grand venture." After dismissing Zhao Momo, Shen Xinyan asked a man, "What is that item in the merchant's possession? It wouldn't be something I should not know ahead of time, would it?" Chapter 27. A wealth beyond measure. Hearing the lament in Shen Xinyan's voice, a man chuckled softly. "There is no need to conceal this from you. This item is called danbagu, or xiangxi grass, also known as golden silk grass. It is a fascinating plant. When its leaves mature and are dried, they turn a golden yellow. When ignited, it emits a peculiar fragrance that can soothe worries and fatigue. Those who enjoy it find it irresistible, while those who do not simply discard it. I initially believed it would take at least 2 years to find this. Yet here it is today. You are indeed fortunate." Shen Xinyan furrowed her brow. "This is the first time I have heard of golden silk grass." A man replied with a smile, "It is not particularly good, but it is a powerful tool for filling the national treasury. After all, if this business is well managed, it can yield profits from the entire world." Shen Xinyan observed Xiao Si, who was conversing with a merchant and had just received a paper package from him. "You seem quite confident," she remarked. The package appeared to contain seeds, and a man's voice sounded unusually excited. A man responded, "This is truly a money tree." When the merchant was driven away, he discarded the seeds in the outskirts of the capital, and they greedily took root, growing into a vast expanse over the years. Someone used them for firewood, and soon the entire village was enchanted by the aroma, leading to its gradual popularity. Unfortunately, by the time I discovered it, it was already too late. This plant was ubiquitous among the populace, but your timing is impeccable. Shen Xinyan quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It was popular among the general populace, or perhaps just in small circles. She seemed to have uncovered a business opportunity. A man was pleased with Shen Xinyan's astuteness. It is a nationwide trend. If managed well, it could lead to unimaginable wealth. The annual profit could surpass the national treasury's tax revenue. Shen Xinyan inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed ardently on the wilted bundles of plants that Xiao Si had brought. "This is indeed a valuable find." As Xiao Si approached, he met Shen Xinyan's gaze and paused. "My lady, where should I put this?" The merchant had been quite unreasonable, treating a few worthless plants as if they were treasures. Had it not been for the second madam's desire, he would not have parted with those 50 taels of silver. Shen Xinyan feigned indifference and pointed to the carriage behind her. "Place it in the corner. The emperor has graciously bestowed 80 acres of land upon us, and we shall deliver these items shortly." Since this morning, Xiao Si had begun calling her my lady, evidently eager to demonstrate his loyalty. Xiao Si complied, and also placed the seeds into the carriage. "That merchant is utterly unreasonable. He dares to ask for 100 taels of silver for this worthless item." as if he fears the wind might snatch his tongue. Intrigued, Shen Xinyan asked, "How did you manage that?" Xiao Si chuckled. "I told him that my lady had taken pity and was willing to pay. If he did not yield, I would not hesitate to deal with him publicly." While the laws of the Great Liang were strict and such public violence was unlikely, the merchant was unaware. Upon hearing his words, the merchant turned pale, repeatedly insisting he would leave by boat immediately and would never dare to return to the Central Plains. Shen Xinyan nodded approvingly at Xiao Si. "Indeed. You are quite capable." Xiao Si blushed with pride. "My lady, shall we head to the western suburbs now?" Shen Xinyan pondered for a moment before giving Xiao Si a few instructions, then boarded the carriage. Zhao Momo was gently soothing the infant in her arms, unconcerned about the weeds Shen Xinyan had brought onto the carriage, thinking it was merely a way to squander silver. Once the young master grew up to inherit the family business, all would be well. For now, she would let the Shen family continue their endeavors for a couple more years. Ying Tao had already realized that Shen Xinyan did not intend to adopt a child. Thus, she no longer displayed the same enthusiasm, merely sitting upright beside Shen Xinyan. Upon closer inspection, the child was not particularly endearing, with drooping eyes and a sorrowful expression. He hardly seemed worthy of being called the lady's child. The carriage had not traveled far before it halted. Hearing Xiao Si's voice outside, Zhao Momo, while gently soothing the infant, curiously inquired why we arrived so quickly. Perhaps she had been too engrossed, neglecting the passage of time. Zhao Momo gazed lovingly at the infant's face. "Truly, he is the flesh of the second master. I could gaze upon him endlessly." Once Shen Xinyan and Ying Tao disembarked from the carriage, Zhao Momo followed, initially considering taking the child to show the old madam, only to be met with the sign of the 5-city military command. Zhao Momo was taken aback and instinctively prepared to leave with the child. But Shen Xinyan called out, "Momo, where do you think you're taking that foundling?" Zhao Momo stood frozen, her mind racing, yet she smiled. Why has the second madam suddenly come to the military command? The old madam is still waiting for your osmanthus cake. What madness had possessed Shen Xinyan to come here? Surely, she had not discovered something and intended to report them? Feeling guilty, Zhao Momo's thoughts spiraled, and her expression darkened. Upon hearing that the second madam of the general's mansion had arrived, Vice Commander Zhang promptly greeted her. "Ah, Lady Yao has come. Is there something you wish to instruct?" Their information network was the most reliable. News had circulated that Lady Yao had entered the palace yesterday, walking in and being escorted out in a carriage, attended by female officials. This indicated that the Empress Dowager still favored her. Since she was someone of importance to the Empress Dowager, they naturally had to treat her with respect. Shen Xinyan was well aware of this and smiled at Vice Commander Zhang. What a coincidence. We intended to dine at the Zue Xianlu, but stumbled upon this child in the alley west of it. Zhao Momo's body stiffened, a chill racing from her feet to her head. This was not good. Shen Xinyan intended to take action regarding the second master's child. Indeed, Shen Xinyan gestured. "Vice Commander Zhang, please observe this child. He is healthy and robust, clearly well cared for since birth. Why would such a child be discarded in rags in an alley unless he was stolen and deliberately abandoned? Thus, I have an ungracious request." Vice Commander Zhang nodded. "Please." "Madam, go on." Shen Xinyan bowed slightly. "The Empress Dowager often teaches me to empathize with parents who toil for their children. The love of parents for their children is irreplaceable. The parents of this child must be in great distress over his loss. Therefore, I hope you can assist in reuniting this child with his biological parents. If they desire to separate families, let it be done thoroughly." Should anyone else make such a request, Vice Commander Zhang would have scoffed, calling them gluttons for trouble. However, since it was Shen Xinyan, he was moved to tears. "Madam, your righteousness is commendable. Finding the child's biological parents would take no less than 10 days to a month, and possibly as long as 10 years. Lady Yao had indeed brought them a substantial task." Shen Xinyan reached for a silver note from Ying Tao, who promptly presented it. Shen Xinyan examined the amount and offered it to Vice Commander Zhang. "For this endeavor, here are 200 taels of silver. Please treat yourself and the officers to a feast. Additionally, the Yao residents will send 50 taels each month until this child is reunited with his family." When a matter can be resolved with money, one should never hesitate to part with it, for not only does it bring personal satisfaction, but it also ensures the discomfort of others. Presently, Deputy Commander Zhang holds the rank of a regular 6th-grade official, with a monthly stipend of but 8 dan, which, when converted to silver, amounts to a mere 20 or so taels. Now, with Shen Xinyan's promise of 50 taels of silver monthly for the child's sustenance, his heart is naturally filled with joy, and he even harbors a secret hope that the child's parents may never be found. His praise, too, have become more sincere. Madam Second is indeed most benevolent. Zhang is in awe. However, Nurse Zhao stumbled, a sense of dread overcoming her. The cunning of the Shen woman is most vile. Her little master may be doomed within the walls of the inspectorate. Chapter 28. The alertness of Mrs. Qianyao. Cherry, amidst the deputy commander's compliments, took the child from Nurse Zhao and delivered him into the commander's arms. Yet, she was puzzled, for Nurse Zhao's grip seemed unduly strong. Despite her inner turmoil, Nurse Zhao had no choice but to relinquish the child, her mind racing for a way to reclaim him. But then, Shen Xinyan added, "This innocent child. I hope the commander will take great care to ensure the conditions of his family are thoroughly investigated before he is returned." With the support of 50 taels of silver per month, Deputy Commander Zhang promptly responded, "Madam Second, rest assured. This official will conduct a meticulous investigation to find the child's family." Shen Xinyan bowed once more. "Then I entrust this matter to the commander. The child has a birthmark on the back of his neck, which should serve as a clue to find his family. I shall take my leave now." They exchanged another bow, and Shen Xinyan, lifting her skirts, stepped into the carriage. As she passed Nurse Zhao, she called out, "Nurse, it is getting late. We must return soon." Nurse Zhao's lips trembled, as if she wished to say something, but upon seeing the smile on Shen Xinyan's lips, she swallowed her words and obediently followed her into the carriage. Before they left, she watched, clutching her chest, as the deputy commander ordered the child to be taken away. That vile Shen Xinyan. Her malice knows no bounds, she thought. Shen Xinyan, however, looked at Nurse Zhao with apparent concern. "Nurse, are you unwell? Why do you look so distressed?" Nurse Zhao, choking back her anger, forced a smile. "Thank you for your concern, madam. I just feel a strong connection to the child and find it hard to part with him." Shen Xinyan sighed in agreement. The child is indeed well behaved. If Nurse is so attached after just one meeting, I can only imagine the parent's anguish. If you are truly worried, I can give more silver to the inspectorate to ensure the child is well cared for until his parents are found, to honor this bond. Nurse Zhao, seething, could have devoured Shen Xinyan. The second master wished to give Shen Xinyan a child, and she should be grateful. Yet, this foolish woman has acted in a way that harms both herself and others, truly infuriating. The second master's identity must be kept secret, so he cannot be involved with the inspectorate. Nurse Zhao had planned to find someone to retrieve the child, but Shen Xinyan's generous offer has ensured the inspectorate will thoroughly investigate the parents, thus prolonging the child's stay and potential suffering. This precious child, destined to inherit the Duke of Ning's title, now faces an uncertain future due to Shen Xinyan's actions. Despite her hatred, Nurse Zhao continued to flatter. "Madam's thoughts are well considered. This old servant has been narrow-minded, only thinking of Madam having a child, but forgetting the pain of separation for the child's parents." Cherry, however, noticed Nurse Zhao's dark mood and wondered, why does Nurse Zhao look so menacing? Upon arriving at the mansion, Shen Xinyan gave the box of osmanthus cakes to Nurse Zhao and sent her back, while she and Xiaoxi headed to the western outskirts. As soon as the carriage was out of sight, Nurse Zhao rushed to the dowager's courtyard. As soon as Nurse Zhao left, Cherry sighed, "Madam, did you see Nurse Zhao's face? It was so frightening." Shen Xinyan smiled. "Is it not natural for her to worry about the dowager, being her longtime attendant? That is why I let her return early. Do you not worry about me when you are out?" Cherry, after a moment's thought, nodded, "I do." This explanation satisfied Cherry, who brightened. "Madam, are we going to the western outskirts now?" Their recent outings had been more frequent than in the past 3 years, and Shen Xinyan was no longer the lifeless figure she once was, bringing joy to Cherry. Shen Xinyan, seeing Cherry's enthusiasm, smiled. "After all this, I am quite hungry. Let Xiaoxi find a refined restaurant, and we will eat before leaving the city." She hurriedly sent Nurse Zhao back because the sight of her face was unappetizing. She could not dine with such a beast. Cherry, her eyes crinkling with a smile, agreed, "Yes, madam." As they prepared to dine, Mrs. Qianyao was supervising the cleaning of the courtyard. Only she, Yao, Chansheng, and Nurse Zhao knew of the grandson's impending arrival. Though she could not show it, she was delighted, already planning how to bring the child to her courtyard. Shen, being foolish, could not raise a child well. and she, as the great-grandmother, should be the one to raise him, ensuring his loyalty to the Yao family. The more she thought, the happier she became, her wrinkles deepening. She was now a great-grandmother, with more blessings to come. As she pondered a name for the child, Nurse Zhao rushed in, dowager. Seeing Nurse Zhao's panic, Mrs. Qian, Yao knew something was amiss. She dismissed the servants, continued cleaning the courtyard. The servants left, and Mrs. Qian Yao, her face grave, asked, "What has happened?" Nurse Zhao, placing the osmanthus cakes down, whispered the day's events into her ear. Mrs. Qian Yao's face grew colder, and when Nurse Zhao finished, she swept everything from the table. "How dare Shen Xinyan treat my great-grandson so?" Nurse Zhao quickly calmed her. "Dowager, the immediate task is to retrieve the young master. The inspectorate is rough and cannot care for our precious child." Mrs. Qian Yao, gripping the chair, said, "Shun is generous, offering 50 taels a month. Even if we find someone to claim the child, the inspectorate will not let go of such a source of income. They will investigate thoroughly, and that is what we fear most." Suddenly, Mrs. Qian Yao's expression changed. "Wait, tell me in detail. How did Shun behave? I sense she knows something." Chapter 29. The Yao family's financial crisis. Since Shen Xinyan's return from the princess's banquet, her behavior has changed. Yesterday, she nearly drowned the fourth son, filled with anger. This made Mrs. Qian Yao suspect that Shen Xinyan might know something. Nurse Zhao, understanding the implication, tensed. "Dowager, do you think she knows something?" Mrs. Qian Yao, her brow furrowed, said, "I hope I am wrong, but her recent actions are so different from before, it makes me suspect." Madame Zhao reflected earnestly on Shen Xinyan's demeanor and actions today. Upon discovering the young master, both she and Yingtao had endeavored to persuade Madame Shen to adopt the child. Madame Shen appeared to be swayed, even cradling the young master in her arms. However, to their astonishment, she subsequently sent the child to the commander's office. The servant recalled that the second madam had informed the commander of a red birthmark on the back of the child's neck. Could it be that the second madam had uncovered something significant? If there was anything suspicious, this was surely the only point of concern. Had the second madam known about the child's birthmark all along? Yao Qianshi lowered her gaze and pondered for a long while. "If what you say is true, then I find myself less suspicious." Madame Shen was the only daughter of the Duke of Ningguo and had spent time by the Empress Dowager's side. Yao recalled that upon her arrival at the mansion, she was exceedingly particular about her food and attire, immediately dismissing any meal that displeased her and discarding garments at the slightest stain, unable to tolerate even the minutest flaw. This had incited jealousy in the younger maids. Although Madame Shen appeared more subdued in recent years, her inherent fastidiousness remained unchanged. It was likely that the child's birthmark had displeased her. Yet, these were mere speculations. Careful observation of her was essential. Should she truly discover something, we must be prepared to respond promptly. Perhaps the tumultuous events of the past few days had vexed Madame Shen, resulting in a significant shift in her temperament. It seemed prudent to find an opportunity to subtly probe her feelings, for after 3 years of acquaintance, Yao felt she had a fair understanding of Madame Shen's character, who was not one to harbor resentment quietly. Any issues would surely reveal themselves. Madame Zhao nodded, then displayed a pained expression. "What shall become of the young master? Should we not devise a plan to bring him back?" She was still reluctant to part with the child. Yao Qianshi huffed coldly. Since it was Madame Shen who sent him away, it is only fitting that she also brings him back. This matter is beyond our control. It must be handled by her personally for it to be satisfactory. Understanding Yao Qianshi's intent, Madame Zhao acquiesced and began to tidy the scattered pastries on the floor. Observing her actions, Yao Qianshi spoke softly. "Little Four is still unwell. Send these fine pastries to her. After all, it is a gesture from your second sister-in-law. We must not let it go to waste." Aware that Yao Qianshi was venting her frustrations on Yao Jining, Madame Zhao hastily agreed and replated the pastries for delivery. At that moment, Steward Liu from the accounts office hurried over. "Greetings to the esteemed matriarch." After bowing respectfully, he knelt on the ground. Having been a long-time servant of the general's household, he had narrowly escaped a calamity the previous night and remained apprehensive of the second madam's decisive nature. Realizing that only the matriarch could be his ally, he bowed his head earnestly. Yao Qianshi reverted to her usual benevolent demeanor. "Old Liu, what brings you here today? Has something transpired in the accounts office?" The succession of events today had indeed been quite tiresome. Lu sensed the underlying discontent in Yao Qianshi's amiable tone, but, given the circumstances, had no choice but to speak candidly. In response to the matriarch's inquiry, word has spread regarding our household selling off servants. Now it appears, Yao Qianshi interjected. Now, there are those who are gossiping about the general's household? She sighed, it matters not. Has the old general not endured a share of malicious rumors since his arrival in the capital? Let them chatter. It will not cost us a penny. Once a new topic arises, no one will recall the tales surrounding the general's household. Gossip in the capital is fleeting. It comes swiftly and departs even faster. Steward Lu anxiously wiped the perspiration from his brow and steeled himself to continue. It is not merely idle chatter. The main issue is that news of our household selling off servants is leaked. Now, there are rumors circulating that we are merely a facade of strength, having sunk to the level of selling individuals to make ends meet. Several shopkeepers have already come to the accounts office demanding silver, creating quite a commotion if they are not satisfied. Yet, it is still not the end of the month, and the second madam's funds have yet to be allocated. His voice dwindled as he sensed the palpable tension emanating from the matriarch. However, this predicament was not his fault. The funds were spent by the various concubines and young ladies, leaving him with nothing. For the past 2 years, the second madam had been covering expenditures, allowing the various households to spend lavishly compared to before. Initially, the arrangement was modest. One would purchase a handkerchief while another bought a hairpin, but eventually evolved into a competition of monthly outfits and several garments, each household striving to outdo the others. The second madam, being generous, would only inquire at the end of each month about the total expenditure before promptly transferring the funds. Yet today, the shopkeepers were disregarding past favors and were insistent on collecting their dues. The longer he delayed, the more agitated they became, leading him to seek the matriarch's assistance. Understanding that Lu was seeking funds, Yao Qianshi's expression darkened. Matters in the household have always been overseen by Li. It seems you remain devoted to her, yet you come here to ask me for money. After a lengthy conversation, it turned out he was merely seeking silver from her. Upon realizing that Yao Qianshi was genuinely angered, Lu immediately prostrated himself. Your insight is commendable, matriarch. I initially sought guidance from the old matriarch, but she stated, noticing that the old matriarch was not inclined to respond, Lu pressed on. The old matriarch said to seek funds from those who spent it. She has not utilized the second madam's silver. Steward Lu found himself in a predicament. If his household had a benefactor like the second madam, he would surely treat her with utmost reverence. Yet, he was baffled by the master's intentions, seemingly intent on making things difficult for her. Now, with the second madam unwilling to part with funds, the burden fell upon this poor steward. Yao Qianshi, exasperated to the point of laughter, retorted, if someone has provided you with the guidance, then go forth under their name to request the funds. Why come here to lament? Li truly was a good daughter-in-law, having entangled even her into this predicament. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyan sat in the carriage, listening to the bustling market on either side. Did you manage to hint to the toothless hag about the general's household facing financial ruin? How did the news spread? Silver was a valuable commodity, and she had plenty, since the Yao family had had their fill and were now squabbling like dogs over scraps. She had no qualms about aiding them. Just as Ying Tao was about to respond, the carriage suddenly halted, causing Shen Xinyan to stumble forward, nearly falling on a golden silk grass. But Ying Tao caught her just in time. Once steadied, she inquired about Little Four. Has something occurred? Little Four replied in a hushed tone, Madam, there are individuals inspecting the carriages at the city gate. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyan lifted the curtain to look, her pupils narrowing in alarm. How could it be him? Chapter 30. The Sorrow of Amon. Shen Xinyan dropped the curtain, pressing her hand to her heart. How could she encounter Hua En here? Hua En was the legitimate son of the Marquis of Wuan, yet since his biological mother, Lady Wei, had passed away, he had fallen out of favor with the Marquis, even facing oppression from the Marquis's new wife. Nevertheless, he was a man of ambition. Aware that he could not continue living in such circumstances, he sought refuge with his maternal grandfather, entering the service of the then prince, Chengze Emperor, at the age of 12. 2 years later, as the Chengze Emperor rose to power, Hua En led troops into the imperial city, earning the title of Fortune General and winning the emperor's favor. After the emperor ascended the throne, Hua En was conferred the title of 4th rank Xuanwu General, stationed at the northern borders. He was indeed a man of military prowess, ascending rapidly through the ranks. After achieving several victories, he was summoned back to the capital to serve as the commander of the Jinyui, tasked with protecting the emperor and royal family, apprehending criminals, interrogating offenders, and gathering military intelligence. Hua In oversaw the Jini prison, also known as the imperial prison, which was responsible for interrogating and torturing prisoners. At that time, she was barely 13, after her father's death. The Empress Dowager had compassionately summoned her to serve in the palace. While waiting for the Empress Dowager's summons, I chanced upon Hua In emerging from the northern town constable's office. At that moment, traces of blood still stained his face, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. An aide offered him a handkerchief, seemingly urging him to wipe away the blood. However, Hua In, with a sinister glee, drew a blood droplet to his lips, indulging in it with a wild laugh. This gruesome scene left Shen Xinyan utterly terrified, and for several days thereafter, she was plagued by nightmares. Weeks later, news broke that the entire Wu and Marquis family had been exiled. It was said that Hua In had uncovered evidence of their treason, and in a display of familial justice, he had banished them all. When the Wu and Marquis, his wife, and their 2 sons were dragged from the imperial prison, they bore not a single unblemished skin. Their daughters, meanwhile, were sent to the Ministry of Music. From that day forth, she harbored an intense fear of Hua In. Even when she occasionally encountered him, she would evade his gaze, for the sight of him would evoke the haunting image of him smearing blood on his lips. Later, when the emperor arranged a marriage for her, Hua In was reassigned to the northern frontier in the same year. Although she understood that Hua In had no direct connection to her, his departure nonetheless brought her relief. Yet, she pondered when he would return, for she had heard nary a whisper of his whereabouts. Shen Xinyan cursed her ill fortune quietly, preparing to instruct her driver, Little Four, to turn the carriage away. But before she could voice her command, a man spoke up languidly. Indeed, a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. I had forgotten how pretentious I was in my youth. Shen Xinyan was taken aback, realizing how bitter she had become with age. Just as she fell into silence, the sound of approaching hooves reached her ears, growing louder until they halted beside her carriage. A deep voice called out, "Is the esteemed Madame Yao within?" Taking a deep breath, she signaled Cherry to lift the curtain, meeting Hua In's penetrating gaze. "Commander Hua, it has been a long time." One could not deny that Hua In's countenance was exceedingly handsome, if one overlooked his tyrannical nature and his official rank. He could easily be deemed the most striking gentleman in the capital. Regrettably, Hua In was not a benevolent man. Those who fell under his scrutiny often met dire fates. To this day, no young woman dared to wed him. There had been those who, desperate to marry off their daughters, sought to make them his concubines. But Hua In would uncover their father's crimes and imprison both the men and their daughters soon after. In the realm of governance, who could guarantee their absolute purity? Hua In's ruthless methods left officials too terrified to harbor any thoughts of him. Calculating his age, he should now be nearing 27 or 28. Yet he remained a solitary figure, an outcome of his own making. Hearing Shen Xinyan's address, a young officer clad in a flying fish uniform behind Hua In promptly remarked, "Madame Yao, my lord has now ascended to the position of deputy commander of the first rank in the 5 armies. He has been promoted." Shen Xinyan mused inwardly. Though her face maintained a decorous smile, "Congratulations, Deputy Commander Hua, on your elevation." Hua In nodded slightly, holding the reins, and then inquired, "A group of spies infiltrated the capital last night. Madam Yao must exercise caution if you intend to leave the city." Although she was uncertain why Hua In had chosen to stop her and impart such advice, his earnest tone did not escape her notice. Shen Xinyan, not one to disregard good counsel, replied, "Thank you for your warning, Deputy Commander. I shall be vigilant." Seeing her acknowledgement, Hua In offered no further words, merely signaling to the young officer beside him, who promptly cleared a path. "This carriage has been inspected. You may proceed." As the carriage moved forward, a man suddenly spoke. "Lean your head toward the window and lift the gauze curtain." Shen Xinyan complied, only to hear a man instruct again, smile faintly. Following her directive once more, she soon heard a man's wistful murmur, "All right, come back now." Shen Xinyan lowered the curtain, inquiring, "What is it?" A man's voice betrayed an unmistakable sadness. "Nothing," merely confirming a few details. Indeed, as that adversary had mentioned, they had ultimately missed their chance. However, her current impression of that adversary was anything but favorable. It was best to let things unfold naturally. Yet, she distinctly recalled that adversary was supposed to be stationed at the northern border until 2 years later when he was ordered back to the capital. Why then? Was he suddenly present in the city? Shen Xinyan sensed something amiss. It seems you are quite familiar with Wen. A man, having regained her composure, reverted to her usual acerbic demeanor. Familiar? Of course. He was once my superior. Shen Xinyan exhaled quietly in relief. Thankfully, it was not as she had feared. Yet, curiosity compelled her to ask, since he was your superior, how is he now? A hint of melancholy crept into a man's voice. He died many years ago. During a surprise attack by enemy forces, he led his troops valiantly for 30 days without provisions or reinforcements, ultimately annihilating the enemy. When he was brought back, his body was beyond recognition, ravaged and beyond healing. Were it not for such circumstances, I would not have known that adversary harbored such sentiments, silently guarding me for years. Shen Xinyan's fingers trembled at the revelation. No wonder a man's tone had seemed so peculiar. It turned out that Wen was such a heroic figure, and she realized her previous narrow-mindedness. Unable to contain herself, Shen Xinyan murmured, "It seems not all men are like Yao Er, fearing for their lives." A man swiftly interrupted, "Do not compare swine dung to gold. Yao Er is not even worth being called a man. Such a comparison insults the valor of true heroes." Realizing her misstep, Shen Xinyan fell silent. A man was right. Yao Er was indeed unworthy of the title of man. Yet she remained fearful of Wen. Meanwhile, observing Wen standing still, the young officer who had spoken earlier approached him. "My lord, my lord. Unbearable kuli, speak." The officer gestured toward the line of carriages exiting the city. "Those petty thieves are hardly worthy of your personal capture, my lord. You have just assumed your duties. The commandery awaits your return to handle affairs." Had he not misjudged? Was the deputy commander lost in thought just now? Chapter 31. Inspecting the village, Wen casually shifted his gaze from the carriage and nodded to the young officer. "Let us go." Without further ado, he mounted his horse and made his way toward the commandery. Little 4's pace was brisk, and within a little over an hour, Shen Xinyan arrived at the 80 acres of land bestowed upon her by Emperor Chengza. This vast expanse had originally been designated for military encampments, extending beyond the horizon. She could only faintly glimpse distant mountain ranges, scattered houses, and patches of cultivated fields. Now, all of this belonged to Shen Xinyan. Little 4 bent down to grasp a handful of soil and cautiously remarked, "My lady, this land is not fertile. It may be some time before it can be cultivated. Land requires a year of cultivation to recuperate. Otherwise, the roots would be harmed. Unfortunately, this land had lain fallow for so long that it would likely need 2 to 3 years of fertilization to restore its vitality." Just as Shen Xinyan was about to respond, a burly one-eyed elder hurried towards them, limping slightly as he approached, clad in a short jacket that revealed his muscular arms. He scrutinized Shen Xinyan's features before bowing respectfully. "May I inquire which noble family the lady hails from, and what brings you to our remote village?" Though desolate, this land was under the emperor's name, and most of its inhabitants were war veterans. They had neither family nor possessions. Yet the emperor had graciously provided them with a place to reside, with taxes significantly lower than elsewhere. With the emperor's protection, no one dared trouble their village. They had thus chosen to settle together, providing mutual support. With an increase in population, a village had formed, and the elder had naturally become their leader. Seeing the elder's respectful demeanor, Little 4 returned the greeting. "My master's surname is Shun, from a Ningwa Duke's residence. His Majesty granted this land in my master's name yesterday, and today he has come to inspect it." He sensed that his wife seemed to harbor a dislike for the Yao residence, which prompted him to reveal the title of the Duke of Ningwa. Upon hearing this, the elder quickly knelt on one knee. "Ah, it turns out that the second Madam Yao has arrived. I received word from Lord Wang yesterday, indicating that you would be coming to take possession of the land in the next few days, so I have made preparations." Shen Xinyan gestured for the young servant to step aside and made a motion to assist the elder in rising. "Old sir, please rise and speak. My maiden name is Shun, so you may simply call me Madam from now on." Since this was her own territory, she felt free to do as she pleased. The elder supported himself with one hand as he stood, bowing slightly while maintaining an upright posture. "Madam, my surname is Ma. You may call me Old Ma from now on. Your courtesy is truly overwhelming." Shen Xinyan smiled and replied, "Old Ma, Let us not be overly formal. I will require your assistance often, and we shall inevitably interact frequently. Now, I ask you about the current situation on the estate. How many people are there, and how much arable land is available? Old Ma, well versed in the estate's details, promptly replied, "The estate is home to individuals with physical disabilities residing in scattered groups, totaling over 2,000 people. Some are married with children, yet the majority remain single. Though they may have mobility challenges, they can still perform various tasks. There is not a single idler among them." Shen Xinyan nodded as she listened. "If I were to plant something, I can assure you that confidentiality will be maintained." Old Ma pondered for a moment. "Although we are military personnel, we have all fought alongside His Majesty. Keeping secrets from outsiders is manageable, but his unspoken words conveyed a clear message. He could not keep secrets from the Emperor." Shen Xinyan smiled at Old Ma. "What I intend to do will be known to His Majesty. There is no need for your concern. Just ensure that you carry out my instructions and prevent any news from leaking out. As for personnel, His Majesty has promised to allocate people from the Agricultural Department to assist me, and I will also send individuals in the future for you to coordinate. I need the people on the estate to sign contracts of servitude. For those who wish to stay, there will be a settlement allowance of 20 taels of silver. For those who do not wish to remain, 10 taels will be given for them to seek their own livelihoods. For those willing to stay, categorize their skills. I will temporarily reside at the General Town S residence, so please arrange for them to be sent to me. In the future, the land on the estate will be uniformly managed, and personnel will be allocated accordingly. I will disburse monthly stipends punctually, but should I discover any betrayal, do not expect leniency." Compared to mere verbal assurances of loyalty, she believed that a contract of servitude would serve as a true constraint. Old Ma nodded in agreement. This was quite similar to their discussions from yesterday. However, they had only considered that Madame would have them sign contracts of servitude, not that she would also provide a settlement allowance. They were all individuals with disabilities, and the mere fact that their master was willing to retain them was already a boon. During yesterday's discussions, aside from those with children, the remaining families were eager to stay. Now, with news of a settlement allowance and monthly wages, those who had initially considered leaving would surely reconsider. Seeing the genuine smile on Old Ma's face, Shen Xinyan realized that this matter was surely settled. She then handed over the plants she had purchased to Old Ma. "These are the crops I plan to cultivate next. Please find a few individuals knowledgeable in gardening to tend to them well. If anyone discovers the nature of these crops, they may come to me to collect seeds, and if they cultivate them successfully, there will be further rewards. To urge a horse to run swiftly, one must provide ample fodder. The same principle applies to people." Old Ma immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. "Madam, you show compassion towards us rough individuals. We will certainly not let you down." Indeed, His Majesty had thought of them, providing them with such a generous new master. Shen Xinyan pointed to the land she had just traversed. "In the next few days, I will send someone to plan out this area. Remember to remind them that I intend to turn all of this into shops." She was a person who either did not engage, or, if she did, aim for excellence. Since Amon had suggested she cultivate golden silk leaves for trade, she needed a plan for the shops in advance. Upon hearing about the shops, Old Ma's eyes lit up. "Madam, you intend to open a shop?" Shen Xinyan was about to respond when Amon suddenly interjected. "How much can you earn by opening a shop alone? The key is to attract other merchants to set up their stores. That is where enduring business lies." Shen Xinyan paused, unsure of Amon's intent. Yet she smiled at Old Ma. "I have my own plans. I merely need to secure the location first." After discussing matters thoroughly, Shen Xinyan prepared to return home. Old Ma, in a generous gesture, placed 2 wild chickens in the carriage. "These are humble offerings from the mountains. Consider them a token of rustic charm for you, madam." Shen Xinyan graciously thanked Old Ma, and then set off for home. As the carriage resumed its journey, she closed her eyes, feigning a nap, while softly inquiring of Amon. "You seem quite knowledgeable about business." Amon's ideas were indeed intriguing, comprising concepts she had never encountered, leaving her curious about their origins. Chapter 32. Next time, try not to be polite. Shen Xinyan's inquiry amused Amon, who smiled gently. "When you reach my age and have witnessed much, your understanding will naturally deepen. You and I are fundamentally the same. When free, venture out more often to observe what is trending in the capital, what is needed. It is far more beneficial than sitting at home reciting scriptures and poetry." Shen Xinyan acknowledged with a nod, then fell into silence. Meanwhile, Ying Tao looked at Shen Xinyan with curiosity, noting her odd behavior recently. It seemed she had been murmuring in her sleep again, but Ying Tao could not discern the words. In her heart, Ying Tao mused that since the second master had only recently completed his mourning period, the madam must be experiencing nightmares. She resolved to seek a master in the mountains to pray for the madam's peace and blessings, lest that ghostly figure burden her family. Shen Xinyan had intended to converse further with Amon, but unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she found Ying Tao sitting upright in the corner, her small face serious. Shen Xinyan, puzzled, asked, "Why do you sit so solemnly? Is something amiss?" Ying Tao remained silent, merely gesturing for Shen Xinyan to look outside. Rising, Shen Xinyan noticed the sun had already begun to set. Assuming Ying Tao was concerned about the time, she casually asked the young servant, "How long until we reach the general's residence?" She could scarcely bring herself to utter the word home regarding that treacherous place. A deep voice responded, "We will soon enter the city." Shen Xinyan's hazy thoughts instantly cleared, and she silently inquired of Ying Tao with her eyes. "How could He be here?" Ying Tao lowered her voice. "We encountered him on the road just now. He mentioned it was on the way, so he decided to accompany us." Through the gauzy curtain, Shen Xinyan could only make out a vague silhouette and hear the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats. She inwardly gasped, wondering why this person seemed to haunt her, appearing wherever she went. However, she was compelled to smile. "I appreciate your company, Mr. He." The carriage moved slowly, "And I apologize for taking up your time." He Huan acknowledged her, refraining from contradicting her. The remnants of the previous dynasty have not yet been eradicated. If you venture outside the city, you must bring guards, and it is wise to return early. Do not linger too late. Understanding the validity of He Huan's warning, Shen Xinyan promptly replied, "Thank you for your advice, Mr. He. Today's circumstances were exceptional, which caused the delay in my return. I will be more cautious next time." After all, she had not anticipated acquiring so many golden silk leaves, prompting her to consider sending them straight out of the palace. Uncertain which remark had displeased He Huan, he coolly remarked, "It has nothing to do with me." He then flicked the reins and rode away. Shen Xinyan was left speechless, pondering what was his issue. She turned to Ying Tao. "Did I say something wrong just now?" Upon hearing He Huan leave, Ying Tao's body relaxed, and she let out a sigh of relief. After listening to Shen Xinyan, Ying Tao quickly shook her head. "No, madam, you behaved courteously and appropriately. There was nothing amiss." She was utterly terrified. The brocade guards were all fierce and menacing, and Deputy Hua was a veritable demon. Although she knew Deputy Hua had good intentions, the moment she heard that he would be traveling with them, she was nearly frightened to death. Cherry gazed at Shen Xinyan with a complicated expression, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Was Deputy Hua perhaps targeting the Yao family, preparing to strike? Shen Xinyan was also puzzled. This person's temperament was always unpredictable. She had merely been expressing gratitude, so how had she offended him? However, Amon spoke up in a leisurely manner. "Why don't you try being less polite next time? Some people are just pretentious and awkward." Just as Shen Xinyan was about to reply, Xiao Si spoke, "Madam, we have arrived at the city gate." With Deputy Hua nearby, not only was Cherry frightened, but even he felt a chill run through his limbs, wishing he could abandon the carriage and flee, for fear that Deputy Hua would draw his sword and cut him in half at the slightest provocation. But since the madam was asleep and Deputy Hua seemed to have good intentions, he could only suppress his fear and continue driving. Shen Xinyan responded, lifting the veil to look towards the city gate, where she saw Hua In on his horse, coldly observing the city guards as they conducted their routine inspection. A ridiculous thought suddenly crossed her mind. Had he left ahead to avoid suspicion, which was, in a way, considerate? Amon spoke again, after traveling together. "Shouldn't you at least give him a smile?" Knowing Amon was right, Shen Xinyan smiled faintly and nodded at Huan, but his expression remained as cold and unyielding as ever. She then lowered the curtain and instructed Xiao Si back to the general's mansion. Only after Shen Xinyan had left did Hua In prepare to depart. Seeing him about to leave, Lu Zhongde, the commander of the 5-city military command, immediately approached Hua In and bowed. "Thank you, sir, for your supervision. Your tireless efforts for the state are truly a blessing for the great Liang and its people." He wondered what kind of feng shui this place had for this man to visit twice in a day, standing silently each time. Was he perhaps pondering how to skin him alive for some mistake? Hua In looked at Lu Zhongde coldly. Instead of wasting time, focus on securing the city gates. The number of foreign merchants entering and leaving the capital has increased. Ensure all are registered. If any slip through due to negligence, I will hold you accountable. It was a well-known practice for the city guards to accept bribes to let people in, with those who paid more getting in first, while others had to wait. After all, they were just lowly guards, likely to spend their entire lives in this small place, and naturally wanted to earn more. One did not oppose this. But the inspections and registrations must be thorough. Lu Zhongde, after being reprimanded, felt invigorated. Only someone who intended to keep him around would bother to scold him. No, Deputy Hua is not scolding. He is guiding me. Lu Zhongde quickly thanked Hua In, who had already spurred his horse towards his residence, leaving Lu Zhongde to exhale deeply. Goodness, he nearly scared me to death. As Shen Xinyan entered, she was met by Lin Dianjing and Lu Xijing. She smiled apologetically. I apologize for returning late and troubling you both. As the weather grows colder, please wait inside. There's no need to come out for me. She had sold the servant she had bought, but it seemed she had inconvenienced these two. Lin Dianjing and Lu Xijing exchanged a glance, since marrying into the general's mansion. Have you felt any discomfort, second lady? They had expected the palace to be complex, but the Yao family was equally troublesome. Shen Xinyan sensed something was amiss, recalling that she had asked them to watch over the courtyard. Their reaction made her serious. Is there a problem? Lin Dianjing looked at Lu Xijing, who then spoke, Madam. You haven't used incense in the past 3 years, correct? Shen Xinyan shook her head. Indeed, I dislike the smoky smell. I prefer natural fragrances, like fresh flowers and fruits. Lu Xijing continued, Madam, since His Majesty and the Empress Dowager sent us to you, I will be frank. Do you remember where this censer came from? Shen Xinyan's expression grew grave. This was part of the Empress Dowager's dowry. I placed it here for its beauty, not to burn incense. If it's problematic, could it be from the Empress Dowager? Before she could think further, Amon interrupted, don't overthink it. If the Empress Dowager wanted to harm you, she would find a reason and have you killed. You are not important to her. Lu Xijing added, no, this is not from the palace. To prove it, she carefully picked up the censer. Madam, look, the mark is different. This censer is hollow and filled with mercury, which, when heated, releases toxins. Fortunately, you do not use incense, saving your life. The censer, if used, would have killed Shen Xinyan, and the investigation would have ended, blaming it on a natural illness. Shen Xinyan, realizing this, seethed. The Yao family really wants me dead. Lu Xijing asked, has this censer ever left your side? Or do you suspect anyone? Shen Xinyan thought for a moment. When I first married, Yao Jinning dropped it, damaging a gold thread. She sent it for repairs and returned it a month later. Lu Xijing then inquired, Madam, does Yao Jinning's aunt have any financial backing? Shaking her head, Shen Xinyan said, when Lady Lu entered the mansion. Old General Yao had already retired for 2 years. Naturally, Yao Changcheng could not take a concubine of high status. Lady Lu was bought by Yao Changcheng for 20 taels of silver. Her voice abruptly ceased, for she recalled that Yao Jinning had always been financially strained. When she first entered the mansion, Yao Jinning even came to her to ask for some fabric. For such a person, it was already a great feat to mend a censer, let alone have the means to create such a harmful object. In fact, Shen Xinyan even suspected that the drug Yao Jinning had slipped her at the banquet of the princess consort was the result of Yao Jinning's entire savings. Thus, Yao Jinning's suspicion could be cleared, for her poverty was beyond doubt. Seeing Shen Xinyan deep in thought, Lu Xijing reminded her, mercury becomes a deadly poison when heated. Perhaps, madam, you should consider who has never entered your chambers. It might be a breakthrough. Shen Xinyan shook her head. Not necessarily. After the news of the second master's death in battle, aside from Yao Changcheng, most of the people in the mansion have entered my courtyard. Moreover, everyone knows I do not burn incense, so it will be difficult to trace. Lu Xijing examined the censer again. If that is the case, we must find someone to investigate the origin of this object. Such a sophisticated forgery is not the work of an ordinary craftsman. Thinking of the 2 secret guards granted by Emperor Chengze, Shen Xinyan felt somewhat reassured. I will have someone look into this. However, I will need you to be more vigilant about the other issues in the courtyard. With a sigh, Shen Xinyan lamented, for the past 3 years, I have been meticulous and generous, yet they still seek to endanger my life. I wonder when the 2 maids, Bingjie and Bingrong, mentioned by His Majesty, will arrive. Lu Xijing comforted her softly, Madam, do not let these people trouble you. It is already the best outcome that nothing has happened. When I enter the palace, I will report everything to the Empress Dowager. However, the mercury in the censer has already risen, and the bottom has changed color. It would be best to remove it from your chambers, for it could harm your health. My concern is that we might alert the culprit. Just as Shen Xinyan was about to speak, she heard Cherry announce, "Madam, Master Lu from the accounts department has arrived." Upon hearing Master Lu's arrival, Shen Xinyan exchanged a glance with Lu Zhang and then slowly proceeded to the main hall. "Master Lu, what urgent matter brings you to me at this hour?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Master Lu, who had waited all day, sighed in relief. He had endured a difficult day dealing with the shopkeepers. Now, with a pillar of support, he felt a mix of relief and resentment. "Madam, where have you been?" The mansion was besieged by creditors, and it was truly humiliating. "Please provide the silver so I can send them away." Master Lu, who had been managing the accounts, faced the creditors, who, though outwardly polite, were sharp-tongued and threatening. Unable to obtain money from the old lady and the grand lady, he had to endure the day, smiling and flattering. By the time the creditors left, his frustration was palpable. His tone was filled with a sense of superiority, as if Shen Xinyan's absence was a sign of her irresponsibility. Listening to Master Lu's complaints, Shen Xinyan calmly sipped her tea. After he recounted his day, she replied, "If they want silver, give it to them. Why come to me?" Master Lu, taken aback by her words, realized her reluctance to pay. Feeling desperate, he said, "Madam, I am here to ask for the silver. Please give it to me, so I can send them away." Cherry, ready to berate him, was stopped by Shen Xinyan's glance. Shen Xinyan, signaling Cherry to pour her more tea, then smiled at the kneeling Master Lu. "If I am not mistaken, you have been in the mansion for a long time. Have you not?" Master Lu, straightening his chest, replied, "I have been in the mansion for 12 years. Nodding, Shen Xinyan said, "Indeed, a long time." Suddenly, she lifted her arm and poured a cup of tea over his head. "Then I must ask, who gave you the audacity to address me as I? Is this the etiquette you have learned?" Startled, Master Lu fell to his knees. I did not mean to, madam." Since the Shen family's arrival, he had been treated with respect, but the old lady's disdain for her and his own growing disregard for her had led to this moment. Cherry, seeing Shen Xinyan reprimand Master Lu, felt a sense of satisfaction. She wished she had brought scalding tea to pour over him. Shen Xinyan coldly said, "The notes they brought did not bear my seal, and the items were not delivered to my chambers. Is there any such logic in this world?" Master Lu, cowering, defended, "But the silver was always provided by you, madam. If not for your indulgence, the other households would not have spent so lavishly, fearing they would lose out." Shen Xinyan, laughing in anger, said, "So, you believe I brought this upon myself, and should continue to bear the expenses of the mansion?" Master Lu, considering the old lady's abandonment and the grand lady's ruthlessness, and the other concubines and ladies who dared not face the creditors, felt that Shen Xinyan was the easiest to deal with. He knelt and earnestly advised, "Madam, I know you are upset, but as a member of the Yao family, you should not quarrel at such a time. The Yao family is your shelter, and if it loses its reputation, you'll also suffer." Shen Xinyan calmly asked, "Are you worried that if you do not get the silver from me, the old lady will blame you?" Master Lu, head bowed, said, "I dare not, madam." Sighing, Shen Xinyan said, "Very well, I will not make this difficult for you. I will give you a resolution." Master Lu, feeling relieved, was suddenly struck by a heavy object, causing him to fall. The teapot Shen Xinyan had thrown at him shattered, and hot water and tea leaves mixed with blood ran down his face. Looking up in shock, he saw Shen Xinyan, still composed and gentle, as if she had not just attacked him. The more composed she was, the more terrified he became. "Madam," with a proper smile on her lips, Shen Xinyan said, "This is the resolution I, the lady, have given you, and it is also my view on this matter. With this wound, you can claim that you have done your utmost, and I trust no one will hold it against you. It is said that too much blood in the brain can cloud one's judgment. Now I, the lady, have helped Steward Lu to release some, and I believe his thoughts will be clearer. The current head of the general's residence is not I, the lady. To use the dowry I brought to support this entire household is indeed improper and would be a laughingstock. What do you think, Steward Lu?" Steward Lu, dazed by Shen Xinyan's blow, was terrified that she might strike again. He hastily nodded, "The lady is right." This servant was narrow-minded and did not consider the reputation of the household. "I am grateful for the lady's guidance." He wondered why he had ever thought that the lady was gentle and soft. This was not the demeanor of a docile woman, but that of a female demon ready to take his life. Shen Xinyan smiled warmly. "I am pleased that Steward Lu is so understanding." "Cherry, Have someone escort Steward Liu out. Do not delay him, as he must report to the old lady. Steward Liu stumbled out, glancing back at Shen Xinyan, who sat regally, exuding a chilling aura, like a sword about to be unsheathed, ready to strike. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The Yao residence is in for a tumult. Cherry escorted Steward Liu out and slammed the door, making sure he understood her disdain. Steward Liu wiped the blood from his head, shook off the tea leaves, and covered his wound with a handkerchief before staggering off to seek the old lady's advice. The second lady was right. This wound would make it easier to explain. As Steward Liu left, Steward Liu Zheng looked at Shen Xinyan. What are the second lady's plans now? Shen Xinyan's gaze fell on the intricate, gilded, double-eared, three-legged incense burner. The lady, have my plans. Since Yao Jinfeng is dead, I shall bestow upon him a fortune to honor the bond of our marriage. Steward Liu, with his injured head, went to the old lady's room, but was stopped by Nurse Zhao. Steward Liu, the old lady, is old and easily fatigued. She has just been put to bed. You should go back. Nurse Zhao had no intention of getting involved in such messy affairs or spending money on such nonsense. Steward Liu, thinking Nurse Zhao hadn't seen his wound, leaned his head closer. Sister Zhao, look at my wound. The second lady did not just hit me. She slapped the old lady's face. Nurse Zhao sneered. You are indeed a good steward, even implicating the old lady. I did not know you could become the face of the old lady. Realizing Nurse Zhao was reprimanding him, Steward Liu, with a pained expression, said, Sister Zhao, please don't mock me. Show me a way out. If I don't get the money, the shopkeepers will eat me alive tomorrow. My loss of face is trivial. But if I damage the general's reputation, the master will flame me alive. Nurse Zhao, annoyed, said, fine, given our long association, I will show you a way. While your wound is still bleeding, go to the old lady and cry out your grievances. The old lady is soft-hearted and will take your side. Lady Li despises Lady Shen, and if she sees your wound, she will confront Lady Shen. That is when the old lady should intervene. Steward Liu, understanding Nurse Zhao's meaning, left with a mournful face. Why must he, a mere servant, be dragged into these women's conflicts? Lady Li, with a bandage on her head, was being tended to by Ningyu, who was helping her take medicine. Last night, Yao Changcheng kicked her in the chest, causing her to cough up blood. She had a fever during the night, and in the morning, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, which spread to her head. Too proud to let it be known that Yao Changcheng had beaten her, she had secretly summoned a doctor and taken medicine. She was not shirking her duties. She truly had no strength to deal with the household troubles. The medicine, containing pain relievers, had somewhat eased her condition. What time is it now? Lady Li asked, her face slightly more relaxed. Ningyu, covering her, said, it is already the hour of the rooster. The old lady should rest. Lady Li snorted. What does it matter if I rest or not? How many people in this household wish for my death? That frivolous woman, spending her dowry, yet looking down on her own husband. The concubines vying for favor, eyeing my position. The old lady, fanning the flames, trying to control her son's household. The two vexing daughters-in-law, who have lost their sons but do not reflect. My life has been truly unfulfilling. Ningyu, tucking in Lady Li, said, the second lady has always been respectful and yielding, always putting the old lady first. Perhaps it is best to let it be and avoid further distress. Ningyu's words seemed to anger Rui, who stepped forward and pulled the blanket. What did Lady Shen offer you to make you say such things? Rui, still fuming, continued. If it weren't for Lady Shen's bad luck, the second master wouldn't have died. The second master's life was tragic, leaving no heir. If he had, at least the lady would have some solace. Rui's voice was laced with sorrow. The second master was different from the first. The first was always frail, and the old lady had prepared herself. But the second master's sudden death, leaving nothing behind, was a source of great anger. But what angered her more was Ningyu's defense of Lady Shen, which she saw as a betrayal. Rui's outburst annoyed Ningyu. You know that's not what I meant. Lady Shen has 2 female historians, indicating the Empress Dowager's favor. If the lady continues like this, she will only suffer. We are old servants. We should advise the lady to see reason. They had been with the old lady for years, supporting each other. Rui's lack of clarity surprised her. As they argued, Lady Li, angry, sat up. Stop arguing. Do you want to kill me? Lady Shen has caused me to be childless, and I will not rest until she is dead. If you truly care for me, help me think of a way to deal with Lady Shen, not to endure in silence. Lady Shen was indeed cunning, even winning over her own servants. Just as Steward Liu was about to complain to Lady Li, a scream echoed. Fire! Fire in the second lady's courtyard. Help! Lady Li, eyes gleaming with hope, sat up. Is Lady Shen dead? Heaven has finally rid us of this menace. I must see this. Meanwhile, Lady Qian, discussing Steward Lu's situation with Nurse Zhao, said, did she really leave a bloody gash? Nurse Zhao, gesturing, said, yes, a large wound, bleeding profusely, quite frightening. Lady Qian, pitying, said, poor thing. Xinyan has been acting out of sorts. Let Steward Lu bear with it. Xinyan is probably just upset, and it will pass. Old Nurse Zhao nodded in agreement. It is indeed a great injustice to Steward Lu, such a kind and sensible man, to be injured so severely. Alas! A myriad of words condensed into a single sigh. Soon after, news of a fire in Shen Xinyan's courtyard reached their ears. Lady Yao Qian abruptly rose, her face a mask of disbelief as she turned to old Nurse Zhao. Impossible! How could a fire break out in Xinyan's courtyard for no reason? Quickly, help me over there to take a look. Old Nurse Zhao immediately sought to calm Lady Yao Qian. Madam, please rest in the room. This servant will go and investigate the situation and return with the details. Lady Yao Qian shook off old Nurse Zhao's arm. You are being foolish. How can I not go in person for such a serious matter? Do not waste time with talk. Just follow me. A fire. This was unacceptable. Shen Xinyan had not yet been reunited with her great-grandson, and now she was favored by the Empress Dowager. If the Empress Dowager sent people to investigate, it would be a disaster, not to mention the valuable items in the storeroom. It was not yet time for Shen Xinyan to die. When the Grand Lady arrived, she found Shen Xinyan's courtyard already crowded with people, mostly concubines and young ladies who had come to see what was happening. Thick smoke billowed from the courtyard, and faint flames could be seen. The head steward of the general's residence, upon seeing the Grand Lady, seemed to find a pillar of support. Grand Lady, the courtyard gate is locked, and our people cannot enter. What should we do? Lady Yao Qian's cane struck the ground with a heavy thud. What are you waiting for? Hurry and find someone to break down the door. Every item in the Shun storeroom belongs to my gene phone, and not a single thing must be lost. No sooner had she spoken than the faint, weak voice of Lady Li was heard. Let's see who dares to touch anything. Chapter 36. Who shouted fire? Everyone turned to Lady Li, who had an unnatural flush on her face, looking somewhat eerie in the light of several lanterns. Her eyes were fixed on the gate of Shen Xinyan's courtyard. Look at the state of you all. There's just a bit of smoke in the second lady's courtyard, and you are all in such a panic. It would be for the best if she died. If she dies, it would be a blessing for Shen Xinyan. Before she could finish, Lady Yao Qian's voice came from a distance. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and put out the fire. Lady Li turned and met the gaze of Lady Yao Qian, who was hurrying over. Despite her reluctance, she could not neglect the proper etiquette, and she slowly bowed to Lady Yao Qian, mother. Lady Yao Qian did not even glance at her, instead looking at the servants. What are you all staring at? If something happens to the second lady, who among you can take the responsibility? Hurry and open the door. Lady Li was becoming increasingly muddled. If something truly happened to Shen Xinyan, what good would it do the Yao family? Such a person. It was fortunate that she had not been told that Jean Feng was still alive, or she would surely cause even more trouble. At Lady Li's command, several young servants rushed to the door. To their surprise, the door was only slightly ajar, and they stumbled into the courtyard. Shen Xinyan's courtyard was divided into a front and back section, and the smoke was coming from the back. The crowd, carrying buckets of water, rushed in, only to find Shen Xinyan, dressed in simple mourning clothes, with red, weeping eyes, standing before a large flame. The suddenness of the situation left everyone stunned, staring at Shen Xinyan and the large flame before her. The second lady is indeed wealthy. Look at all these paper offerings and the large urn for burning them. It's almost excessive, they thought. Shen Xinyan, with tearful eyes, turned to the crowd, first seeing Lady Li and Lady Yao Qian. She wept and knelt before them. Mother, grandmother, I have been dreaming of my husband. He said he is cold and lonely. I wanted to burn more paper money for him, to do my part for him. Lady Li, who had intended to lash out, fell silent at these words. She quietly watched the flames, then pushed Shen Xinyan aside and walked to the urn, silently adding more paper money. Tears streamed down her face, and at that moment, she was just a grieving mother. Lady Yao Qian, suppressing her anger, feared she might strike Shen Xinyan. Living people should not receive such offerings. Shen Xinyan was cursing someone to death, and burning so much paper money might bring misfortune to Jean Feng, perhaps even a serious illness. Yet, she maintained her composure and forced a smile. Xinyan, Your intentions are known to Jin Feng, but it is dry, and so much paper money could easily cause a fire. You might be punished. The Great Liang took fires very seriously. If a courtyard caught fire, not only did the owner bear the loss, but the culprit would be punished. Lady Yaoqian's advice was not without reason, but she could not understand why. If it was just burning paper, someone had shouted fire. Steward Liu, timing his words perfectly, interjected. The second lady had already thought of this and had me alert the fire brigade to stand by. If anything happens, they can enter the residence immediately. Director Lin also chimed in. The Empress Dowager is already aware and has praised the second lady for her virtue and sentiment. Grand Lady, you have a fine granddaughter-in-law. Lady Yaoqian, using the Empress Dowager to pressure her, this Shen Xinyan was indeed a good daughter-in-law. Shen Xinyan wiped her tears. Grandmother, you do not understand. Although I only met my husband once, we had a deep bond. For the past 3 years, the servants have been burning paper for him, but as his wife, I cannot rest easy. I bought a large amount of paper money and offerings to burn for him, so he can have a better afterlife. As Shen Xinyan wept, Lady Li, seemingly infected, threw handfuls of paper money into the fire, muttering, my son, as if in a trance. Seeing that Shen Xinyan could not be dissuaded, Lady Yaoqian felt a tightening in her chest, but could only grit her teeth and bear it. If so, finish quickly, so everyone can stop worrying. The fire brigade is waiting. A misfortune for the family, to have such a wicked woman as a daughter-in-law. No one had been burning paper for Jin Feng. After all, he was still alive. Shen Xinyan wiped her tears, showing a look of both fragility and strength. Grandmother, I understand. As the crowd began to disperse, Shen Xinyan, weeping again, said, Grandmother, I have set up an altar. Since you are here, why not offer a stick of incense? Lady Yaoqian followed Shen Xinyan's gaze and saw an altar in the courtyard. On it were a pig's head and fruits, clearly prepared in advance. In the center was a gilded incense burner, with incense sticks of varying lengths, indicating they had been burning for some time. Lady Yaoqian, now composed, took Shen Xinyan's hand. Good child, you have done well. The paper is already burned. What harm is a few sticks of incense? Shen Xinyan, with red, tearful eyes, looked at Lady Yaoqian. It is my duty. Lady Yaoqian, taking an incense stick from Shen Xinyan, placed it in the burner, murmured a few words, and then left with a sigh. Many had come to watch, including several of Yao Changqing's concubines. Seeing Lady Li offer incense, concubine Liu, concubine Zhao, concubine Wei, and Yao Changqing's concubine Zhou also offered incense. Shen Xinyan, with tearful eyes, thanked them one by one. After everyone left, Lady Li, having finished burning her paper, walked to Shen Xinyan, took an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the burner. Just as Shen Xinyan thought Lady Li would leave, she heard her ask, Why did Jin Feng not appear in my dreams, but in yours? You wretch. The 4 words lingered on the tip of her tongue, but out of respect for the 2 ladies in waiting, she refrained from voicing them, swallowing them instead. Shen Xinyan respectfully replied to Lady Yao Li, It must be because my husband knows that his mother cherishes him, which is why he is reluctant. She sensed that Lady Yao Li seemed unaware of Yao Jinfeng's feigned death, but this was advantageous. She could also pretend ignorance, lest the matter reach the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, and she be implicated by Yao Jinfeng, which would be regrettable. Lady Yao Li snorted coldly. My Jin Feng has always been the most filial. It's just that he has been cursed to death by Shen Xinyan. With that, Lady Yao Li stumbled away, and when Rui attempted to assist her, she was brusquely rebuffed. She would never show weakness in front of Shen Xinyan. Watching Lady Yao Li's retreating figure, Shen Xinyan turned to Liu Xijing. May I ask if the supervisor has seen clearly? Chapter 37. Who is the mastermind? Liu Xijing pondered the situation he had witnessed earlier. The lady instructed the maid to observe Consort Liu, but from what the maid had seen, there was no issue with Consort Liu. Having spent considerable time in the palace, one develops a keen perception of individuals. After all, no one wishes to offend a suddenly favored concubine and risk their life. Hearing Liu Xijing declare that there was no problem with Consort Liu, Shen Xinyan felt a tightening in her chest. This could prove troublesome. The uproar she had caused was merely to gauge the reactions of those in the household. The incense burner contained mercury. While others might be oblivious, the one who acted would certainly pay special attention to the burner, perhaps even fearing to approach it. Yet, the current situation showed that Yao Qian had approached the incense without hesitation and even conversed with her for quite some time. The very Lady Yao Li, who despised her most, lingered by the incense burner until all the paper offerings were consumed. This indicated that either they were indifferent to life and death, or that they were uninvolved with the matter of the incense burner. However, today as circumstances suggested that everyone had overlooked the burner, which posed a serious concern. Perhaps the one who placed the mercury was not even present. But who could that person be? Yao Changsheng had a legitimate wife, 3 concubines, and a favored maid. Although Lady Yao Li often made things difficult for her, her behavior today did not indicate any wrongdoing. So let that be for now. Consort Zhao was Yao Changsheng's first concubine. It was said that he had brought her into the household with the ceremony of a legitimate wife, but later, as Consort Zhao faded, Yao Changsheng's affections waned. That self-deceptive ceremony of legitimacy had become a farce. Consort Zhao had a daughter, the 3rd Miss Yao Jinru, who married shortly after Yao Jinfeng left home. Upon hearing of Yao Jinfeng's demise, Yao Jinru returned to mourn. The second concubine was Lu Yinyang, the mother of Yao Jining. Let us not dwell on them. The 3rd concubine was Wei Yinyang, the last to enter the household, who had given birth to the 6th Miss Yao Jinpei, now merely 7 years old. Shen Xinyan had seen her a few times. The child was naturally frail and timid, swaying as she walked. Another individual was the long-serving maid Zhou Shi, who had been alongside Yao Changsheng for quite some time. Zhou Shi, seeing Yao Changsheng indulging in debauchery, had placed someone close to him. However, Yao Changsheng had never favored Zhou Shi, treating her as though she were a mere foot rag, casually wiping his hands on her. Thus, Zhou Shi's 5th daughter, Yao Jinfeng, was already 8 years old, yet Zhou Shi remained a mere maid without even the title of concubine. Occasionally, Yao Jinfeng would visit Shen Xinyan's courtyard to chat and share some snacks, but she never came empty-handed, often bringing embroidered gifts, and their interactions were amicable. The fact that none of these individuals had noticed the incense burner could either mean it was cleverly concealed or that they had no guilt. Consequently, the problem must lie with those who were absent. Who were those not present today? The father-in-law Yao Changsheng, the elder sister-in-law Yao Zheng, or perhaps the several young ladies. It wasn't that Shen Xinyan doubted her personal maid. Rather, those who entered her courtyard to serve were primarily transferred from the Ninghui Duke's residence. They were all aware of her aversion to burning incense, making it easier to act elsewhere than at the incense burner. As for the rough maids in the courtyard, if they were responsible, they would have ample time to switch the burner once they realized she had not lit it, thus not delaying the current situation. Sensing Shen Xinyan lost in thought, Lin Dianjing suddenly spoke. Something still feels amiss. Shen Xinyan turned to Lin Dianjing, who wore a solemn expression. The maid in the light green dress beside Consort Zhao has not taken her eyes off the incense burner since she entered the courtyard. She held her breath while assisting Consort Zhao. Working in the Palace Justice Department, she was naturally attentive to the subtle changes in expressions. Although that maid concealed her intentions well, she could not escape Lin Dianjing's keen eye. An inexplicable emotion flickered in Shen Xinyan's eyes. I have no enmity with Consort Zhao. Why would she target me? This Yao residence truly harbored no virtuous individuals. Lu Xijing shook his head. It may not necessarily be Consort Zhao targeting the lady. That maid likely serves another master. However, at least we have uncovered some clues today, so it was not in vain. With that, Lu Xijing and Lin Dianjing began to clear the offerings from the table, even cleaning the incense burner and returning it to Shen Xinyan's chamber. This burner was not the original one Shen Xinyan had used, but rather a similar one randomly retrieved from the storeroom. After all, it was merely a means to test the mastermind behind the scenes. There was no need to harm Shen Xinyan's health. Moreover, after all these years, the mastermind had likely forgotten what this item looked like, so a similar one would suffice. Shen Xinyan remained silent for a long while before offering a wry smile to the two ladies. I trust you both are already aware of my predicament in this household. I fear I have dragged you both into this. Lu Xijing immediately reassured her. Madam Shen, do not speak so heavily. This is our duty. Since the Emperor has allowed us to accompany you, we will surely protect you. Today, Eunuch Wang relayed news that the Emperor mentioned the second lady twice, while the Empress Dowager mentioned her 4 times, and it was said that rewards would follow. This clearly indicated the second lady's esteemed position. The Emperor, despite his many responsibilities, mentioning her twice speaks volumes of her standing in his heart. Regardless of the Emperor's feelings towards the second lady, if she seizes this opportunity, leaving the Yao residence would be effortless, perhaps even advancing her position further. Thus, they were even more attentive to Shen Xinyan, referring to themselves as her maids rather than merely Shen Xinyan exchanged polite words with Lu Xizhen, then shifted the topic. What have you applied to my eyes? Ever since I applied it, tears flow endlessly, yet it is not as pungent as onion. Lin Tianjing chuckled at her words. This is a well-regarded remedy among the noble ladies of the palace. Onions are strong and irritating, capable of inducing tears, but also easily detectable by others. However, this ointment is different. It is colorless and odorless, and it can evoke tears of beauty, rendering one pitifully charming. The three shared light-hearted banter, alleviating the earlier heavy atmosphere. Just then, Ying Tao entered, a smile illuminating her face. Madam, Xiaoxi is truly clever. She scaled walls and climbed trees with remarkable agility, calling out for water beyond several courtyards without being seen. One must admit, Xiaoxi is truly a talent. However, it is also fortunate that most of the household servants have been sent away by you, or else Xiaoxi might not have succeeded so smoothly. As night deepened, after attending to Shen Xinyan's bath and seeing her to bed, Ying Tao finally returned to her own room. Upon entering, a figure suddenly knelt before her with a thud. Sister Ying Tao, please save me, I beg you. Chapter 38. The desperate Grape. Ying Tao was caught off guard and stumbled, barely steadying herself as she recognized the kneeling figure was none other than Grape. Remembering how Grape had been scorned by Shen Xinyan earlier, Ying Tao glared at Grape. You still have the face to plead for mercy, having once been a trusted servant of the madam. How dare you harbor treacherous thoughts against her? With that, Ying Tao's finger pointed accusingly at Grape's head. Madam Shen is already struggling in the Yao residence. Why must you add to her troubles? How can you now ask me for help? While speaking in anger, she sat on her bed. Hasn't Madam treated you well over the years? You are adorned in silk, wearing gold ornaments, and your meals are no different from Madam's. Yet, you dare to inquire about her whereabouts. Is this how you conduct yourself? Grape, caught between grievance and fear, lowered her head and wept silently. Having worked together for years as handmaidens, seeing Grape in tears softened Cherry's heart. Enough, cease your crying. It is vexing. Madam has been irritable these past few days. Bear with it for now. Once she calms down, I will intercede on your behalf. Madam, being soft-hearted, will surely consider past affections and allow you to return to her side. Though they were called handmaidens, their lives were rather luxurious, often being served by younger maids. Besides attending to Shen Xinyan's daily needs, they hardly exerted themselves. Shen Xinyan was a gracious mistress, which had spoiled both of them. Just 2 days after Grape was reassigned, she returned in tears, unsure if she had genuinely reflected on her actions. Upon hearing Cherry's words, Grape cried even harder. Sister, I do not wish to return to Madam. Please, plead with her to send me to the master instead. I would prefer to serve him. Cherry's eyes widened in shock as she covered Grape's mouth. Whispering sharply, what nonsense are you speaking? Have you lost your mind? If this word reaches Madam, how will she maintain her dignity? If a wife were to offer women to her father-in-law, the gossip would be unbearable for Madam. Grape must have lost her senses. Grape forcefully shrugged off Cherry's hand. A servant is also a human being. I can hardly live, and you still care about reputation. What a madam. She's merely a widow, despised by many. Is her reputation worth more than my life? Cherry stumbled back, her back colliding painfully with the table. Silence. If you tarnish Madam's name, I will not let you off easily. How could she become entangled with the master? Grape stood in anger. Madam, 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 you are nothing but a loyal dog to Shen Xinyan. You remember your name, don't you? It is shameful that you drag down my prospects. What is wrong with my words? They are heartfelt. I fought tooth and nail for my future. Who are you to judge me? Cherry was incensed by Grape's words and raised her hand to strike her. You truly are mad, daring to speak such words. Grape stood her ground. Go ahead and strike me. I carry the master's child. You'd best aim here and see if the master will spare you. After being punished to kneel the previous day, Grape felt something was amiss and sought a doctor early that morning, only to discover she was a month pregnant. This news filled her with elation. This was not merely a child, but her ladder to success. Her intention in seeking Cherry's help was to persuade Shen Xinyan to send her to Yao Changcheng, thus securing a powerful ally. Once she became Yao Changcheng's concubine, she could assist Shen Xinyan, and they could support each other in the Yao household, which would benefit Shen Xinyan. Grape could not fathom why Shen Xinyan would refuse. After being manipulated by the old lady for so long, wouldn't Shen Xinyan want to play someone by Yao Changcheng's side to help her? Cherry stared at Grape in disbelief. You are insane. You must truly be insane. Grape, however, merely laughed coldly. I'm not mad. I'm quite well. Shen Xinyan initially brought us along to secure the second master's favor. Yet, she ended up becoming a widow after his untimely death. What is wrong with me becoming a concubine for the master now? With that, Great proudly held her belly. I'm certain this child is a boy, destined to become the future pride of the Yao family and Shen Xinyan's only chance to redeem herself. If she is not foolish, she will know how to choose. After all, they were merely concubines. The master was still in his prime, strong and handsome. What was wrong with that? Must they wait until he aged to be given to a servant? Grape raised her chin. I have said all I needed to. You may ponder this. As long as I and my child remain in this courtyard, Shen Xinyan's reputation will only worsen. She had nothing to fear. She was already a maid, and her status could hardly diminish further. But Shen Xinyan was different. She still needed to maintain her standing before the empress and the emperor. Cherry, infuriated by Grape's words, felt a pang in her chest but dared not seek out Shen Xinyan, fearing she might disturb her rest. Instead, she sulked and contemplated a solution. Unbeknownst to Cherry, Shen Xinyan was not resting, but rather reviewing her accounts. A man's voice floated in leisurely. Have you discovered something amiss? Shen Xinyan replied. I own several silk and gold shops, and logically, I should be garnering substantial revenue in a place like the capital. Yet in the past 2 years, the profits have dwindled, not only from my dowry shop, but even from the Duke of Ning's household. The income has diminished significantly. I initially thought it was due to a decline in the artisan skills, yet today, it seems otherwise. Intrigued by Yao Jinning's business talk, a man pressed further. What have you found? Shen Xinyan paused thoughtfully. Though I have not left the estate for 3 years, I personally selected the seamstresses when they were hired, and I am well acquainted with their skill set. However, the goods sold in the workshop today, despite attempts to imitate, are clearly not crafted by my seamstresses. The workmanship is coarse, and many fabrics have been snagged, indicating they were embroidered by unskilled hands. Conversely, the businesses under Yao Qianshi are thriving. Someone must have sinister intentions, swapping the goods. Her seamstresses specialized in delicate work and took great care of their hands, making it implausible for them to ruin fine silk. This further confirmed that the workshop's materials were not from her seamstresses, but had been tampered with, a regrettable loss. After all, no matter how fine the fabric, without skilled embroidery, it would not attract buyers. The costs of supporting the seamstresses would be reflected in the product pricing. Now that the items have been swapped, it was only reasonable that no customers were drawn in. Thus, she deliberately bypassed Yao Qianshi's shops to confirm her suspicions, likely catching Yao Qianshi off guard, as she would not expect Shen Xinyan to remember the seamstress's specialties. Hearing Shen Xinyan's analysis, a man casually inquired, what do you plan to do next? Yao Qianshi has swindled quite a bit from you. Chapter 39. The auction house, concept born from the brothel. Shen Xinyan smiled gently. Naturally, I must ensure she returns my money. However, before that, it would be wise to let Yao Qianshi rest for a few days. After all, she is getting old, and such stress could shorten her life. Encouraged by Shen Xinyan's confidence, a man became increasingly intrigued. How do you intend to make a rest? Shen Xinyan replied with a smile. Yao Qianshi has always looked down on Yao Lishi, constantly attempting to meddle in Yao Chongqing's household affairs. Each year, she leverages birthdays to manipulate Yao Lishi and the concubines, demanding they present valuable gifts and heartfelt tokens of their sincerity. This year, concubine Lu and Yao Jinning prepared 100 blessings quilt, and I heard Yao Qianshi has praised Lu's embroidery on multiple occasions, with the project nearing completion. I could very well assist them, ensuring Yao Lishi is more comfortable, thereby demonstrating my filial piety as a granddaughter-in-law. Some tactics she could employ, but she often refrained from using them out of disdain. Since Yao Qianshi had already wronged her, she felt it was only right to retaliate. A man pondered for a moment. This matter seems rather distant. I cannot recall specifics, but if Yao Qianshi truly admires it, she will undoubtedly have someone scrutinize it closely, which may pose a challenge. Shen Xinyan smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, saying, the taste can easily be discerned, but what of living beings? She had devised a suitable method, merely awaiting the sealing of Baifu over there. Amon's tone grew serious. As long as you are aware of your own thoughts, I intend to discuss a matter with you today. Shen Xinyan straightened her expression. Speak freely. Amon immediately began. I have been researching a new sales model. Have you heard of auctions? Shen Xinyan shook her head. I have never encountered such a novel term. Upon hearing her response, Amon nodded. I suspected as much. This is a method typically employed in brothels, leveraging men's competitive nature to sell the first night of a courtesan and opportunities to be close to the courtesan. It may sound unsavory, yet there is substantial potential within it. If you can seize an opportunity that piques everyone's interest, you can sell an item for a price exceeding its intrinsic value. Furthermore, should you wish to run such an establishment, you must have the emperor's backing. Otherwise, your establishment will lack patrons and may even be in jeopardy. Each auction must feature a highlight. Much like how the final auction in a brothel is always the chance to be close to the courtesan, making a rare commodity. Shen Xinyan grew increasingly intrigued, and the two discussed the auction house at length until the hour of Su arrived, when Amon, slightly weary, reminded Shen Xinyan, "It is getting late. You should rest. My old bones can hardly endure." Hearing Amon mention her aid for the first time, Shen Xinyan was about to inquire further when a deliberately hushed voice from outside interrupted. "Is a lady asleep?" A young maid assigned to the night shift seemed to have said something, and Cherry was preparing to head to her own room. Sensing that Cherry had come to her at this hour for a reason, Shen Xinyan called out, "Is that you, Cherry?" "Gumin." Cherry had been lingering for some time, torn between the fear of disturbing Shen Xinyan's rest and the worry that neglecting the matter might lead to further complications. Upon hearing Shen Xinyan's invitation, Cherry breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to recount the matter of Grape in detail. As Shen Xinyan listened, her temples throbbed. Where is she? It was astonishing that her personal maid had become pregnant with her father-in-law's child. Truly, what a good maid. Suddenly, Shen Xinyan recalled the scene of Yao Changcheng entangled with Yao Zhengshi by the rockery, a wave of nausea washing over her. Was there anything clean left in the Yao residence? Noticing Shen Xinyan's agitation, Cherry hurriedly soothed her. "Do not be angry, my lady. Do not let such matters harm her health." Not only was she concerned for her lady, but Cherry also feared the potential scandal that could arise if word of this got out, which would undoubtedly lead to ridicule of their purity and integrity, making it impossible for them to hold their heads high again. Shen Xinyan raised her hand to halt Cherry's words. "Where is she?" Cherry lowered her voice. "I have silenced Grape and locked her in the woodshed, awaiting your command." Shen Xinyan's gaze darkened. She cannot remain in the Yao household any longer. Keep a close watch on her. Tomorrow morning, send her to the village and inform her that she is never to set foot in the capital again. While she admitted to feeling soft-hearted, the best solution for a situation like Grape's would be to simply end it outright. However, Grape had been by her side since childhood, making it difficult for her to take such drastic measures. But once in the village, Grape's child would likely not survive either. Yet, in a place as treacherous as the Yao family, a tragic end was inevitable. What good could come from being entangled with such a family? Realizing Shen Xinyan was inclined to spare Grape, Cherry knelt before her. "Thank you, my lady, for sparing Grape." In a world where the fate of servants was often intertwined, how the lady treated Grape would ultimately reflect how she would be treated in return. Seeing that her lady had evidently decided to let Grape off the hook brought a sense of relief to Cherry. Shen Xinyan rubbed her throbbing temples. "Silly girl. There is no need for thanks. Just keep an eye on her and ensure she is sent away by morning." Cherry bowed deeply once more to express her gratitude. "Your kindness is immense. I thank you on Grape's behalf." Shen Xinyan said no more, dismissing Cherry to rest while she herself found sleep elusive. Truly, there was no peace of mind to be had. Grape had not anticipated that matters would unfold in such a bizarre manner. In her imagination, she should have been sent to Yao Changcheng's side, aided by Shen Xinyan to become a concubine, bear a son, and ultimately become the mistress of the Yao household. Yet now, she found herself bound in the woodshed, her mouth stuffed with rags, awaiting Shen Xinyan's judgment. Why should this be? Shen Xinyan, despite her own shortcomings, seemed to deny others their ambitions. What was wrong with her desire to become a concubine? She was not inherently inferior to others. Why could she not ascend to the role of a mistress? Grape's heart was filled with venomous hatred towards Shen Xinyan, for this was her only opportunity to rise above her station, now ruthlessly extinguished by Shen Xinyan. What frightened her more was the uncertainty of what Shen Xinyan might do regarding her child. Tears streamed down Grape's face as she lamented. "Why hasn't the master come to save me?" Time dragged on in Grape's torment, and just as dawn began to break, Cherry burst into the woodshed with two burly maids. Pointing at Grape on the ground, the lady instructed that she be sent to the village. "Take her away quickly." Seizing the moment when no one was aware, the maids, eager to impress Shen Xinyan, asked no questions, and directly seized Grape to leave. Grape could only struggle and attempt to cry for help. But those who saw her turned a blind eye to her plight. Just as Grape was about to be shoved into the carriage, a gentle female voice suddenly rang out from behind her. What is happening here? Chapter 40. The Fragility of Humanity. Yao Jinru Cherry turned to find that the newcomer was none other than Yao Jinru, who had not returned to the residence for quite some time. Yao Jinru had been married for nearly 3 years to the legitimate son of a well-off family, who held a position as a 6th-rank editor in the Hamlin Academy. Having secured the household's authority firmly in her grasp, her only regret was that despite years of marriage, she had not conceived a child, not even a daughter. No matter how indulgent her husband's family was, murmurs of discontent inevitably arose, especially after hearing that 2 concubines had recently been taken into the family. Now, Yao Jinru's sudden return to her natal family hinted at possible discontent in her marital life. Yet, regardless of her troubles, she remained the 3rd daughter of the Yao family. Cherry immediately greeted Yao Jinru. Greetings, 3rd young Mississippi. This is my lady's maid. For some unknown reason, she has gone mad, and we are sending her to the village. Yao Jinru, covering her face with a fan, expressed her astonishment. Mad? Indeed. She should be sent away. The household is filled with precious individuals, and we cannot afford to have them disturbed. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Grape, perceiving a glimmer of hope, desperately broke free from the maid's grasp and prostrated herself before Yao Jinru, fervently knocking her head on the ground. Yao Jinru instinctively drew back her foot. She appears to be quite mad. The maid Laning at Yao Jinru's side immediately rebuked Cherry. You reckless fool. You have disturbed Our Lady. Can you bear the consequences? Lacking an official title, Yao Jinru, being married to Liu Hamlin, a man of low rank, could only be addressed as lady. The 2 maids rushed forward to restrain Grape, rendering her immobile, while her eyes filled with pleading gazes directed at Yao Jinru. Yao Jinru looked at Grape with sympathy. Poor thing. Why have they even blocked her mouth? Laning, go help her. Before her marriage, Yao Jinru had always been of a gentle disposition, known for her kindness, and had garnered a good reputation in the capital. Otherwise, she would not have been chosen by the mother of Liu Hamlin to be wed as his legitimate wife. Upon receiving the instructions from Yao Jinru, Laning approached the Grape girl, who gazed back with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. However, Cherry stepped forward, positioning herself before the Grape girl. 3rd Miss. This individual belongs to my lady's courtyard. It would be unwise for you to approach her, lest it cause a misunderstanding. Cherry had observed the recent changes in Shen Xinyan, and she understood that a master's assertiveness could embolden even the maids. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Yao Jinru's face, soon replaced by tears. Miss Cherry, you are right. I have forgotten my place. My sister-in-law is the only daughter of the Duke of Ningwa, while I am merely a concubine's daughter from the Yao family and unworthy of concerning myself with her affairs. Yao Jinru's swift change of demeanor left Cherry momentarily at a loss. She had only attempted to intervene on behalf of Yao Jinru's maid, yet here stood a weeping figure, inadvertently tarnishing her lady's reputation as someone who mistreated a married concubine's daughter. As Cherry fell silent, Laning forcefully pushed her aside and removed the cloth from the Grape girl's mouth. Despite her parched throat, the Grape girl managed to plead for help. 3rd Miss. I carry the child of our master. The 2nd Madam wishes to harm my baby for the sake of her reputation. Yao Jinru was taken aback by this revelation, muttering in disbelief, Heavens, oh heavens, before fainting, apparently unable to bear such a heavy blow. Lan Ying's gaze hardened. How dare you conspire to harm the master's offspring in secret? I shall report this to the matriarch at once. She cared not for the consequences this might have on the 2nd Madam. All she knew was that the 2nd Madam intended to harm a master's child, leaving Yao Jinru in such distress that she must be held accountable. Chaos ensued after Yao Jinru intervened. Upon learning that the Grape girl was pregnant, Yao Qianshi was overjoyed, as the Yao household had not welcomed a child in many years. The concubines within the residence were unproductive, squabbling amongst themselves, yet when it came to giving birth, they all seemed to falter. Finally, a pregnancy emerged, yet it was that of a maid from her daughter-in-law's courtyard. Although aware that such news would be scandalous, particularly since Shen Xinyan was a widow, Yao Qianshi desperately desired this child. Thus, she sought out Shen Xinyan to persuade her to put aside grievances with the Grape girl and to find a way to handle the situation discreetly. Shen Xinyan arrived, but maintained a stoic expression, silently observing Yao Qianshi. Reflecting on the recent events, Yao Qianshi felt a surge of frustration. What a tumultuous affair. No wonder Shen Xinyan's temperament had shifted so dramatically. Those maids from her own quarters and those of Li Shi had caused enough trouble. How could they dare to reach into Yao Jining's room? It was enough to drive her mad. The only silver lining was that the grape girl, named after the fruit, had managed to conceive. Seeing Shen Xinyan remain unresponsive, Yao Qianshi pressed on. Xinyan, my dear, I know this situation has been unfair to you, but we must establish some guidelines moving forward. Shen Xinyan's demeanor remained icy, her discontent evident. Grandmother, the affairs of my father's courtyard should not concern me. Yet I must state that my father's concubines ought not be for my own household. Unable to reason with the obstinate, Shen Xinyan was determined to escape the fiery pit that was the Yao family. Since the grape girl insisted on leaping into the flames, all she could do was respect that choice. At this, the grape girl, who had been quietly weeping behind the matriarch, stumbled forward. Madam, do you no longer want me? After what had transpired the previous night, her heart twisted with resentment. The more Shen Xinyan tried to distance herself, the closer she felt compelled to draw. Moreover, aligning herself with Shen Xinyan would benefit her as well. Shen Xinyan regarded the grape girl's face, saying, "Consider carefully. Your indenture contract is still in my possession. If you are my maid, I can sell you at any time. However, should you choose not to remain my maid, you would be free, unbound by my control." The grape girl turned to glance at the matriarch, whose brow was furrowed. Xinyan, this contract. Now that the grape girl had become a concubine of Yao Changsheng, Shen Xinyan was obliged to return her indenture contract, allowing the grape girl to sign a new one for Li Shi to signify her loyalty. Yet, seeing Shen Xinyan feign ignorance, Yao Qianshi felt a sense of frustration. How can a daughter-in-law hold the indenture contract of her father-in-law's concubine? That would be utterly inappropriate. But such thoughts could not be voiced, for the Yao family had seen far worse transgressions. The grape girl ventured, "If I disavow any connection to you, will you swear not to use the indenture contract against me?" Shen Xinyan lowered her gaze. "What are you, that I should swear an oath to you?" Chapter 41. Yao Qianshi's fury. The grape girl stared blankly at Shen Xinyan, suddenly realizing that she possessed no leverage in negotiating terms. Over the past 3 years, Shen Xinyan had done nothing to provide her with any vulnerabilities to exploit. Awkwardly standing there, the grape girl's resentment towards Shen Xinyan deepened. Having been a servant for so long, why was Shen Xinyan so heartless? With no supportive family of her own, without Shen Xinyan's assistance, she would surely be devoured by the Yao family. Moreover, in terms of status, had she been sent by Shen Xinyan, she could at least claim the title of a concubine. Yet now, Shen Xinyan remained unfazed, merely bowing to Yao Qianshi. "Grandmother, the matters of my father's courtyard should not concern me. I shall take my leave. However, the grape girl from my household has recently gone missing, and I shall need to search for 2 personal maids, also to report to the authorities regarding the escaped bondservant." Understanding that Shen Xinyan intended to completely disregard the grape girl's plight, Yao Qianshi smiled indulgently at her. Today's events were simply due to the third girl's lack of composure. How could a younger sister interfere in a sister-in-law's affairs? "Do not let it trouble you. I shall address her later." Shen Xinyan replied obediently. "Grandmother, do not worry about me. Today, nothing of consequence occurred. Why should I create discord with my sister?" Yao Qianshi smiled affectionately before shifting the topic. "I heard you found a child today and took them to the commandery office. You did well, for the parents must be quite anxious." Shen Xinyan resumed her seat. "Indeed, grandmother, I have made all necessary preparations, simply awaiting the parents of the lost child to retrieve them." Yao Qianshi sighed. "Indeed, children are a blessing from heaven. Any family that loses one must be in distress. It is fortunate for that child to have encountered you. However, have you considered what will happen if the biological parents remain elusive?" Shen Xinyan lowered her eyes. "If the child is not found in a year, then I shall search for 2 years. If not in 2, then 3. And should they remain lost indefinitely, I shall continue to seek them, for I am not lacking in silver." Yao Qianshi's hands tightened within her sleeves. "While your words hold truth, I have always felt that this child meeting you might be fate. Should they stay with you, it could be a blessing." Shen Xinyan met Yao Qianshi's gaze. "Grandmother, please do not speak this way. Both I and my sister-in-law are widows, as it stands. My sister-in-law has not adopted a child, so how could I act before her? Yao Qinshi's lips quivered. Your sister-in-law has always been stubborn. I think you should find a well-behaved child to keep by your side. Seeing it may soften her heart, and perhaps it would be easier to persuade her later. Shen Xinyan lowered her head, fiddling with the handkerchief in her hands. Grandmother is correct. I shall pay attention to whether there are suitable children within the family to adopt. It seemed that Shen Xinyan had acquiesced to something, yet it also appeared she had said nothing at all. Yao Qianshi felt a surge of frustration. Then what a child you found. Why not adopt from the family when there is already a child available? Shen Xinyan gazed at Madame Yao Qianshi with clarity in her eyes. That child naturally awaits Deputy Commander Li's assistance in finding his parents. Recently, Her Majesty the Empress has been preparing to visit the temple for blessings. My daughter-in-law has arranged to choose 2 pieces of brocade with Lu Xijing today, intending to craft a set of Buddhist scriptures as an offering to the Empress. She was weary and disinterested in the trivial matters that were beneath her. Madame Yao tightened her grip, yet ultimately managed to smile at Shen Xinyan. That is splendid. Knowing you have a plan in mind reassures me. Indeed, it seemed her heart had drifted away as she was now being pressured by Lu Xijing. Shen Xinyan chose not to prolong the conversation and took her leave. As Shen Xinyan exited the residence, Puta instantly knelt before Madame Yao. Esteemed Madam, both I and the child within me shall faithfully honor you in the days to come. You are the kindest of souls. With your protection, we shall surely be safe. Madame Yao's gaze fell upon Puta's belly. Good child. You are now with child and cannot endure turmoil. Rise quickly. Once Zhao Momo assisted Puta to her feet, Madame Yao took her hand. Fear not, dear child. I shall ensure your matters are taken care of. Tomorrow, we shall send you to a relative of Zhao Momo to establish your household registration. And upon your entry into the residence, you shall be treated with the status of a concubine once the child is born. Though Puta felt reluctant at the mention of concubine status, she understood that given the circumstances, she must solidify her position first. She promptly knelt in gratitude before the old matriarch. Madame Yao, feigning compassion, urged her to rise, lest she harm a child within. However, her murky eyes betrayed a chilling coldness. It was not until Zhao Momo had escorted Puta out that Madame Yao vehemently smashed her cup to the ground. How dare Shen Xinyan defy me? This wretched woman continues to test my patience, refusing to take the child back. Does she wish to drive me to my grave? Zhao Momo hurried to console her before quietly inquiring. Madam, shall we keep the child? Madame Yao snorted coldly. For now, let us keep her. Once we enter the residence, we shall see what can be done. This child was born with a rebellious spirit, perfect for dealing with Shen Xinyan. Wretched women deserve their fate. After leaving Madame Yao's chamber, Shen Xinyan walked in silence, her heart turbulent, her steps growing heavier. Upon passing the back garden, she halted. Have someone inform Lu Xijing to accompany me out. Yingtao replied promptly and hurried away. Shen Xinyan seemed to be speaking to herself as she asked a man, What kind of travelogue did you suggest I seek? A man replied with a laugh. You seem to be recovering quickly. Given your previous state, I thought you were preparing to settle scores with someone. Shen Xinyan's tone darkened. I now only resent my own weakness, wishing to be strong enough to escape this den of wolves. A man, in a lighter tone, encouraged, It is best that you think this way. Travelogues are rare and quite costly, so remember to bring enough silver. Shen Xinyan paused. Are those books written in our language? Will I be able to understand them? A man's voice brimmed with confidence. Fear not. Since I have asked you to seek these books, I shall teach you their language. Shen Xinyan's surprise was evident. You can speak their language as well? Perhaps Shen Xinyan's words unsettled a man, who retorted with a cold snort. People are shaped by circumstances. Your knowledge is limited because the Yao family has yet to push you to your limits. Shen Xinyan remained silent, taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation. Just then, a gentle yet timid voice called from behind, second sister-in-law. Shen Xinyan turned to see Yao Jinru standing there. Recalling what Yingtao had said earlier, Shen Xinyan suppressed her smile and regarded Yao Jinru coolly. So, the young mistress of the Lu family has returned. Chapter 42. Yao Jinru. You have no face here. Yao Jinru's eyes reddened upon detecting the distance in Shen Xinyan's address. Sister-in-law, do you mean to say we have grown estranged? I remember when you first arrived, we often spoke together. Mother has always been harsh towards concubines. It was you who personally guided me in managing the household. Shen Xinyan remained silent, merely observing Yao Jinru's performance. When she first entered the family, Yao Jinru was already engaged. Seeing Shen Xinyan alone, she would often bring her embroidery work to pass the time. Shen Xinyan, finding it dull, had taken the opportunity to teach Yao Jinru the intricacies of household management. Little did she expect that Yao Jinru would betray her today, especially regarding the incense burner. Only the maid of concubine, Zhao, had reacted to the burner yesterday, leading her to suspect Yao Jinru's involvement with the mercury incident. Moreover, Yao Jinru's return was too coincidental. Perhaps her suspicion was misplaced. But Yao Jinru now appeared to have returned to gather intelligence after receiving news. Seeing Shen Xinyan silent and simply staring at her, Yao Jinru's complexion grew paler. I realize my actions today were exceedingly abrupt. I fear I may have offended you, sister-in-law. However, this situation unfolded so suddenly that I worried someone might take advantage of your name to cause trouble, which prompted my inquiry. I had no idea it would turn out to be. It seems she found the matter too shameful to voice. And Yao Jinru swayed slightly. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. However, you are free to scold me as you wish, but I only ask that you do not be angry, lest it affect your health. Lanning looked at Shen Xinyan with discontent. Second, madam, my mistress only had your best interests in mind. Fearing someone might use your name for ill. How can you be so unreasonable? Yao Jinru wavered but cast a reproachful glance at Lanning. My mistress is speaking. What right do you have to interrupt? My sister-in-law has always treated me kindly. Do not sow discord between us. Lanning remained unsatisfied, yet obediently knelt before Shen Xinyan. I acknowledge my mistake. I beg for your forgiveness, second madam. However, my mistress is unwell, and I implore you not to trouble her. Shen Xinyan regarded Yao Jinru. You had ample time to stop your maid, yet you chose to let her finish her words. Is it because she spoke what you wished to say, but lacked the courage to express? Yao Jinru stared blankly at Shen Xinyan. Sister-in-law, I do not understand your meaning. Shen Xinyan shook her head. If you do not understand, there is no need to. Then turning to Lanning, such loyalty to your mistress. Indeed, you are a devoted servant. In that case, let me punish you on behalf of your mistress. With that, Shen Xinyan found a stone bench to sit upon. Such a sharp tongue, you may find yourself in trouble for your mistress. So discipline yourself until you can no longer speak. Lan Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you? My mistress is a married woman. How can you punish her? Shen Xinyan nodded. I certainly can, for I am not punishing her, but rather you for your inability to control your tongue. Lan Xing, in seven is it? Shot a glance at Yao Jinru. Meeting Lan Ying's gaze, Yao Jinru looked at Shen Xinyan with teary eyes. I know I have angered you, sister-in-law, but Lan Ying is innocent. Please, for my sake, spare her. Shen Xinyan chuckled lightly. Indeed, a married woman. How much confidence has your in-laws given you to believe you have face in my presence? Yao Jinru looked at Shen Xinyan in surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend why she would speak so cuttingly. It was Lanning who reacted first, rising to Yao Jinru's side. Mistress, let us leave. Just a widow, yet she truly believes herself to be something special. Yao Jinru softly curtsied to Shen Xinyan. Sister-in-law, if you are in a foul mood today, allow me to take my leave. I shall return to make amends once your anger has subsided. Perhaps this second sister-in-law has lost her senses, speaking so bitterly that it is quite difficult to bear. As the two were preparing to leave together, Shen Xinyan suddenly spoke up. Is this your attitude towards an apology? No sooner had her words fallen than two old women emerged from the corner, directly blocking Yao Jinru's path and bowing to Shen Xinyan. Second madam. Ever since their companions had been sold off, the two had been meticulously watching Shen Xinyan, fearful that they would be next. Having finally encountered an opportunity, they naturally wished to perform well. When Yao Jinru was obstructed, she turned to Shen Xinyan, tears streaming down her cheeks, rendering her even more delicate and tragic. Shen Xinyan cast a glance at Yao Jinru, saying, Since you call me second sister-in-law, I must consider your well-being. It would be best to silence that troublesome mouth of yours as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the two old women immediately seized Lan Ying and began to slap her mouth with their shoes. Lan Ying struggled desperately in pain, causing Yao Jinru's heart to ache even more. Second sister-in-law, all the blame lies with my master. Please spare her. If this matter gets out, others will say you cannot tolerate a married woman. Her cries were sorrowful, yet each word was articulated clearly, leading Shen Xinyan to reassess her fragile sister-in-law. Just as Shen Xinyan was about to speak, she suddenly heard Lu Xijing's voice. Madam Lu, please be cautious with your words. Yao Jinru looked up to see Lu Xijing approaching briskly with Ying Tao. Lu Xijing gave a slight nod to Yao Jinru before disapprovingly addressing Shen Xinyan. Madam, have you forgotten the Empress Dowager's teachings? Punishing your servant lightly will only encourage her and give her a reason to harbor resentment against you. Only severe punishment can instill a lasting lesson, preventing her from repeating the same mistake. Understanding that Lu Xijing was asserting her authority, Shen Xinyan appropriately displayed a look of shame. You are right, Lu Xijing. Upon hearing this title, Yao Jinru's eyes flickered. It was indeed true that two female officials had come to Shen Xinyan's side. Seeing that Shen Xinyan grasped her meaning, Lu Xijing turned to the two old women. A person who cannot control their tongue is a root of disaster. It would be best to cut out the source. The two old women exchanged glances. Cutting out the tongue sounds horrifying. We have never done such a thing. Yao Jinru swayed, nearly fainting, while Lanning finally sensed the danger and began to plead desperately with Shen Xinyan. Second madam, I was wrong. I will never dare again. I'm also. Before she could finish, she seemed to see something terrifying and immediately changed her tune. I was just momentarily misguided. I beg for your forgiveness. She could not afford to lose her tongue, for then she would truly be worthless. With that, Lanning gathered her strength to slap her own face, fearing that if she did not hit hard enough, Shen Xinyan would entertain the thought of cutting her tongue out. Yao Jinru cried like a heartbroken child, second sister-in-law. I apologize on her behalf. It is my fault for not properly educating Lanning. If you must blame someone, blame me, and do not hold it against Lanning. Lu Xijing then exchanged a glance with Shen Xinyan. Indeed, cutting out tongues was a method employed in the palace, but it was unsuitable for the Yao family. Servants could be bought and sold, yet they should not be harmed. Otherwise, a formal complaint would surely follow. Her earlier words were merely a means to intimidate these disobedient servants using her status. Understanding Lu Xijing's intention, Shen Xinyan was about to speak when a timid voice interrupted. Second sister-in-law. Chapter 43. The wretched Yao Jinfeng. Shen Xinyan turned around to find it was the fifth young lady, Yao Jinfeng. Yao Jinfeng was the daughter of the concubine Zhou. When Zhou gave birth, there was a possibility she could be elevated to concubine status. But she delivered a pair of twins, and the son passed away shortly after birth. Yao Changcheng, deeming her unlucky, chose to neglect her entirely. Yao Qianshi had also grown weary of her, providing little care, forcing her to fend for herself. Although Li Shi was unkind, she did not overtly mistreat the lower-born girls. Yet she showed little concern for the children, often even withholding their allowances to keep for herself. Before turning 7, Yao Jinfeng often trailed behind Shen Xinyan, like a little shadow, conversing with her and alleviating her boredom. Their relationship was closer than with others, and Shen Xinyan frequently gifted Yao Jinfeng with items in secret. Zhou was a woman who understood gratitude. Though not affluent, she often made clothes and shoes to give to Shen Xinyan. Shen Xinyan had heard whispers that Zhou quietly sold the items she gifted to Yao Jinfeng, claiming it was to save up a dowry for her. However, after Yao Jinfeng turned 7, she was kept indoors by Zhou to learn proper etiquette, never again visiting her own quarters. Zhou, being low in favor, rarely appeared in public. It had been nearly half a year since Shen Xinyan last saw her. Yao Jinfeng, now 8 years old, had not grown much taller and was emaciated. She was slender, resembling a mere sprout, dressed in slightly ill-fitting old clothes that seemed to have been altered from Zhou's own garments. Shen Xinyan felt a pang of sympathy. Was this truly the life that Grape longed for? Zhou, sent to Yao Changqing's side by Yao Qianshi, now lived in such a wretched state. So how could Grape believe she would fare better than Zhou? Noticing Yao Jinfeng's gaze, Ying Tao immediately shielded Lan Ying, preventing Yao Jinfeng from seeing the blood trickling from Lan Ying's mouth, lest the sight frighten the child. Yao Jinfeng cautiously grasped Shen Xinyan's hand, pulling her aside. Second sister-in-law. Please do not hold it against third sister. Sensing her words might be inappropriate, Yao Jinfeng's expression grew anxious. Third sister is overly thoughtful. Your actions will make her think too much. Shen Xinyan gently stroked Yao Jinfeng's somewhat yellowing hair. Thank you for reminding me, second sister-in-law. Rest assured, I'm not being harsh with her. I am merely admonishing her maid. Assuming Shen Xinyan had not understood her meaning, Yao Jinfeng grew increasingly anxious, shaking Shen Xinyan's hand with a slightly urgent tone. Second sister-in-law. This is not merely a reprimand of her maid. You are clearly striking her face, and she will come to resent you. Shen Xinyan patted her head. Thank you for your reminder. Your aunt has taught you well, and I will be mindful. At that moment, a man's voice rang out. Who would have thought that, even from a bad bamboo, one could find good shoots? She's indeed a rare good child. When I was sent to a brothel, Zhou secretly sent me money, saying I should save up to redeem myself. Shen Xinyan's gaze softened further, but a man continued. It is a pity this child was lost early. Shen Xinyan's hand trembled. What happened? A man sighed. It is said that while going out to burn incense, she was assaulted by thieves, unable to bear the shock. She jumped off a cliff, and her body was never recovered. Soon after, Zhou went mad and was sent to a remote village to fend for herself. Unfortunately, Zhou was frail and could not survive that winter. In the Yao family, good people rarely lived long. Shen Xinyan parted her lips, looking at Yao Jinfeng with deep compassion. Why must this innocent child endure such hardship? It seemed imperative to find a way to help her avoid that impending disaster if the opportunity arose. Yao Jinfeng, feeling shy under Shen Xinyan's touch, murmured, "Aunt is still waiting for me. I must return." With that, she swiftly ran away. Shen Xinyan took a moment to compose herself, glancing at the tearful Yao Jinru, and said to Lu Xijing, "Enough, the Empress Dowager is going to pay her respects. We are preparing to present script 2. She had previously miscalculated, constantly seeking to maintain peace. In truth, the entire Yao residence was sustained by her. When Yao Jinru married, half of her 32 dowry gifts were provided by her. If Yao Jinru wished to stir trouble, she should return her own territory to do so." Hidden within Yao Jinru's tearful eyes was a barely perceptible anger and resentment. Did Shen Xinyan imply that she should not return to her maternal home? Feeling she had expressed enough, Shen Xinyan turned to Lu Xijing. "Shall we depart?" Since they had decided to venture out to select silk, it would serve as a pleasant diversion, particularly as the stifling atmosphere of the general's residence was truly unbearable. As Shen Xinyan led Cherry and Lu Xijing out of the garden, Yao Jinru composed herself, her tears suppressed, and feebly inquired of the two punishing matrons, "Ladies, now that my sister-in-law has left, may I take Lonning with me?" The matron paused in her actions. "Third miss. The second madam has insisted that we must knock out 4 teeth for it to count. You are making it difficult for us." Yao Jinru covered her face with her sleeve. "Enough, enough. I am but a failure. My mother is a concubine, and my husband's family is ineffectual. So I possess no face to speak of." She had initially thought to return to visit her father, but now it seemed better to leave early, allowing everyone to have their peace. Understanding that Yao Jinru was leveraging Yao Changsheng against them, the two matrons silently lamented, preparing to feign ignorance and let Yao Jinling take the girl away, when a cold female voice interrupted. "Did you forget that the second madam ordered 4 teeth to be knocked out?" Yao Jinling turned to see Lin Dianjing, clad in the attire of a female historian, quietly observing her from a distance. Her aura was suited for concealment. Yao Jinru had not even noticed how long she had been standing there. Seeing that Yao Jinru was gazing at her, Lin Dianjing inclined her head slightly. "Lady Lu, this girl is from the Yao residence. If she continues to speak so freely, it will undoubtedly lead outsiders to question the upbringing of the Yao family. The madam is concerned for your sake. I hope you do not disappoint her good intentions." Yao Jinru nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. How benevolent of her. This matter would not conclude easily with Shen Xinyan. As the carriage rolled through the streets, Shen Xinyan remained silent, contemplating how to aid Yao Jinfeng in evading disaster. Lu Xijing softly remarked, "It is said that where there are people, there will be disputes. I did not expect the second madam's situation to be so dire." Shen Xinyan forced a smile at Lu Xijing, just as a commotion erupted from the roadside. Chapter 44. The future Prime Minister Zhu Chunxian Shen Xinyan lifted the carriage curtain to look outside, only to see a crowd gathered around a young woman clad in coarse linen. Before her lay a body covered in white cloth, seemingly indicating an intention to sell herself to bury her father. The concept of selling oneself to bury a father often masked a desire for a better fate. Shen Xinyan quickly lost interest, ready to lower the curtain when the kneeling girl suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Shen Xinyan. After a moment of silence, Shen Xinyan called out to Xiao Si, "Stop the carriage." She had no desire to involve herself in such matters of self-sale. But the seller was Bing Jie. Bing Jie and Bing Rong were secret guards bestowed upon her by the emperor, and now that Bing Jie had appeared, When would Bing Rong show up? Upon stepping out of the carriage, Shen Xinyan immediately noticed the sign in front of Bingjia. Selling oneself to bury a father, 50 taels of silver, short-tempered, 1 stone of grain per day, 1 pig's head. Obedient and docile. Shen Xinyan was taken aback. Was Bingjia so fearful of being bought? Just as Shen Xinyan was about to approach, someone pushed through the crowd. How amusing. I have plenty of silver. I will buy you now, and you shall serve me. To her surprise, Shen Xinyan recognized the speaker. Zhu Changxian, the young master of the Pingyang Marquisate, a well-known scion of the aristocracy and a typical dandy in the capital. He delighted in causing mischief, and it seemed he had come to enjoy the spectacle. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd turned to him in unison, their synchronized movement resembling a rehearsed performance. Zhu Changxian, intending to say more, was suddenly interrupted by a wild dog that sprang out and bit his hem, tearing a large gash in his garment and dragging his trousers down to his knees. The women passing by gasped and turned away, unable to bear the sight. Zhu Changxian, furious, shouted, "Catch that dog! When you do, beat it to death." Shen Xinyan covered her face with her sleeve to shield her gaze. Thinking how pampered this young lord was, his legs were quite fair and delicate. A man sighed. Who would have thought that such a person would one day be a close minister to the emperor? Shen Xinyan listened in astonishment as Zhu Qinshuan's voice faded into the distance. How could it be? Such an unstable individual destined for greatness? A man sighed again. The Pingyang Marquis favored his concubine over his wife, and after the concubine ascended, his elder brother, the heir, was poisoned to death. The stepmother harbored intentions of ruining him, but he has a deep-seated understanding of the situation. For now, he is merely biding his time, if given the chance. Remember to invite him when doing business. It will benefit you in the future. Shen Xinyan, astonished, asked, was the heir poisoned because of his stepmother? A man's tone turned grave. That matter is unrelated to his stepmother. His elder brother, aware that his days were numbered, feared that his brother would be deceived by her after his death. Thus, he resolved to poison himself, warning his brother that if he could not protect himself, the consequences would be dire. Zhu Qinxian had long been troubled by this incident, harboring thoughts of revenge for his brother. When the truth eventually surfaced, it stirred considerable sympathy. Though his actions were extreme, they reflected the profound love of an elder brother for his younger sibling. Shen Xinyan was left speechless, while A Man continued. After Hua An's passing, he will be the one to assume the role of prime minister. Cultivating a good relationship with him will be of no detriment to you. Upon hearing that Hua An would die, Shen Xinyan felt a pang of sorrow. After all, he is a crucial minister of the state. Is there no way to prevent his demise? A Man chuckled softly. Wealth can alter fate. With ample silver, there will be provisions, better weapons, and superior armor. But it is essential to have an abundance of silver. What you have now is far from sufficient. If provisions are plentiful, it is likely that the enemy will not meet such a dreadful end. Shen Xinyan sighed. I will give it a try. Regardless, he was a hero safeguarding the peace of the great Liang, and should an opportunity arise, she would gladly extend her efforts. Once Zhu Changxian had run far away, Shen Xinyan lowered her sleeve and approached Bingjia. Will you come with me? Bingjia, a skilled actress, immediately wiped her tears with her sleeve. As long as the madam is willing to help me bury my father, I will follow your lead. After handing a bag of silver to Bingjia, Shen Xinyan instructed her to come to the general's residence after the burial, then returned to the carriage to continue her journey to the bookstore. Just as A Man had predicted, the travelogues were exorbitantly priced, each one seemingly a rare gem. Recognizing Shen Xinyan's earnest intention to purchase, the shopkeeper flattered her, while emphasizing that these travelogues were unique editions. Ultimately, Shen Xinyan spent 1,000 taels of silver, returning with 6 prize volumes. One of them bore a square imprint on its cover, which Shen Xinyan suspected was used by the owner to prop up a table leg, though the owner denied it. Despite her reluctance, she felt compelled to buy it, as A Man's insistence was undeniable. Upon returning with the travelogues, Lu Xijing's face displayed confusion, yet he refrained from questioning Shen Xinyan's actions, waiting until she had finished purchasing supplies before accompanying her back to the general's residence. As they entered, they encountered 4 teeth sent by Lin Dianjing, reportedly extracted from Lan Ying's mouth. Shen Xinyan had expected Yao Jinru to come seeking trouble, but surprisingly, she seemed frightened and had been keeping to Aunt Zhao's courtyard, behaving much more docile than before. This left Shen Xinyan with a sense of perplexity. If Yao Jining sought to trouble her for the sake of wealth, believing that her demise would yield a greater dowry, then what could possibly motivate Yao Jinru to act against her? After all, she had bestowed upon Yao Jinru an impressive 16 sedan chairs worth of dowry, rendering any resentment unwarranted. Noticing Shen Xinyan's distraction, Amon raised her voice. When I teach you these barbarian languages, could you please focus a little? Shen Xinyan immediately apologized. I was merely pondering why Yao Jinru harbors animosity towards me. I truly apologize. These barbarian tongues are rather perplexing. Amon, still dissatisfied, replied. There is no wisdom in guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Currently, you have 2 female historians by your side, and soon 2 shadow guards will arrive. You can leave the matters concerning the Yao family to them. If you continually dwell on those inconsequential individuals, you shall remain mired in the quagmire for life. Strengthening oneself is your only path to liberation. Shen Xinyan expressed her regret once more. What will become of Yao Jinru? Knowing that as long as Shen Xinyan remained fixated on her troubles, she could not concentrate on her studies, Amon responded languidly. She perished. After the Yao family encountered misfortune, she somehow lost her sanity. The Liu family, being benevolent, did not harm her. However, she succumbed to her own psychological torment and hanged herself at the Yao family's entrance. One could say, the mad have their own fates. This news was somewhat startling to Shen Xinyan. As she aimlessly flipped through a travelogue, the notion that Yao Jinru had committed suicide was perplexing. Just as she was lost in thought, Amon's cheerful voice cut through. Stop. This is it. Chapter 45. Shen Xinyan's method of breaking the deadlock. Though travelogues are costly, they reveal the creator's dedication, as nearly every few pages features an illustration. What Shen Xinyan beheld was one such illustration, depicting a long, round object rendered with striking authenticity, thus appearing rather unsightly. Amon was quite enthusiastic. This is called a potato in foreign lands, a remarkable item indeed, capable of yielding over 300 gene per mu. However, it is hoarded by influential merchants who refuse to sell it cheaply or allow for increased production, all for the sake of profit. Those unscrupulous individuals manipulate both the upper and lower echelons, concealing the potato's yield and selling the surplus food at exorbitant prices, at times reaching 10 gold pieces for a single plate. While soldiers at the front lines suffer from hunger and deprivation, merchants conceal such vital information for their own gain. Had it not been for the daring farmers who risked their lives to divulge the truth, His Majesty would have continued to be deceived. This figure astonished Shen Xinyan. How much? Though she was not a farmer, she was aware of the production levels of her estates. The typical yield per mu was at most 70 to 80 gene. If such a miraculous crop yielding 300 gene truly existed, not only she, but even His Majesty would rejoice. Seeing the unmistakable delight on Shen Xinyan's face, Amon promptly doused her enthusiasm. So, can you now continue your studies? If you do not master these characters, how can you explain how you discovered this superior grain species? Shen Xinyan conceded, all right. She felt as though Amon was a ruthless overseer, while she herself was the beleaguered laborer. As the two conversed while studying, time flew by. By afternoon, Ying Tao suddenly arrived to inform Shen Xinyan that the maidservant they had purchased had entered the residence. Shen Xinyan immediately instructed for Bingjie to be brought in. Bingjie appeared unremarkable, seemingly youthful, with a round face and charming dimples when she smiled. Upon seeing Shen Xinyan, she knelt on one knee. Bingjie pays her respects to the mistress. Shen Xinyan helped Bingjie to her feet and, after exchanging pleasantries, inquired, "Whom did you bury today?" She recalled that the one lying before Bingjie was indeed a corpse. Bingjie smiled broadly. Someone dug up from the mass grave. They have since been laid to rest. She was unaware of the individual's identity. But now that the person had been buried respectfully, it could be considered a meritorious deed. This revelation did not astonish Shen Xinyan, for Bingjie required a suitable opportunity to enter the household. However, she could not help but notice the absence of Bingrong. When she asked about Bingrong's whereabouts, Bingjie beamed. Bingrong has long been by the mistress's side. Today, the dog that bit someone was released by Bingrong. The two of them provided both overt and covert protection for Shen Xinyan, as had been previously arranged. However, she was fortunate enough to draw the lot that allowed her to remain openly by Shen Xinyan's side, while Bingrong had to conceal herself and endure hardship in shadows. This was an unexpected turn of events for Shen Xinyan. Just as she was about to inquire further, Bingjie suddenly picked up a cup of water from the table and tossed it out the window. In a flash, a shadow darted past, and the cup landed steadily on the windowsill, the water within undisturbed. Shen Xinyan gasped, "What remarkable skill!" Bingjie smiled at her. Bingrong is responsible for ensuring the mistress's safety. She will not reveal herself ordinarily. If the mistress encounters any issues, she may directly command her subordinates to act. Bingjie attended to the mistress's daily needs. But Bingrong was the line of defense for her safety. Shen Xinyan expressed some confusion. Then what does she eat? Bingjie laughed. Whatever can be found, as long as she remains undiscovered. If the mistress is feeling generous, she may occasionally toss some dried rations or fruit out the window as a reward. As soon as the words left her lips, a sharp sound echoed, and something embedded itself into the floor tiles by Bingjie's feet. Shen Xinyan was startled, and upon inspection, discovered it was a willow leaf, now swaying gently in the breeze. The delicate foliage had the potential to harm, revealing that Bingrong was indeed a formidable practitioner. Bingjie's expression darkened. "How dare you disturb the mistress? Return to the Shadow Guard camp and accept your punishment." Although she understood that Bingrong's intent was to showcase her skills in front of the mistress, Shadow Guards should not harbor personal ambitions. Furthermore, disturbing the mistress was a grave offense, and failing to impose punishment this time would set a poor precedent. The elm trees outside swayed slightly before returning to tranquility. Bingjie lightly tapped her foot on the ground, and the willow leaf soared from the floor to land in Bingrong's hand. Bingjie gently crushed it, green sap staining her hands. Shen Xinyan's eyes sparkled. "What is your ranking in the Shadow Guard camp?" These two seemed quite formidable, and her life might be secure for the time being. Bingjie slightly cupped her fists. "I am but a simpleton, ranking at the very bottom of the Shadow Guard camp." Although bestowed by Emperor Chengza on a whim, both Bingjie and Bingrong were renowned masters in the martial world, yet their ranking within the Shadow Guard camp was not high, placing them among the periphery. Shen Xinyan felt content. "That is sufficient. I am merely a secluded woman, having never made enemies, thus I shall not be in mortal peril. This arrangement suits me perfectly." Observing Shen Xinyan's joyful demeanor, Bingjie smiled in response. "I will ensure the mistress's safety." Amon could not help but chuckle. "I hope you can continue to speak such words in the future. Partnering with His Majesty in business guarantees a monopolistic position. With a tenfold profit, one might be tempted to take risks. Once the golden silk grass is cultivated, Shen Xinyan will inevitably become the target of many. However, these concerns lay with Emperor Chengza. As long as she possesses sufficient capital, Shen Xinyan will be cherished by him." Once Bingjie departed, Shen Xinyan composed herself. "Actually, I have an idea." Amon perked up. "Do share." Shen Xinyan flipped through the account books before her. "I intend to establish an auction house." Although Amon had only briefly mentioned this idea, Shen Xinyan had already formulated a plan in her mind. Amon fell silent for a moment. "You will require an incredibly strong backing." Shen Xinyan did not respond to Amon's statement, but instead extracted her dowry ledger from the account books. "How much do you think they have taken for my dowry?" The Duke of Ningwa had enjoyed the emperor's favor, and her great-grandmother had once been the daughter of a wealthy family in Jiangnan. When Shen Xinyan married, she had brought a substantial dowry. Upon careful calculation, all her assets totaled nearly 200,000 taels of silver, with her dowry containing numerous rare treasures and unique texts. While the land deeds remained intact, it was uncertain how many other valuables had been pilfered. Amang chuckled coldly. "That depends on how long it's been since you've checked." Shen Xinyan sighed lightly. "In truth, I do not care much for these matters. However, being constantly on others' minds is quite vexing. I must devise a permanent solution." Amang's interest piqued. "It seems you have a plan." For so long, it was Amang pushing Shen Xinyan forward, so it was rare to hear Shen Xinyan express her own thoughts. Shen Xinyan nodded without pretense. "Indeed, I have already contemplated how to take the first step." Chapter 46. Title of Nobility, Duke of Ning. As dinner approached, Ying Tao entered with a tray, her tone cheerful. "Madam, guess what news I just heard?" Shen Xinyan set down her book and stretched her sore neck. "Do tell." Ying Tao could hardly conceal the excitement on her face. "The third young lady has returned specifically to seek help from the master. It seems there has been flooding in the southwest, and with the autumn harvest yet to come, the court cannot provide funds. Without money or provisions, the disaster-stricken populace is prone to revolt. Officials are passing the buck regarding flood control. ultimately leaving it to the Deputy Minister of Works. And among the accompanying officials is Liu Hanlin. Knowing this is a thankless task that might even cost lives. The third young lady has returned to plead with the master for assistance. To manage flood control without funds. Tut tut, Ing Tao murmured while arranging the dishes. Liu Hanlin certainly won't come out unscathed. I wonder where they found a cook today. The presentation is quite crude. She glanced at the food, lamenting how it seemed the entire general's residence had fallen apart without the lady's financial support. Shen Xinyan's eyes gleamed with contemplation. The court's lack of funds presents a splendid opportunity. The following morning, Shen Xinyan sent a message to the palace. This time, Grandmother Wei personally came to collect her. And upon seeing Shen Xinyan, her expression softened. With the recent flooding in the southwest, the Empress Dowager has not rested well. The second lady should accompany her to provide some comfort. Shen Xinyan replied softly, then followed Grandmother Wei into the Empress Dowager's quarters. As Grandmother Wei had mentioned, the Empress Dowager appeared weary, dark circles under her eyes betraying her fatigue. Upon seeing Shen Xinyan, she raised her hand. Why has Miss Xinyan come to the palace today? Have you been wronged? Lin Dianjing and Lu Xijing conveyed messages daily within the palace, and she was aware of the troubles plaguing the Yao family. However, this marriage was decreed by the emperor, and with Yao Erlang perishing on the battlefield, she could not undermine the emperor's authority and could only strive to protect Shen Xinyan. Shen Xinyan knelt slowly before the Empress Dowager, presenting her small bundle. I know the Empress Dowager has been troubled lately, so I have brought some trifles to offer, hoping for your health and peace of mind. The Empress Dowager smiled faintly. I know you are a thoughtful child. Recently, she had been discussing ways to reduce expenses in the inner palace with the Empress, and she felt little interest in Shen Xinyan's offerings. Granny Zhang took the bundle from Shen Xinyan with a smile and slowly opened it before the Empress Dowager. The second lady of the Yao family is truly fortunate. This gift must have been carefully selected. Your Majesty, do take a look. Oh my goodness. What a sight to behold. It was the first time Granny Zhang had so carelessly exclaimed before the Empress Dowager, who shot her a displeased glance, chastising her for losing her decorum with age. Yet, that glance revealed to her the thick stack of silver notes in Granny Zhang's hands. The Empress Dowager looked at Shen Xinyan in disbelief. Miss Yin, what is this? Shen Xinyan respectfully bowed her head. I am but a simple-minded person, wishing to ease the Empress Dowager's burdens and serve the state. Hearing of the flooding in the southwest, I thought to contribute some money and goods as a token of my intentions. With that, Shen Xinyan produced a list from her sleeve, presenting it to the Empress Dowager. I have access to 386,247 taels in silver. I offer 360,000 taels to your Majesty, with the remaining funds reserved for my daily expenses, along with a dowry valued at 1 million taels. I request that the inner ministry select a day to collect it from my residence. Though this did not encompass all she possessed, it was the most she could present, and she hoped the Empress Dowager would not find it lacking. For flood control and disaster relief, historically, 278 million taels sufficed, and the National Treasury's annual revenue was only around 17 to 18 million taels. Now, Shen Xinyan was directly donating 360 million taels, along with gold and silver utensils and property deeds, effectively amounting to a quarter of the national treasury, which deeply moved the Empress Dowager. How could this child have given so selflessly? A wave of emotions washed over her as she thought, how could you be so understanding? While others sought to extract money from her, only Shen Xinyan sought to place it into her hands, and such a child was impossible not to cherish. Shen Xinyan leaned against the Empress Dowager's knee. I am grateful for the Empress Dowager's kindness. It is a great fortune for me. I now wish only to alleviate your troubles. Besides, my actions are not entirely without ulterior motives. Speaking truthfully before those in power sometimes proves more beneficial than veiling one's intentions. The Empress Dowager affectionately stroked Shen Xinyan's head, her tone brimming with uncontainable warmth. In this world, who can truly be without selfish desires? We are but mortals, not saints. Speak, my dear Yin, what do you wish for? Tears welled in Shen Xinyan's eyes. I am incapable of safeguarding my own dowry, so I thought to offer it to His Majesty, hoping he might assist me in reclaiming it. In this way, I can serve the Emperor in place of my family. However, the 360,000 taels were indeed given to ease the Empress Dowager's burdens, as your well-being is my greatest blessing. Her intention behind the dowry was not without purpose, yet her offering to the Empress Dowager was sincere. understanding the underlying meaning in Shen Xinyan's words. Tears glistened in the Empress Dowager's eyes. Good child, how can you be so understanding? You must be cautious, for such kindness may lead to your own detriment. Having spent many years within the palace, she had long forgotten the essence of genuine affection. Even her decision to adopt Shen Xinyan was merely a fade to exhibit the royal family's gratitude. Yet unexpectedly, this usually quiet child harbored such profound admiration for her. Shen Xinyan's sincerity was so compelling that even the Empress Dowager, with her hardened heart, could not resist tearing up, compared to those who merely spoke sweetly to please her. Shen Xinyan's tangible contributions were far more trustworthy. The Empress Dowager's gaze softened. You are a child of integrity, and having you is a blessing for me. At that moment, the Emperor Chengze hurried in, having been driven nearly mad by financial matters. Since ascending the throne, he had longed to expand territories, knowing that military expenditures were notoriously costly. Every coin seemed to split in half as he spent it. Yet, suddenly faced with devastating floods in the south, vast farmland submerged, and the populace displaced, funds were limited. The Ministry of Revenue merely lamented their poverty without proposing solutions. The Ministry of War stubbornly refused to allocate their provisions or military funds, while the Ministry of Works selected officials for flood control, but either fell ill or suffered injuries, leaving the emperor exasperated. After 2 days of uproar, even his planned acquisition of the imperial jade seal was postponed, just as he contemplated punishing the most disruptive officials. News arrived from the Empress Dowager that the issue of disaster relief funds had been resolved. The emperor's heart soared with joy as he promptly dismissed his ministers and hurried to the Xinyan palace. Along the way, he learned the details of the situation, and upon entering, he first called out to the Empress Dowager before turning his gaze to Shen Xinyan. The Shen family always prioritizes state affairs. It brings me great comfort. When all the officials in the court were desperately trying to curry favor, only the Shen family was preoccupied with sending him silver. The officials of this court were, astonishingly, less discerning than a woman of the inner chamber. Reflecting on how Shen Xinyan had twice delivered what he most needed, the emperor's gaze softened towards her. Mother, what should I reward the Shen family with? The Empress Dowager fell into contemplation. The Duke of Ning's residence already held a title. Initially, it seemed unwise to allow a woman to inherit the title. However, it appeared that women could rival men, and Shen Xinyan was a remarkable example of this. Why not bestow the title upon her? She proposed. Shen Xinyan trembled with delight, but stifled her emotions. She had merely wished to bring the emperor onto her side, unaware that such a fortunate turn awaited her. After a moment's thought, the emperor hesitated. This matter may not adhere to convention. The censors will surely protest. Shen, being a married woman, was traditionally awarded a title along with some generous gifts, with a few benefits for the Yao family as well. The censors were notorious for nitpicking, and even the slightest misstep on his part would incite their outrage. If he truly permitted Shen Xinyan to inherit a title, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. The Empress Dowager scoffed. What are conventions? The emperor is the son of heaven, and his words are the law. In the past, when our great ancestor led Empress Lu in a battle, she could command the troops with just a word, without needing a command token. No one questioned the lack of propriety then. When Empress Lu established the Bureau of Palace Maids, she selected female officials to participate in state affairs, assisting the emperor in drafting edicts. Where were the complaints then? It seemed that in times of peace, people feared their voices would be forgotten, and thus they clamored for attention. Such censors were not truly concerned for the realm, but sought to elevate their own status by undermining the royal family. The emperor understood the weight of their words and was assured by the Empress Dowager that he would remain unperturbed. Whoever has objections should present 400,000 or 500,000 taels of silver, and then we shall consider their arguments valid. Moreover, the Empress Dowager had noticed Shen Xinyan's struggles within the Yao family, suggesting that bestowing a title upon her could provide an opportunity to leave the Yao residence and take charge of the Duke of Ning's estate. At this moment, the Empress Dowager genuinely began to plan for Shen Xinyan's future. Shen Xinyan's heart soared. She had anticipated no more than a county princess title. Yet the Empress Dowager had granted her such an extraordinary surprise. Should she truly reclaim the title of Duke of Ning, she would feel worthy of her ancestors' memory. Seeing the Empress Dowager's firm stance, the emperor signaled to Wang Hai, who immediately understood. What the Empress Dowager says is indeed correct. Yet the title of Duke of Ning is traditionally held by men. Perhaps Madame Yao could adopt a male heir? Before he could finish, the Empress Dowager interjected. You are becoming increasingly bold, proposing such ideas. No matter how suitable the collateral line is, they cannot serve the emperor wholeheartedly. Although Shen Xinyan is a woman, she is willing to lay her entire fortune before the emperor. Shen Xinyan, tell his majesty how much silver you possess. Shen Xinyan knelt with utmost respect, replying to the Empress Dowager, I possess 386,247 taels of silver. After offering 360,000 taels, the remainder is reserved for my personal expenses. Retaining some for her own use was prudent. Had she offered everything, the emperor and Empress Dowager might question her intentions. The precise figure startled the emperor. This was the first time he had encountered someone so openly revealing their assets since ascending the throne. The emperor tapped the armrest of his chair thoughtfully. As my mother has stated, the Shen family indeed contributes to the realm. If that is the case. Before he could finish, Shen Xinyan quickly prostrated. I thank your majesty for your great kindness. As long as she bowed quickly enough, the emperor could not retract his words. The emperor chuckled. Very well. I shall instruct the Bureau of Palace maids to draft an edict, and you may prepare to become the first female duke of Ning in Liang. Understanding that this matter was settled, Shen Xinyan could not conceal her joy. However, her intentions today extended beyond this. I thank your majesty for your grace, but I have other matters to report. Establishing her identity required immediate attention. The weight that had hung over her heart dissipated, and the emperor was now inclined to converse with Shen Xinyan. Speak. At this moment, Shen Xinyan was no longer merely the consort of the Shen family in the emperor's eyes. She was the soon-to-be Duke of Ning. Even without an official position, the title validated her status, and she would enjoy the privileges of a duke. The change in the emperor's tone filled Shen Xinyan with elation. Your majesty, do you recall my previous invitation for you to join me in business with a proposed profit-sharing arrangement of 80-20? The emperor absent-mindedly twirled the ring on his finger. Responding nonchalantly, I remember. Recognizing the emperor's impatience, Shen Xinyan boldly articulated her plan. I intend to establish an auction house in the capital, with my dowry as the inaugural auction items. If enough merchants participate, I am confident that these items will fetch a considerable price. The auction house will retain 10% of the proceeds, with the remaining 90% going to the treasury. From this 10%, after deducting daily expenses, 20% will be allocated for my use, while the remaining 80% will belong to your majesty's private treasury. The emperor's expression grew increasingly serious. This model is indeed innovative, and you exhibit great confidence. But why do you believe you can attract merchants? The term auction intrigued him. Shen Xinyan raised her gaze to meet the emperor's. My confidence stems from your majesty. For the first auction, I seek your permission to present 2 of your treasured calligraphies as the main attractions. Amon had insisted on making a grand display. As long as she held the emperor's favor, she believed no one would dare sabotage her business. The success of the auction house would ultimately depend on her own abilities. The emperor scrutinized Shen Xinyan for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Granted. I wish to see how much wealth my Duke of Ning can generate for me. He understood now that Shen Xinyan had come prepared. Her actions aimed at proving her worth. Thus, he was willing to grant her an opportunity. If she could indeed create value for him, she would be a pillar of the nation, and he would be her support, ensuring her safety and facilitating her ascent. Should she fail to meet her own assertions, he would still protect her well-being for the silver she had provided. Shen Xinyan was overjoyed, and the emperor continued. As the future Duke of Ning, you shall require a retinue fitting your title. I bestow upon you 80 personal soldiers, along with a commander at your disposal to assist in establishing your auction house. Furthermore, you will enjoy the rights of a duke. When you meet me, you need not kneel, and the Bureau of Attire will be responsible for your official robes. Shen Xinyan's heart surged with joy, and she quickly knelt before the emperor. I thank your majesty for your generous gifts. The emperor looked on with satisfaction at Shen Xinyan's response before turning to Wang Hai. Select a few treasures from the treasury to present to the Duke of Ning, and instruct He Shangyi to assist her in inventorying her dowry at the Yao residence. Wang Hai couldn't help but marvel at the emperor's evident admiration for the new Duke of Ning, who had been the first to seek a partnership with him in business. Shen Xinyan gazed intently at the emperor. If your majesty could bestow upon me some items suitable for auction on the first day of business, it would be most appreciated. The emperor remained unconvinced. The treasury is filled with wonders. I will have Wang Hai send you a few items. The storeroom was filled with treasures offered as tributes from various regions. Typically, Emperor Qingze would bestow these gifts upon his concubines and esteemed ministers. This was the first encounter he had with someone who was keen on selling such items. Finding Shen Xinyan's proposal amusing, Emperor Qingze looked at her with a smile, inquiring about the timing of the auction. He was curious whether this peculiar sales model would indeed attract participants. Shen Xinyan replied earnestly that she planned to hold it in a month and a half, allowing the wealthy merchants from Jiangnan ample time to arrive. Delighted, Emperor Qingze remarked that if she could indeed generate revenue for the treasury, he would bestow upon her a title from the previous dynasty, granting her the status of a legitimate duke. Though he spoke in jest, Shen Xinyan took the words to heart, expressing her gratitude for his grace. Emperor Qingze, noticing her swift response, felt a twinge of regret for his words, realizing how quickly the Duke of Ning bowed before him. After further inquiries about the auction, satisfied with Shen Xinyan's fluent responses, Emperor Qingze's gaze softened, asking if there was anything else she wished to report. A Duke of Ning who could contribute financially was indeed a valuable asset. Shen Xinyan wore an appropriately hesitant expression, revealing that she had a personal request for the emperor. Having observed her previously animated demeanor, her current hesitation piqued Emperor Qingze's interest. She fidgeted with the handkerchief in her hands, stating that her sister-in-law, Yao Jinru, was now the legitimate wife of Lu Bianxiu from the Hamlin Academy. Upon returning home yesterday, Yao Jinru was distraught and implored their father to assist her husband, insisting that he must not be sent to aid in disaster relief. Their father, feeling helpless, was greatly troubled. Hence, Shen Xinyan sought the emperor's mercy to prevent Lu Bianxiu from joining the relief effort. If the fund for disaster relief were insufficient, misfortune would naturally befall those involved. However, with Yao Jinru's financial contributions, the relief effort could become a favorable undertaking, earning gratitude from the victims and potentially yielding substantial rewards for those in charge. Once the relief was concluded, promotion would be nearly guaranteed. Such an opportunity could not be allowed to benefit Yao Jinru alone. Since Lu Bianxiu was her sister-in-law's husband and had encouraged Yao Jinru to seek help, as the sister-in-law, she felt compelled to assist her own family member. Emperor Qingze quickly grasped the implications of Shen Xinyan's words, and his smile faded into a cool expression. He had not anticipated that while he diligently governed, the officials beneath him would indulge in idleness. Acknowledging this, Wang Hai could not help but grin, recognizing that the Duke of Ning had expertly hit a nerve. In merely 3 days, Yao Jinru had transformed from an inconspicuous figure into a prominent noblewoman, which made Wang Hai uneasy for the Yao family. After finalizing the arrangements, Shen Xinyan bid farewell to the Empress Dowager and returned to the general's residence to assess her dowry. Meanwhile, Emperor Qingze took the more than 300,000 taels of silver notes to confront officials from the previous dynasty. In times of national crisis, even a woman like Shen Xinyan understood the need to contribute, while those receiving salaries seemed indifferent to the plight of the nation. With Shen Xinyan's example set, if the officials remained obstinately unyielding, they would face his wrath. At 36, He Shangyi displayed a courteous demeanor towards Shen Xinyan, although her face remained habitually stern. If Lu Xijing continued to thrive in the palace, she would likely adopt a similar disposition. As He Shangyi reviewed Shen Xinyan's dowry list, she respectfully inquired if Shen Xinyan was aware of her remaining dowry. Recognizing her keen insight, Shen Xinyan did not withhold information, explaining that she had utilized some over the years, with all expenses documented and stamped with her personal seal. He Shangyi nodded while listening, then instructed a nearby maid to fetch strong young eunuchs, ensuring they could read. Today, a significant task lay ahead. As Shen Xinyan approached the palace gates, she spotted Bingjie and Yin Tao watching intently by the carriage. Bingjie wore a smile, seemingly engaged in conversation with Yin Tao, who anxiously peered toward the palace entrance. Shen Xinyan's heart softened, and she descended the carriage with He Shangyi to approach Yin Tao. Yin Tao initially regarded He Shangyi with confusion before smiling and greeting her. "Good day, sister." Surprised by the emperor's favor, she mused whether she could now command respect within the residence. Shen Xinyan reprimanded her, "No decorum." She then turned apologetically to He Shangyi. "Please forgive me. My maid's behavior is rather impetuous. I shall discipline her appropriately." He Shangyi gently shook her head. "No harm done. Given her age, she may call me sister." which is to my advantage. As a favored individual before the emperor, she was entitled to be gracious. Shen Xinyan exchanged further pleasantries with Yishengyi, expecting her to join the carriage, but was surprised to find Yishengyi's gaze still fixed on the palace gates. Just as Shen Xinyan was about to inquire, a line of over 80 young eunuchs hurried toward the entrance, wielding shovels and spades, creating an impression of a raid. Chapter 49. The anxious Yao family. The sight of these strong young eunuchs brought a satisfied smile to Yishengyi's face as she commanded, "Let us depart." Those emerging from the palace never reasoned with others, for their mere presence was authority enough. Ever since learning that Shen Xinyan had entered the palace again, Yao Qianshi had been restless. Previously, Shen Xinyan returned from the palace accompanied by 2 maids, who had since exerted their influence at home. Yao Qianshi grew increasingly frustrated, eventually kneeling on a mat to silently recite prayers, hoping for the Empress Dowager to grow weary of Shen Xinyan. Meanwhile, Yao Lixi was inside, furiously smashing objects. That wretched woman has entered the palace again. With her beguiling demeanor, whom does she intend to ensnare? If she had any sense of shame, she would take her own life. I would respect her as a virtuous woman. Now she flits in and out. Who knows what disgraceful acts she is committing? If the ancestors of the Shen family had any spirit, they would weep in shame for producing such a brazen creature. Yao Jinru paced angrily within her room. How could Shen Xinyan have entered the palace? Lanning, do you think news of my attempts to assist my husband has leaked, and Shen Xinyan has gone to the palace to sabotage it? With her cheeks swollen and bright red, Lanning could only whimper in pain, unable to articulate a single word. Yao Jinru cast a disdainful glance at Lanning, deeming her useless for not being able to contend with Shen Xinyan. Today, she had sought out Yao Jinning, hoping to persuade her to continue confronting Shen Xinyan, but the timid girl had transformed into a turtle, shrinking away in fear at the mere mention of Shen Xinyan's name, bringing shame upon herself. Yao Jinfei burst into the room. "Aunt, I heard that my second sister-in-law has entered the palace again. She is truly formidable." Zhou Shi immediately seized Yao Jinfei's arm. "The second lady is indeed formidable, but you must not associate with her any longer, understand?" Yao Jinfei, disheartened, lowered her head, unconsciously fiddling with her sleeves, and asked in confusion, "But why, aunt? Second sister-in-law is clearly a good person. Sister-in-law has always treated her with kindness, never resorting to scolding or punishment. Yet, why does the concubine prohibit me from approaching her?" For a fleeting moment, Zhou's gaze appeared vacant. "I recognize your good nature, but you are still young and do not grasp certain matters fully. You." Zhou's words circled her tongue before she swallowed them back. Precisely because the second lady is virtuous, she must not allow Jin Fei to approach. Jin Fei would bring harm to her. Lu, the concubine, also received news of Shen Xinyan's entry into the palace. She anxiously twisted the handkerchief in her hands. A widow visiting the palace daily, fearing others would not notice her ambitions to climb the social ladder. At that moment, Yao Jinning, resting on her bed, suddenly awoke in terror. "Help me, someone, save me. Shen Xinyan wants to kill me. She wants to drown me." Lu hurriedly embraced her, soothingly reassuring, "Do not panic. Fourth young miss, you were merely having a nightmare. I am here. There is nothing to fear." Ever since Shen Xinyan had held her underwater, Yao Jinning was utterly terrified. Her waning appearance deeply pained Lu. Upon seeing Lu's visage, Yao Jinning buried herself in Lu's embrace. "Aunt, I am so scared." Lu held Yao Jinning tightly, intending to provide comfort, but her expression grew increasingly cold. Since Shen Xinyan had so ruthlessly harmed her daughter, Lu could not be blamed for retaliating. When Chui'er entered the room, Yao Zheng was painting orchids. Chui'er watched for a while. Madame's orchid painting has become even more exquisite. Only orchids can truly complement Madame's nature. That boisterous second lady cannot compare. In De Liang, only women bestowed with titles could be addressed as Madame. However, privately, everyone would refer to her as Madame out of respect. Although Yao Zheng was Shen Xinyan's sister-in-law, she bore no title, and with Shen Xinyan, a third-grade titled sister-in-law beneath her, everyone addressed her as eldest lady. Upon seeing Chui'er enter, Yao Zheng halted her brush mid-air. "Do not compare me to that petty-minded individual." She detested Shen Xinyan's vulgarity. Merely born into the Ning Guogong mansion, Shen Xinyan had somehow surpassed her in every regard. But why? Yao Zheng had been well-read and cultivated since childhood, excelling in poetry, music, and painting. She should have been the most distinguished, yet she was forced to yield to life. Why could Shen Xinyan enjoy a life of ease, wielding power over the entire general's residence and oppressing everyone? Such thoughts incited her ire. As she pondered, ink splattered onto the paper, creating a small stain. Chui'er lamented, "What a pity for the orchid painting. Why not paint a bird instead?" Yao Zheng discarded the paper, crumpling it into a ball. How can a mere common bird be worthy of the noble orchid? It is tainted and should be discarded, lest it offend the eyes. She furrowed her brow slightly. My paper stock is low. Go to the storeroom and fetch some more. Chui'er hesitated. I just visited the storeroom today. But the stewardess said the household is conserving resources. Even the gilt paper must be reserved for the master. There were several grades of rice paper in the residence, with gilt paper being the finest, faintly revealing a layer of gold leaf, costly at 10 taels for a single sheet. The lowest grade was the paper used by scholars for writing and studying, relatively inexpensive at 2 taels for a bundle. Yet, how could such items befit her madam? Yao Zheng scoffed. Shen Xinyan truly employs underhanded tactics, seeking to coerce others into submission. Indeed, a disgrace to the Ning Guogong residence. With that, Yao Zheng addressed Chui'er with indifference. Take whatever you need. It is better than being coerced with such rubbish. Chui'er remained indignant. The second lady is truly outrageous. Concocting such degrading schemes. Does wealth make one superior? As she spoke, she carried a basket of paper toward the back door. Her madam would not fall for the second lady's tricks. Just as Chui'er placed the basket outside, a group of men in short jackets rushed over to snatch it away. Such treasures could yield gold when burned properly. Yao Chong returned to the residence in haste after leaving the court, heading straight to Yao Qian's courtyard. Upon entering, he could not help but exclaim, "Mother! Mother! Shen Xinyan has entered the palace again. What shall we do?" Chapter 50. The tactics of He Shangyi. Yao Qian also felt helpless regarding her son's excitable nature. Rising from a mat, supported by Nurse Zhao, she stepped outside. Enough. You are to be a grandfather soon. Must you remain so impulsive? Yao Jinru's mother-in-law had arranged for her husband to take 2 concubines, claiming that any children born would be recorded under Yao Jinru's name. A reasonable assertion. Yao Chong breathed heavily. Mother, what kind of enchantment has Shen Xinyan cast on the emperor and empress dowager? Last time she entered the palace, she was rewarded with 2 female officials. Who knows what troubles may arise this time? Should we not plan ahead? From a young age, he had developed the habit of discussing everything with Yao Qian. Seeing her son's disheartened expression, Yao Qian sighed inwardly. Her son was becoming increasingly unreliable. Yet, she had to continue reassuring him. Calm down. No matter how well Shen Xinyan behaves, the emperor will not directly bestow the title of Ning Guogong upon her. At most, she may receive a few rewards. In due time, we will support and care for them. They cannot remain in the Yao household forever, so we have ample time to deal with Shen. Since they would not need to spend money on her, what was there to complain about? At this point, Yao Qian shot a glance at Nurse Zhao, who promptly dismissed all the servants from the room and carefully closed the door. Yao Qian lowered her voice. The immediate concern is to find a way to bring the child back. Just the thought of that child suffering outside tears at my heart like a knife. Seeing the redness in Yao Qian's eyes, Yao Chong was moved. Do not worry, mother. I will certainly bring the child back. In this vast world, everyone harbored ulterior motives, yet only his mother genuinely cared for him. Yao Qian wiped away her tears. I always knew my Chongsheng is the most filial son. After some idle chatter, Yao Qian suddenly changed the subject. Have you visited Aunt Wei recently? Upon mentioning Aunt Wei, an awkward expression crossed Yao Chang's face. In truth, all the concubines in his household were no longer young. Aunt Wei had entered the household during Li's pregnancy with Jin Feng. She had been fortunate enough to conceive immediately. Unfortunately, Aunt Wei was frail and was frightened during Li's labor, causing her to fall and resulting in a premature birth. Ultimately, the daughter Aunt Wei delivered did not survive. While he safely gave birth to Jin Feng, Yao Chong deemed Aunt Wei to be unlucky and had not visited her since, while Aunt Wei had grown increasingly deranged. 7 years prior, when a concubine in the household suffered from severe bleeding during childbirth, Yao Qian had entrusted Aunt Wei with the care of the daughter born from that incident, naming her Yao Jinpei. It was hoped that this child would provide some solace to Aunt Wei, but she had only become more unhinged in recent years. During this time, he had taken in several concubines, but most had perished during childbirth. Occasionally, a boy would be born, yet he rarely survived beyond the 3rd wash. A cruel fate, indeed. Yao Chong preferred to believe that Li had meddled in these matters. However, his mother was right. Without concrete evidence, he must not doubt his legitimate wife, lest it cast aspersions on his ability to manage the household. After all, how could one who could not even maintain order in the inner quarters be trusted to govern affairs of state? Yet, Yao Chong still felt deeply aggrieved. Why was his fate so cruel? After finally sending Yao Chong on his way, Yao Qian's expression turned inscrutable, sitting like a statue on the stool. Though she had calmed her son, why did her heart feel so restless? As she was pondering, Zhao Mama rushed in with a look of panic. "Madam, it's terrible. Shen Xinyan has brought a group of female historians to take away her dowry, claiming it has been donated to the state treasury for the purpose of flood control." Yao Qian suddenly rose, but felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed. The extent of Shen Xinyan's dowry was known to almost everyone in the household. Her dowry was stored in a warehouse next to the main one, and for the first 2 years, no one had designs on it. However, once it was discovered that Shen Xinyan was a meek and submissive person, the other households began to harbor ill intentions. At first, it was just a few insignificant trinkets, but later, entire sets of headwear were quietly taken. Since Shen Xinyan had so many possessions and was not very attentive, it was easy for others to take advantage. The law could not punish a crowd, and they did not believe that Shen Xinyan would do anything to them. But today, Shen Xinyan's actions caught them off guard. Shen Xinyan finally understood why He Shangyi had brought so many eunuchs. They had taken complete control of the estate. Yao Qian, who had been revived, stood at the forefront of the Yao family, facing He Shangyi. He Shangyi approached and bowed slightly. "Madam Yao, I am here on official business. If I have caused any disturbance, I apologize." Yao Qian immediately returned the courtesy. "What is the meaning of this, He Shangyi? The Yao family has always been loyal to the state. If there is any impropriety, please speak plainly." Changcheng, being timid, had hidden upon hearing that the palace was coming to take the dowry, leaving the women of the household to deal with the imperial envoys. Yao Qian, reflecting on her indulgence of her son, felt helpless. He was her only child, and she naturally doted on him. He Shangyi, with a respectful tone, explained, "Lady Yao, in her great righteousness, has donated all her dowry to the state. I am here to inventory the items to ensure that everything is delivered to the palace without any shortage." Noting the emphasis on without any shortage, the faces of those present darkened. Li, unable to contain herself, inquired, "Dowry items are often used and sometimes not recorded. What will be done in such cases?" She did not covet Shen Xinyan's possessions, but a few tricolor ornaments and a double-eared jade vase suited her taste, and she had taken them. It was Shen Xinyan's fault for not registering them and gifting them to her mother-in-law. Now, Shen Xinyan must resolve this herself. Upon hearing Li's words, Zhao and Lu concubines nodded, and even Yao Zheng's tense expression relaxed. This was a family matter, and Shen Xinyan's actions were embarrassing to the Yao family. He Shangyi remained unperturbed. "I am merely following the list. I understand the household is busy, so we will start the inventory in an hour. If anything is missing, we will dig the earth and drain the ponds to find it. If items are still missing, the madam will have to compensate with silver." After this, He Shangyi showed the eunuch shovels to Yao Qian. These could be used not only to move the dowry, but also to dig. No noble household was without secrets, and such a search could reveal more than just missing items. Yao Qian, pale but composed, replied, "The Yao family is loyal. My granddaughter-in-law has not disgraced our family's teachings. We, as elders, must support her. He Shangyi, please rest. I will have the items prepared," deciding to turn this into a good name for the Yao family. Yao Qian gestured to He Shangyi, "Please, this way." Recognizing Yao Qian's cooperation, He Shangyi bowed, "Thank you, madam." Yao Li, seeing the situation was set, was furious. She lashed out at Shen Xinyan. "How dare you, Shen Xinyan, do such a thing? Did you consult anyone?" Lu Si, the official, interjected, "Madam, Lady Yao's actions are commendable. Should she not help the emperor?" Yao Li, trembling with anger, could only retort, "I don't care. You must pay for the missing dowry yourself." Shen Xinyan, hesitant, replied, "I have already donated all my silver to the state. How can I pay now? The emperor knows about my donation. If I produce more silver, it will be a crime." Yao Li, her heart racing, demanded, "How much did you donate?" Shen Xinyan, with a smile, replied, "Including the Ningwu Duke's estate, I donated over 3 million taels. The emperor praised me for my righteousness." Shen Xinyan, with a smile, asked Li, "Mother, Are you proud of me? Yao Li, though not as aware as Yao Qian of Yao Jinfeng's survival, was furious. With so much silver, Shen Xinyan should have honored her in-laws, not donated it for a mere commendation. Shen Xinyan, oblivious to the shock and envy of the others, continued. The emperor was very pleased and praised me. Her joyful demeanor, like an innocent girl, made the others wince. Li, unable to bear it, slapped Shen Xinyan, who fell unconscious. Lu Si, stunned, and Yao Li, confused, watched as Lin Dianjun, a female official, rushed to Shen Xinyan's side, shielding her from view. Madam, how could you be so cruel to someone who is loyal to the state? Lin Dianjun exclaimed. As Lin Dianjun raised his head, Lu Sijing also noticed Shen Xinyan's trembling eyelashes and instantly understood. Was the old lady displeased with his second lady or with his majesty? This official naturally must clarify the matter before his majesty. With that, he immediately ordered the eunuchs present to carry Shen Xinyan away, lest any flaws be exposed by lingering too long. Lady Yao Li stared at her own hands, wondering if she had indeed struck anyone. Regardless of whether she had knocked Shen Xinyan unconscious, the act of striking her was witnessed by all. The news quickly reached the ears of the Grand Lady and Shangyi. Lady Yao Qian's expression froze, uncertain of how to react. She was naturally pained by the donation of silver, but now that it was done, the most pressing matter was to secure the greatest benefit for herself. Yet, the foolish Lady Li had struck Shen Xinyan in public, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction with the donation. If this reached the ears of His Majesty, she could not imagine how he would despise the general's residence. Lady Yao Qian, seething with frustration, could only watch helplessly while Shangyi let out a cold laugh. The general's residence truly lives up to the Grand Lady's words, a household of loyal and righteous people. This is not just a strike against the Second Lady, but a slap to His Majesty's face. Though she detested Lady Li's stupidity, Lady Yao Qian still had to speak well of her in front of Shangyi. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the general's residence was a single entity, and the misdeeds of any one person would implicate the entire household. When would these troublesome people understand this? Their usual internal squabbles were one thing, but to bring it to the public, I was another. No matter how Lady Yao Qian hinted and suggested, Shangyi remained unmoved, her face stern as she gazed at the sundial, seemingly calculating the time. Knowing she could not gain any favor, Lady Yao Qian privately sent Nurse Xiao to find Yao Changsheng. Now that the matter was settled, it was clear that the various households intended to feign ignorance and avoid returning Shen Xinyan's dowry. Only Yao Changsheng could address this. After a short while, cries and wails could be heard from the various households. Chapter 52, bestowing a deficiency of qi and blood on Lady Yao Qian, Yao Changsheng acted decisively, not only confiscating Shen Xinyan's dowry, but also the secret savings of the concubines, claiming it was for the common good of the household. For any shortfall, he planned to use Lady Li's dowry as a lesson for her constant troublemaking. After all, the silver of these women was given by him, and he would continue to support them. So what use did they have for money? As for his and his mother's silver, every coin was essential, and no one should covet it. When Sherry entered, Shen Xinyan was at her desk, designing the style of the invitations. She had, of course, not been struck, but she could not let this opportunity to vex Lady Li pass. Cherry's face was filled with indignation. Madam, do you know? This whole household is nothing but scoundrels. Concubine Zhao, Concubine Lu, and even the Grand Lady's courtyard have been found with your dowry. And that Lady Zheng, who usually acts so high and mighty, has your ruby necklace, the enameled vase, the white jade pillow, the jade rui, and even the brush and footrest. And do you know what else? She even used your redwood chamber pot with the gold edging. She uses others' belongings to elevate herself. Is she not utterly shameless? What kind of upbringing is this? Lady Zheng, who always acts as if she is the most virtuous in the world, is truly disgusting. Shen Xinyan smiled and looked at Cherry. Enough. Do not dwell on this. Instead, help me with the invitations. We can have them mass-produced later. Cherry's attention was diverted, and she quietly began to organize the invitations. At that moment, Lu Sijing entered. Madam, Miss Jean Fei is here, waiting at the courtyard gate. Shen Xinyan looked surprised. Why did you not let her in? Lu Sijing looked helpless. She said Lady Zhou only allowed her to wait at the gate, not to enter. He added, she seems to be carrying a silver note. It is clear that Lady Zhou, sensing trouble, sent her out to avoid it. Shen Xinyan sighed softly. Let her be. Do not disturb her. Cherry muttered. It seems Lady Zhou is not so bad. I have not heard of anything being found in her room, but perhaps she sold it. Shen Xinyan, focused on her work, replied, good or bad, it is none of our concern. Once the imperial decree for the title is issued, I can return to the Duke of Ning's residence and find a way to separate from the Yao family. Cherry, after a moment of dejection, brightened. Madam, with such a generous donation, can you not ask His Majesty for a favor, like allowing us to return to the Duke's residence? This Yao family is so vile. Everyone is full of malice, and the air is toxic. The Duke's residence is much better. Shen Xinyan glanced at her. Some things are better left unsaid. If you continue to speak so recklessly, I will have Shao Si send you back to the Duke's residence. At such a critical time, we must remain calm to avoid any mishaps. Cherry shrank back. I understand, madam. Shen Xinyan smiled. Enough. Do not sulk. Go and call Bingjie. Bingjie arrived quickly and, with no one around, knelt on one knee. My lady. Bingjie smiled. With the current chaos in the household, I have a task for you. She was not concerned if Emperor Chengze and the Empress Dowager knew, as the temporary disfavor was outweighed by the benefits she would gain. And she had already planned her response. Bingjie saluted. Please, my lady, instruct me. Shen Xinyan sighed. Since Bingrong has been with me for a while, she must understand my situation. I have important matters to attend to, but the grand lady's energy hinders me. I want you to place some small leeches in the 100 blessing quilt that concubine Lu is embroidering to ensure the grand lady rests for a while. I have never considered myself a good person. I endured out of guilt for the Yao family, but now I no longer feel guilty. With her instructions, Bingjie immediately accepted. Yes, I will do it. As a secret guard, she only carried out orders without judging right or wrong. After Bingjie left, Amon smiled at Shen Xinyan. You are more decisive now than before. The 100 blessing quilt, watched over by Lady Yao Qian's people, will not raise suspicion. This should give Lady Yao Qian a deficiency of qi and blood, confining her to bed. Shen Xinyan chuckled softly. One must grow. I have much to do, and I do not want them to disrupt my plans. The Yao household was in an uproar all afternoon, with some items still unaccounted for. To prevent He Shangyi from digging in her courtyard, Yao Changsheng had to agree to have the prices recalculated and prepare to make up the difference. Lady Yao Qian, vexed by Lady Li's foolishness, forced herself to accompany He Shangyi, and Yao Changsheng dared not trouble her further. He did not want to confront Shen Xinyan, who was still unconscious. Yao Changsheng, for the first time, felt the burden of too many women in the household, each one more troublesome than the last. Amon changed the subject. I forgot to tell you, I received another piece of news last night. You need to rescue someone from prison. Shen Xinyan's voice rose. Rescue someone from prison? That sounds terribly sinful. Amon spoke to herself, recounting an incident that had occurred on her side. A man had presented a treasure to the court, claiming to have invented a new type of spinning machine. This machine was equipped with 16 spindles, and with a gentle motion from the weaver, all 16 could operate simultaneously, spinning cotton in a thread. The loom offered similar convenience, after winding the spun thread onto it. A simple press of the foot pedal would allow the thread to weave into fine, sturdy fabric. Do you understand the implications of this? Shen Xinyan immediately perked up. You just mentioned cotton thread and cotton fabric. Cotton was only introduced a few years ago. Prior to that, most clothing was stuffed with kapok, which appeared plump yet provided little warmth, leading to annual hardships. When cotton was introduced, everyone was astonished, having never known such a warm and rare material existed in the world. Initially, the price of cotton was exorbitant, but the emperor recognized its benefits for the soldiers at the borders and began to promote cotton cultivation on a large scale. Now, production has exceeded demand, and prices have fallen. Even Aunt Lu's renowned quilt is made with cotton filling. Now, Amon's assertion that cotton could be spun into thread and woven into fabric truly surprised her, revealing a new business opportunity. Amon continued, her tone light. While you have noted part of my information, my emphasis lies in the labor aspect. With these machines, while others can weave 1 bolt of cloth in 4 days, you could produce 8 in a single day. Do you grasp the significance of this? Shen Xinyan covered her mouth with a handkerchief, astonished. Such high production must inevitably drive down the price of cotton fabric. But why would one go to prison to rescue someone? Is the man who presented the invention now imprisoned? An increase in cotton fabric production would allow more people to afford clothing, which is a boon for the populace. If she possessed such remarkable machines, she could monopolize the cotton fabric market in Daliang, ensuring her business flourished. Amon quickly refuted. My story is not yet complete. The emperor was overjoyed and immediately ordered the creation of the machines, only to discover that the most vital components were missing, rendering the machines inoperable. Shen Xinyan gasped. Why was that? Amon continued. The emperor was furious and summoned the man who had received a noble title to court for trial. While dismantling the machine he had presented, upon disassembly, they found intricate mechanisms within, and once taken apart, the machine could not be reassembled. The man, unable to withstand the torture, eventually confessed that he had falsely claimed credit for the invention. The true creator was a carpenter. To eliminate the carpenter and seize his invention, the man had falsely accused him of committing a heinous crime against a wealthy young woman. To avoid further complications, the officials silenced the carpenter, rendering him unable to defend himself. The man, being cautious, had waited 3 years before presenting his treasure. After this lengthy account, Amon exhaled. It is best to accumulate capital as early as possible. The carpenter will be transferred to the Wuqing government office in 3 days to inquire about his case. You are pressed for time and cannot afford to waste a moment. I have exerted considerable effort to gather this vital information for you. For Shen Xinyan, the conversation revolved around the future, yet for her, these were events long past. She would need to expend immense energy to uncover useful clues and pinpoint the timeline. Her voice brimmed with gratitude. Amon, thank you. She realized that her fate's alteration seemed to have no impact on Amon, yet Amon remained wholeheartedly devoted to assisting her. Amon scoffed. Rather than wasting time with idle chatter, you should focus on mastering the vocabulary in your books. Otherwise, do you plan to communicate with foreign merchants through gestures? She had lived her life this way, yet she hoped Shen Xinyan's path would be smoother. Shen Xinyan responded, all right. Amon was more like a supervisor now. Noticing Shen Xinyan's aggrieved expression, Amon suddenly spoke with a hint of interest. I just heard an intriguing piece of news today. Chapter 53. The decay of a Yao family. Detecting the intrigue in Amon's voice, Shen Xinyan perked up. What is it that piques your interest so? Amon's tone was buoyant. I had always found it strange that such a vicious person as Qian did not attract any suspicion from Yao Zhan. After some inquiries, guess what I discovered? Yao Zhan was the name of General Yao. Shen Xinyan became curious. Please do tell. Amon laughed. It turns out Yao Zhan was not as simple as he seemed. During his time on the battlefield, he was saved by a peasant girl, and feelings developed between them. Eventually, Yao Zhan brought the girl back to the general's mansion, leading to a significant conflict with Qian. Upon realizing that Qian could not accept his beloved, Yao Zhan chose to live elsewhere with the peasant girl. While Yao Zhan's actions were distasteful, Shen Xinyan was still shocked. How could a dignified general act so foolishly? Taking a concubine should involve discussions with a legitimate wife. Yao Zhan's abandonment of his first wife was inexcusable. Amon scoffed. The Yao family is rotten to the core. Misfortune awaits anyone who marries into it. However, Yao Zhan's beloved had a brief life, passing away shortly thereafter. Yao Zhan suspected Qian's involvement, so he disregarded her explanations and left her and their infant son, Yao Changsheng, behind to return to the borders, seldom returning since. In the capital, topics of conversation were plentiful, and within a month, people had forgotten the incident. As time went on, the older generation passed away, and the past was seldom mentioned. Shen Xinyan murmured, I had wondered why Qian was so compliant with Yao Changsheng. It turns out there was such a hidden story. She had previously thought Qian had spoiled Yao Changsheng, who, despite being over 40, still behaved so foolishly. Now it made sense. Unable to retain her husband's affection, she naturally poured all her attention onto her son. Thinking of Yao Changsheng brought to mind his entanglements with Yao Zhang. She shuddered involuntarily. It is all so repugnant. Grandfather humiliated his first wife for a mistress. Father quarreled with his daughter-in-law, and the son feigned death on the battlefield. There is not a single normal person in the Yao family. Amon seemed to share her sentiments, remaining silent for a long moment before continuing. I have been pondering the emperor's intentions behind the marriage grants these past years. Shen Xinyan's eyelashes fluttered. Was it for the sake of titles? Amon replied. Although Yao Zhan's behavior was absurd, he was a skilled commander. After the emperor ascended to the throne, Yao Zhan was the first general to surrender his military power, and this alone earned him the emperor's favor. The two thought alike. An understanding dawned quickly. Shen Xinyan connected the dots. So, the emperor arranged my marriage to the Yao family to ensure the continuation of their noble line. This realization sent a tremor through Shen Xinyan. Indeed, as Amon had said, she was nothing of consequence. At best, She was merely a pawn for the emperor to balance the powers of the former dynasty, facilitating the Yao family's accumulation of titles. Seeing Shen Xinyan's despondent demeanor, Amon comforted her. Rather than wallowing in self-pity and regret, it would be wiser to enrich yourself and become more capable. Acquire both literary and martial skills. In the realm of royalty, some pawns hold greater importance than others. Not everyone has the privilege of entering and exiting the palace like you do. Your starting point is inherently higher than others. If you wish to avoid being discarded like a worn-out shoe, you must demonstrate your worth. Do not be like me, who, due to an ill-timed appearance, despite possessing remarkable skills, can no longer set foot in the palace. Shen Xinyan, who had expected to hear trivial gossip, found herself inundated with profound wisdom from Amon. I shall never again believe in Amon's so-called idle chatter. Time swiftly approached the hour of Shen, and the cacophony outside finally subsided. Shangyi instructed the young eunuchs to organize the dowries into the storeroom, while she herself made her way to Shen Xinyan's courtyard to bid farewell. As Shen Xinyan was still unconscious, Lu Xijing escorted Shangyi out in her stead. Lu Xijing, adhering to Shen Xinyan's instructions, specifically reminded Shangyi not to forget to store these items separately. In response, Shangyi left a cryptic remark: "Serve well beside the second madam. Your fortune is yet to unfold." Their relationship had always been amicable, and Shangyi's words felt more like a senior's counsel to a junior. Lu Xijing immediately expressed her gratitude and returned to Shen Xinyan's courtyard after seeing her off. Lu Xijing had long contemplated her future. The emperor had previously instructed them to remain beside the second madam for the time being, but the duration of their stay was uncertain. The personnel within the palace shifted rapidly, and even if they were to return, they would have to start anew in winning people's hearts. She had pondered whether the second madam's actions were preparations for entering the palace. Yet Shangyi's demeanor suggested that matters were far more complex. Unless the second madam could ascend to the rank of Guifei upon entering the palace, Shangyi would not have made such an insinuating statement. However, her attempts to probe the second madam had revealed that the latter had no desire to enter the palace. Now, having generously donated a substantial sum to the treasury, perhaps the second madam had reached some sort of tacit understanding with the emperor. Lu Xijing fell into deep contemplation. How should she navigate the road ahead? It seemed she needed to meticulously plan her course. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyan was preparing to dine. Ying Tao, seemingly dissatisfied with the newly appointed cook, incessantly grumbled. It's as if the entire household is feasting off the madam's blood. Just look at this fare. Compared to before, not only is it lacking in elegance, it barely qualifies as a feast. Shen Xinyan quietly observed the coarse rice, a plate of cabbage, a plate of cucumber salad, and a small bowl of soup with floating vegetable leaves before finally inquiring of Ying Tao. Is this what the entire household is served? Or is it just us? Ying Tao indignantly replied, "They say this is for everyone, but the old madam, due to her poor health, had a bowl of bird's nest soup specially prepared, and the master has engagements with colleagues tonight. The old lady, feeling unwell, refused to eat, and the concubines, as per custom, received one less bowl of soup than the madam and the first miss, while the remaining 2 dishes are the same." With the entire household harboring animosity towards her madam, she naturally had to exercise caution. These dishes were taken from the kitchen at random, and she doubted anyone would dare tamper with every single item. To be safe, Lin Dianjing followed the customary practice of testing the utensils and each dish for poison. Only after confirming their safety did he nod to Shen Xinyan. "Madam, please eat without worry." She remarked, "Madam has accomplished a great deed. The Lin household wouldn't dare harm you." Shen Xinyan smiled self-deprecatingly. "It seems my notoriety has indeed made everyone anxious." Several individuals in the room immediately offered words of comfort. Ying Tao picked up a spoon, ready to serve soup to Shen Xinyan, when suddenly, a small paper ball zipped in through the window. Chapter 54. The tactics of Aunt Lu. Realizing it was thrown in by Bing Rong, Bing Jie pinched the paper ball between her fingers and unfolded it, revealing a line of small characters. Her expression darkened significantly as she approached Shen Xinyan. "My lady, there is something wrong with the soup." Bing Rong had witnessed the cook pouring all the soup from the kitchen into a foul water barrel after Ying Tao removed the soup. Shen Xinyan set down her spoon, scrutinizing the bowl of soup before her. "What is the issue?" This was the most common meatball soup in the capital, containing white lotus root pieces that provided a delightful crunch. However, it was not the season for lotus root, and she had procured these at a high price from someone's ice house, making it difficult to discern any potential issue at first glance. Bing Jia shook her head. I am unsure, but since Lu Xijing is here, it will be prudent to have her enter the palace to consult a physician. Surely they will uncover the truth. The intelligence network of the Dark Guards was remarkably swift, and Bing Jia understood how much the emperor valued her lady. Otherwise, he would not have even conferred the title of duke upon her. Now merely seeking a physician in the palace, it was possible that the emperor, in his concern, might even grant a physician to enter the estate. After receiving Shen Xinyan's consent, Bing Jia placed a bowl of soup on the windowsill, and in the blink of an eye, the bowl vanished. Ying Tao gazed outside in awe. How impressive! When did such a master appear by the madam's side? Lin Dianjing and Lu Xijing exchanged glances, both taken aback by the unexpected skill. Such ability prompted Lu Xijing to instruct her to seek a physician in the palace. Could it be that Bing Jia was one of the Dark Guards? The second madam had Dark Guard by her side, and not just one. Without further hesitation, Lu Xijing promptly agreed and took the bowl of soup to the palace. With this incident, Shen Xinyan lost her appetite. Who knew if there were other harmful substances within? The meal was not essential for her. Losing her appetite, Shen Xinyan decided to return to her desk to continue her unfinished work. Ying Tao stomped her feet in frustration, lamenting for a while, but ultimately could not bear to see Shen Xinyan go hungry and stormed off to prepare something for her. Madam should have set up a small kitchen long ago, she exclaimed. Lu Xijing acted swiftly, returning within the hour with a grim countenance. Ying Tao approached her angrily. Did you find out what happened? Lu Xijing nodded gravely. At the end of last year, an unusual incident occurred in a village on the eastern outskirts of the capital. The villagers either died or went mad, some even emaciated to the state of corpses. What was most alarming was that a few men, though frail, had bellies swollen as if they were about to give birth. Connor Master harbors grand ambitions. It would be a grievous injustice if he were to be ensnared by the machinations of these secluded women, rather than wait passively for their schemes. It would be wiser for the master to take the initiative. Shen Xinyan's expression, cold and stern, exuded a hint of menace, since Lady Lu is so fond of insects. Let us find more to keep her company. Understanding Shen Xinyan's intent, Bing Jia once again bowed. Understood, my lady. Given Lady Lu's malevolent intentions, Shen Xinyan would not spare her. Lu Xijing and Lin Dianjing's expressions remained impassive. In the palace, those who are overly kind are the first to meet their demise. If Shen Xinyan were truly of a gentle disposition, they would doubt her potential. However, Shen Xinyan's current retaliation, though a response to her mistreatment, still seemed somewhat weak. A truly formidable individual would not allow herself to be bullied. Yet, considering Shen Xinyan's youth, there was still time for her to grow. Unaware of the thoughts of the two officials, Shen Xinyan, having made her arrangements, dismissed them and returned to her work. As the night deepened, Shen Xinyan stretched. A meal fought for is a meal savored, while one offered unbidden is easily discarded. With so many wealthy merchants in the Jiangnan region, the invitations could not be distributed indiscriminately, or they would be taken lightly. A method to stir their interest was necessary. Amon's voice broke the silence. Aside from Cherry, the people around you are now capable and reliable. Shen Xinyan responded, I am glad to have Cherry's company. She reminds me of the innocence I once possessed and makes me appreciate the beauty of life. Before Amon could reply, Shen Xinyan continued, and I am grateful for your presence. Without you, I would not be aware of the perilous situation I am in. Amon scoffed, save the flattery. Get out the travelogue and continue your studies. Do you think you have all the time in the world? Shen Xinyan sighed. Why must you be so unsentimental? As Shen Xinyan immersed herself in her studies, a series of shrill screams pierced the night. Chapter 55. Shen Xinyan's retaliation. Lady Lu's demise. Lady Lu had been in a state of distress, for her daughter had fallen ill, frightened by the second lady, Shen Xinyan. In the grand mansion, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. Lady Lu was a shrewd woman, adept at making choices. For instance, she chose to be sold to the Yao household for 50 taels of silver, to provide for her brother's marriage, rather than be a eunuch's wife, an option she found unbearable. She considered herself a woman of simple tastes, content to stay in her corner, avoiding the conflicts of the inner chambers, for the Yao household was a treacherous place. Lady Lu had observed that since her arrival, none of the concubines who entered the household had met a good end. Even before her, Many concubines who had conceived male heirs had met untimely deaths. Lady Lu realized that the matriarch, Li, was systematically eliminating male heirs born to concubines. She vividly recalled the birth of her daughter. The midwife, upon exclaiming that it might be a son, had felt a strong hand pushing the child back into her. To survive, Lady Lu had feigned the loss of the child and eventually gave birth to a daughter, thus preserving her own life. She dare not share this with anyone, convincing herself it was merely a delusion. The midwives were Li's people, and to avoid Li's wrath, Lady Lu aligned herself with the dowager. This proved to be a wise decision, as the dowager, though ruthless, protected her and her daughter. As the dowager's tool, Lady Lu's hands are not clean, but she and her daughter survived. If life had continued this way, it would have been acceptable. However, the dowager's favored second son had married, and his bride, the only daughter of the Duke of Ning, was the last of her line. The dowager's disdain for Shen Xinyan was evident, often lamenting that the second son was ill-treated. Lady Lu could not understand this, as Shen Xinyan was not only beautiful and kind, but also of a noble lineage, with a substantial dowry. Regardless, Lady Lu agreed with the dowager. The second son's marriage, departure, and death left the dowager in a state of despair. Yet, one day, the dowager's mood improved, and she began to incite Lady Lu's daughter against the widowed Shen Xinyan. Lady Lu sensed something amiss, but quickly suppressed her thoughts. Initially, her daughter's efforts went smoothly, but at the princess's banquet, Shen Xinyan went mad, and her daughter was punished. The dowager, displeased with her daughter's failure, punished her severely. Lady Lu, whose life revolved around her daughter, grew to resent Shen Xinyan. Why did she resist, instead of falling into the trap? Born with a silver spoon, Shen Xinyan had no idea of the struggles they faced. The dowager's pressure drove her daughter to the brink, and in her desperation, she attacked Shen Xinyan, only to be pushed into a pond, leaving her in a state of perpetual madness. Seeing her daughter's plight, Lady Lu decided it was time to act. Shen Xinyan's growing support made her a formidable opponent, and Lady Lu, rather than merely tarnishing Shen Xinyan's reputation, wanted her dead. She was adept at making choices, especially in determining the manner of one's death. She chose a method that would be difficult to trace. If Shen Xinyan's stomach harbored worms, who could say where she had consumed something unclean? With a victorious smile, Lady Lu drifted into sleep. In her dream, a gentle hand unfastened her robe, caressing her skin. Lady Lu frowned. Was it the master? But he had not visited her in a long time, and he was never so gentle. The fingers explored her skin, her head, her face, her neck, her stomach, her ankles, her nostrils. No, how could he have so many hands? Lady Lu's muddled thoughts cleared, and she opened her eyes to see a creature, covered in legs, scurrying past. Her ears and nose ached, and as she reached out, something stung her. Stumbling to the dim light of the oil lamp, she saw her body covered in centipedes. Lady Lu's screams were punctuated by futile attempts to remove the insects, which, in response, bit and poisoned her. Her eyes reddened, and her breathing grew labored. In her final moments, she realized her choices had all been wrong. The girl who married the eunuch lived a life of luxury, the very life she had aspired to. Her daughter, she thought, should not have aligned with the dowager. A ruthless hound. Alas, every choice had been a mistake. Lady Lu's screams, though not reaching Shen Xinyan, alerted Yao Jinning, who rushed to Lady Lu's quarters, only to be horrified by the sight. The collective screams were enough to shake the entire household. Madame Lu passed away, and even 2 days after her demise, centipedes continued to crawl from her corpse, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld it, instilling such fear that no one in the household dared to approach her remains. Her death bore little consequence for the Yao household. If one were to seek an impact, it could only be described as a significant extermination effort within the estate. Regardless of the origins of the centipedes, as long as they did not infiltrate her own courtyard, all be well. The only person who truly cared for Madame Lu was Yao Jinning, who, in a fervent quest for justice for her mother, knelt at the gates of Yao Changsheng, refusing food and water. She implored Yao Changsheng with all her might to uncover the truth surrounding her aunt's death and to restore her honor. If this matter were not of her own doing, Shen Xinyan might have been genuinely moved by Yao Jinning's spirit. At the very least, Yao Jinning's affection for her aunt was sincere, in stark contrast to the indifference of the other members of the Yao family. A voice echoed in her ear. Are you standing there to relish the fruits of victory? Shen Xinyan paused slightly. Certainly not. The demise of any life is a matter of lament. The voice scoffed. If that is the case, why not return and study? Do you believe you have an abundance of time? Remember, there is a carpenter awaiting your salvation. Just as Shen Xinyan prepared to retreat, she spotted Bingjie hastening towards her. My lady, the head of the Ma family has arrived. Chapter 56. The fury of Yao Jining. Upon hearing that the head of the Ma family had come, Shen Xinyan felt a flutter of excitement within her. Surely, this visit signified progress regarding the golden silk grass. The emperor had dedicated the past few days to gathering disaster relief funds, which in essence was merely a means of coaxing contributions from the nobility. After all, with her substantial reserve of over 3 million taels of silver, she had little fear of the officials withholding their contributions. Perhaps, to the emperor, every additional coin was a boon. During her days of seclusion, she learned that Yao Changsheng had become the target of public ire, ultimately forced to bear the brunt of the resentment from those coerced into donating. One could only hope that Yao Changsheng possessed an inner strength to withstand such turmoil. The emperor had also sent word through Wang Hai that her noble attire had been prepared, yet the ongoing relief efforts were far from resolved, prompting the emperor to advise her to remain patient. In clearer terms, this meant placing Yao Changsheng at the forefront to absorb the officials' anger. Shen Xinyan harbored no objections. The circumstances had changed dramatically, and it was the Yao family who suffered the indignities while she remained relatively untroubled. Shen Xinyan moved swiftly, thus failing to notice the dark glare Yao Jining directed towards her. Yao Jining was nearly certain that Shen Xinyan was responsible for this incident, as her aunt had explicitly vowed to avenge her, promising to eliminate Shen Xinyan and restore her dignity. The words of her aunt still echoed in her mind. Yet now she was gone. How could such a creature as a centipede possibly emerge from a small courtyard? This matter was undoubtedly tied to Shen Xinyan. As Shen Xinyan departed, Yao Changsheng emerged from within, confronting Yao Jining with an exasperated reprimand. What is this disturbance you are causing? These past few days had been exceedingly difficult for him. He had expected that, given the substantial donation from the Shen family, the emperor might view him in a more favorable light and perhaps grant him a promotion. However, the emperor's response remained unchanged, and his colleagues regarded him with disdain, seemingly eager to devour him whole, complicating his official duties at every turn. Having endured too much humiliation, he wished to avoid Shen Xinyan at all costs. Upon hearing Yao Changsheng's scolding, Yao Jining's expression darkened with defiance, and she forcefully bowed her head to the ground. I beseech you, father, to seek justice for my aunt. Yao Changsheng gazed at her coldly. Have you lost your mind? It was clearly the mismanagement of Madame Lu that led to this pestilence. What justice do you expect to reclaim? Yao Jining clenched her teeth, raising her head to meet Yao Changsheng's gaze with a mixture of anger and resentment. For all these years, my aunt has been dutiful and respectful, careful in her devotion to grandmother and in serving father and mother, never overstepping her bounds. Now, after her tragic death, you wish to dismiss the matter so hastily? Are you not afraid that she shall find no peace in the afterlife? Her words were ungracious, causing the veins on Yao Changsheng's forehead to bulge as he delivered a kick that sent Yao Jining sprawling. Impudent child, you wretched disgrace. How could he have raised such a disrespectful offspring? Yao Jining fell to the ground, but quickly scrambled back to her feet. Though fear gripped her heart, the memory of her aunt's unjust demise fueled her courage. Regardless of the consequences, she would seek justice for her aunt. Just as Yao Changsheng was about to strike her again, a voice rang out from behind. Stop. Turning to see Yao Qianshi, Yao Changsheng's expression softened instantly. Mother, what brings you here? The dampness has been heavy these past days. Take care of your health. Though not a good husband, nor an exemplary father, as a son, he was undeniably dutiful. Yao Qianshi approached, leaning on the arm of Nurse Zhao, and coldly remarked, with so much turmoil at home, how can I possibly tend to my own health? Furthermore, it is the responsibility of the Li family to educate their daughters. What is this kicking and beating about? Are you not afraid of ridicule? Every day brought new troubles. Witnessing the genuine anger of Yao Qianshi, Yao Changsheng hurriedly sought to placate her. Do not be angry, mother. I was merely provoked by this wretched child. Rest assured, I will escort you back. Yao Qianshi pointed a finger at Yao Jining, her eyes filled with helplessness, successfully embodying the image of a loving grandmother come to rescue her granddaughter. As Yao Changsheng helped Yao Qianshi prepare to leave, Yao Jining's voice suddenly rose. Father, If you refuse to assist me in seeking justice, I shall go tomorrow to beat the drum at the gates, and I shall not believe that I cannot secure justice for my aunt. Let them strike or punish her. Her life was already of little value. As long as she could restore her aunt's honor, it would all be worth it. Yao Changsheng and Yao Qianshi halted, turning in unison to face her. The Yao family was most averse to scrutiny, and Yao Jining could not be allowed to remain. Indeed, the head of the Ma family brought good news. The skilled hands at the estate had tended to the golden silk grass delivered by the lady through various methods, but it was Lu Er who had nurtured it best. Lu Er, missing both legs, was carried by neighbors and worked in the fields, resting only to be returned home. Though his situation was tragic, it allowed him to attune himself more acutely to the needs of the plants. He discovered that the golden silk grass bore resemblance to another plant's stem and employed the same techniques in its care, yielding unexpectedly fruitful results. Therefore, his golden silk grass thrived. Shen Xinyan was overjoyed by this news and generously decided to allocate half of the seeds to the Ma family head to return to Lu Er for cultivation. She also instructed Xiao Si to deliver her prior promises of rewards and settlement funds alongside the Ma family head back to the estate. The head of the Ma family, overwhelmed with gratitude, approached Shen Xinyan, bowing deeply 3 times. From this day forth, our fates belong to you, my lady. Should anyone dare betray you, I, Ma, shall be the first to deal with them. After the head of the Ma family departed, Shen Xinyan cradled her travel journal, her gaze becoming increasingly vacant. I have always prided myself on my remarkable memory, yet now I find myself plagued by self-doubt. Throughout her life, others had praised her intelligence. But in hindsight, such compliments seemed exaggerated, if not entirely flattering. She felt utterly crushed by the weight of the 6 travel journals. These past few days, while learning pronunciation with a man, she had even bitten her tongue. Once Shen Xinyan finished her lamentations, a man finally spoke. The merchant selling grain will arrive at Gang Port in 10 days. The next opportunity for potatoes will not arise for another decade. Whether you choose to learn is entirely your decision. Shen Xinyan shivered slightly. I shall learn. One must labor for their own future. As Shen Xinyan immersed herself in her studies, Cherry bounced in from outside, exclaiming, Madam, guess what happened? Chapter 57, Lu Hanlin. Observing the unmistakable joy on Cherry's face, Shen Xinyan sighed, envious of Cherry's carefree demeanor. Cherry's eyes curved into crescent moons as she reported. The wife of Lu was taken away by Lord Lu, and it is said that he left with a frown, casting an unkind glance at Aunt Zhao Tu. Shen Xinyan pondered briefly and understood the reason. Lu Hanlin, though a second-place scholar, had not garnered much attention in the esteemed Hanlin Academy, where the top 3 students from each class were typically retained for service. Unlike the top scholar who received imperial favor, or the third scholar who was noted for his handsome visage, Lu's talents were modest, and his rigid demeanor lacked flexibility. Without the support of a powerful family and priding himself on being an honest minister, he had no one to advocate for him, resulting in a mere 6th-rank official position. Promotion within the capital was notoriously difficult, especially for those without protection. Otherwise, Lu Hanlin would not have been dispatched to manage waterworks during a time of depleted treasury, a task fraught with peril, potentially leading to his demise or punishment for failure. It was no wonder that someone as self-righteous as Lu Hanlin would urgently seek Yao Jinru's assistance in navigating connections. However, the current circumstances were different. With ample funds, managing waterworks had transformed into a commendable task that could enhance one's political achievements. Having traveled to the southwest, as long as one did not succumb to avarice, officials returning from such duties were almost guaranteed promotions. For someone of Lu Hanlin's rank, advancing 2 levels was not insurmountable. If he were to be ousted from this opportunity, it would be a bitter blow, especially since she had sought a favor for Yao Jinru to assist Lu Hanlin in securing this position. Shen Xinyan hoped Lu Hanlin could accept these developments with equanimity. Casting a glance at Cherry, she remarked, That's enough. Lu Hanlin has never aligned himself with any faction, which speaks volumes of his intrinsic pride. Let us not revel in his misfortune. Though she felt guilty towards Lu Hanlin, she would still sever his career without hesitation if given the chance. Moreover, Cherry truly needed to temper her words. Her tendency to speak her mind could one day lead her into trouble. Shen Xinyan feared that Cherry might err in a situation where she could not protect her, leading to dire consequences. Cherry puffed her cheeks, refraining from further comments. It was then that Amon suddenly interjected, I misspoke last time. Liu Hamlin may not be as noble as I once thought. Shen Xinyan was taken aback. What do you mean? Aman explained. Liu Hamlin only secured his opportunity for an external post after Yao Jinru's suicide. He is now a second-ranked deputy minister of rights and has aligned himself with Zhu Qinxian. Mentioning Zhu Qinxian reminded Shen Xinyan of Aman's previous assertion that Zhu would rise after Hua En's demise, prompting a sigh. I did not realize they were acquainted so early. It seems even a man of integrity like Liu Hamlin can bend for power. Indeed, all convictions ultimately yield to reality, and Liu Hamlin had compromised his principles. Aman scoffed. No need for sentiment. He has recognized Zhu Qinchuan's concubine as his godmother. Zhu dotes on that concubine, and Liu eagerly plays the role of a devoted son to her. It is more accurate to say that he cannot connect with the powerful he admires rather than that he disdains associating with them. He is merely awaiting a favorable opportunity. Shen Xinyan inhaled deeply. Does this imply there may be something amiss regarding Yao Jinru's death? Have you investigated? Zhu Qinxian, being 4 years younger than her, meant that his concubine was likely even younger. Liu Hamlin's choice to acknowledge her as a godmother speaks volumes about his inner strength. Aman paused before responding. It cannot be investigated. Shen Xinyan pressed, why not? Aman retorted with a cold laugh. Because the current emperor finds him useful. This matter can be observed, but not probed. Unless one day, Shen Xinyan completed her thought, unless he loses his value. This was Aman's reasoning for urging her to strive. Indeed, with sufficient capital, even those with blemishes could find assistance in erasing them. Yet, if one wished to avoid becoming a mere pawn on the board, Shen Xinyan felt her heart race, but she forced herself to suppress such thoughts. Little did she know, some seeds, once sown, would inevitably take root and flourish. Aman, seemingly oblivious to Shen Xinyan's emotional shift, quickly stated, since you are aware, you should hasten to make efforts. Do you not understand that every moment counts? Shen Xinyan exhaled and resigned herself to her studies. Cherry, seeing Shen Xinyan so engrossed, could not help but lean in for a closer look, only to quickly retreat. What were these symbols? Having observed her for days, she understood not a single word. At the Yao residence, Chui'er stormed in, holding a tray with indignation, madam. How can one eat such coarse food? Is Shen Xinyan mad? She would rather donate her silver than allow us to eat such meager fare. It matters not for me, being a servant, but how can your delicate health endure such treatment? Yesterday's meal at least had a sheen of oil. Today, it was reduced to a plate of watery cabbage. Was Shen Xinyan afflicted with hysteria, donating all her silver? Recalling the dowry boxes that had been lifted from day to night, Chui'er felt utterly discontent. Having married, though the dowry belonged to her, any decisions required discussion with her husband's family. Yet that woman, so heartless, simply donated with no regard, seemingly fearful of others' envy. The few items her family provided were a show of respect towards Shen Xinyan, and they were gifts personally delivered by the master. Now, Shen Xinyan had caused such a scene that the entire family lost face. As a member of the Yao family, if the Yao family lost dignity, how could she fare any better? As Chui'er mentally berated Shen Xinyan for her lack of propriety, Yao Zheng spoke calmly, address her as madam to avoid any missteps. Normally, this would be routine, but recently Shen Xinyan's temperament had shifted dramatically, leaving Yao Zheng unsure what she might do next. Thus, caution was warranted. Kuya, fading frustrated, mutat. Understand. Yao Zheng set down her book and casually remarked, I know it must be difficult for you to be by my side. When the right opportunity arises, I will return your contract of servitude. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, she added, I, too, am a prisoner of my circumstances and only wish for you to enjoy a better life. Chui'er's eyes quickly brimmed with tears, and she knelt before Yao Zheng, declaring, Chui'er is bound to you in life and death. I will never leave your side. You are such a kind and beautiful lady. Why is the world so unjust? Yao Zheng sighed once more. Do not speak such foolishness. What success awaits you by staying with me? If one day you leave this grand residence to become a proper wife, that would be true happiness. Otherwise, what is the point of living? Chui'er shed tears of heartfelt emotion. I will never leave you, madam. Yao Zheng had treated her with such kindness, and with no one else at her side. Betrayal was not an option. Yao Zheng pulled her up gently. Enough with the kneeling. It is too early for you to marry. I wish to keep you with me for a few more years, so you can save some private funds and not be bullied in your husband's household. Look at Shen Xinyan. Her wealth allows her to act with impunity at home. That is what it means to truly live. Kuyeshbat. Who would want to live like Shen Xinyan? She is destined for the depths of hell after her death. Yao Zheng remained silent, waiting until Chui'er left to chuckle bitterly to herself. I wish. She dreamed of becoming a member of the Shun family. Yet with the Shun family's current tumult, she feared they would not last long. Time swiftly passed, and upon waking, Shen Xinyan was urged by Amon to go out. Today was the day the carpenter would be escorted to the capital for his trial. Realizing that she had not ventured out for several days, Shen Xinyan decided to rise early and prepare herself. Since the incident with the tainted pork, Lu Xijing had submitted a request to the palace, hoping to acquire a royal chef for Shen Xinyan. However, Emperor Qingze was so pleased with Shen Xinyan that he ordered Wang Hai to deliver meals from the imperial kitchen to her every day as a sign of favor. Shen Xinyan was not particularly enthused by this, for the food from the palace, while visually appealing, was often unpalatable, and by the time it arrived, it was usually cold. The already unappetizing food, when reheated, was even less enjoyable. Yet, as Emperor Qingze was in a generous mood, he desired to demonstrate the benefits of serving him, and such trivial matters were beneath his concern. Nevertheless, Shen Xinyan's wish for a small kitchen was fulfilled, as it was necessary to reheat the food. According to Ice, Bingrong was also content, as it made her meals more convenient. Wang Hai conveyed another message, advising Shen Xinyan to be patient. The matter of a woman inheriting a title was unprecedented, and with the emperor preoccupied, he had not yet addressed the court's skepticism. However, he assured her that her grievances and contributions were well remembered and would be properly addressed. Additionally, he hinted that she could begin to restore the Ningwu Duke's estate. For Shen Xinyan, this was excellent news, as it meant she might soon leave the general's residence. As Cherry combed her hair, she whispered in Shen Xinyan's ear, "The Yao family is becoming increasingly petty. You have no idea, madam, that the accounts department is now even withholding firewood. Nowadays, it is no longer the time for the accounts department to casually demand money from her, and although their words are courteous, their cold stares are chilling." Cherry was thoroughly disconcerted. Shen Xinyan, smiling, consoled her. "Let them be, for what is rightfully mine cannot be taken away. You should continue to collect the rations as usual, and whether I use them or not is my business, but they must be provided." She had come to realize that her previous passivity had led the Yao family to disregard her. Therefore, she decided to sever ties, ensuring that no one would have an easy time. Seeing the Yao family unhappy brought her a sense of satisfaction. After breakfast, Shen Xinyan, as usual, informed Lady Yao of her intention to go out and headed toward the back gate. Unexpectedly, she encountered Yao Jinru, who was wearing a veil, in the garden. Lan Xing, having been injured by her, was left with concubine Zhao to avoid the Lu family perceiving her as having no status in the Yao household. If not for Yao Jinru's voice, Shen Xinyan would not have recognized the heavily veiled figure. Yao Jinru's voice, laced with resentment, still managed to curtsy gracefully. Jinru greets second sister-in-law and thanks her for her efforts on behalf of Jinru's husband. Shen Xinyan truly was formidable, having ruined her husband's prospects. On the day her husband brought her home, a verbal dispute escalated into physical violence, forcing her to wear a veil when returning to her family. Her mother-in-law, who had always disapproved of her inability to bear children, had recently placed 2 concubines in her husband's quarters and was now planning to take more. If not for her husband's staunch refusal, the Lu family would have been overrun with women. Even so, her husband had promised his mother that he would soon provide an heir, which deeply distressed Yao Jinru. Her primary reason for returning was to seek her father's assistance for her husband. As for Shen Xinyan, since their relationship had already soured, she saw no need for pretense. Shen Xinyan, with a clear conscience, accepted Yao Jinru's gratitude. "Third sister is too kind. It is my duty as a sister-in-law to assist. I hope you are satisfied." The sharpness in her demeanor suited Yao Jinru better than her former meekness. Yao Jinru, gritting her teeth, replied, "Jinru is immensely grateful. Thank you for your efforts." The pain from her injuries made her wish to tear Shen Xinyan apart, but the time was not right. Shen Xinyan, smiling, responded, "I'm glad to hear that. Third sister, I must be on my way, but I am sure better days are ahead for you." She turned and left, indifferent to Yao Jinru. Yao Jinru, if she wished to rise again, would need her approval. Yao Jinru, lowering her head, eyes filled with hatred, thought, "This wretched Shen Xinyan, she would not let this go." When Yao Jinru entered the room, concubine Zhao was instructing her new maids. Unlike concubine Lu, she was not in a difficult position. Previously, with Shen Xinyan, the foolish second daughter, spending recklessly, she had gladly accepted the benefits. Now, with Shen Xinyan no longer the scapegoat, she could use her own dowry to manage. As for the dowry Shen Xinyan had provided for Yao Jinru, it was her choice, and she felt no obligation to be grateful. Yao Jinru, upon entering, rushed to concubine Zhao, shaking her arm as she did in her childhood. "Auntie, you must help me." Concubine Zhao, with a glance, had her maids lead the new arrivals away. She sat in her armchair, sipping tea. "What is it now?" Yao Jinru, removing her veil, revealed her bruised and swollen face. "Auntie, look what Shen Xinyan has done to me. You must avenge me." Concubine Zhao, seemingly indifferent to her injuries, said, "I warned you not to act without a sure plan. Now, having failed, you must accept your inferiority. You may appear clever, but you are truly foolish. Much like your father." Chapter 59. Concubine Zhao instruct her daughter. Yao Jinru, finding no solace from her mother, her tone turned bitter. "Auntie, you are more skilled, yet you gain nothing." Concubine Zhao, maintaining her poise, replied, "It is different. I chose not to compete while you were outmatched. Do you think Shen Xinyan targeted you for no reason? It is because she discovered the mercury in the incense burner." Yao Jinru shocked. "How could that be? I was so discreet." Concubine Zhao, setting down her tea, took the ointment from her maid, Shuangxi, and applied it to Yao Jinru's injuries. "I have told you, do not admit to anything, and do not let it show on your face. Shen Xinyan is not to be underestimated. She acted decisively on a mere suspicion. Imagine what she would do if she knew it was you." Yao Jinru, fearful. "What should I do, Andy?" She had been driven by the news of her brother's death, wanting Shen Xinyan to join him. In hindsight, she had been too impulsive. Shen Xinyan, despite using the incense burner for 3 years, remained unharmed. Concubine Zhao, her touch gentle, said, "It was my oversight. If I had known Lan Ruo had helped you, I would have dealt with her, preventing her from revealing the truth." That night, Shen Xinyan was clearly observing everyone. "It was my mistake to bring Lan Ruo, whose expression betrayed her." Upon hearing Zhao Yingyang mention Lan Ruo, Yao Jinru secretly let out a sigh of relief. Whereas Lan Ruo gone, that inept creature, given Yingyang's nature, must have been taken care of. Zhao Yingyang handed the ointment to Shuangxi. "Rest assured, those who work for me will not be treated unfairly. I have given Lan Ruo a sum of silver and sent her back to her hometown to marry." Seeing Shuangxi leave with the tray, Yao Jinru was about to rise. But Zhao Yingyang grabbed her wrist. "Put away your petty thoughts. That man is dead, and the past indiscretions are to be forgotten. Lu Hanlin is your husband." Yao Jinru's gaze wandered aimlessly. "What is Yingyang saying? I do not understand." Zhao Yingyang sneered. "Do not think I am unaware. On the day of your wedding, you specifically prepared a packet of chicken blood to feign your purity. Had I not arranged for Lu to be inebriated, do you think you could have so easily deceived him? You are utterly foolish." Yao Jinru's face drained of color, and she was at a loss. Fortunately, Zhao Yingyang soon released her. "Enough. Let the past be the past. In the future, you need not be overly cautious, but you must keep your secrets well hidden. Children are the debts of a past life, and I wonder how many lives I owed this foolish daughter in my previous existence to be so troubled by her now." Yao Jinru, dispirited, sat on the ground, unable to believe that her mother had discovered all her secrets. Seeing Yao Jinru genuinely frightened, Zhao Yingyang's tone softened. "Now that the man is dead, you can live in peace. You must properly guide Lu in the future. For him to hit you, and for you to still consider helping him, is to encourage his violence." Yao Jinru looked up at Zhao Yingyang. Her lips moved, but her throat was too dry to speak. She was terrified, yet she also feared that if she did not help her husband, he would strike her again. When she first married, she was unwilling. But at the time, Shen Xinyan had just married her second brother, and she was disheartened, feeling that it did not matter to whom she was married. Thus, she was persuaded by Yingyang to marry into the Lu family. Having no interest in her husband, their relationship had always been distant. Her husband showed little interest in intimate matters, which suited her. However, in recent years, her mother-in-law's constant pressure for children had somewhat improved their relationship. But now this incident had occurred. After these days of turmoil, she finally realized that her husband was not as noble as he appeared. He claimed to not want a concubine, but, in her presence, he forced himself on her other dowry maid, Bishi. Yao Jinru was filled with dread. If this matter failed, her husband might truly kill her. Zhao Xinyan, perceiving her daughter's concerns, snorted. If he dares to strike you once, he will do it again. You must make him understand that while the Yao family may not assist him in his career, they can utterly destroy him. Seeing her daughter so badly beaten, how could you not feel heartache? Yao Jinru's face showed hesitation. Will father help me? Or should I provoke Shen Xinyan again, so that she continues to act against my husband? Zhao Xinyan glanced at Yao Jinru. To intimidate, not to act. You are still his wife. If he is disgraced, what face would you have? Last night, Yao Jinru was dragged to be a concubine for Father Superior, which likely means he will soon be promoted. This will be just enough to intimidate Lu. With that, Zhao Yingyang called Shuangxi back into the room and handed her a box. Give this to the master. He will come after he sees it. Shuangxi accepted the box and, as she left, heard Zhao Yingyang's further instructions. Since Lu Yingyang's departure, I have felt uneasy. There are so many centipedes in the house, and I fear some malevolent spirit is at work. Have Lu go to Qingyun Temple and ask Master Jingshu for a few vigorous roosters. They can catch the centipedes and also serve as a protective charm. Shuangxi left, and Yao Jinru looked at Zhao Yinyang. Why do you need roosters? Zhao Yinyang's hand gently stroked Yao Jinru's face. Do not ask about things you do not understand. You must protect your face, for it is the only thing you have left. You are so foolish. As soon as Shuangxi left, Yao Qian received the news and sneered. She has finally made her move. Since entering the household, Zhao has been content to watch from the sidelines. But now she cannot sit still. Zhao Mama was puzzled. I do not understand the purpose of her actions. She is sending someone to Qingyun Temple for roosters to catch centipedes. Roosters are available everywhere, so why go to Qingyun Temple? If she is worried about malevolent spirits, why not simply hire a Taoist priest to exorcise them? I cannot fathom Zhao's intentions. Chapter 60. Yao Qian's scheme. Yao Qian gripped her cane. Do you know what Qingyun Temple is? It is a place specifically for solving the problems of women in the inner chambers. Zhao is quite generous. Qingyun Temple was once a small, dilapidated Taoist temple. Decades ago, a capable abbot appeared, skilled in both medicine and martial arts. Someone first approached the abbot, who helped with a difficult matter. Since then, the temple has become known in certain circles. However, the abbot sets many conditions and does not act lightly. When he does, it is at a high price. I did not expect Zhao to seek the help of these Taoist priests. It seems Shen Xinyan has truly angered Zhao. Otherwise, she would not make such a grand gesture. Zhao Mama was concerned. I fear that if something happens to Shen, the emperor will order a thorough investigation. I have been having nightmares lately, often waking in a fright. Yao Qian sneered. What is there to worry about? If Shen Xinyan is truly harmed, it will prove she is a malevolent spirit, and the emperor will not protect her. Yao Qian tapped her cane on the ground. I have been waiting for the emperor's rewards for the past few days. Normally, if someone achieves such a feat, the reward would be granted promptly. But Shen's reward is delayed. Why do you think that is? Zhao Mama cautiously asked. Could it be that the emperor has not decided on the reward? Yao Qian snorted. If he had not decided, he would have given some valuable items or allowed Changshang to benefit. The delay suggests Shen's request is substantial, and the emperor needs time to prepare. Now, the emperor has rewarded her with 2 female historians and daily meals from the palace. Such favor. Zhao Mama grew anxious. What are you afraid of? She had an idea, but dared not voice it. Yao Qian's face darkened. I fear she is aiming for a title. The emperor already owes the Yao family a title, and the Ningwu Duke's estate should be for Jin Feng. I did not expect Shen Xinyan's ambition to be so great. Zhao Mama was shocked. How dare Shen? The emperor would never agree. Yao Qian gripped her cane. If Shen had only donated money, the emperor might consider it. But I fear she has made other contributions. She tried to reassure herself. No, Shen only has some wealth, and once it is spent, it is gone. It cannot compare to the Yao family's achievements. Finally, Yao Qian calmed herself and sighed. If Zhao acts, it may not be a bad thing. If Shen Xinyan is harmed, we will keep her alive and bring her child, who is being raised at the commandery, back to the Ningwu Duke's estate as an heir. With Qingyun Temple's involvement, Shen Xinyan will surely die from a malevolent spirit, and there will be no fear of an investigation. While Yao Qian was planning for her great-grandson, on the other side, Cherry was frowning at the clothes in front of her. Lady, do you really need a change? In front of her were several sets of men's clothing, which looked very awkward. Cherry's face, still plump with the remnants of childhood, puffed out in a pensive frown, appearing utterly adorable. Shen Xinyan could not help but smile. If you are afraid, You can wait in the carriage with Xiao Si. Bingji and I won't take long. Since they were to attend an auction, it was necessary to understand the workings of the Qinglu. Today, the auction included the first night of a young maiden, providing a perfect opportunity for observation. The auction was to begin at the hour of Shun, but the tickets would be sold at noon. Shen Xinyan instructed Xiao Si to find suitable men's clothing for them, planning to change into the outfits before proceeding. As the three conversed, a clamor arose from outside. A man's voice instantly chimed, "They're here." Knowing that the person Amon had found had arrived, Shen Xinyan lifted the carriage curtain and peered out. She saw a waiter pushing a tattered woman away. Go. You mad woman, don't bring bad luck to my place. The woman, seemingly unable to speak clearly, gestured with her hands, trying to explain. The waiter, growing increasingly impatient, shoved her away again. Get lost. You've already ruined my morning. Despite falling repeatedly, the woman persistently rose, her eyes fixed on the storyteller in the tea house. Her determination moved Shen Xinyan. What is she trying to do? Amon, sensing Shen Xinyan's confusion, explained, she is the fiancée of a carpenter, a simpleton. After the carpenter's misfortune, everyone avoided her, but she sought justice, pleading with anyone who would listen. Today, she likely wants the storyteller, who is literate, to help her write a petition. In her simple mind, the storyteller was the most learned person she knew. After the carpenter's death, the woman had leaped off a cliff with his body. Shen Xinyan, unable to interfere without raising suspicion, waited here under the pretense of buying men's clothing, a reasonable excuse. This might even earn her a reputation as a benefactor. The woman, bruised and battered, continued to rise and fix her gaze on the storyteller. Though a simpleton, her unwavering devotion was truly touching. As the woman was about to be pushed again, Shen Xinyan interjected, "Enough, such commotion in broad daylight is unseemly." The waiter, recognizing the carriage, fell silent. People in the capital had keen eyes. This carriage was of high rank. With Bingjie and Cherry's assistance, Shen Xinyan approached the woman. "Why do you persist? Tell me, and I may help you." Before the woman could speak, the waiter, now agitated, said, "You've been here all morning, but now you're silent in front of a noble." The waiter, not a bad man, had been forced to act to protect the tavern's business. The woman, after a moment, knelt and pleaded incoherently for help. Shen Xinyan, about to help her up, heard a deep voice. "What is the commotion?" Shen Xinyan inwardly groaned. "Why him again? Can't he find something better to do?" Hua In dismounted, his gaze briefly on Shen Xinyan before settling on the woman. "What is happening?" Shen Xinyan, resigned, addressed the woman. "This is the deputy of the 5 military commissioners. You can speak to him. He is a high-ranking and fair official in the capital." "Woin, tasit liegring, segistith. Let's discuss this inside." The waiter, quick to react, invited them into the tea house. As Hua En entered, he turned to Shen Xinyan. "Aren't you coming?" Despite her reluctance, Shen Xinyan followed, thinking of the loom. She would gladly share a table with Hua En for the right price. The tea, however, was unpalatable, and she felt his gaze on her. The woman, after much effort, finally finished her story, then drank from her teapot. When, after a moment's thought, summarized, she claims her fiancé was falsely accused of murdering a merchant's daughter. The merchant, with connections, pressured officials to force a confession. The man is now in the capital, awaiting judgment. Shen Xinyan, impressed by Hua En's insight, agreed. Hua En, tapping the table, noted the merchant is likely related to the Gu family, whose wife's family is in business. Shen Xinyan, surprised by Hua En's knowledge, realized his background as a Jinyui. Hua En, looking at her, asked, "Do you wish to help her?" The woman, oblivious, remained kneeling. Shen Xinyan, knowing the woman could not respond, replied, "She is pitiable. If you can help, it will be wonderful." Hua En, after a pause, asked, "Is she useful to you?" Shen Xinyan, taken aback, stammered, Hua En, with a fleeting smile, said, "Very well, I will visit the Gu family." Shen Xinyan, understanding, smiled, "Thank you, Deputy Hua." Hua En, with a cool demeanor, added, "Leave this to me. A woman should not meddle in such matters." Shen Xinyan, bristling, retorted, "What is wrong with a woman's involvement? What women? Are they to be confined solely to the inner chambers, devoted to their husbands and raising children? What of a widow in her plight? Should she seek to end her life by hanging herself in mourning for her husband? It is but an investigation. She bears a title and is favored by His Majesty. If all else fails, she could always approach the palace and whisper her concerns to the Empress Dowager, thus uncovering the truth of the matter." Hua En gazed at Shen Xinyan, cautioning her. As a woman, it would be wise to steer clear of such sordid affairs lest you tarnish your hands. This matter is bound to stir considerable unrest, and Shen Xinyan, with her pure heart, ought to bask in the sunlight of life, free from entanglements. You always would. Somewhat reckless, left Shen Xinyan blushing despite her self-proclaimed inner strength. Hua Tongji, tread carefully with your words, she retorted. Yet Hua En, undeterred, fixed his intense gaze upon her, saying, should you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled. With that, he took his leave, stating, I will send someone to escort this woman away shortly. Be discreet, and in due time, I will present both of you before me. As the door to the private chamber closed, Shen Xinyan sat in stunned silence, pondering Hua En's newfound peculiarity. It was then that Bing Jie cautiously interjected, Master, do you think that Hua Tongji? She hesitated, feeling that Hua Tongji might have developed an interest in her mistress. Shen Xinyan swiftly interjected. Hua Tongji merely abhors the corruption of the officialdom and seeks to uphold justice. Do not entertain such fanciful thoughts. Bing Jie murmured. I suspect he may not be as virtuous as he appears. Is there any more absurd thought than a deputy who detests the darkness of the political sphere? Shen Xinyan recognized the lack of persuasion in her words and sought to comfort her maid before they returned to the carriage. As fate would have it, shortly thereafter, the young officer she had previously encountered arrived with a contingent of soldiers to escort the woman away. Relieved that Hua En had spoken true, Shen Xinyan instructed Bing Jie, change into male attire. Let's take a stroll through the district. With the carpenter's affairs settled, it was time to resolve issues concerning the upcoming auction. Bing Jie readily agreed. Very well. Ever since she began accompanying her mistress, each day had been filled with delight. Shen Xinyan sent Cherry to inform the household that they would be returning late, and then, under Cherry's reproachful gaze, she and Bing Jie entered the most renowned establishment in the capital, the Rui Lu. Upon seeing Shen Xinyan standing outside Rui Lu, a man sighed softly, indeed. Everything is a matter of fate. Shen Xinyan's thoughts raced. Could it be? A man's tone softened. You guessed correctly. This is my territory. Not only is this establishment under my purview, but I also oversee all brothels in the 36 surrounding cities. No one possesses more accurate information than I. However, Rui Lu was the first brothel she managed after leaving her previous life, and thus it held a special significance. The madam of Rui Lu, ever perceptive, immediately recognized the ear piercings adorning Shen Xinyan. Yet, she maintained an impassive demeanor, shifting her gaze to the invitation Shen Xinyan presented, smiling as she addressed her. This guest seems unfamiliar. Shen Xinyan remained silent, but Bing Jie, with a voice perfectly imitating that of a gentleman, spoke up. My master has lived on the border until now, and has come merely to enjoy the festivities. We possess plenty of silver. Please attend to us well. Shen Xinyan cast a surprised glance at Bing Jie, who had hidden such talents. Not only did she impersonate a man flawlessly, but her voice was equally convincing. The madam cheerfully fanned Shen Xinyan, saying, We delight in patrons with silver. Tonight, we have 4 exquisite courtesans available, along with 2 renowned courtesans skilled in all forms of entertainment, sure to capture the heart of any gentleman. As Shen Xinyan observed the madam, a wave of melancholy washed over her. A man must have once faced similar helplessness. Bing Jie, however, responded with enthusiasm. In that case, we shall witness the warmth of the capital S ladies. The madam said no more, merely gesturing for the attendant to lead Shen Xinyan to the corresponding private room. Due to the high price paid for the invitation, Shen Xinyan's private chamber was located on the 2nd floor, boasting a splendid view and ample space. The room was adorned with an abundance of fruits and pastries, with an endless flow of exquisite dishes arriving. Soon enough, an attendant brought in 7 or 8 young women for Shen Xinyan to choose from. The arrangement allowed 4 courtesans to accompany the guest, engaging in poetry and song, providing massage and pampering, and when the guest felt inclined, they would willingly serve wholeheartedly. After all, guests in private chambers were generally affluent and willing to spend, and should one be redeemed, their fate could change dramatically. As Shen Xinyan watched the young women laughing and enjoying themselves, a sense of sorrow gripped her heart. If she did not strive, this could very well be her future. A man continued to reassure her, Relax, I am indeed living quite well now. She felt a tinge of guilt, believing she had frightened Shen Xinyan. Shen Xinyan forced a smile. I shall manage. Bing Jia, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Xinyan, remarked, Master, you are once again lost in thought. She had long noted this habit of her mistress, likely a result of the pressures from the Yao family. Yet, since her master did not affect those around her, she opted not to report it. Who among us lacks private matters? A woman of great talent need not concern herself with such trivialities. Observing the attendant's eagerness, Bing Jia decided to enlist the 4 oldest courtesans to assist with serving tea, sending the others away. The courtesans understood their role, sitting quietly in the corner without intruding, which allowed Shen Xinyan to feel more at ease. The performances at the brothel were nothing short of spectacular. There was nothing beyond Shen Xinyan's imagination that they could not offer. It became clear to her why so many men lingered here, finding solace in the company of courtesans. This place indeed provided an escape, where everyone could find their own comfort zone. After the initial basic performances, the young women slated for auction began to showcase their talents. Shen Xinyan was left gaping in astonishment at the nature of their acts, questioning the propriety of it all. However, the madam's skillful manipulation of emotions was certainly worthy of study. It became evident that auctions required not only the display of goods, but also the management of the audience's sentiments. At that moment, Horn suddenly spoke. I have agreed with the Gu family to reconsider this matter. Rest assured, once this case is reviewed, it will undoubtedly be revealed as a miscarriage of justice. In this world, fairness is a rare commodity. Once he intervenes, the Gu family must consent to exhumation and examination of the body. Shen Xinyan looked at Horn, uncertain how to express her gratitude. Indeed, in the capital, there was no case that Horn could not overturn. Horn regarded Shen Xinyan and said, Let us discuss this further in the future. Shen Xinyan would come to understand his intentions. The more Horn denied it, the more restless Shen Xinyan became. It is getting late, and I must return to the general's residence, so I shall take my leave. Please feel free, Horn. Horn did not stop her. It is indeed late. Returning is wise. But do be cautious with that attire of yours, as it may attract unnecessary trouble. It would be best to dispose of it entirely. Aman interjectat dimeli. The heavy scent of powder in the building could give away your presence and lead to needless complications. Shen Xinyan rose to thank Horn. Thank you, sir, for your reminder. I shall take my leave now. Horn acknowledged with a nod, watching Shen Xinyan's figure fade into the distance. No sooner had Shen Xinyan departed than the brothel madam entered. Fanning herself, You will not win the heart of Madame Yao this way. Upon learning that Madame Yao had arrived, she promptly notified Lord Horn, only to find that she had allowed someone to escape. Truly, Lord Horn was of no use. Horn's voice was low. Do not refer to her as the second madam. It sounds awkward. Also, the madam's expression grew serious, fearing Horn was about to assign her a task, only to hear him murmur, I am but 28 this year. Yet, being 10 years older than Shen Xinyan, he considered himself not overly aged. The madam chuckled, then teasingly remarked, A new beauty chamber has been established in the building. You should give it a try. Expecting Horn to decline, she was surprised when he pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well, the madam thought to herself. He has truly lost his mind. But then again, her Lord Horn has been pining after Madame Yao for years, so such madness is not unexpected. Upon returning home, Shen Xinyan received word from the gatekeeper that the old lady requested her presence for a conversation. Chapter 63. The Probe of Madame Yao. The room of Madame Yao was still infused with the lingering scent of sandalwood. Upon seeing Shen Xinyan, her face lit up with maternal warmth. Come here, my dear Xinyan. Did you have a delightful outing today? With Madame Yao's exuberance, Shen Xinyan could not contradict her, smiling in response. The streets were bustling today, with many vendors selling their wares. Madame Yao maintained her cheerful demeanor. And where did you frolic, my dear Xinyan? In the past, whenever Shen Xinyan ventured out, Madame Yao would discreetly send someone to follow her. However, she had discovered that in recent outings, those tailing Shen Xinyan had quickly lost track of her, proving to be utterly ineffectual. Having heard from Bing Jia about the surveillance, Shen Xinyan understood that Madame Yao sought to uncover her whereabouts. Calmly, she replied, In a few days, I plan to enter the palace, hoping to find some novel amusements for the Empress Dowager, but before I knew it, night fell as I wandered. Aware that Shen Xinyan was leveraging the Empress Dowager against her, Madame Yao patted Shen Xinyan's hand. Seeing you in the presence of the Dowager brings me joy as well. You are a member of the Yao family, and your filial piety before the Dowager also reflects the loyalty of the Yao family to the court. Each word served as a reminder to Shen Xinyan of her current identity. Shen Xinyan humbly replied, "You speak wisely, grandmother. I shall heed your teachings." However, she then observed, "But grandmother, you appear somewhat diminished today. Is there any discomfort?" This was not mere flattery. Madame Yao indeed looked considerably haggard, with faint dark circles under her eyes, likely a testament to the efficacy of the heavily laden brocade blanket. Zhao Mama interjected, "There was a centipede in the house," causing the madam to lose sleep throughout the night. Hence she thought to invite the second madam for conversation. Once Zhao Mama finished her sentence, Madame Yao cast a reproachful glance at her. "What need is there to discuss such matters with my dear Xinyan? I am fully aware of my own health. There is no need for her to worry." Zhao Mama hurriedly laughed and admitted her fault. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the madam grasped Shen Xinyan's hand. "I heard that the Zhao family sought out a few roosters from the temple today to ward off evil. If you fear, it would be wise to stay indoors to avoid any ill omens." Shen Xinyan nodded. "I shall heed your teachings, grandmother." This was either a gentle reprimand for returning late or a hint that the Zhao family might take action soon. As she prepared to leave with Bingjie and Ying Tao, they had scarcely reached the door when a maid carrying a basin of water rushed up. With a loud splash, water drenched the three of them, with Bingjie getting the worst of it, while Ying Tao's trousers were soaked halfway, and Shen Xinyan's shoes and socks were also soaked. The frightened maid knelt, crying and apologizing profusely. Bingjie pouted, ready to cry, murmuring, "Madam, this garment was just bestowed upon me by you." Ying Tao, ever protective, glared and was about to explode, but was stopped by Shen Xinyan. With a serious expression, Shen Xinyan looked at the kneeling maid and admonished, "How could you be so careless while walking?" Hearing the commotion, Zhao Mama hurried out, scolding loudly. Aware that she could not interfere with the discipline of the maids in the madam's quarters, Shen Xinyan silently led Bingjie and Ying Tao away. Bingjie seemed particularly upset about her soiled new clothes, whispering her grievances to Shen Xinyan. Although Zhao Mama was scolding, her eyes frequently darted toward Shen Xinyan. It was not until Shen Xinyan exited the main gate that Zhao Mama kicked the maid on the ground. "Enough, be gone." The maid immediately scrambled to her feet, clutching the basin as she retreated to the courtyard, shedding her previous timidity. Upon entering the room, Madame Yao had already been assisted onto the bed, the dark red brocade blanket gleaming under the candlelight like flowing blood. Noticing Zhao Mama's entrance, Madame Yao half closed her eyes. What news? She had always harbored suspicions that Zhao's concubine's death by centipede was orchestrated by Shen Xinyan. However, aside from a newly arrived maid, there were no other notable figures around Shen Xinyan, prompting her to consider a test. Zhao Mama adjusted the blanket for Madame Yao. "It appears that girl does not seem capable of martial arts, and she appears rather timid. Could there be someone else lurking in the shadows?" Madame Yao yawned wearily. "Perhaps I am overthinking it. The death of Lu's concubine might indeed be mere misfortune. After all, the mansion is not so vast that someone could hide within it. If such a skilled person existed, why would they willingly remain by Shun's side for so long?" Perhaps due to her advancing age, she found it increasingly difficult to muster energy, let alone think clearly. Observing Madame Yao's fatigued demeanor, Zhao Mama expressed concern. "We should send a message to the palace tomorrow, requesting a royal physician to examine you. You have been increasingly drowsy, and I genuinely worry." As the widow of a general, the madam had the right to seek the imperial physician. Madame Yao waved her hand dismissively. "One's goodwill diminishes with use. Better to reserve it for critical moments. I am well aware of my own health. If necessary, I can always visit the rejuvenation hall for a thorough checkup." Zhao Mama had intended to urge her further, but Madame Yao had already drifted off to sleep. Left alone at the bedside, Zhao Mama felt increasingly anxious about the madam's condition. Moreover, Shen Xinyan carried an inexplicably peculiar fragrance, leaving Zhao Mama uncertain whether Madame Yao had noticed it. After Shen Xinyan returned to her courtyard, she sent Ying Tao to fetch water for her washing. Bingjie wore a grim expression. "My lady, that person was probing us. Today, that basin of water was deliberately splashed at you." A person's instinctive reactions often reveal their true identity. The incident occurred suddenly, leaving her little time to act. She could only shield her lady as discreetly as possible. Fortunately, Bingrong had kicked a small stone underfoot, causing the person to slip and change direction. Shen Xinyan pondered for a moment. "It matters not. It is reasonable for Madame Yao, being seasoned in life, to see through matters more clearly than others. I simply did not foresee her sudden attempt to test me. It is said to be a test, yet is it not another form of coercion? If Bing Jia is untroubled, then it is merely an accident. Should she evade, it serves as a warning, subtly indicating that the Qian family is aware of the connection between Aunt Lu's demise and her. While applying pressure, there is also an attempt to bind her to their ship, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that one grows astute with age. Bing Jia lowered her gaze, contemplating whether to keep her subordinate aside. Her allegiance lies with Shen Xinyan, and naturally, her priorities must align with Shen's desires. Shen shook her head, stating that she is the widow of a general, and since her time in this household is limited, it would be best to allow her to create her own turmoil. For her time to rise again is dwindling. Bing Jia clasped her fists in respect towards Shen. As you command. Once Bing Jia exited the room, a man's voice suddenly broke the silence. Cutting the grass without uprooting the roots allows it to spring back with the spring breeze. If you do not alter this weak disposition, no one will be able to assist you in the future. However, Shen Xinyan disagreed with a man's assertion. Do you believe that directly slaying someone would cause her pain? Or would allowing her to struggle without hope be a more effective means of destruction? Chapter 64. The Zhao family's means of gaining favor. She had previously stated that she was not a simpleton. Compared to a swift end, it is far more despairing for Qian to witness everything she holds dear crumbling before her eyes. The words directed at Bing Jia were a reflection of her need for protection. Yet she harbored no trust in Bing Jia. She merely required Bing Jia to convey her words to the appropriate ears. After all, Shen Xinyan ought to be seen as a pure-hearted individual, tragically forced to resist. A man fell silent, ultimately conceding to Shen Xinyan's perspective. Hasten your studies. Shen Xinyan did not voice any objections. Today's patience was for the sake of future freedom. The two continued their nocturnal studies, accompanied only by the flickering candlelight until the late hours. Meanwhile, Yao Jinru was venting her frustrations while walking. What on earth is happening? Is it possible that such a grand Yao residence cannot survive without Shen Xinyan? Only a small piece of candle is provided for the night. What if I stumble? Can the account holder bear the cost? Previously, she had not noticed the significant reduction in meals across the households upon her return. However, today she was informed that the candles in the residence will be further diminished. The lanterns in the corridor had already been removed, leaving the entire garden shrouded in darkness. When she attempted to return to her courtyard from Aunt Lu's, she was given only a short candle to place in the lantern. It was hardly sufficient for illumination, let alone filling the lantern with light. Just as Yao Jinru became animated in her complaints, Yao Chongqing's voice suddenly interrupted. If you are so dissatisfied, then return to your Lu family. The unexpected reprimand silenced Yao Jinru instantly. Father has returned. Yao Chongqing emerged from the shadows. As a father, I was unaware of my daughter's discontent with her maternal family. He was already troubled by the expenditure of a significant sum of money, which thwarted his plans to bring two individuals into the household. Were it not for his mother's constant financial support, his meager salary would hardly suffice for his social engagements. To his dismay, it was ultimately his mother who bore the brunt of the sacrifices made by his numerous women. The thought of the women in the household sent a shiver down his spine. Each one had aged considerably. In the dim light of the evening, it was still possible to discern some semblance of charm. Recently, however, he noticed how they illuminated their faces with light. Against a dark backdrop, their pallid faces appeared ghostly, robbing him of any desire. Even the beautiful Zheng was not much better off, and as for Shen, best left unmentioned, as it only fueled his anger. Moreover, with the absence of the grapes, his aversion to returning home had intensified, as he felt surrounded by a horde of demons and monsters. Today, having received a box sent by Aunt Zhao, he rushed back in a frenzy, only to find himself infuriated by Yao Jinru before he even entered Aunt Zhao's courtyard. His initial intent in marrying Yao Jinru as the legitimate wife, rather than sending her off as a concubine, was to foster gratitude and support for the family in the future. Now, it seemed that it would have been better to send her off like Yao Jinning, who left without a fuss, ensuring a brighter future for him. Yao Jinru, terrified, fell to her knees. Father, I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. Yao Chongqing regarded her coldly. If you hold such disdain for the family, then return to your in-laws swiftly, lest you consume our resources. With that, he turned and departed. oblivious to the flash of resentment in Yao Jinru's eyes. Aware of Yao Changqing's impending arrival, Aunt Zhao had long awaited him in her chamber. Upon seeing her, Yao Changqing instantly forgot his prior displeasure. "Yin Yang, have you discovered that delightful treasure again?" Hearing her given name, Aunt Zhao gently placed her well-maintained jade hands upon Yao Changqing's chest, pushing him onto the bed. She then beckoned two beautiful maidens. "These are two enchanting girls I have just procured to entertain you." As the two maidens began to disrobe, Yao Changqing's eyes nearly squinted shut in anticipation. "Indeed, Yin Yang understands my tastes. I always enjoy coming here." With that, he seized the nearest maiden, kissing her fervently. Yet, she halted him with a finger to his lips. "Do not rush, my lord. I have yet to prepare your medicine." Yao Changqing's face contorted with delight. "Very well. My little treasure, I'll await your service." The maiden presented a box before Aunt Zhao, who manipulated its mechanism to reveal a blackish-yellow powder within. The maiden delicately sampled the powder with her nails, applying it to various parts of her body. "My lord, this is top-quality wuxia powder. You may indulge at your leisure." Wuxia powder invigorates the spirit, inducing heightened energy and excitement. Yet it is highly addictive and not meant for frequent use, rendering it a rare find in the capital. Another maiden followed suit, and the two lay side by side before Yao Changqing, presenting themselves for his selection. Aunt Zhao had promised them 20 taels of silver. Should they serve him well, they could return home. Yao Changqing, unable to resist temptation, approached them eagerly, soon finding himself under the influence of the drug. His eyes blazing red. The window curtains were drawn, and the air was filled with the sounds of women's anguished moans and men's raucous laughter. Aunt Zhao, feeling disgusted, stepped out of the room, thinking to herself how revolting it was, had it not been for their utility. She would have long since disposed of him with a bowl of medicine. Upon Aunt Zhao's exit, Shuangxi hurriedly draped a cloak over her. "Be cautious, my lady. The road is slick with darkness." Aunt Zhao glanced back at the closed door. "You stay here and listen. When it quiets down, summon me. I shall take a brief rest." She would be mindful of her steps. Otherwise, how could she guarantee that each stride would be secure? Shuangxi nodded in agreement, sitting by the door and waiting for the commotion inside to cease without further inquiry. Shen Xinyan set down her travelogue, her expression nearly one of tears of joy. "At last, I have completed my studies. 6 volumes of travelogues read in 6 days." Perhaps she was indeed a literary star sent to experience trials on earth. Amen exhaled. "You have indeed performed admirably, so from now on, let us converse in the language of foreign lands, for if you wish to engage in commerce, this is merely the beginning. The foreign merchants in the capital hail from various countries. Merely learning a single language is insufficient." Shen Xinyan replied, "Can we discuss this topic tomorrow? I am not yet ready to hear such dismal news." Aman's voice held an air of inevitability. "Even an old bone like mine is enduring this with you. How can you, in your youth, claim fatigue?" At the mention, Shen Xinyan felt invigorated. "How old are you this year?" She was quite curious about Aman's past, but hesitated to inquire further. Just as Aman was about to respond, a knock echoed at the door, and Bingjia's voice resonated from outside. "My lady, are you asleep? I have urgent matters to report." Chapter 65. Shen Xinyan's desire to give up. Shen Xinyan set aside her travelogue and called for Bingjia to enter. With a solemn expression, Bingjia reported, "Mistress, we have ascertained that it was indeed Yao Jinru who orchestrated the attack on you." It all began when Bingrong noticed the disappearance of the maidservant who had previously made a mistake. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the maid had been sold to the lowest quarters of the city, the Sita Hotong. The hierarchy of the pleasure houses is well defined. The most prestigious ones boast of flower maidens and numerous chaste courtesans. As these women lose their allure and cannot afford to buy their freedom, they are sold to the second-tier houses. The descent continues until they are sold for a pittance to the Sita Hotong or private brothels. The Sita Hotong caters to the aged and destitute soldiers, and the women, they are fated to be wrapped in straw mats and discarded in the pauper's grave. The patrons of Sita Hotong are often the elderly and penniless, who, unable to afford the reputable houses, seek solace in these cheap establishments. Even if a woman dies, the compensation is a mere tale of silver. When Bingrong found the maid, she was already battered and bruised. She called herself Lanruo, a former maidservant of Yao Jinru. Sensing her end was near, Lanruo revealed that the incense burner had indeed been replaced by Yao Jinru. Initially, Yao Jining had damaged the incense burner, believing that Shen Xinyan would not notice, and pawned it. However, the pawnshop was owned by a relative of Aunt Zhao, who recognized Yao Jining and informed Aunt Zhao. Yao Jinru, intercepting the message, knew that Yao Jining would eventually redeem the item. Thus, she arranged for a counterfeit to be substituted. Once reminded of the incense burner's significance, Yao Jining promptly redeemed it, believing that her father's status would suffice. Yao Jinru, through Yao Jining, managed to deliver the counterfeit to Shen Xinyan. The reason, Lan Ruo explained, was that Yao Jinru had once been involved with Yao Jinfeng and harbored resentment toward Shen Xinyan. Bingjie, in recounting this, chose her words carefully to avoid distressing Shen Xinyan. Nonetheless, Shen Xinyan was deeply disturbed. The Zhao family, though seemingly gentle, was revealed to be treacherous. Each time Shen Xinyan thought the Yao family had reached the nadir of depravity, they surpassed her expectations. Aunt Zhao, at least, was the daughter-in-law of Yao Chansheng, but Yao Jinfeng and Yao Jinru. Suppressing her revulsion, Shen Xinyan inquired, "Did Bing Rong bring Lan Ruo back?" Bingjie's tone grew somber. "She is dead." Her reward for revealing the truth was a swift and merciful end. She was delivered with her tongue cut out, having endured over 100 patrons in 3 days. Her legs were broken, and she was devoid of any will to live. Fortunately, she had kept her literacy a secret. Shen Xinyan sat in silence, contemplating the depths of human cruelty, especially in the Yao family. She wondered if Aunt Zhao feared that Lan Ruo might divulge the family secrets. Bingjie, expressionless, replied, "Lan Ruo's family and brother were under Aunt Zhao's control. If the truth were to spread, they would be the first to suffer. The Sita Hutong is closely monitored, and Lan Ruo, desiring a swift end, revealed the truth. Additionally, it is rumored that Lan Ruo was once sent to the Lu family as a trial bride for Yao Jining. This explains her fate. In the past, it was common for noble families to send a maidservant to the groom's household to test his suitability. The practice, though banned, was still employed by Yao Jinru, who later chose different maidservants for her wedding." Shen Xinyan nodded. "It seems Aunt Zhao and her daughter are both jealous. I suspect my actions that night alarmed Aunt Zhao, leading to Lan Ruo's fate. Such a cruel and unseemly death. Aunt Zhao must be ruthless." Noticing Bingjie's hesitation, Shen Xinyan inquired, "Is there more?" Bingjie, after a moment's silence, spoke. "Bing Rong discovered information about Aunt Zhao that is yet to be confirmed. It is advisable for you to sever ties with the Yao family. Once the information is confirmed, it will be reported to the secret guards, who will inform the emperor. This could implicate you." Shen Xinyan's heart sank, fearing that Yao Jinfeng's feigned death had been discovered. She feigned shock. Why? Has the Yao family committed a grave offense? Is Aunt Zhao involved in usury? Bingjie, after a pause, replied, "Aunt Zhao has a supply of the 5 stones powder and has amassed a considerable fortune. Her identity is suspicious, and you should distance yourself from the Yao family." Bing Rong, following the trail of Lan Ruo, uncovered these details. The information is so well hidden that even the secret police are unaware. The secret guard's protocol is to report immediately. If the information reaches them, it will be difficult for you to disassociate. The emperor is unpredictable, and his wrath could be severe. Shen Xinyan, pale, asked, "How much time do I have?" Bingjie's voice was clear, "Not more than 2 months. The Yao family's affairs are a mess, likely from the old general's time. But now that we have discovered the truth, we must investigate." Bingjie then asked, "Have you decided how to sever ties with the Yao family?" Shen Xinyan, feeling overwhelmed, could only think of proving her worth to the emperor. She felt exhausted, both physically and mentally. The Yao family was a constant source of trouble. At that moment, Amon suggested, "Why not remarry? It is the simplest solution." Shen Xinyan, eyes heavy, replied, "Whom should I marry? I was wed by imperial decree. Yao Jinfeng, though deceased, is a war hero. I cannot simply marry anyone without the emperor's and the court's approval." Amon earnestly suggested, "What about Huan? Marrying him would provide you with protection. Huan is a unique figure in the court, and his status would shield you." Shen Xinyan, taking a deep breath, thought, "Marrying Huan is not an option. I must find another way." She thanked Bingjie. "Thank you for your concern. I will find a way to distance myself from the Yao family." Bingjie was assigned by His Majesty to protect her, yet she did not belong to her. The fact that she could express such heartfelt sentiments already demonstrated her consideration. She could not ask for more. Bingjie clasped her hands again, stating, "It is merely my duty." Knowing that the lady had devised a plan, she felt reassured. After sending Bing Jie away, Shen Xinyan picked up the travel journal she had previously set aside and continued her studies. Did you not say you would teach me how to converse? Let us begin. She vowed never to exchange her freedom for marriage. She would rather die than wed. A man's voice carried a hint of laughter. Very well, then let us strive onward. Indeed, men serve as a motivation for women's progress. Look how hard Shen Xinyan labored to avoid marrying a man. It was truly moving. Shen Xinyan buried herself in her studies until the rooster crowed. While on the other side, Yao Jinru also spent a sleepless night. As soon as the news from concubine Zhao arrived, Yao Jinru hurried over. Concubine Zhao had already finished her grooming, and two bruised young women were carried out through the back door. Upon seeing Yao Jinru enter, concubine Zhao lazily glanced at her, saying, "Do not worry, it has been taken care of. Your father will go today to confront him. He will not allow you to suffer this injustice in silence." The anxiety that had plagued Yao Jinru all night finally subsided, and she flung out compliments as if they were free. "I knew you were the most capable aunt." Concubine Zhao waved her hand. "Enough. I have done enough for you in terms of face and reputation. If you're truly capable, then live your life well." Yao Jinru took concubine Zhao's hand and playfully pouted again. Concubine Zhao, irritated by her antics, replied, "You should direct these talents towards your husband. Since the matter has been resolved, avoiding childbirth will only harm yourself. If you had two legitimate sons, Lu Sheng would not dare to act recklessly." Aware of her own shortcomings, Yao Jinru responded hesitantly. Concubine Zhao then turned to Shuangxi. "When will the rooster from Qingyun Temple be delivered?" Shuangxi respectfully replied, "It is said to be tomorrow afternoon." Concubine Zhao nodded lightly good. She then looked back at Yao Jinru. "Though you have had a falling out with your second sister-in-law, this is still your maternal home, and you will inevitably encounter her in the future. Moreover, as a younger sister-in-law, it is improper for you to meddle in your sister-in-law's matters. You should sincerely apologize to her. She is quite magnanimous and will surely forgive you." Just as Yao Jinru was about to retort, she caught concubine Zhao's knowing glance and immediately fell silent. "Daughter understands. I will go apologize." Concubine Zhao pointed to Yao Jinru's dark circles. "Even if you apologize, you must first tidy yourself up. Otherwise, it will be disrespectful to your sister-in-law. Rest well today, and go tomorrow." Yao Jinru bit her lip. "What if my husband comes to fetch me? Then I would not need to apologize to Shen Xinyan." Concubine Zhao suppressed her irritation, then let him return alone. It serves as a reminder that the daughters of the Yao family are not so easily taken away. If he dares to act, he must also be prepared to face the consequences. Yao Jinru felt a pang of sadness. "I am grateful to have you, aunt. Otherwise, I would not know what to do." Concubine Zhao cast her a glance. "Enough with the idle chatter. Go rest." Aware of concubine Zhao's fatigue, Yao Jinru hastily took her leave. As she stepped out, concubine Zhao sighed, realizing that her daughter bore no resemblance to her at all. It was her fault. Had her identity not been so awkward, Jinru might have lived a much more comfortable life. After another day of arduous study, Shen Xinyan felt her tongue falter when she spoke. The only advantage was that she had learned the basic pronunciations of the barbarian language from a man, though she still needed time to refine her vocabulary. Seeing that Shen Xinyan had nearly memorized the travel journal, a man's voice was filled with encouragement. "Language is not acquired overnight. When you truly encounter foreign merchants, I will be right by your side to guide you." Shen Xinyan had not anticipated such an arrangement, and she bitterly smiled. "If that is the case, why are you pushing me so hard to learn this journal?" A man's demeanor shifted instantly. "Naturally, it is because you cannot rely solely on me. I am merely your assistant. There may come a time when our connection is severed. If you do not grow quickly, no one will be able to help you then. One cannot depend on anyone but oneself," a notion that had not crossed Shen Xinyan's mind. A man had appeared so suddenly that she had never considered that a man might vanish just as abruptly. Noticing Shen Xinyan's silence, a man assumed she was frightened and softened her tone. "I am merely presenting a possibility. You must enrich yourself as soon as possible, so even if we lose contact, I can rest easy." Shen Xinyan recognized a man's good intentions. "Do not worry. Since such an opportunity has arisen, I will certainly not disappoint you. However, I am curious how you seem to know about my circumstances. May I inquire how you came to learn of it?" A man had no intention of concealing the truth. "I am." A sudden, prolonged ringing filled Shen Xinyan's mind, causing her ears to buzz. Blood trickled from her nose and eyes as her body swayed. and she collapsed onto the bed. In her ears, Cherry's panicked voice called out, "Madam, please wake up. Do not frighten me." Meanwhile, Lu Xijing calmly organized. "Take good care of the madam. I will go to the palace to summon the doctor." Shen Xinyan moved her fingers, desperately wanting to tell Lu Xijing not to worry. She was perfectly fine, even more lucid than before. Yet, an overwhelming drowsiness overtook her, and she fell into a deep sleep, the clamor around her growing louder. Chapter 67. Where has a man gone? When Shen Xinyan awoke again, it was deep into the night. Bing Jie was at the head of the bed, and Lin Dianjing was at the foot, both looking at her with concern. Upon seeing Shen Xinyan awaken, Lin Dianjing let out a sigh of relief. "Madam, you are finally awake. You frightened me to death." Bing Jie quickly helped Shen Xinyan sit up. "Milady, the doctor has come and said that you have been troubled by excessive worries and poor rest lately, which has affected your spirit. He has prescribed a soothing remedy, and Lu Xijing and Cherry are currently preparing it in the kitchen." She felt a twinge of guilt, believing her previous words had frightened Shen Xinyan and caused her distress. However, this was not what Shen Xinyan cared about. She moved her lips. A man, are you there?" The one who had always responded promptly was now silent. Shen Xinyan felt an emptiness in her heart. Had a man left? Was it truly because she had asked the wrong question? A surge of resentment and anger overwhelmed her, causing her to tremble. Why was fate so unkind, unwilling to leave her even a single good thing? Seeing Shen Xinyan shiver and mutter to herself, Bing Jie was alarmed and immediately wrapped her in her arms. "Do not be afraid, my lady. With your accomplishments, there will always be a way to leave the Yao family. His Majesty will not forget your contributions." Hearing the word contributions, Shen Xinyan regained some composure. Indeed, a man's greatest concern was that she would be unable to stand on her own after a man's departure. Now, thanks to a man, she had already grasped a considerable amount of information about the future and learned much about foreign cultures with a man's assistance. If that is the case, why not apply her newfound knowledge and practice to reassure a man? Should they reconnect one day, she would not disappoint a man. Noticing that Shen Xinyan seemed to calm down, Bing Jie finally released her embrace. "Is your mood more stable now, my lady?" Shen Xinyan blinked away her tears. "Thank you for your concern. I feel much better." Bing Jie sighed softly. "It is indeed fortunate that our master fainted today. It truly frightened everyone." Shen Xinyan forced a smile and replied, "I heard that a physician was summoned to prescribe a remedy. Has anyone visited today?" Bing Jie promptly responded, "Only Miss Jean Feng came specifically to inquire about you, but she did not enter the room. She merely stood at the door, glancing at you from afar. She entrusted us with the task of taking good care of you, which was quite thoughtful of her. As for the others, they merely sent their personal maids to inquire about your condition. Among them, Chui'er from the Zheng family and Rui, who is close to the old matriarch, were the most excessive, unable to suppress their smirks." Bing Rong mentioned that Chui'er was already in tears before returning to the courtyard, and it is unclear when our master offended her. Had it not been for the fact that she had not consulted Shen Xinyan's wishes, Bing Rong would have been inclined to deal with that girl swiftly. With Bing Jie's support, Shen Xinyan slowly rose and began to meander about. "It matters not. Let them have their way for now." Her head still felt a bit dizzy, and she lacked the strength to rise. Her greatest concern was for Amon. A tumult of rage, fury, and resentment surged within her, nearly spilling forth from her chest. If these people dared to provoke her further, she would not hesitate to eliminate them one by one. After all, the Yao family members deserved to descend into the depths of hell. Yet, could it be that Amon had truly vanished? She found it hard to accept this reality. At the very least, there should have been a formal farewell. At that moment, Ying Tao stumbled in from outside, throwing herself into Shen Xinyan's embrace. "Miss, it is such a relief to see you awake. You scared me to death. The Yao family are all nefarious. Let's disregard them. Please tell me who plotted against you, and I shall flay them alive." At this moment, Ying Tao had forgotten her station and decorum, viewing Shen Xinyan as the same mistress she had grown up alongside. Shen Xinyan gently patted Ying Tao's back. "The weather has been particularly dry lately. It is normal to bleed a little. Please do not cry anymore." Unfortunately, the more she urged, the more distraught Ying Tao became, clinging tightly to Shen Xinyan, her cries growing louder. Shen Xinyan could only allow her to weep freely. Outside the courtyard, several maids, having come under the pretext of passing by, exchanged glances filled with excitement. Was Shen Xinyan truly dead? Otherwise, how could Ying Tao be in such despair? When the news reached Zheng's residence, she was leaning against the headboard, reading, "Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me. Rather than dwell on such matters, I will prefer to read a few more books. The candlelight is dim. Let us brighten it." Observing Chuyer diligently adjusting the wick, a subtle smile crept onto Zheng's lips. Shen Xinyan should have perished long ago. I hope this time it is not merely a ruse. Concubine Zhao frowned slightly. If she is dead, that would be too lenient for her. I cannot believe she would die so easily. A scourge like Shen Xinyan, who has caused endless calamity, will not pass so readily. We must continue to seek information. Yao Jinru displayed a sinister grin. It serves her right. She has taken so much from me. Eventually, she must pay with her life. Brother, let that wretched Shen Xinyan serve you in the afterlife. Zhou's finger trembled, the needle pricking her skin, and she immediately placed it in her mouth to suck. After a moment, she raised her head to the anxious Yao Jinfeng. Do not be hasty, Jinfeng. Your second sister-in-law may not truly be in danger. It would be good to visit her tomorrow for reassurance. Yao Jinfeng nodded vigorously, her frail shoulders trembling, observing her daughter's worried demeanor. Zhou seemed to resolve something within herself. There are many matters at home. You should visit the temple to pray for peace and blessings. The child is growing, and certain actions must be taken. Yao Lisher cackled loudly in her room, but her laughter soon turned to tears. Heaven help us. May Shen Xinyan hurry and accompany my dear Jinfeng. Yao Qianshi, attended by Granny Zhao, lay down, weariness evident on her face. What nonsense are they all causing? Is that Shen family truly dead? They are merely speculating down below. Granny Zhao replied, her tone laced with confusion. What do you mean? Yao Qianshi scoffed. What they see is not necessarily the truth, especially in cases of hearsay. Tomorrow, many will be left disappointed. Granny Zhao nodded in agreement. The Shen family has indeed incurred the wrath of many. Yao Qianshi retorted, what wrath has she incurred? It is merely that these people envy her good fortune, hoping that she will wallow in the same filth as them. Unable to respond, Granny Zhao shifted the topic. You ought to have the imperial physician take a look at you while he is here. She felt that the matriarch appeared significantly older over the past few days. Yao Qianshi waved her hand dismissively. Enough, there is nothing to see. Should anyone think I am probing into Shun's condition, it would be unbecoming. I know my own state. All I need is ample rest. Granny Zhao dared not press further, merely mentioning another matter. Yesterday, the master visited concubine Zhao's quarters. I heard he took medicine and had 2 maids carried away. Prolonged exposure to such practices could harm his health. Yao Qianshi's voice remained indifferent. The children will have their fortunes. Whatever they do within their households is none of our concern. As they spoke, Yao Changqing's hurried voice echoed from the courtyard, Mother, mother. Yao Qianshi initially frowned, but then smiled helplessly, raising her voice slightly. At your age, how can you still be so reckless? If the younger generation sees this, they will gossip behind your back. Yao Changqing could not care less. Mother, should we not go see? I hear that Shun is not well. Upon receiving this news, he felt utterly unmoored, coming to seek counsel from his mother. Yao Qianshi sighed. Is someone here to announce her death? Or has a mourning banner been raised? These foolish individuals are making a ruckus. As the head of the family, why are you joining in their chaos? Yao Changqing's expression froze, revealing a look of bewilderment. It cannot be true. He had thought that if Shen Xinyan were to die, he might usurp her favor with the emperor, only to find that it was nothing but a fleeting hope. Yao Qianshi was increasingly exasperated. Unless you see Shen Xinyan take her last breath before you, do not believe what others say. They're simply confused individuals spouting nonsense. Yao Changqing sighed in disappointment, and then seemed to recall something of importance. Mother, Jinfeng sent a letter today, mentioning that this month's household funds have yet to be delivered to him. This child is truly a source of worry. He is in hiding, not indulging himself, so why must he live so extravagantly? Initially, he managed with only a few hundred taels a month, but in the past year, his expenditures have swelled to 2,000 or 3,000 taels each month. Had it continued as before, the profits from Shen Xinyan shops would have sufficed. However, those shops have recently been reclaimed by the Imperial Palace, and they are currently auditing the accounts from recent years. If Shen Xinyan were to examine the accounts, he could leverage his status as her father-in-law to press her, preventing her from acting rashly. Yet, the Imperial Palace operates directly under the Emperor's command, and it was impossible for him to explain himself. He had thought that if he silenced the shopkeepers and made them acknowledge the falsified accounts, it would suffice. However, Madam, he had specifically invited him for tea today, informing him that the imperial palace would not concern itself with the disappearance of funds. They only require the equivalent amount in silver. Essentially, the palace demands money. If he cannot provide it, they would not hesitate to scrutinize the Yao family thoroughly. The Yao family could hardly withstand such an investigation. Yao Changcheng was instantly struck with fear, his complexion paling. After inquiring about the extent of the financial shortfall, he felt utterly ruined. 800,000 taels. How could Shen Xinyan shops have been embezzled to such an extent? And this was merely an approximate figure. Did he think Shen Xinyan could carelessly produce several million taels to appease the emperor? Realizing that it was his own mother managing the shops, he bid farewell to Madam He and dashed back. On the way, he encountered a servant from Jin Deng seeking funds, and in his fury, he kicked the person away. Such useless beings, failing to inquire after their parents' well-being, merely extorting money, they would have been better off dead. The stimulation of today seemed unceasing. Upon entering, he received the news that Shen Xinyan had died, blood flowing from her 7 orifices. Various messages followed one after another, and Yao Changcheng did not know how to react. So he shouted all the way to his mother's courtyard. Hearing Yao Changcheng mention that Yao Jinfeng needed money, Mother Yao struggled to sit up. His prosperity is also a blessing for our Yao family. She then turned to Nurse Zhao. Go to my box and fetch 2,000 taels of silver for Jinfeng. There have been many matters in the family recently, so he will have to be frugal. Nurse Zhao immediately complied. Seeing Nurse Zhao go to fetch the money, Yao Changcheng grew anxious. Mother, what about the shop? 800,000 taels. Where are we to find such a sum? He did not know that his mother had been taking so much silver from Shen Xinyan's shop over the past 2 years. Mother Yao's face darkened. You have always been dull. They have frightened you. The accounts are clean. The so-called 800,000 taels is merely a test. Moreover, to do these things, one must spend money to grease the palms of those in power. If there is no real benefit, who would work for us? A deficit of 10,000 taels, of which less than 2,000 would actually end up in our pockets. Let them investigate. I do not believe they will find anything. She then asked Yao Changcheng, did you say anything wrong? Yao Changcheng shook his head. I said that the shops were always managed by Shen, and I knew nothing. Mother Yao nodded. Good. Let them make a fuss, but you must quickly dispose of the shopkeepers to avoid further complications. When the time comes, just say that the shopkeepers committed suicide out of guilt or fled, and no one will be able to connect them to us. At the mention of the shopkeepers, Yao Changcheng's face grew even more uneasy. Mother Yao felt a sense of foreboding. Have you already taken control of them? Yao Changcheng's eyes darted. I did not think of it earlier, and when I arrived, they had already been taken away. Mother Yao stared in shock at her foolish son. You. She then fainted. Yao Changcheng, frightened, rushed to support his mother. Mother, what's wrong? After waiting for a long time and not hearing news of Shen Xinyan's death, they instead received the news that Mother Yao had fainted. Mother Li was the first to perk up and immediately prepared to go and see the commotion. If the old hag died, the entire Yao family would be hers. Ningyu quickly held her back. Old lady, do not panic. If you go now, it would be an admission that you have spies in the old lady's courtyard. Mother Li nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right, I cannot go. She first sat down, then quickly stood up. No, I must light 2 more incense sticks for the Buddha. The old hag has lived long enough. It is time for her to serve the Buddha in the heavens. It was wonderful. She had removed 2 thorns from her side. Ningyu, with a sigh, could only support Mother Li as they walked to the small Buddha hall. Alas, the old lady is of such an age, and yet her impatient nature remains unchanged. Shen Xinyan, having taken her medicine and about to sleep, was informed by Bingjie that Bingrong had a message. Mistress, the grand lady has also fainted. It is said that she was angered by Lord Yao. She had always thought that Shen Xinyan was poisoned, but after consulting the imperial physicians several times, they said she was not. This, however, made her thoroughly disgusted with the Yao family. This family had sullied the name of the late general. Shen Xinyan lowered her eyes. Let her be. I have no intention of getting involved in the Yao family's affairs. At least she could not let Bingrong secretly follow Mother Yao, for if Yao Jinfeng's existence was discovered, she would not be able to escape. Seeing Shen Xinyan's listless appearance, Bingjie assumed she was tired of the Yao family. She did not say much, but merely bowed slightly. Yes, I understand. On the other side, Yao Changcheng had invited Dr. Li to the mansion late at night. But the doctor's expression had not relaxed since he examined Mother Yao. Yao Changqing's heart sank. "Doctor, what is wrong with my mother?" He had grown up by his mother's side, and without her, he could not do anything. "Doctor." Li shook his head slightly. "The grand lady is suffering from a lack of blood." "Has she been injured?" Yao Changqing immediately turned to Nurse Zhao. Nurse Zhao quickly shook her head. "The grand lady has been feeling tired lately, but she has not been injured." "Doctor." Li pondered for a moment. "Check if the grand lady's legs are swollen." Nurse Zhao quickly checked Mother Yao's legs. "There is no swelling." "Doctor." Li's brow furrowed even more. "It seems the blood loss is not severe, but I cannot determine the cause from here." The commotion continued until the late hours. Under Dr. Li's guidance, Nurse Zhao found some bruises and abrasions on Mother Yao, though it was unclear when they had occurred. In the end, Dr. Li prescribed a blood tonic and prepared to further investigate the cause of the blood loss. Shen Xinyan slept restlessly that night, frequently calling out the name Amon. Bingjie and Cherry were by her side, and upon hearing the name, Cherry wept. The lady No, the young miss, must be remembering the times when the Duke and Duchess were alive. She always called herself Amon in front of the Duke, knowing that Shen Xinyan's childhood name was Amon. Bingjie was also moved. The mistress has really had a hard time. The next morning, Shen Xinyan still did not hear Amon's voice. She felt a void in her heart, and at that moment, someone reported that Yao Jinru had come to visit. Thinking of the things Yao Jinru had done, Shen Xinyan frowned in annoyance. She had intended to send her away, but remembering the matter of the rooster, she changed her mind. "Let her in. I want to see what tricks the concubine Zhao has up her sleeve." Yao Jinru quickly entered, carrying a food box. Seeing Shen Xinyan, she burst into tears. "I heard that second sister-in-law had summoned an imperial physician last night, and I was worried all night. Now that I see you are safe, I can rest easy." She had thought Shen Xinyan was on the brink of death, but now she seemed fine. Shen Xinyan looked at Yao Jinru. "You are thoughtful. Coming so early in the morning, crying. Who was she trying to disgust?" Yao Jinru wiped away her tears and smiled bravely, then turned to Shuangxi. "Bring the gift I chose for second sister-in-law." Shuangxi quickly handed over a brocade box. Yao Jinru opened it, revealing a ruby and kingfisher feather hairpin. She picked it up. "Second sister-in-law, you are beautiful, and this pin will suit you. I do not have much, but I have given all I have. I hope you will not disdain it." She then moved to place the pin in Shen Xinyan's hair. Shen Xinyan instinctively reached out to stop her, but Lu Xijing had already grabbed Yao Jinru's wrist. "Lady Lu, this pin is indeed heavy, but my mistress is not well and cannot wear such a substantial piece. Please do not take offense." Yao Jinru seemed startled, and her hand trembled, dropping the pin and handkerchief. The handkerchief brushed Shen Xinyan's face and landed on her skirt, while the pin fell to the ground, slightly deformed. Yao Jinru looked at Shen Xinyan in disbelief. "Does second sister-in-law still not forgive me?" Shen Xinyan looked at her calmly and spoke with a sharp, unyielding tone. "Do not think too much. You are not significant to me, and there is no question of forgiveness. I have struggled to rise so that I no longer have to look at others' faces and can live as I please. If that is the case, why should I give you any face?" Tears trickled down Yao Jinru's chin as she gazed at Shen Xinyan in disbelief. Addressing her as second sister-in-law, Shen Xinyan, with a beaming smile, replied, "Our relationship is not as close as you make it seem. I am weary and unwilling to engage in this pretense. Shall you leave on your own, or shall I have someone throw you and your apology gift out together?" Yao Jinru, still in disbelief, insisted, "I came to apologize." "Are you mad?" Shen Xinyan smiled sweetly. "I am aware, but I do not accept. Such acts of giving a sweet after a slap are better left for Yao Jinru to play with in a cooler place." Yao Jinru's chest heaved with anger. Shen Xinyan was utterly insolent. Shuangxi, regaining her composure, interjected, "Third miss, Aunt Zhao said she would take you to pay respect to the lady this morning. Let's not disturb the second lady's rest." Yao Jinru forced a twisted, menacing smile. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Second sister-in-law, please take care and recover soon." With that, she turned and left with Shuangxi. However, after a few steps, Shen Xinyan called out, "Wait." Yao Jinru, with a tearful smile, "Turn back. Do you have something, second sister-in-law?" Shen Xinyan pointed to the handkerchief on her skirt and the box of hairpins on the table. "Take these valuable items back. I would want you to have to return to your family for money." Yao Jinru, always calculating, felt she was at a loss when others drew money from the household. She would periodically buy jewelry and have it sold to the Yao family. Since Shen Xinyan was footing the bill, the entire household turned a blind eye. Recently, debt collectors had pressured the family, and each household had to use their savings to cover the debts. Yao Jinru's financial situation was now in question. Yao Jinru bit her lip. I know you have many misunderstandings about me, second sister-in-law. Rest well, and I will come to apologize another day. She signaled Shuangxi to carry the box and leave Shen Xinyan's room. Shuangxi followed closely, noticing Yao Jinru's quickening pace. Miss, just a little longer. It won't be long now. Yao Jinru suddenly stopped and slapped Shuangxi. Wretch, you and Aunt Zhao forced me to apologize, and now I am humiliated. Shuangxi, despite the blow, quickly regained her balance and whispered, Miss, just a little longer. Everything will be resolved soon. If Aunt Zhao's plan goes well, Shen Xinyan will be in an inescapable situation today. Yao Jinru snorted. If not, I will flay your skin. Lu Xijing, watching Yao Jinru leave, remarked. This third miss is quite adaptable. Shen Xinyan, with a playful expression, mused, why didn't she use her handkerchief, even though she likes to cry so much? Lu Xijing inquired, what does the lady mean? Shen Xinyan lightly brushed her hair. Can we invite the imperial physician again today? I want to confirm something. By midday, the courtyard buzzed with activity. Taoists from Qingyun Temple had brought 4 majestic roosters and 2 Taoist masters. Yao Changcheng, who had been with his wife until she regained consciousness, immediately came to oversee the situation. The Taoists greeted Yao Changcheng with a boundless life Buddha and then revealed a troubled expression. Yao Changcheng, perceptive, inquired about the issue. The younger Taoist Kongqing, spoke, your household has been troubled, hasn't it? Yao Changcheng, startled, admitted, indeed, we have had many issues. Please guide us. Kongqing, glancing at his senior, Kongji, said, Master, we shouldn't interfere in worldly matters. Kongqing, stubborn, responded, a Taoist should right all wrongs. What's the point of our cultivation otherwise? Kongji, exasperated, turned to Yao Changcheng. There is a spirit in your household, a powerful centipede. It has absorbed the luck of your family members and is now attached to someone. It will be difficult to resolve. Yao Changcheng, alarmed, asked which spirit. Kongji, after a calculation, replied, a centipede spirit. It is afraid of yang energy. Gather everyone. The roosters will handle it. The rooster's natural enemy will cause the spirit to be immobilized, but it will harm the host. Yao Changcheng, determined, ordered everyone to gather. The roosters, under the bright sun, flew towards Shen Xinyan, but then veered towards Yao Jinru. The roosters, with sharp claws, attacked Yao Jinru, causing her to scream in pain. The roosters, enraged, continued to attack, and Yao Jinru, unable to escape, was entangled in a fierce struggle. Others distanced themselves, yet it was Aunt Zhao who first cried out, someone, quickly come and save Miss San. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, the empty silence was pierced by Kongji's voice, which halted her. When a centipede spirit encounters a rooster, it undergoes transformation. Observe closely. What lies upon the ground is not a human, but rather a creature of the spirit realm, and the substance flowing from her is not blood of red hue. Currently, the rooster is purging evil, so I implore you all to refrain from interference, lest the malevolent force remains unbanished, leaving our household in perpetual unrest. Although Qingyun Temple discreetly undertakes tasks of clearing obstacles for people, their efficiency renders them perceived as true masters by those unaware of the underlying truths. Upon seeing Shuangxi by Aunt Zhao's side, Kongji realized the error in their target. Nevertheless, with matters having escalated to this point, they had no choice but to press on. Failure to do so would jeopardize Qingyun Temple's reputation, leaving them with no alternative. At worst, they could return the payment and claim that Aunt Zhao had maliciously slandered them out of spite. After all, the reputation of Qingyun Temple must not falter, and they would no longer accept tasks from the Yao family. Unlike the ineffectual Aunt Zhao, Shuangxi swiftly dashed forward, shedding her outer skirt to strike at the rooster, only to be kicked away by Kongqing with great force. You fool! Are you also bewitched by the centipede spirit? Shuangxi's back collided with a tree, causing her to spit blood as she clutched her chest, struggling to utter the word liar. Unfortunately, her voice was too faint to reach any ears. Upon witnessing Shuangxi's injury, Aunt Zhao's eyes widened in horror, and she prepared to reprimand Kongqing. However, before she could speak, Yao Changqing's furious voice rang out. Hurry and confine Zhao to her quarters. to bear such a wretched offspring. She dares to speak so brazenly. Aunt Zhao, now desperate, readied herself to roar, but was swiftly restrained by two approaching matriarchs. In her ears, Yao Chongqing's scolding continued. Gag her and return her to confinement. Who knows if she has been tainted by poison after lingering with the centipede spirit for so long. Aunt Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. She had long known Yao Chongqing to be devoid of compassion, yet she was taken aback by his indifference towards his own daughter. The matrons, fearful of the spirit, struggled to drag her towards the woodshed, while Yao Chongqing disdainfully observed Aunt Zhao's removal. What nonsense! If he truly cared for Yao Jinru, he would have rushed forward to protect her. Why does she have to accuse me? Aunt Zhao, unwilling to resign, cast her gaze upon Shen Xinyan amidst the crowd. Upon meeting Aunt Zhao's eyes, Shen Xinyan offered a graceful smile and nodded gently. There was no centipede spirit to be found in the Yao household. It was merely the machinations of a cunning human. Aware that Yao Jinru would only make her appearance after her disguise, she had the centipede powder placed upon her. This powder, derived from roasting centipedes, emitted no scent to humans but possessed a fatal allure for roosters. The rooster's claws had been filled with a caustic powder, and once it penetrated the skin and mingled with blood, it would corrode the flesh. The imperial physician had provided her with a powder to cleanse her of the centipede residue, followed by a fragrant citrus infusion. She then sought a more potent centipede powder from the physician, allowing Bingrong to sprinkle it upon Yao Jinru's head and within the fragrant powder. It became evident that the physician's centipede powder was indeed far more effective. Upon witnessing Shen Xinyan's smile, Aunt Zhao's eyes nearly bulged from her head. That wretched woman. It must be Shen Xinyan who employed some nefarious means to harm my daughter. Yet, with her mouth silenced, she could only passively be dragged from the courtyard. As she exited, Aunt Zhao heard Yao Chongqing's slightly anxious voice. The centipede spirit has been discovered. Hurry to check on the matriarch. Is she feeling any better? Yao Chongqing's admonitions intertwined with Yao Jinru's agonized cries echoed in Aunt Zhao's ears, filling her with a deep-seated hatred that brought tears to her eyes. She never expected Yao Chongqing to have someone he cared for. Her resentment was palpable, yet her powerlessness was even greater. If only, Aunt Zhao despaired, closing her eyes, yet the image of Shen Xinyan's smiling nod lingered in her mind. Shen Xinyan, I swear to eliminate you. Madame Zhou tightly embraced Yao Jinfei, whispering, Do not look, Jinfei, do not look. In the eyes of the master, they were nothing. Today, it was Yao Jinru. But who could say it wouldn't be Jinfei tomorrow? Now, Yao Jinru's face and body were unrecognizable, her cries reduced to mere whimpers. The four roosters lay motionless, their feet bloodied, their beaks buried deep within Yao Jinru's flesh, clearly filled with rage against her. In this grim tableau, it truly resembled an exorcism. Understanding the horror of her sister's screams, Yao Jinfei covered her ears, her body trembling. The cries of the third sister were indeed terrifying. As the last vestiges of life faded from the four roosters, Kong Ji swept his dustpan towards Yao Chongqing, proclaiming, Our task is complete. The malevolent spirit has been expelled. Yao Chongqing regarded Yao Jinru's lifeless form on the ground. But she yet lives. Are you certain this is acceptable? The sight of Yao Jinru was more ghastly than that of a ghost. Perhaps death would be a kinder fate. The onlookers felt a chill at his words. Though they had long perceived Yao Chongqing's coldness, hearing it spoken aloud still sent shivers down their spines. If such a fate were to befall them, would they not also be the first to be cast aside by Yao Chongqing? Even for one accustomed to such unprincipled acts, Yao Chongqing's frigid demeanor left Kong Ji astounded. Ba, we at Qingyan Temple expel evil, not human lives. Now that the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave. With that, he signaled Kong Qing to gather the roosters, hastening their departure from the general's residence. Qingyan Temple's operations were always devoid of any traces left for others to seize upon. Yao Chongqing promptly escorted two priests out, contemplating the opportunity to bolster the priest's goodwill. Yao Lisher, casting a glance at the barely breathing Yao Jinru, instructed several servants. Why do you stand idly? The evil has been expelled. Hurry and summon the physician, but remember to keep your mouth shut. She then pointed at a few individuals. Quickly, take the third young lady to her room. Are you all wooden posts, standing about waiting to perish? Shen Xinyan had not anticipated that Yao Lisher would emerge to take charge, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had thought Yao Lisher detested everyone in the household, but it seemed this disdain was reserved solely for her. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly broke through. You did well. Chapter 71. Ginseng and Poria chicken soup. The immense surprise caused Shen Xinyan to widen her eyes in astonishment. Just as she prepared to respond, a man's voice reached her ears. Do not speak. Simply think of me in your mind and call my name, and I shall hear you. Shen Xinyan blinked, mentally inquiring as A-Man had instructed. How did it come to this? Initially believing A-Man could not hear her question, she was startled when A-Man replied. I do not know the specifics. I only know that after our connection was severed, I cannot reach you. Then, suddenly, circumstances changed. But we must both remember that there are topics we should refrain from mentioning in the future. Who knows when we might have such good fortune again. With A-Man's admonitions firmly etched in her mind, tears welled in Shen Xinyan's eyes. A-Man, thank you. Thank you for returning to my side, so I'm no longer alone. A-Man, clearly unaccustomed to Shen Xinyan's emotional expressions, scoffed. Enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters. Have you been practicing your speech these past couple of days? Do not indulge in frivolities. Shen Xinyan. What a familiar scene. Her overseer had finally returned. Aunt Zhao sat despondently on ground, her face devoid of expression, lost in thought. Before long, someone entered the room. Aunt, it's time to leave. Seeing that it was Shuangxi, Aunt Zhao's face lit up with anticipation, her voice hoarse as she asked, How is Jinru? Shuangxi gently shook her head. Miss San has passed. Someone has already gone to the Liu family to report her death, Aunt. The remainder of her words faltered, for Miss San had not merely departed. She had been suffocated with a pillow. Her face now bore no flesh, revealing the stark whiteness of her bones beneath. Double happiness wiped the unshed tears from her face. Auntie, you must gather your spirits. We still need to avenge the third young lady. Zhao Ani nearly ground her silver teeth to dust, squeezing out 3 words through her clenched jaws. Shen Xinyan. The enmity of a murdered daughter is one that cannot coexist. She vowed that Shen Xinyan would pay in blood for her debts. A man was reviewing Shen Xinyan's lessons. Not bad. I hope you can articulate it well later. It was the first time Shen Xinyan received a man's praise. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. A man was indeed a commendable teacher. Yet, she let out a cold laugh. Instead of indulging in flattery, you should practice your pronunciation. In the future, when you seek something, His Majesty will surely test you. Bingjie entered and noticed Shen Xinyan lost in thought. My lady, are you still unwell? Shen Xinyan snapped back to reality and smiled at her. It's nothing. I just can't accept how tragically Yao Jinru died. Bingjie poured a cup of tea for Shen Xinyan. Do not worry, my lady. If not for your meticulous mind sending Liu Xijing to find a physician, it would have been you in trouble today. Zhao Auntie and her daughter were indeed ruthless. And now they had brought misfortune upon themselves. Shen Xinyan smiled gently at Bingjie. You are right. I was mistaken. Seeing Shen Xinyan's fragile demeanor, Bingjie felt a pang of compassion. My lady, you are too kind-hearted. In a grand household, the gravest flaw is to be soft-hearted. Shen Xinyan continued to smile softly. But a man could not help but scoff. Indeed, those who practice martial arts often possess simplistic minds. Whether in the present or the future, kindness and weakness would not be associated with Shen Xinyan. Yao Lisher was kneeling in the small Buddha hall, reciting scriptures. Ever since Shen Xinyan married into the family, the household had become fragmented. Why, oh heaven, do you not simply take this scourge away? Just as Yao Lisher cursed silently, Ningyu entered. Old madam, the kitchen has sent the lunch menu for your approval. Yao Lisher snorted coldly. What is there to decide? The household is cutting expenses. It's always the same few dishes. What is the point of this? Understanding Yao Lisher's foul mood, Ningyu nodded and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she was called back by Yao Lisher. Wait a moment. Yao Lisher set down her prayer beads. Zhao has lost her daughter and is in a bad mood. It's time she replenished her health. Tell the kitchen to prepare a ginseng and Poria chicken soup for her. Zhao Ani's schemes against Shen Xinyan backfired, harming her own daughter instead. This was a level of irony that could awaken laughter in the dead of night. After years of interaction, Yao Lisher was well aware of Zhao Ani's tactics. Sending over chicken soup was a timely reminder for Zhao Ani not to forget how Yao Jinru had perished. After all, vengeance should never be delayed. Ningyu glanced at Zhao Auntie, initially intending to persuade her, but swallowed her words. After the chicken soup was delivered, Zhao Ani would likely harbor hatred not only for Shen Xinyan, but also for her own matron. Zhao Auntie intended to visit her daughter, but was informed that Yao Jinru's body had already been sent to the Liu family for burial. As a married daughter, she could only be interred in the Liu family's ancestral grave. This was Zhao Ani's first experience of losing her composure and strategic wit. She raged, wanting to storm out of the room, but the servants outside firmly restrained her, forcing her to scream in frustration. Ultimately, it was only after Yao Changchang sent someone to administer medicine that she finally succumbed to sleep. When Zhao Ani awoke, it was already midnight. Struggling to sit up, she wished to inquire about the time. She saw Double Happiness sitting at the foot of her bed, staring blankly at the table nearby. Zhao Ani had accepted the reality of her daughter's absence and hoarsely asked, "Pour me a glass of water." She needed to preserve her health. Otherwise, she could not seek justice for Jinru. Double Happiness quickly wiped her tears. "Auntie, please wait. I will fetch the water." Zhao Ani grasped the cup and drank deeply, her gaze falling on the table. "What is that?" In the center of the table lay a soup pot, simmering over a brazier, releasing fragrant tendrils of steam. Double Happiness bit her lip, reluctant to answer Zhao Ani's question. However, her silence only heightened Zhao Ani's agitation. "Speak." She detested ambiguity. Double Happiness steeled herself. "That is chicken soup sent from the kitchen." Zhao Ani slammed the cup down onto the bed, not even bothering with her shoes as she went barefoot to the table to peer into the bubbling broth. Just as Double Happiness feared an outburst, Zhao Ani let out a cold laugh. "Good, the Yao family is doing quite well." With that final remark, Zhao Ani swept the table clean with a flick of her hand. Shen Xinyan. She would exert every effort to drag Shen Xinyan into the depths of hell, ensuring she would never find peace. Double Happiness trembled internally. Did Annie intend to continue her struggle against the second madam? Yet something told her that Auntie might not prevail against her. A man's return invigorated Shen Xinyan, and they conversed in their minds until late into the night. However, Bing Jie was increasingly worried. "My lady has been lost in thought all day." The official on night duty, Lin Dianjing, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the lady's book has remained untouched. Bing Jie grew more anxious. "My lady is too kind. She shouldn't be frightened by such events." Frightened? Shen Xinyan would be frightened. Lin Dianjing looked at Bing Jie. "Are practitioners of martial arts truly so simple-minded?" Meanwhile, a man was satisfied and ended their dialogue. "For now, that will suffice. But you must step outside tomorrow." Shen Xinyan's eyes flickered with confusion. But what significant opportunity awaits? Chapter 72. Yao Changqing's concern for his mother Aman could not help but sigh. "Have you forgotten about the carpenter waiting for your help?" Shen Xinyan fell silent for a moment. Indeed, she had forgotten. Although Huan had promised to send her a message later, she should have kept him in mind. Her neglect might lead Huan to think she was indifferent. Seeing the guilt etched on Shen Xinyan's face, a man reminded her once more, "A momentary lapse is of little consequence. You should seek news tomorrow, both out of duty and sentiment." Shen Xinyan felt a tremor of anxiety. "You mean I should seek one? But I am afraid." A man understood Shen Xinyan's current predicament. "You need not search for him. Simply stepping outside tomorrow will suffice. I believe someone will be anxious to follow you." It was rumored that Shen Xinyan had sought a physician the previous day, so it was likely that someone was indeed worried. Shen Xinyan exhaled softly, replying weakly, "All right." A man was correct. She should not behave as though she were unconcerned. Yao Changchang fed the last spoonful of bitter medicine to Yao Qianshi. "Mother, are you feeling any better?" Yao Qianshi gazed at him affectionately, yet resigned. After swallowing bowl after bowl of this bitter medicine, "I feel as though I am permeated with its taste. I understand your filial intentions, but my health declines daily. Besides you, my greatest concern is for Jin Feng." Upon hearing his mother's mention of Yao Jin Feng, Yao Changqing frowned. "Mother, focus on recovering your health. Do not worry about anything else." That little wretch committed such heinous acts. Had it not been for your compassion and pleading for him, I would have long since put an end to his life. His father had defended the borders, and in that grand general's mansion, only he and his mother had each other for support. His mother had raised him with great difficulty, arranging for his marriage and concubines, making him aware of her hardships. In his heart, his mother was the most important person. In the presence of his mother, he naturally sided with her. Moreover, he was genuinely displeased with Yao Jin Feng. When Yao Jin Feng first returned, he had contemplated dealing with him. However, His mother did not wish for the Yao family to perish, and so she had desperately persuaded him to spare Yao Jinfeng's life. Understanding that his mother acted in his best interests, Yao Changqing had no choice but to send Yao Jinfeng away. Yet this little wretch, ungrateful as he was, now sought to extract money from him. Death would be a far more favorable outcome. Upon sensing Yao Changqing's discontent, Lady Yao cast him a reproachful glance. He is your own flesh and blood, the one who will care for you in your twilight years. I protect him because none of the other concubines have borne you a son, and I fear you will be left without support in your old age. Yet, you remain so obtuse. Yao Changqing, moved, replied, Mother, you always have my best interests at heart. Please take care of yourself, for I cannot bear to lose you. I need you by my side for many years to come. Nurse Zhao dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Madam, look how filial our master is. Lady Yao, with a tender pat on Yao Changqing's hand, said, I know you are filial. Do not worry too much about the shop. I understand the rules of the palace bureau. Though they demand 80,000 taels, a proper negotiation could settle it for 20,000. I still have 2 estates for my dowry, which are worth about the same. I will give you the deeds later. Yao Changqing's eyes welled up, mother. Indeed, in this world, only his mother treated him with such kindness. Though she had been strict when he was young, after his marriage, she had become incredibly loving. Lady Yao patted his hand. Enough at your age. You should not be so easily moved to tears. Go and rest. There are many matters in the household that need your attention, especially the child in the commandery. He is your grandson, and you must find a way to bring him back. Yao Changqing nodded repeatedly. Mother, I understand. I will see to it. After a few more words, Lady Yao dismissed Yao Changqing. As he left, Nurse Zhao helped the trembling Lady Yao to her feet. It is getting colder, isn't it? Nurse Zhao, concerned, said, Madam, I do not trust Dr. Li. Perhaps we should seek a royal physician. Lady Yao, with heavy steps, walked to the wardrobe and retrieved a red wooden box with golden edges. Do you remember when I first began to feel unwell? Nurse Zhao thought for a moment. It seems to have been after the 4th young lady was sent away. In truth, Lady Yao had grown weaker after Lady Lu's sudden death. Could it be a ghost? Lady Yao, who did not believe in ghosts, held the box with difficulty. Tomorrow, we will thoroughly search the room. My health would not suddenly decline. Someone must have done something to me, thinking I have lived too long. Nurse Zhao agreed, and Lady Yao, using a slender key from her hairpin, opened the box. Inside were stacks of silver notes. She pushed them aside and pulled out 2 deeds. The palace bureau is indeed capable. Including the money I have spent, I have indeed gained over 80,000 taels from Shen Xinyan's shops. I had intended to leave all this, along with my dowry, to Jinfeng, but it seems I must part with some of it to get through this. Yao Changqing, a useless man, had caused her to lose so much. Nurse Zhao took the deeds. You are weak, try to rest. The master is inexperienced in such matters, and it is understandable that he may not handle it well. Lady Yao, placing the key back in her hair, carefully returned the box to its place. Remember, if anything happens to me, give all of this to Jinfeng. I have already instructed him to care for you in your old age. You both should go south and find a place where no one knows you, and live a peaceful life. Nurse Zhao, tears in her eyes, said, Do not speak such words. You will live a long life. Lady Yao, locking the cabinet, said, Who can truly live a long life? People remember grudges, not favors, and become a burden. Help me prepare the side room. I dare not sleep in this one. Nurse Zhao agreed and helped Lady Yao out. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Upon Amon's return, Shen Xinyan was in high spirits. After a hearty meal, she felt a bit indigestion. As she walked around the room, eating hawthorn pills and practicing her speech with Amon, Bingjie entered. Seeing that Shen Xinyan was still awake, Bingjie whispered. Bingrong just went to the kitchen and noticed that the madam's side room was being prepared. Bingrong suspects the 100 Blessings affair has been discovered and wanted to know your plans. Shen Xinyan, after a moment's thought, smiled. Do you think the madam, who always stays in her room, has many treasures hidden there? Bingjie, taken aback, replied, I do not know, my lady. Shen Xinyan's smile widened. Neither do I. Let's find out together. Chapter 73, Lady Yao. Blinded by her own confidence, Lady Yao had planned to sleep in the side room for the night and have the room inspected in the morning. However, just as dawn broke, a scream echoed. Fire! Lady Yao, a light sleeper, was instantly awake. She looked at the panicked Nurse Zhao. What has happened? Nurse Zhao, terrified, said, Your room is on fire. The main beam has already fallen. What shall we do? Lady Yao, sitting up, almost fainted. With Nurse Zhao's help, she steadied herself. Why would there be a fire? Nurse Zhao, shaking her head, said, I do not know. I have sent for the water cart. Do not worry. My lady. Lady Yao, pushing Nurse Zhao away, said, all my wealth is in that cabinet. How can I not be worried? That was the money she had saved for Jinfeng. Desperately, she ordered the servants to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyan, casually sifting through the items before her, said, Ye Shanzhai mentioned that Lady Yao had taken at least 80,000 taels from my shop. It seems to be true. Setting a house on fire in the general's residence was acceptable, but not a person. Bingrong had indeed done a thorough job, not only creating a convincing fire scene, but also retrieving all the deeds and silver notes. She counted the notes, totaling over 140,000 taels, along with 3 hot spring estates, several shops, and some loan documents, including Nurse Zhao's indenture. Lady Yao was richer than she had imagined, and more daring. It seemed her past support for the family had been in vain. The deeds could be reissued, but the silver notes were now hers. Shen Xinyan burned the deeds and kept the notes. The ancients were right. What is lost returns in another form. Shen Xinyan, sincerely, said to Bingjie, Bingrong is truly capable. She found everything. Bingjie sighed. Lady Yao was too confident. She left no guard, with a candle burning and a large lock on the cabinet, as if to invite theft. Lady Yao, reflecting, understood. As the highest-ranking person in the house, she believed her courtyard was impregnable. She did not know of Yuan Bingrong's skills. How did Bingrong get the items? Can she pick locks? Bingjie pointed to the wardrobe. Lady Yao's cleverness was her downfall. The cabinet has a mechanism. With a simple push and lift, it opens from the back. Although it seemed challenging, Bingrong was a strong individual, if not for the fear of being too conspicuous. She would have even considered retrieving the gold and silver jewelry from the cabinet, which was worth a considerable sum. However, while banknotes could turn to ash, gold and silver jewelry could not, which was indeed a pity. Shen Xinyan's attention, however, was focused on Bingrong's strength. Just how powerful was Bingrong? Bingjie's gaze fell upon Shen Xinyan. For a woman of her stature, Bingrong could easily carry 6 individuals and traverse 100 miles without breaking a sweat. Every member of the Dark Guard had their own unique skills, which explained why Bingrong consumed an extraordinary amount of food. Shen Xinyan was left speechless, truly impressive. Bingjie appeared proud. Madam, you flatter her. This astonishment served as the finest affirmation for them. The fire at the manor had gone unnoticed by anyone concerning Shen Xinyan's whereabouts, prompting her to step outside quite openly. After all, no one knew about the Dark Guard at her side. The chaotic rats scurrying through the manor were more suspicious than she was, so there was no need for subterfuge, which would only arouse further suspicion. Considering it had been several days since the last visit from Old Ma, and with the hours still early, Shen Xinyan promptly instructed Xiao Si to drive towards her estate. Xiao Si cracked the whip, the sound echoing sharply, as Ying Tao and Bingjie accompanied Shen Xinyan in the carriage, reveling in this rare moment of leisure. Just as Shen Xinyan was drifting off to sleep, a deep voice from outside suddenly interrupted. Is your mistress asleep? Shen Xinyan jolted awake. Having initially intended to visit the estate to contemplate how to approach Hohen, only to encounter him fortuitously on the road. Amon suddenly appeared, teasing her. What a coincidence to meet here. I wonder what sort of fate has brought us together. Shen Xinyan quickly replied, what else could it be? It is merely a cursed connection. She then lifted the curtain of the carriage to greet Hohen. Sir, the associate minister. Hohen nodded faintly. I heard yesterday that Miss Shan summoned the imperial physician, yet you seem to be in good health. He had intended to inquire about her condition the day prior, but his position did not allow him to appear in any official home, lest he frighten them unduly. His intention was to express concern for Shen Xinyan, not to cause her any trouble. Ever since their marriage, it had been a long time since anyone addressed him in such a manner, leaving Shen Xinyan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. There is no need for such formality, sir. You may simply call me. Before she could finish, Hohen swiftly interjected, Xinyan. He had long wished to address her this way, and now it was she who had initiated it. Shen Xinyan had hoped Hohen would refer to her as Lady Yao Heir. But hearing Hohen's address sent a shiver down her spine. There are indeed other titles. This man was rather presumptuous. Hohen pondered briefly before decisively stating, Amon. Shen Xinyan felt a surge of anxiety. For a fleeting moment, she feared Amon had revealed something. Yet, Amon's tears streamed down her cheeks. Even though she knew this person was not her enemy, hearing that name after so many years across countless realms overwhelmed her emotions. Shen Xinyan managed a strained smile. I haven't used that name in ages. Hohen nodded, Yanya. He aimed to gradually integrate himself into Shen Xinyan's life, inching closer to his desires. The more Hohen called her, the more intimate it felt, prompting Shen Xinyan to change the subject. I was merely feeling a bit unwell before, but I have since adjusted. Thank you for your concern, sir. She resigned herself to the inevitability of the name. After all, it was just a name, merely a code, no different from nicknames like Piglet or Doggy. Hohen was well aware of the importance of discretion, choosing to shift the conversation to business matters. I have made progress regarding the carpenter's case. As it happens, I am heading to the outskirts of the capital. I can share the details with you along the way. Shen Xinyan, unaware of Hohen's ulterior motives, quickly shifted her focus. Then I am grateful for your assistance, sir. Chapter 74. Journey with Hohen indeed. Hohen's capabilities were impressive. Shen Xinyan had intended to offer him some hints, yet upon grasping the case details, Hohen promptly identified the carpenter's closest associate. Upon hearing that this individual had been imprisoned in the Jiaoyi prison, even Shen Xinyan, usually composed, couldn't help but flinch. Such a minor case has led to imprisonment in Jiaoyi prison. Are they using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Suddenly appreciating Hohen's meticulous approach, Shen Xinyan instantly praised him. I have long heard of your remarkable skills in handling cases, and witnessing it firsthand today only confirms your reputation. You are indeed a pillar of the great Liang dynasty. Hohen looked at Shen Xinyan earnestly. Do you think I am making a mountain out of a molehill? His words were rather blunt, leaving Shen Xinyan at a loss for words. Aside from the moment she had unveiled her face, she had not interacted with Yao Jinfeng at all. Was it typical for a battle-hardened individual to speak so candidly? Shen Xinyan fluttered her long eyelashes. Sir, you jest. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your efforts in seeking justice for the wronged. Expecting Hohen to elaborate, she was surprised when he simply replied with a non-committal then fell silent. The journey was accompanied solely by the rhythmic clattering of hooves and the creaking of the carriage wheels. Shen Xinyan's hands grew weary, yet she hesitated to lower the carriage curtain. Although she felt gratitude towards Hohen, she was still fundamentally apprehensive. Hohen seemed to sense this and remarked casually, if you are tired, you may take a brief rest. He remembered that Shen Xinyan enjoyed sleeping in the carriage. Shen Xinyan offered him a faint smile. You jest, sir. I do not feel fatigued. Hohen's eyes remained fixed ahead. If you do not wish to smile, then do not. Your expression appears somewhat strained. Shen Xinyan clenched her jaw. Would speaking more tactfully truly cost Hohen his life? What she failed to notice was the subtle smile that graced Hohen's face. It is good to be angry, perhaps with a few more outbursts. You will cease to fear him. He hoped for an open and honest relationship with Shen Xinyan, devoid of convoluted niceties. As the carriage arrived at Shen Xinyan's estate, she turned to Hohen. Thank you for accompanying me. I must attend to some matters here. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea? Though she extended the invitation, she inwardly prayed that he would decline. She had exhausted all conversational topics she could muster. Hohen seemed to anticipate her thoughts and promptly declined. No need. I haven't been to the outskirts in a while and plan to hunt for some game. Hadn't he just returned from the border? Could he truly have gone without tasting wild game along the way? Shen Xinyan regarded Hohen with curiosity, recalling that the food eaten in the wild was often half-cooked. Did he truly relish a life of raw flesh? Lost in thought, she suddenly remembered the image of Hohen smearing blood on his lips, causing her to shudder. Her mind conjured the image of Hohen pouncing on a beast and tearing it apart. Hohen seemed unaware of the fleeting fear in Shen Xinyan's eyes. Noticing that Xiao Si and the others were standing some distance away, he took a couple of steps closer to her. Shen Xinyan restrained the instinct to retreat as Hohen's low voice reached her ears. The fire at the general's manor last night. That was your doing, was it not? Shen Xinyan's head snapped up, meeting Hohen's piercing gaze. She moved her lips to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Hohen continued. Next time you set a fire, do not rush out immediately. It's too easy to be detected. Moreover, now that you've done it, you should at least take a moment to appreciate the fruits of your labor. Shen Xinyan was of a quiet disposition. Had she not been pushed to her limits, she would never have resorted to arson at the Yao family home. Ultimately, it was the Yao family's fault, reflecting her own challenging circumstances. Staring in disbelief at Hohen, she wondered if he was testing her resolve. In the midst of her turmoil, Hohen turned away, approaching his chestnut horse, retrieving a box from a saddlebag, and handing it to Shen Xinyan. Take this. Gazed blankly at Hone, perplexed by his intentions. She had requested his assistance. Yet why was he offering her something? Could it possibly contain something sinister? Noticing that she did not reach out to accept, Hone turned to the maid Bingjie, who stood a short distance away, and called her over. As soon as Bingjie approached, Hone tossed the item into her hands, instructing her to equip the young lady. Being a skilled warrior himself, he had already discerned Bingjie's martial prowess. Upon hearing the term young lady, instinctively wanted to correct him, but Hone had already mounted his horse and galloped away. As she watched his retreating figure, remained bewildered by his sudden generosity. Just then, she heard Bingjie inhale sharply beside her. What a beautiful dagger. The dagger, turning to look, saw Bingjie had opened the box, revealing an exquisitely crafted dagger, approximately 7 inches in length, with a handle adorned with several circles of gemstones. As Bingjie drew the dagger, its blade glimmered in the sunlight, prompting her to exclaim, "What a fine weapon!" Bingjie glanced around and spotted a nearby stone. With swift steps, she approached it and, with a decisive strike from the dagger, cleaved off a chunk as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. A look of delight spread across her face as she turned to a nearby farming tool. With another swift motion, the iron head of the tool was severed in two with a crisp snap. Returning enthusiastically to, she declared, "My lady, this dagger can slice through iron like mud. It is perfect for self-defense." Was about to decline the gift when a man whispered in her ear, "Accept it. Your circumstances will only become more challenging. Having a weapon for protection is not a bad thing." She added, seemingly casually, "Hone is quite thoughtful. He truly understands your situation and has provided you with such a fitting means of defense." Evaluating its merits, felt a pang of reluctance. Taking someone else's gift felt inappropriate, and she ought to return it. However, a man disagreed. Hone wields significant influence in the former court. Cultivating a good relationship with him will serve you well. If you return his gift, are you intending to sever ties with him? That would be rather petty. Hone's offering was not a personal item. Thought, if she felt uncomfortable, she could reciprocate with something of greater value rather than returning the gift, which would embarrass him. Recognizing a man's logic, ceased her protests and began contemplating what suitable gift she could present to Hone in return. Meanwhile, Bingjie expressed her admiration for the box again, saying, "Hone is indeed considerate." Inquired, "What is it now?" Chapter 75. The usage of golden silk grass. Noticed that Bingjie was holding a wrist guard. It had a groove perfectly designed to secure the dagger. Bingjie approached and fitted the wrist guard and dagger onto her forearm. "This way, my lady. You have an additional layer of protection." The sleeve fell to cover the dagger securely, and unless one were to feel for it, no one would suspect she bore a weapon. Flicked her sleeve, finding the dagger remained firmly in place, and a smile of delight graced her face. Indeed, it was a fine item. Perhaps she need not return it after all, though she still had to consider how to reciprocate adequately. As pondered the dagger, the head of the village rushed over, exclaiming, Madam, I am here." She smiled at him. "Today, I had no particular business, and thought to come by. Have the seeds I gave you sprouted?" With pride, the head replied, "The tasks you entrusted us with have been met with diligence. The germination rate of the seeds has reached 40%. They had worked tirelessly, even losing sleep, yet the results had not let them down." Delighted, followed him into the village. Unlike her previous visit, noticed that the land she had earmarked for the shop was now meticulously cleared and even roped off. The original structures had been relocated further away, and the previously sparse farmland had been transformed into a cohesive expanse, clearly tilled by diligent hands. A sense of satisfaction bloomed within. "You all have done remarkably well." The head of the village beamed with joy, his voice tinged with excitement. "Now that everyone has a monthly wage, we are more energized in our work. We have all agreed that your words shall hold precedence. Anyone who dares disregard your commands will face our collective wrath." They were individuals with disabilities, yet the madam not only welcomed them, but also provided a place to live and sufficient funds for their sustenance, something they had never dared dream of. Anyone who threatened their newfound way of life would face their united resistance. As surveyed the organized land, an idea suddenly struck her. "Village head, if I were to have someone build a shop here, how long do you think it would take?" With the auction approaching, she thought it wiser to establish a commercial street on her own land rather than search for a shop in the capital. It would serve to promote the street's reputation during the auction. The village head considered carefully. If we were to erect buildings with sufficient manpower, 10 to 15 days would suffice. However, constructing two-story buildings would complicate matters. Halted. Do you have capable hands available? Gather as many skilled workers as possible. Paying 50 coins a day per person without providing meals. I want 42-story shops erected here within a month. I will procure a design from the Ministry of Works, but your manpower must be adequate. The village head had heard of substantial donations to the treasury and felt a twinge of concern. This would require a considerable workforce, perhaps hundreds working together. While he admired her resolve and generosity, he worried about her financial capacity. Perceiving his hesitation, reassured him, do not concern yourself with the finances. Focus on completing the shops swiftly. Greater wealth lies ahead. Having previously been persuaded by a man, it felt different to express it herself now. The village head nodded repeatedly, leading deeper into the village. The village sprawled extensively, stretching as far as the eye could see, with even the distant mountains appearing hazy. Fortunately, the villagers were gradually relocating within the confines of the estate, not too far from one another. These individuals bore disabilities, and upon seeing the head bring, they humbly bowed, expressing their heartfelt respect for her. Arrived at Lu Er's home, which was hardly more than a thatched hut. Perhaps concerned about Lu Er's appearance, the village head called out at the entrance, Lu Er, are you in? The madam is here to see the flowers. Before long, sounds emerged from within, and a man, using his hands for support, crawled out. His leg was wrapped in leather, and though he appeared disheveled, a sincere smile adorned his face. Madam, you have arrived. I have taken excellent care of those flowers. Would you like to inspect them? The madam had previously instructed the village head to deliver a substantial reward to him. Filling him with newfound vigor, felt a pang of compassion, but recognized that Lu Er needed not pity, but rather equitable treatment and respect. She nodded and pointed to the low rack in the courtyard. What is drying there? In the center of the yard stood a two-tiered low rack with two large baskets for drying. To an able-bodied person, it might seem low, but it was just the right height for Lu Er. He grinned sheepishly. Since you mentioned I could take care of them, everyone sent their flowers to me. I noticed some were yellowing and losing leaves, so I decided to dry them, thinking you might want to see. He had lost both legs. His life saved by a military doctor, and his comrades carried him back from the battlefield. Yet, no one knew that each subsequent day was a torment. He could not find peace at night, perpetually haunted by the feeling that enemy weapons would soon descend upon him. In his daily life, he relied on others to aid him, barely managing to get by. He existed in a state of numb despair, uncertain when he might suddenly come to terms with his fate, perhaps even considering the end of his own life as a form of release. Unexpectedly, however, hope arrived unbidden. Due to his flourishing garden, the lady rewarded him with 100 taels of silver, filling him with both joy and anxiety. The joy stemmed from the prospect of a better future, while the anxiety arose from his fear that this might merely be a fleeting dream, and upon waking, he would still be the legless soldier lying on the battlefield awaiting death. In the entire village, he was the most severely disabled, yet everyone cared for him. Noticing his talent for tending to plants, the villagers entrusted him with the majority of the flowers, while others toiled in the fields, demonstrating the extent of their care for him, as Lu Er recounted the intricacies of nurturing the golden silk grass. Shen Xinyan approached the basket and sifted through the dried leaves. The vibrant golden hue emanated a unique aroma. Could it truly bring her untold wealth, as A-Man claimed? A-Man mused in her mind. Breathe it in, for this is the scent of fortune, a most invigorating experience. This was indeed a prized commodity cherished by nearly every man in the great Liang dynasty. A-Man's words were somewhat mercantile, yet Shen Xinyan found herself in full agreement. She picked up a leaf, as A-Man instructed, crumbled it into fine fragments, and inhaled deeply, simultaneously inquiring how to utilize it. A-Man replied with delight. Ignite it and inhale the smoke, for it can provide a brief boost of energy. However, before selling this substance, one must first craft specialized devices for its consumption. The common folk refer to these devices as pipes, but I believe they deserve a more elegant name. Since we are unoccupied, why not devise a melodious title? If we tightly seal this substance, it could significantly bolster the national treasury and enhance military strength in the future. The only lament is the current scarcity of this commodity. Shen Xinyan, rubbing the now finely crumbled golden silk leaves in her hands, voiced her hesitation. If it requires ignition for use, I might have an idea. Chapter 76. The discovery of remains in the Yao family chamber after finalizing subsequent matters with the head of the Ma family. Shen Xinyan prepared to return with the dried golden silk grass leaves, accompanied by Lu Er. The leaves were substantial, and knowing they needed to be crushed for use, Shen Xinyan folded them carefully and placed them in a small cabinet on the carriage. She intended to return and validate her thoughts. Just as the carriage exited the village, Xiaoxi's voice echoed from outside. "Master, I have spotted Lord Hua." Bing Jie had already grasped the situation and stepped forward to lift the carriage curtain for Shen Xinyan. She sighed softly. "Next time, let someone hang a hook up there to avoid needing assistance to hold it open." Bing Jie smiled at Shen Xinyan. "Indeed. It seems you are quite troubled by Lord Hua." Expecting Hua on to say something, she was surprised by his silence, as he remained quiet throughout the journey, listening to the rhythmic sound of hooves. Feeling drowsy, Shen Xinyan leaned against the window and drifted off to sleep. Hua unturned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Xinyan's face. Bing Jie gently called out to her, but Hua unstopped her. "Do not disturb her. Just lower the curtain. Remember to bring more people next time you go out." The deposed emperor had fled rather than being executed, and remnants of his faction still stirred trouble in the capital. Although Bing Jie was skilled, there were inevitably areas of oversight, so it was wise to have additional assistance. Understanding that Hui En was concerned for Shen Xinyan, Bing Jie readily agreed. Understood. Unexpectedly, this lord Hui seemed quite invested in her master, which reminded her of a rumor from the secret guard camp. It was said that Hua En had been well positioned in the Jinyui, but was suddenly dispatched to the battlefield by his majesty. Everyone speculated that he was driven by unrequited love. Could it be that the object of his affections was none other than her master? Yet, upon observing her master, it seemed there was little depth to their connection, which was rather intriguing. When Shen Xinyan finally opened her eyes, the carriage had already arrived at the general's residence. Xiaoxi brought a horse stool, while Lu Xijing and Lin Dianjing helped Shen Xinyan dismount from the carriage. During this time, Lu Xijing quietly updated Shen Xinyan on the situation in the residence. "Madam, there's been a water leak in the dowager's quarters, and the fire was quite severe, resulting in the destruction of her personal belongings. Those who attended the fire reported that even the gold and silver jewelry had melted together. The dowager fainted from anger and has yet to regain consciousness." Shen Xinyan covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. "This morning, I only heard about the water leak, but I had no idea it was this grave. Have they determined the cause of the fire?" At that moment, she appeared as delicate as a flower swaying in the wind. Lu Xijing sighed softly. It is said that a maid forgot to close the window, and the wind blew in, knocking over a candle by the bedside, igniting the fire from there. The dowager happened to be in a side chamber, and the servant responsible for the night watch was attending to her. When she finally realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Shen Xinyan expressed her astonishment. Who could be so careless? Lu Xijing had evidently gathered all the pertinent information. It was the distant niece of Granny Zhao. Shen Xinyan had some familiarity with this individual. This girl had relied on her distant kinship with Granny Zhao, who was a trusted aide to the dowager, and had often behaved arrogantly in the Yao family. Knowing that the responsibility fell upon this person, she felt somewhat relieved. Noticing Lu Xijing's hesitant demeanor, Shen Xinyan inquired softly, "Is there something else?" Lu Xijing glanced around and then leaned closer to whisper in Shen Xinyan's ear. "There are rumors in the household that when the foundation collapsed, someone discovered a half-buried skeleton beneath the bricks of the dowager's main chamber. In every noble household, there are secrets, but no respectable lady would allow a skeleton to be trampled underfoot daily. If Yao Qianshi were unaware of this matter, it could only mean she harbored a deep loathing for the skeleton's owner, wishing to stand above them continually." Unlike her previous feigned surprise, Shen Xinyan was genuinely taken aback. Could it be seen clearly? Lu Xijing gently shook his head. "It is merely a rumor, and it was quickly hushed, as no one has mentioned it since. It seems the information has been suppressed." Shen Xinyan's expression turned serious. "There is no smoke without fire. This matter warrants a thorough investigation to prevent my grandmother from suffering unjustly." Whether Yao Qianshi faced injustice was of no concern to her. What mattered was how she could decisively bring Yao Qianshi down. As the widow of Yao Zhen, Yao Qianshi held considerable standing in the Liang dynasty. Lu Xijing habitually praised her. "Madam is dutiful." Continuing to support Shen Xinyan, they proceeded deeper into the inner courtyard. The fire had caused extensive damage, nearly obliterating Yao Qianshi's courtyard. At that moment, she lay languidly in Yao Changqing's room, lamenting, "Everyone thinks I am old and useless. Are they trying to take my life?" Yao Changqing looked at her with concern. "Mother, do not be distressed. It is fortunate that you are unharmed. The losses are merely some property deeds and jewelry. I have inquired. Those jewels can be sold at the gold shop for new designs, and the property deeds can be reissued since they were registered with the authorities. Our losses are not significant. We can manage the needs of the palace. As for the silver notes, as you said, it is merely over 10,000 taels. Consider it a reward for the servants. There is no need to fuss over it. Your well-being is the most important thing." Yao Qianshur's original funds were personal savings, and hearing Yao Changqing's reassurances only served to frustrate her. "There's no way my chamber could have leaked water without cause. Someone must be scheming against me." She never expected that despite her meticulous management of her courtyard, she would still fall prey to someone's machinations. Seeing his mother's haggard appearance, Yao Changqing immediately consoled her. "Mother, rest assured, I have already apprehended the maidservant responsible for the night watch. I will ensure a thorough investigation. Not only will I investigate, but I also intend to have the guards take her away for punishment, for I cannot bear this indignity." Yao Qianshur, already seething with anger, now felt a tightness in her chest. "You're being rash. That girl is Aji's niece. For the sake of Aji, you must not harm her. Aji is the name of Nurse Zhao. Given her close ties to Aji, we must show some respect." Yao Changqing, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Then what should we do? Should we not investigate this matter at all?" Yao Qianshur, suppressing her urge to vomit blood, replied, "Of course, we must investigate. But let Aji handle it. We will see how she deals with it. We must give her face, but I also need an explanation. This involves 80,000 taels of silver. How can I accept such a loss?" At this moment, Yao Qianshur earnestly hoped that someone was behind this, or her 80,000 taels would be lost forever. Yao Changqing, seeing his mother's dejected state, cautiously inquired, "Mother, you have not told me why there is a skeleton in your room. It is quite frightening to think about." Yao Qianshur had anticipated this question. She sighed, "This all happened before you were born. It was your father's doing. From the moment we were married, we were often apart. The emperor forbade me from leaving the capital to be with your father, so I remained childless for many years. In the 5th year of our marriage, your father won a great victory, and the emperor called him back to the capital. I thought we would finally be together, but he returned with a mistress. Your father tried to make me accept her, even giving her a place in the household. I had resigned myself to my fate, but that woman was restless. When I was 3 months pregnant, she poured tongue oil on the floor, hoping I would fall. I had her punished, but she played the victim, winning your father's sympathy. He even took her away from the mansion, leaving me to fend for myself. Fortunately, she died of an illness, and your father, after a brief visit, returned to the frontier. He never truly cared for me, and we lived separately until his death. Because of this, he left no money for the household, and I had to support us." Yao Changqing, shocked, said, "Mother, why did you not tell me this before? I had no idea you suffered so much." Father's actions were outrageous. Yao Qianshur, with a strange emotion in her eyes, continued, "In my anger, I had that woman's body exhumed from the family burial ground and punished daily. I buried her under my feet to trample on her, to satisfy my vengeance. I fear no gods or spirits. If they anger me, I will challenge them." Yao Changqing nodded. She deserved it. I would have helped you if she had lived, but you should not grieve for such a short-lived wretch. Yao Qianshur, with a gentle nod, said, "Heaven has been kind to me, giving me a filial son. I should let go of the past. Please dispose of her remains for me." Yao Changqing, feeling warmth in his heart, replied, "Mother, we have always been close. I will handle this matter with care. I will make sure she is annihilated." Yao Qianshur, smiling, said, "You are my son, and I know your filial piety. We're the only ones who truly understand each other." After a few more words, seeing her fatigue, Yao Changqing helped her to bed. As Yao Changqing left, Yao Qianshur, with a heavy heart, thought, "My 80,000 taels, meant for Jin Feng, are now gone. If I find out who did this, they will face my wrath." With Yao Qianshur's room on fire, the Yao family was on edge. Even Zhao, who despised Shen Xinyan, stayed in her courtyard, fearing Yao Qianshur's retribution. This allowed Shen Xinyan to experiment with the golden grass in peace. She had burned it, finding the smell unpleasant, but confirmed it was non-toxic and non-addictive. Bing Jie, however, enjoyed the scent and was eager to try it. Amon suggested a pipe to aid in smoking. Shen Xinyan, inspired, rolled the grass in a piece of paper, and lit it. Bing Jie, after initial coughing, found it refreshing and praised the sweet smoke. Although skeptical, Bing Jie's sincerity convinced Shen Xinyan. Bing Jie then asked for more to share with Bing Rong, boosting Shen Xinyan's confidence. Amon, amused, said, "You seem confident. I did not think to roll it in paper, as we use pipes. But with the auction approaching, this is a shortcut." Shen Xinyan, rolling the paper, said, "Scarcity makes it valuable. We should make it shorter, finer, and more exquisite. What about using gold-flecked paper?" Amon, thinking, agreed, a good idea. If we make it exclusive, it will fetch a high price. The first batch, though small, will create a buzz among merchants. If they see its value, others will follow. How will you present it? Shen Xinyan, cutting the paper, said, "The best things are those desired by the elite, but hard to obtain. We will have people of status showcase it. Amon, we should give a good name." Xinyan twirled the paper scroll in her hand. "Since it is made from golden silk grass, let us call it the Golden Silk Prosperity Scroll." Having settled on a name, the two were about to discuss their next course of action when Bing Jie hurriedly burst through the door. "My lady, Bing Rong has made a discovery regarding the skeleton." Chapter 78. The skeleton belonged to a woman who had given birth. Xinyan turned to Bing Jie, her lips instinctively praising. Bing Rong is indeed efficient in her investigations. This only made her more anxious, for there was still the lurking threat of concubine Zhao within the manor. Heaven knew when Bing Rong would uncover the truth about concubine Zhao, and it might even lead to the unraveling of Zhao Yao's fake death. The more she thought about it, the more vexed she became. Why couldn't Zhao Yao just die outright and save her from such worry? Bing Jie, oblivious to Xinyan's unease, immediately bowed and reported, "My lady, though the skeleton is from many years ago and has been burned by fire, we can still ascertain some details. Today, a servant from the Yao family brought the skeleton to the fire for burning. Bing Rong examined it and discovered that it belonged to a woman around 20 years old, with a broad pelvis, indicating that she had given birth before her death. The constant incense in the old lady's room was likely to mask the odor emanating from a skeleton. Given birth. Xinyan's brows furrowed slightly. Can we identify who this person was? The sordid affairs of the Yao family were truly multiplying. Bing Jie shook her head. The years have passed, and it is impossible to verify the identity of the skeleton. My lady, shall we have Bing Rong follow Madame Yao to gather more information? This suggestion made Xinyan's heart tremble, and she quickly declined. No, this matter is not of great concern to us. There is no need to trouble Bing Rong. Let us focus on our own lives. Bing Jie acquiesced and withdrew. Xinyan then summoned Amon. What do you think about the skeleton found in Madame Yao's room? Amon responded swiftly. Given the level of hatred, it is likely the concubine of Yao Zhen. However, I have not heard of her being pregnant. Xinyan nodded. I also think it is likely. If it were anyone else, Madame Yao would not have such intense hatred. But I do not understand why there is no rumor of this woman giving birth. There must be some special reason. Amon agreed. It is not convenient for you to investigate the Yao family. I will have someone look into it, but it has been a long time, and it is uncertain how much we can find out. The affairs of the Yao family were best handled by Xinyan, but it will be too easy to expose Zhao Yao. Thus, it was best to let it be. Xinyan sighed. Do not waste your energy. The Yao family's matters are not our concern. Let them handle their own affairs. There are better things to do than waste time on the Yao family. Knowing Xinyan was in a bad mood, Amon comforted her. Relax. The most important thing now is to show your abilities to the emperor. The decree for your title as a duke has been delayed. It is time to give the emperor a strong dose of your capabilities. Wang Hai hurried into the imperial study, finding the emperor leaning back on a soft couch, reviewing memorials. He preferred leading troops in battle to reading these documents. In recent years, the crown prince had become more adept at handling state affairs, and the emperor was preparing for a personal military campaign. If only the finances were more abundant. Seeing Wang Hai, the emperor lazily raised his eyelids. Has the Empress Dowager given any instructions? The Empress Dowager had summoned Wang Hai after the court session and had only just released him. Wang Hai immediately replied, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is concerned about your health and has instructed that the bird's nest soup and calming tea must not be interrupted. The emperor nodded, I see. The Empress Dowager is always so solicitous. Wang Hai smiled and continued. Also, Second Lady Yao sent some novel items to the palace today, asking me to test them. If they are good, she wants me to promote them in the palace. Her auction is approaching, and she hopes to use this opportunity to sell them. The emperor set down the memorial. She is quite bold to ask you to promote her items. Knowing the emperor was not angry, Wang Hai joked, indeed. Second Lady Yao is bold. Not many would dare to involve the emperor in business. At the mention of business, the emperor's smile faded. Lady Shun's contributions are commendable, and I should grant her a title. However, with recent events and the commotion in the court, I am quite weary. I decided to delay it for now. The court was already in an uproar, and granting Shen Xinyan a title would only add to his troubles. Though he was satisfied with Shen Xinyan, it was not enough to warrant such a move. Wang Hai did not respond, understanding that the emperor was merely venting. After a long speech, the emperor's expression relaxed. Since Lady Shun has a plan, you should assist her. I heard she asked Liu the prefect to find some construction plans from the Ministry of Works. Wang Hai responded, yes, she requested plans for over 40 shops, including a large auction house and 2 inns. It seems she is preparing for a grand venture. The emperor chuckled. I did not know Lady Shun had such talent. I remember she once asked for my calligraphy. Find some suitable pieces and have the palace bureau affix my seal on them. Wang Hai immediately agreed and stood by the emperor, who continued to review memorials. What did Lady Shun give you? He asked, curious. Wang Hai bowed. It is something called the Golden Silk Prosperity Scroll. It is not for eating or drinking, but for lighting and inhaling, with the effect of invigoration. The emperor was cautious. Is it addictive or maddening? The previous dynasty's emperor was addicted to the 5 stones powder, which led to the decline of the nation. His father had strictly forbidden such substances, and if Lady Shun was involved, he would not be lenient. Wang Hai quickly reassured, Your Majesty, the imperial physicians have verified that it is unrelated to the 5 stones powder. The emperor relaxed. Very well, you may go. Chapter 79. People are driven by necessity. Wang Hai's willingness to promote the items indicated that Shen Xinyan was not only targeting merchants, but also the officials and noble families. The emperor was not opposed to this, and even had a faint sense of anticipation. The noble families, with their wealth and influence, were often reluctant to contribute to the state. It was time for someone to draw out their resources, and he hoped Lady Shun would not disappoint. Wang Hai left the imperial study, and his apprentice, Dekai, sniffed the air. Father, you smell good. Wang Hai chuckled and tapped Dekai's head with his duster. You have a keen nose. I changed my clothes before coming, yet you still noticed. This is a fine item from Second Lady Yao, costing 10 gold pieces each. It is not something that can be easily obtained, so do not spread the word. The capital is never short of the wealthy. What lacks are exquisite treasures that entice spending. Since the second madam has already hinted that such items are scarce this year, he intends to bolster their prices. For in the capital, the more expensive the item, the more appealing it becomes. With just a glance, Detsai comprehended Wang Hai's intent. Rest assured, Godfather, I shall expedite the dissemination of this news. He was determined to ensure that within half a day, the information would circulate throughout the entire imperial palace. Wang Hai smiled at Detsai. You little rascal, you possess the sharpest wits. The advantage of being surrounded by clever individuals is that everything need not be explicitly stated. In the course of a single day, the item known as the Golden Silk Fortune Roll spread from within the palace to the outside world, although it was merely spoken of rather than seen. Yet, the absence of sight did not deter some astute individuals from capitalizing on this momentum to amass wealth. Thus, while the actual item remained unseen, its name gained immense popularity. Within just 2 days, the name Golden Silk Fortune Roll swept through the capital. Restaurants featured dishes named after it, spice shops offered seasonings bearing its name, and goldsmiths crafted adornments inspired by it. Even the street vendors clamored to sell their freshly made golden silk fortune buns. For a time, it seemed as though everyone yearned to partake in the fortune promised by the Golden Silk Fortune Roll. The fervent acclaim for the Golden Silk Fortune Roll outside the palace soon reverberated back within its walls. As more and more palace ladies inquired about this item, Emperor Chengzi finally summoned Wang Hai. Present the Golden Silk Fortune Roll sent by the Shun family. I wish to indulge in its delights. 2 days later, Emperor Chengzi delicately pinched a Golden Silk Fortune Roll between his fingers. This indeed is delightful. The Shen family has shown great thoughtfulness. While reviewing memorials, he occasionally took a puff, feeling invigorated, as if the fatigue weighing upon him had dissipated significantly. Observing the emperor's actions, Wang Hai felt a jolt of anxiety. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. When Emperor Chengzi first tasted the Golden Silk Fortune Roll, he coughed twice out of unfamiliarity. Those 2 coughs alarmed all the imperial physicians. prompting even the Empress Dowager to come personally to inquire. In that moment, Wang Hai even contemplated where he might be buried, caring little for the quality of the plot, as long as it was spacious enough to accommodate his entire family. Though a eunuch, his brothers back home could still father children. Fortunately, Emperor Chengze quickly adapted to the smoke, soon beginning to exhale it with familiarity, sending Wang Hai into another fit of apprehension. Realizing the emperor was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yet for the sake of the emperor's health and the protocols that must be upheld, he could only indulge in one roll daily. And Wang Hai was tasked with reminding him not to overindulge. Clutching the roll with one hand, the emperor observed the curling smoke. I shall take it easy. In recent days, he had been contemplating how to savor this item more gracefully. If he was so consumed by it, one could only imagine the fervor it would incite among the officials and merchants below. The allure of the golden silk roll was indeed astonishing. It made him somewhat inclined to believe in the Shen family's business acumen, as they were quite the strategists. He brushed off the ashes. The Shen family has a truly clever mind, though perhaps a tad ruthless. However, the domestic squabbles among the women were quite taxing, with Shen's actions causing considerable turmoil. Sensing that Emperor Chengze bore no ill will, Wang Hai spoke cautiously. Second Madam, Yao seems to feel emboldened by Your Majesty's support, finding ways to vent her frustrations. Upon reflection, it was evident that Second Madam Yao had yet to reach her 20th year, suggesting a certain immaturity in her disposition. The emperor, preoccupied with thoughts of how much silver the Second Madam could generate, naturally would not want Wang Hai to speak ill of Shen Xinyan. He was keen on maintaining a favorable impression of her. Although Wang Hai's words subtly defended Shen Xinyan, Emperor Chengze did not admonish him, merely responding with a hint of indifference. He felt secure employing those who possessed flaws. If Shen Xinyan were truly flawless, he would suspect she had ulterior motives. After taking another gentle puff, the emperor released a cloud of smoke, his expression inscrutable. Wang Hai, do you think I made a mistake? Perhaps he should not have hastily married Shen Xinyan to the Yao family. Understanding the emperor's thoughts, Wang Hai hastily replied, Your Majesty, the Son of Heaven, the true dragon. It is merely that the Yao family's young master is unfortunate and cannot bear the blessings bestowed by Your Majesty. Moreover, had she not married into the Yao family, Second Madam Yao would not have had the opportunity to showcase her talents. All of this is a testament to Your Majesty's achievements. And Second Madam Yao ought to feel grateful, as the sovereign who would dare suggest that he erred. Such a notion would be tantamount to courting disaster. Furthermore, who among the prosperous would willingly delve into business matters? People are often driven by necessity. Emperor Chengze felt a sense of comfort. You are too perceptive. He appreciated the sentiment. Wang Hai promptly bowed. All credit is due to Your Majesty's guidance. Shen Xinyan had secluded herself for 5 entire days. As the gold and silk fortune roll gained immense popularity in the capital, she attracted considerable attention. Yet, her seclusion left outsiders in the dark, forcing them to turn to Yao Changcheng for information. Rumors suggested that Shen Xinyan had developed something extraordinary. Yao Changcheng attempted to communicate with her several times, but was thwarted by Lu Xijing and Lin Dianjing, inciting his ire. Shen Xinyan was hoarding her success within the general's residence, dismissing him, the head of the household. However, with 2 female historians stationed at Shen Xinyan's door, Yao Changcheng could only seethe in frustration, unable to storm into her courtyard and confront her. Equally anxious was Yao Qianshi. For Shen Xinyan had donated her shop to the court, leaving her without a source of income. The 80,000 taels she had saved were consumed in the fire, further unsettling her. Compounding her distress, Jin Feng seemed to sense trouble within the household, sending several letters suggesting a visit. This nearly caused Yao Qianshi to choke with anxiety. Realizing she could no longer endure the situation, Yao Qianshi resolved to summon the Second Madam. Chapter 80. The tug-of-war with Yao Qianshi. Yao Changcheng was, after all, her father-in-law. Shen Xinyan could easily evade him with an excuse, but she could not refuse Yao Qianshi, the matriarch. Upon receiving the news, Shen Xinyan promptly accompanied Lu Xijing and Lin Dianjing to Yao Qianshi's chamber. Without the auspicious Baifubi, Yao Qianshi's complexion had improved somewhat, though her spirits were diminished. Upon seeing Shen Xinyan, Yao Qianshi's eyes sparkled with warmth, and she patted her bed. Xinyan, come and sit with me. Shen Xinyan took a step forward, but was halted by Lu Xijing. Second Madam, despite your admiration for the matriarch, you must observe propriety. You must never sit on the bed of an elder. The Yao family's machinations were numerous. It was prudent to maintain distance. Shen Xinyan feigned annoyance at Lu Xijing, but ultimately bowed to Yao Qianshi. Please forgive me, grandmother. The Empress Dowager has admonished me for my laxity in observing etiquette, which is why Lu Xijing constantly reminds me. Lin Dianjing, seizing the moment, brought over a chair to place beside Yao Qianshi's bed. Second, madam, please take a seat. Seeing Shen Xinyan's contrite expression, Yao Qianshi waved her hand, still exuding maternal affection. No matter. You serve the Empress Dowager frequently, and propriety must take precedence. Sit down and keep your grandmother company. Extending her hand, Yao Qianshi beckoned, and Shen Xinyan understood her intent, promptly grasping it with sincerity. Grandmother, you have lost considerable weight. I worry for you. I intended to visit to pay my respects, but father mentioned you needed rest, so I refrained. I hope you do not hold it against me. Yao Qianshi spoke weakly. I'm growing old, and the recent affairs at home weigh heavily upon me, leaving me utterly drained. Sighing deeply, she continued, Xinyan, I have been reflecting these days. A young woman like you, favored by the Empress Dowager, should not be confined to the general's residence like a delicate flower. The marriage in question was bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Grandmother contemplated waiting until her health improved before requesting a decree of divorce from the palace, allowing you to return to the Ningguo Duke's residence and await another marriage. Noticing that Shen Xinyan seemed poised to retort, Yao Qianshi firmly patted Shen Xinyan's hand. My dear child, you have always been understanding and endearing. Naturally, I wish to do something for you. Shen Xinyan gazed at Yao Qianshi, her mind echoing with man's sentiments. What a clever tactic to retreat in order to advance. This was not a genuine request to enter the palace to seek the annulment of the marriage. It was evidently a test of her stance. It seemed that after her monetary donation, there had been no response from the palace, which left Yao Qianshi increasingly restless. Shen Xinyan's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately quivering as she spoke. Grandmother, the second master is a great hero who sacrificed himself for the nation. As his widow, I enjoy the honor he bestowed. Even if I cannot follow him in death for the country, I will never commit an act of ingratitude or disloyalty. Otherwise, what difference would there be between me and the basest of creatures? Your words, grandmother, truly insult me. Though she was a woman, Shen Xinyan understood the greater righteousness of the nation and would never forsake her beliefs for personal gain. Otherwise, would she not invoke divine wrath, condemned to the path of beasts, forever unable to transcend? Seeing Shen Xinyan weep bitterly, Lu Xijing and Lin Dianjing hurried over to console her. Yao Qianshi, nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation, wondered whom Shen Xinyan was scolding. Had it not been for the need to keep Jin Feng's matter confidential, she would have torn Shen Xinyan's insolent tongue apart. Upon noticing Yao Qianshi's change in mood, Zhao Momo immediately approached with a bowl of medicine. Matriarch, it is time for your medication. You worry too much about the younger generation. The second mistress is devoted to the second master. You should show her more affection. I understand your concern about her being lonely, but your hasty words may lead her to believe you wish to drive her away. Upon hearing the words, lonely and vulnerable, Shen Xinyan suddenly understood. Yao Qianshi was preparing to broach the subject of adopting children once again. Drying her tears, Shen Xinyan took the bowl and fed Yao Qianshi the medicine spoonful by spoonful. Do not worry, grandmother. I have already contacted our clan, and they are willing to send a few children to keep me company, ensuring that the residence will be lively, and there will be no concern for the title of duke lacking an heir. Yao Qianshi was taken aback. She felt even less well at the thought of Shen Xinyan adopting the Shen family as children. What will happen to Jin Feng? Realizing that continuing this discussion would surely infuriate Shen Xinyan, Yao Qianshi swiftly changed the subject. It is a good thing if they send children over. You can choose one you are fond of, so you won't feel so isolated. Shen Xinyan forced a resilient smile. Indeed, grandmother. Yao Qianshi shifted the conversation. I have heard that you recently created a product called the Golden Silk Fortune Roll, which has become quite the sensation in the capital. Upon hearing Yao Qianshi mention the Golden Silk Fortune Roll, Shen Xinyan nodded. Yes, I merely experimented with it and was surprised to find that His Majesty took a great liking to it. She emphasized the phrase, His Majesty, causing Yao Qianshi's heart to tremble, though she quickly regained her composure. You have always been charming and clever. However, business is not like other matters. Should you encounter any difficulties outside, you may certainly leverage the reputation of the general's household. Though I am older, I still hold some standing in the aristocratic circles and can protect you. Utilizing Yao Qianshur's name would undoubtedly come at a cost. Shen Xinyan, aware that Yao Qianshur had recently squandered a significant amount of money, understood that she was hoping to partner with her. Meeting Yao Qianshur's expectant gaze, Shen Xinyan feigned ignorance of her intentions, smiling innocently. There is no need for concern, grandmother. His Majesty has already stated he wishes to have the palace of the imperial concubines invest in my business, so the entire palace will support me moving forward. With His Majesty backing her, Yao Qianshur need not worry unnecessarily. The smile on Yao Qianshur's face remained. You are indeed a fortunate girl. Knowing you have protection brings me peace. They exchanged a few more words, but no matter what Yao Qianshur said, Shen Xinyan deftly deflected her attempts. Witnessing Shen Xinyan's unyielding demeanor, Yao Qianshur lost her motivation to speak and revealed a fatigued expression. Zhao Momo quickly grasped Yao Qianshur's intent. Matriarch, the doctor has advised that your health requires rest. Let the second mistress return another day. Realizing she was being dismissed, Shen Xinyan promptly stood. In that case, I shall not disturb your rest, grandmother, and will return to pay my respects tomorrow. Yao Qianshur appeared drained. You are still young. When you have free time, go out and enjoy yourself. There is little joy in accompanying this old woman. After exchanging a few more words, Shen Xinyan finally left Yao Qianshur's quarters. Hearing voices from outside bidding farewell to the second mistress, Zhao Momo approached with a cup of water. Matriarch, please drink some water. Yao Qianshur, sitting up, displayed none of her earlier fatigue. She took a sip from the cup, then forcefully hurled it to the ground. Wretched girl. Using His Majesty and the Empress Dowager against me once again. Chapter 81. Yao Zhengshi prepares to take action upon witnessing Yao Qianshur's genuine anger. Zhao Momo hurriedly moved closer to help her calm down. Matriarch, be careful. Your health cannot withstand such turmoil. Becoming enraged may harm your very foundation. Yao Qianshur's chest heaved violently, and it took some time before she regained her composure. Today was not entirely fruitless. At least I have discerned that the Shen family's request for donations does not stem from a desire to leave the general's estate. Azi, do you think Shen Xinyan's temperament has changed so drastically due to some ulterior motive? Ever since the incident at the Long Princess's residence, Shen Xinyan had become sharp-tongued, frequently invoking the Emperor and the Empress Dowager to pressure her, which was truly infuriating. Zhao Momo was taken aback. Could it be that Shen Xinyan has caught wind of the second masteress situation? Upon Shen Xinyan's vow, Zhao Momo had sensed something amiss. Who could be so cruel as to curse themselves? Upon reflection, it appeared she might be subtly alluding to the second master's predicament. Yao Qianshur waved her hand dismissively. No, if she were aware of Jin Feng's situation, she would not remain so composed. Besides, she is surrounded by the Emperor's people. If she discovered anything, it would imply the Emperor was also aware. Who is the Emperor? He is a man who spares neither relatives nor friends. If he knew of Jin Feng's actions, there would be no way for her to remain so unperturbed. At this point, Yao Qianshur's smile turned sinister. In truth, I would almost prefer for her to learn of this matter. She is merely an orphan. If I reveal the truth to her, she will find herself irrevocably tied to the Yao family, completely at my mercy. This had been her original plan. Only by becoming complicit could she ensure Shen Xinyan would never betray the Yao family. However, with Shen Xinyan's increasingly mysterious behavior, she may soon need to take a bold risk. Yet the situation remained unclear, and this matter must be put on hold. Since Shen Xinyan holds such deep affections for her grandson, why should this grandmother not fulfill this foolish girl's earnest feelings? Upon returning to her own courtyard, Shen Xinyan found Yao Zhengshi sitting at the stone table. This was indeed peculiar, for Yao Zhengshi was typically the proudest of individuals, never associating with a girl of lowly standing like Shen Xinyan. Cherry, who had been sulking in a corner, immediately approached to greet Shen Xinyan. Madam, the eldest lady has arrived. In noble families, titles are taken very seriously. However, Yao Zhengshi despised that Shen Xinyan's status overshadowed her own, concealing her displeasure. She raised her chin slightly and, with the support of Cui Air, walked slowly to Shen Xinyan's side. There have been many affairs in the household recently, and I heard you have not been well, so I came to check on you. Shen Xinyan wore a faint smile, calmly meeting Yao Zhengshi's gaze. Thank you for your concern, elder sister. I am feeling much better. Given their mutual disdain, It was best to avoid close proximity. Yao Zhengshi noticed Shen Xinyan's aloofness and tilted her chin slightly. I visited the Xiangwu temple yesterday and specifically prayed for a safety talisman for you. Please accept it. As soon as the words left her lips, Chui'er presented a small pouch. Second madam. The talisman must not be exposed to light and should be worn close to the body. This pouch was handcrafted by my grandmother and contains dried flower petals, making it ideal for intimate wear. Just as Shen Xinyan was about to gesture for Ying Tao to take it, a man's voice reached her ears. The most renowned item at Xiangwu Temple is the exorcism talisman. Let me see if I am correct. She might be regarding you as a demon. This person's methods were not particularly malicious, yet they were exceedingly distasteful. It was absurd that anyone would presume to challenge Shen Xinyan. Gazing at the pouch presented by Chui'er, Shen Xinyan exchanged a knowing glance with Ying Tao. Ying Tao, understanding the cue, took the pouch but inadvertently dropped it to the ground. Realizing her blunder, Ying Tao hastily retrieved the pouch, but in her fluster, she accidentally loosened its tie, causing the folded talisman paper to spill out. Kneeling down, Ying Tao, trembling with fear, pleaded with Shen Xinyan. I have failed to honor the second madam's intention. Please, madam, punish me. Shen Xinyan scoffed, pinching the talisman paper in Ying Tao's hand. At your age, still so careless. Only my sister-in-law has such a forgiving temperament. Had it been someone else, you would not have escaped unscathed. She then slowly unfolded the triangular talisman paper. I never knew that today's talismans are inscribed with commands to seal demons. Yao Zhengshi could hardly believe that Shen Xinyan would so openly disregard her authority, revealing the talisman right before her. Yet at this point, she could only raise her chin defiantly at Shen Xinyan. Shen, as sisters-in-law who must coexist, you ought to understand the wisdom in leaving some matters unspoken. How could you humiliate me by opening the talisman in front of me? Regardless of what was inside, Shen Xinyan should not have opened it on the spot. It was a direct affront to her dignity. Yao Zhengshi's convoluted logic incited Shen Xinyan's amusement, who then crumpled the talisman into a small ball and gently flicked it onto Yao Zhengshi's attire. Sister-in-law, you might as well keep this exorcism talisman for yourself. I have no fear of it. Yao Zhengshi's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to insult me so? Shen Xinyan approached Yao Zhengshi, meeting her gaze calmly before suddenly slapping her across the face. This was not an insult. Now it is. Since she had rejected her goodwill, Shen Xinyan would not hesitate to strip Yao Zhengshi of her dignity. Yao Zhengshi, clutching her face, stared at Shen Xinyan in shock. You dare strike me? Just then, Chui'er rushed at Shen Xinyan, pushing her slightly. You dare to strike my mistress. Ying Tao, fiercely loyal, immediately tackled Chui'er. How dare you lay a hand on my lady? Ying Tao's combat prowess far surpassed Chui'er's, and soon, Chui'er found herself overpowered, pinned down by Ying Tao. Seeing Chui'er in distress, Yao Zhengshi bellowed. Is there no decorum? What kind of behavior is this in broad daylight? As a younger sister-in-law, how could she dare to confront her elder sister-in-law? Did she not fear her father would report to the emperor, causing disdain towards Shen Xinyan? Bingjia, who had been organizing materials for Shen Xinyan in the study, hurried out upon hearing the commotion, ready to intervene, but was stopped by Shen Xinyan. Shen Xinyan turned to Yao Zhengshi. Is it not you who lacks decorum? Speaking of face while committing such shameless acts. Those with guilty consciences see ghosts in everything. You seem to think I am a demon. Perhaps it is you who harbors an unruly vixen in your heart. Detecting the veiled implications in Shen Xinyan's words, Yao Zhengshi covered her face. You are slandering me. Yet, Shen Xinyan's next slap landed squarely on her face. Slander? A vixen cannot be considered human. Can she esteem Madame Yao? Yao Zhengshi glared fiercely at Shen Xinyan. If you are so ungrateful, let us meet less in the future. With that, she turned to the disheveled Chui'er, who was struggling to get up. Hurry and leave. Chui'er wiped the blood from her nose. Yes. The two made their exit. But Yao Zhengshi's pace suddenly slowed. So what now? Chui'er rubbed her swollen face. Rest assured, madam, the task has been accomplished. Yao Zhengshi glanced back at Shen Xinyan's courtyard. Very well. Let her enjoy her triumph for a few more days. Does she truly believe her means are limited? Shen Xinyan will pay for underestimating me. Chapter 82. An indefensible poisonous scheme. Ying Tao, her attire in disarray, followed Shen Xinyan into the study. Just as Lu Xijing closed the door, Ying Tao could not contain herself. What nonsense! Summer has already arrived, yet she still wears last year's garments. Thinking no one could see her poverty. It was not that Ying Tao was superficial. Yao Zhengshi prided herself on her noble lineage, yet her actions were utterly shameless. She constantly criticized Shen Xinyan for her lack of refinement, while herself ordering 2 new outfits every month, tossing the bills to the steward for Shen Xinyan to pay. If not for the desire to spare her lady any gossip, Ying Tao would have preferred to confront Yao Zhengshi today. Fortunately, her lady was formidable, having dealt Yao Zhengshi 2 hard slaps. Otherwise, Ying Tao would have truly been unable to swallow her indignation. Shen Xinyan chuckled at Ying Tao. Enough, now that you have vented. Why continue to grumble? I see that Shui is quite injured. It may take a while for her to recover. Does that bring you any comfort? Ying Tao huffed through her nose. I should have torn her nose off, so she would stop looking down on others. Both were mere servant girls. Yet Shen Xinyan was the only bloodline of the Duke of Ningwa, who was more noble than the other. Shui, like her mistress, was unbearably arrogant, and the sight of her was revolting. How repugnant. Shen Xinyan chose not to admonish Ying Tao further, instead directing her gaze to Bingjie. My jade pendant is missing. I wonder if it was taken in the chaos. Please have Bingrong search for it. As soon as Shui had lunged at her, Shen Xinyan sensed something was amiss. Upon sitting down and carefully inspecting, she discovered that the jade pendant she often used to weigh down her skirt was gone. If Yao Zhengshi had stolen it out of financial desperation, it was unlikely. The more plausible explanation was that Yao Zhengshi found it useful. Bingjie immediately cupped her fists. Mistress is astute. Bingrong has also noticed that the maid named Shui took the opportunity to snip off your jade pendant amidst the chaos. However, Bingrong was curious about their intentions, which is why she did not raise the alarm. I acted without permission and asked for your pardon. Shen Xinyan laughed at this. What fault is that? There is no such thing as a foolproof defense against thieves. If it can draw the snake out of its hole, that would be ideal. But next time, if you discover anything, please inform me in advance to spare me from anxiety. The Emperor's secret guards were indeed formidable, yet they adhered too strictly to regulations. While she did not oppose Bingrong having her own ideas while working, it was imperative that she be informed ahead of time. Otherwise, she would be left in a passive position. Boundaries were gradually being lowered. If not addressed now, Bingrong and the others would grow increasingly indifferent to her, and she would truly become the passive one. Recognizing Shen Xinyan's displeasure, Bingjie swiftly offered her apologies. I understand my mistake. I will ensure to notify you at the earliest opportunity in the future. Shen Xinyan remained silent, but did not allow Bingjie to rise, instead continuing to plan for the estate at the table. Bingjie understood this was her fault. The Emperor had bestowed them to Shen Xinyan to obey her commands. However, after Bingrong informed her of the situation, she had not immediately relayed it to her mistress, intending to wait until she had a clearer picture before reporting everything at once. She had not anticipated that her mistress would be so perceptive as to notice the jade pendant's disappearance herself. Had they been serving the Emperor, they would certainly have reported every detail. Today, as oversight stemmed from their negligence. If this news reached the secret guard camp, they would undoubtedly face punishment. Feeling guilty, Bingjie, seeing Shen Xinyan make no move to allow her up, chose to bow her head and remain silent on the floor, planning to wait until Shen Xinyan calmed down. After about an hour, Shen Xinyan finally spoke. Rise, do not repeat this mistake in the future. Bingjie quickly replied, Mistress, rest assured, I shall not err again. Accepting Bingjie's apology, Shen Xinyan did not pursue the matter further, but merely said, Come here and help me grind. Cherry, who had been quietly observing the interaction between the two individuals, felt her gaze flit back and forth between them. Although she was unaware of the events transpiring between the lady and Sister Bingjie, the atmosphere was palpably tense, rendering her quite uneasy. The room, which had grown increasingly silent, was abruptly interrupted by a thud as a burlap sack appeared in the center of the room. From within the sack came the muffled groans of a man, who writhed and whimpered in discomfort. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad entirely in black emerged, kneeling before Shen Xinyan and reporting, My master. I pursued that maid named Shui outside the manor, and discovered that she had handed your jade pendant to this man. I brought him back for your interrogation. The newcomer was none other than Bingrong. Cherry stared blankly at Bingrong, pondering who this person could be, as she had never seen him before. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyan lifted her gaze towards Bingrong, inquiring, What has transpired? Bingrong then pulled open the sack, revealing a man bound tightly within. His lips were red and teeth white, his brows and eyes exuding charm. Yet at this moment, he had a rag stuffed in his mouth, his eyes glistening with moisture, gazing at Shen Xinyan with a deep longing, as if pleading for help. Shen Xinyan's attention shifted back to Bingrong, who immediately pressed a dagger to the man's throat and tore the rag from his mouth, commanding, "Speak." The mere utterance of that single word struck terror into the man, who tremulously began, "My lady, please spare my life. I am but a man swayed by greed. I accepted this shameless task only for the sake of money. I beg you to forgive me for my first offense." Before Shen Xinyan could respond, Bingrong's knife pierced his flesh, insisting, "Speak plainly, or I shall kill you." Feeling the sharp pain at his neck and the warmth of blood trickling down, the man wept, spilling forth everything he knew. "My name is Lang Yue, once the most sought-after courtesan in a tavern. However, someone grew fond of my services and redeemed me from that life. Alas, that person was short-lived and passed away shortly thereafter. The madam of that household, known for her ferocity, expelled me upon realizing I was now a free man. With no other recourse, I returned to my former trade, catering not only to male clients but also to women, and my business was doing well. Just the other day, a woman in a hood approached me, offering 5 taels of silver, and I thought a lucrative opportunity, only to discover she was willing to pay 200 taels for me to spread a rumor regarding a woman named Shen Xinyan, claiming she bore a red mole on her posterior, making her most alluring. As Lang Yue uttered these words, Cherry could no longer contain her indignation, exclaiming, "Nonsense! My lady has no such." But before she could finish, Bingjie covered her mouth. It was not the time to debate the existence of a mole. The intent of Yao Zheng was clearly to ruin Shen Xinyan's reputation. The crux of the matter was not whether the mistress had done anything, but rather what the audience wished to hear. With the man possessing the mistress's pendant and spouting dubious allegations, it would be impossible for her to defend herself, for self-justification was the most arduous task. Shen Xinyan remained silent for a long while before letting out a cold laugh. "I never imagined my honor to be worth merely 200 taels. Lang Yue, terrified, pleaded, "My lady, I was momentarily bewitched. This is my first time engaging in such a scheme. I implore you to grant me mercy." Shen Xinyan's gaze turned frigid. "Had you not been captured today, would you have spared me and refrained from executing that man's orders?" Lang Yue dared not respond, bowing his head repeatedly in supplication. Bingrong's face was concealed by a black cloth, her eyes fixed on Shen Xinyan, seemingly awaiting her decision. Shen Xinyan's fingers lightly tapped the table, time passing slowly while Lang Yue's fear mounted. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, Shen Xinyan finally spoke, though her words were not what he wished to hear. If a tongue exists solely to slander and frame others, then such a tongue is better off discarded. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lang Yue prepared to beg for mercy when, in the next instant, Bingrong grasped his chin and with a swift motion severed his tongue, blood spraying forth. Bingrong deftly applied pressure to stem the bleeding, her gaze directed at Shen Xinyan, asking, "Mistress, how shall we dispose of him?" Shen Xinyan, exasperated yet mocking, replied, "Let him live. My sister-in-law has thoughtfully presented me with such a gift. To not reciprocate would be a grave oversight. Keep a close watch on the interactions between her and our father and report to me at all times." Bingrong clasped her fists in acknowledgement, swiftly exiting the study. Cherry stood, aghast, watching Bingrong's retreating figure, realizing that her mistress had acquired an ally. No, her mistress meant the eldest madam and the master. Cherry stared in disbelief at her own hands, repulsed by the filthiness surrounding her mistress, feeling utterly disgusted. Shen Xinyan and Bingjie remained composed, attending to their affairs, leaving Cherry in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, on man's side within Shen Xinyan's mind, you have finally found the resolve to be merciless. Shen Xinyan replied languidly, "What choice do I have? Every person residing in this household is waiting for my downfall." As our man had stated, people were often driven to such extremes. Understanding Shen Xinyan's inner turmoil, our man refrained from further comments, choosing instead to accompany her in silence. For in this den of wolves, clarity was the key to safety. Rather than being consumed by anger over deceit, Shen Xinyan felt more frustration towards her prior naivety. She instructed Xiao Si to deliver her meticulously crafted plans to the estate. Finally, exhaling a breath of relief, prepare the meal. Realizing Shen Xinyan had found some solace, Bingjie discreetly exhaled, promptly arranging for the meal to be served. The food, still sent from the palace, retained its bland flavor but looked visually appealing, with names that were poetic and meaningful. Shen Xinyan consumed a few bites, her appetite dulled, when Bingjia suddenly moved to the window. Putting down her utensils, Shen Xinyan turned her attention to Bingjia, who gently nodded. Master Yao just slipped into the eldest madam's courtyard under the cover of night, without any attendants. Shen Xinyan felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Pushing her bowl away, it seemed someone has already reported. Otherwise, Yao Changsheng would not have hurriedly gone to appease her. Cherry displayed a look of disdain. How can anyone be so despicable? Shen Xinyan turned to Bingjia. Go and take care of it. The Genie Wei had been gaining prominence lately. Although their establishment was relatively new, they had executed several tasks admirably, garnering the emperor's favor and increasing their influence in the court. Just then, 3 Genie Wei emerged from tavern, arm in arm, boasting about each other's accomplishments while forming a bond of mutual support. Just as they were reveling in their merriment, a figure suddenly sprang from the shadows, wielding a brick and striking each of the 3 captains on the head. In an instant, their drunkenness vanished, and they clutched their heads, exclaiming in surprise, then shouted at their attendants, "What are you staring at? Hurry and chase after them." Under the bright light of day, it was audacious for a rogue to attack 3 individuals on their territory. Surely, this miscreant must possess a reckless audacity. The Jinyui, responsible for the nocturnal patrols of the capital, found themselves in a dire situation as 3 of their captains were injured. Following their desperate cries, a throng of personnel surged forth, pursuing the assailant towards the general's residence. With the deliberate support of Emperor Qingze, the Jinyui wielded considerable influence. Not only could they penetrate the beleaguered general's estate, which boasted only the 4th-rank official Yao Changsheng, but they dared to confront even those with a commanding general at the helm. Moreover, they now had a legitimate justification for their actions. With torches ablaze, they marched to the rear entrance of the Yao household, incensed as they pounded on the door, following the route the villain had taken. The doorkeeper, trembling with fear at the sight of the fierce officials, heard the proclamation of the Jinyui and promptly opened the door. This affair was pivotal to the Jinyui's reputation. They could not allow such an affront to go unchallenged, for how could they maintain their standing in the capital otherwise? Having scarcely taken a few steps, they caught sight of a fleeting figure in the distance, prompting an enraged charge towards it. The figure dashed into a courtyard, only to find themselves at the mercy of the furious captains who kicked open the door, intent on capturing the audacious intruder. To their astonishment, they found themselves immobilized by the scene before them. The family had certainly indulged in their own brand of mischief, upon realizing intruders had breached their space. Yao Zheng and Cui Er hastily donned garments, only to be swiftly restrained by the keen-eyed Jinyui. Yao Changsheng, wrapped in a quilt, looked on in a mix of shock and indignation. "Who permitted your entry? Depart at once." Calmly, Lu Qianhu, the leading officer, had already collected himself. He recognized that they had fallen into a trap. It seemed someone aimed to exploit their authority to expose Yao Changsheng's private affairs. Yet, given the current circumstances, for the sake of their own honor, they must persist in this endeavor. Otherwise, the Jinyui would become mere playthings for others. Regardless of the outcome, the blame must rest upon Yao Changsheng, serving as a warning to others. Chapter 84. Ho! And enters the Yao residence. Lu Qianhu wiped the blood from his brow with a sardonic smile, dragging a chair over to sit down, crossing his legs as he gazed at Yao Changsheng with a mischievous air. "I grew up hearing tales of General Yao Zhen's heroics. Who would have thought that? Though I never witnessed his grandeur firsthand, I would instead encounter the formidable presence of Lord Yao." His words, laden with double entendre, only served to intensify Yao Changsheng's humiliation. "I am a 4th-rank official. Yet you, a mere 5th rank, dare intrude upon my residence. What punishment do you deserve for this transgression?" Yao Zheng buried her head in shame, feeling as though she had lost all dignity. Lu Qianhu scoffed derisively, gesturing to his head wound. "Does Lord Yao dare to cause trouble, yet shy away from facing the consequences? Look at my injury. Do you not intend to offer me an explanation?" The Jinyui's actions were not determined by rank. Enraged, Yao Changsheng retorted, "I know not how you were harmed, and you have no right to cause a ruckus in my abode. Depart immediately." In that moment, Yao Changsheng was filled with regret for hastily coming to the aid of Zheng and Cui Er, having heard they suffered at the hands of Shen Xinyan. Had he not come, he would not have faced such humiliation. The The Jinyui were clearly formidable, and he feared for how they would malign him once outside. His reputation seemed doomed. In his distress, thoughts of Yao Qian surfaced, how he wished his mother were by his side now. Before Lu Qianhu could respond, a commanding voice echoed from outside. "He is unworthy. I am more than sufficient." Ho In then entered the room with measured steps. As the deputy commander of the Wujuan Dudu office and concurrently the Jinyui's commander, Lu Qianhu and his comrades served under him. Upon his arrival, the previously brash Lu Qianhu quickly stood to offer his seat. "Sir, what brings you here?" Ho In cast a cool glance at Lu Qianhu's injury. "How could I not inquire about the grievances suffered by my subordinates?" Lu Qianhu's expression shifted, a complex mix of gratitude and pride emerging as he turned his gaze back toward Yao Changcheng. The assailant had sought refuge within this very courtyard. Whether Yao Changcheng was complicit or not, the matter could not be divorced from him. After assessing Lu Qianhu's wounds, Hoen turned to Yao Changcheng. "Lord Yao, you exhibit remarkable bravery." To all officials in the capital, Hoen was akin to a specter of dread. 3 years prior, his appointment as commander had been nothing short of a nightmare for all. Any household he targeted faced confiscation, exile, or worse. Merely mentioning his name was enough to instill fear even in children. Upon hearing Hoan's words, Yao Changcheng, who had been defiant, felt his legs weaken, and he fell to his knees. "Sir, I assure you this matter bears no relation to me." Hoan's gaze fell upon the 2 women clad in disarray, and upon the quilt-wrapped Yao Changcheng. "If I recall correctly, this lady is the esteemed mistress of the household." At the mention of her name, Yao Zheng trembled. Lu Qianhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It is said that this esteemed mistress is Lord Yao's daughter-in-law. My, what a family dynamic we have here." Just then, Hoen continued, "I recall that just days ago, Inspector Zheng submitted a petition to His Majesty, claiming I behave in an unorthodox manner. It seems Inspector Zheng indeed has a keen sense of propriety, as evidenced by how devoted his daughter is to her father-in-law." Hoen's jest sent the Jinyui into fits of laughter, while Yao Zheng buried her head deeper in humiliation. "No, please stop. As a frail woman, how can I endure such disgrace?" In the midst of this, a Jinyui entered, dragging a disheveled man from the inner chambers. "Sir, this individual was discovered in the side room. His name is Lang Yu, once a top performer at a pleasure house, but his tongue has been severed." Upon seeing Hoan, Lang Yu began to weep, shaking his head frantically while glancing towards the courtyard. He was literate and knew the second wife was a devil, having inflicted personal punishment upon him. If he had the chance, he would lodge a complaint. The reason for Hoan's visit was precisely due to the events unfolding at the Yao residence. Though he had never stepped foot in the general's estate, he possessed the geographical layouts of all residences within the capital, meticulously committed to memory, especially those connected to certain individuals. While others presumed Lang Yu's gaze fell upon Yao Zheng, Hoen astutely discerned that he was focused on the direction of Shen Xinyan's courtyard. Since returning to the capital, Hoen had kept a close watch on Yao's affairs. Remembering the reports he received earlier that day regarding Shen Xinyan's assault on Yao Zheng, and knowing that Yao Zheng's maid had interacted with Lang Yu, he had intended to follow Lang Yu to gather information. However, news soon arrived that Lang Yu had vanished. Then, the attack on the Jinyui captains occurred. As Hoen lowered his gaze, he began to formulate a plan. Just then, Lang Yu summoned every ounce of strength to break free from the Jinyui's grasp and lunged at Hoan. A long knife pierced through his chest, and despair flooded Lang Yu's eyes. Hoen drew his blade, methodically wiping away the blood. "Those who attempt to ambush me shall meet death." The crowd stood bewildered. Was that truly an ambush? Something felt amiss. Lang Yu collapsed to the ground, convulsing as blood seeped from his chest. Yao Changcheng, terrified, nearly fainted but was propped up by the Jinyui behind him. Chui'er, however, succumbed to her fears, rolling her eyes back and fainting. Yao Zheng's head buried even deeper. Whether from the cold, shame, or fear, her body trembled more violently. Yet, what frightened her even more was to come. Hua then turned to Lu Qianhu. "The words I just spoke were not finished. Go and immediately invite Lord Zheng. Tell him that this official wishes to discuss the matters of upbringing and conduct with him. He is a man who is always meticulous, and now is the perfect time to strike and dampen the arrogance of the Censor faction led by Censor Zheng." Lu Qianhu immediately took the order and sent someone to invite Censor Zheng. Now that they held the upper hand, they would even drag him if necessary. Yao Zheng collapsed like a heap of mud. It was over. Everything was over. The commotion in Yao Chongqing's quarters was not small, and the entire general's residence was soon informed. Hearing that Yao Chongqing and Yao Zheng were cornered in the room by the Jinhui, Yao Li threw the last vase in the room in a fit of rage. What a shameless woman, to have the audacity to seduce my husband. I had no idea such a vile creature existed in our household. Neither of my daughters-in-law is a decent person. How pitiful my eldest son. Chapter 85. Yao Jinfei's secret. Unlike Yao Li's fury, concubine Zhao's expression was calm. It was discovered so soon, and they even went to invite Censor Zheng. It seems Yao Zheng's days are numbered. Concubine Zhao brushed her graying temples. Ever since Yao Jinru's death, she had aged rapidly. Children, she could disdain, but she could not live without them. However, it was not yet the right time for revenge. Lady Yao sat on the bed, listening quietly to Nurse Zhao's report. Nurse Zhao, with a tense look, said, "Madam, should we call for reinforcements?" Lady Yao waved her hand. "Call for what? It is all his own doing. If he cannot control himself, he will suffer even more in the future." She yawned. "I'm tired. Let's rest." Nurse Zhao quickly helped Lady Yao lie down, and the courtyard fell silent. Shen Xinyan also received the news of Hua En's arrival. Her heart skipped a beat. Why has he come suddenly? Could he have discovered something? Seeing Shen Xinyan's distraction, Amon quickly spoke in a string of words in the Manchu language. "Focus. The merchant delivering the potatoes will be here soon." Shen Xinyan hurriedly concentrated and continued her conversation with Amon, no longer thinking about Hua En. Lady Zhou called Yao Jinfei to her side. "Do you remember the instructions I gave you?" Yao Jinfei nodded lightly. Jinfei remembers. "Tomorrow, I will go out of the city to burn incense, and then leave the capital with Uncle Wei and third uncle. But can't you come with me, Aunt?" Lady Zhou hugged Yao Jinfei tightly. "My indenture is with the Yao family. I can only die in the Yao family, but I can never leave. The silver tickets I have been saving for you are sewn into the lining of your inner clothing. Remember, you must not tell anyone about this. Although your third uncle and Uncle Wei are righteous men, they are still involved in dangerous work. When you find a place you like, do not travel with them any longer. They will understand. The Yao family is fraught with danger. No matter what you hear about me in the future, do not seek revenge and do not believe any so-called truths. In this household, only your grandmother would kill me." Tears streamed down Yao Jinfei's face as she hugged Lady Zhou back. "I won't go, Aunt." Jinfei won't go. Lady Zhou pushed her away, gripping her shoulders and looking her in the eye. "I have never hidden the truth of the Yao family from you. For our future, you must go. The Jinhui are here, and the Yao family's misdeeds will soon be repaid. You cannot die with them. When you are safe, if anything happens to me, or if I am sold somewhere, use the silver to rescue me, will you?" Lady Zhou was so forceful that she pulled open Yao Jinfei's collar, revealing the flat chest. She quickly helped her dress. "None of the boys in this house survive, so I bribed the midwife to lie about your gender. Fortunately, I have no status in the house, and no one pays much attention to you, which is why you have been able to survive. Your second sister-in-law is one of the few good people in this house. Without her, we would not have saved so much silver. But to prevent your identity from being exposed and affecting her reputation, I had to keep you away from her. If you have the chance, you must repay her in the future." Yao Jinfei, weeping, nodded. "Aunt, I can't bear to leave you." Lady Zhou hugged Yao Jinfei tightly, as if trying to merge her back in her body. "Silly child, what is there to bear? We have endured for so long, all for the chance to give you a way out of this den of wolves. When you go out, grow up well, marry, and live a good life. The Fei in your name is actually Fei from right and wrong. I hope you can discern right from wrong and live an upright life." Yao Jinfei was sobbing uncontrollably. They had originally planned for her to leave the age of 10, but the Yao family situation had deteriorated, and Lady Zhou had to move the plan forward. Lady Zhou held the son she had raised as a girl for a long time and whispered in his ear, "Can you call me mother?" This was her greatest pain in this life. As Yao Jinfei called her mother again and again, Lady Zhou's tears flowed. "My child, live well in the future. Use an umbrella when it rains, and add clothes when it's cold. Even if I am not in this world, I will watch over you from afar." Censor Zheng was soon brought over, arriving in a fury, but leaving in a daze, like a defeated rooster, drained of all his strength. No one knew what had happened in Yao Zheng's courtyard, but after the Jinhui left, Yao Chongqing also stormed out of Yao Zheng's quarters. Soon, the servants carried out one male and one female corpse from the courtyard. The man was a young male courtesan, and the woman was Cui. The next morning, the news reached the palace. Thanks to Lord Liu and Bing Jie, Emperor Qingze had long been dissatisfied with Yao Changqing. Now, hearing that a high-ranking official like Yao Changqing had done such a thing, Emperor Qingze was furious and immediately ordered Yao Changqing to be dismissed from his post, with a deadline of 1 month to vacate the general's residence. The underlying message was a rebuke to Lady Yao for not properly disciplining her son, and it also stripped her of the honor as the widow of a general. Even Censor Zheng, who had not properly raised his daughter, was punished with house arrest for reflection. How could he dare to criticize others when he was not upright himself? The censorate officials, feeling disgraced, one by one claimed illness and stayed at home, strictly disciplining their children. The news spread quickly throughout the capital, and some even began to suspect Shen Xinyan. However, before the rumors about Shen Xinyan could gain traction, another incident overshadowed it. Liao, a general in the Tiger Spray camp, had taken a mistress while his wife was pregnant. The formidable Liao wife, upon learning of this, immediately led a group to confront him. When they arrived, they discovered that Liao was a homosexual, and the mistress was a man. Liao had married his wife solely for the purpose of having an heir. Enraged, the Liao wife engaged in a physical altercation, but was pushed and a pillow fell from her belly. It turned out that Liao's wife had been injured and could not bear children, so she had devised a scheme. General Liao's rank was higher than Yao Changqing's, and he held real military power. The rumors about him quickly overshadowed those about Yao Changqing and became the talk of the town. Yao Changqing, who had been expecting a promotion, found himself dismissed. After court, he went straight to Yao Zheng's courtyard. Soon, the painful cries of Yao Zheng could be heard. When the news reached Shen Xinyan, she was practicing her language skills. Amon said the merchant ship would arrive the next day, and her time was tight. She had no interest in the commotion. Moreover, she did not find it amusing that Yao Zheng was being beaten by Yao Changqing. If Yao Changqing could hit Yao Zheng today, he could hit her tomorrow. Well, Yao Changqing wouldn't dare, Bing Jie would kill him. Besides, she had no real relationship with Yao Changqing. Just as she was thinking, Cherry stormed in, "Madam, that shameless one is here. He's standing outside and refuses to leave, insisting on seeing you." Chapter 86. The request of Lady Yao Zheng. Shen Xinyan cast a disapproving glance at Cherry. "How many times have I told you to control your tongue? If you continue to be so heedless, you shall return to the Marquis's residence." A true noble would rather die than be humiliated. As one approaches success, it is all the more imperative to maintain composure, lest one's words lead to unnecessary complications. The future tasks she must undertake demand the utmost discretion. Cherry, with her candid nature, is more of a liability than an asset. It seems that arrangements must be made for her soon. As they spoke, the strident voice of Lady Yao Zheng resounded from the courtyard. "A stray dog comes to beg for a drink, but there is no need for such callousness, sister-in-law." Recognizing that Lady Yao Zheng had come to confront her, Shen Xinyan slowly rose and stepped out. "Sister-in-law, you seem more spirited than usual today." Yao Changqing had been ruthless and unguarded in his anger, leaving Lady Yao Zheng's face a patchwork of bruises, one eye swollen, and her lip split. Seeing Shen Xinyan, she forced a smile, which, due to the pain, caused her expression to momentarily waver. Yet, she quickly regained her former pride. "I owe my current state to your good fortune, sister-in-law." Supported by Lu Xijing, Shen Xinyan moved to the stone table. Bing Jie stood by her side, her gaze unwavering on Lady Yao Zheng, who seated herself confidently across from Shen Xinyan. "Sister-in-law, you have quite the skill. There is little to say when one is outmatched. I came today to see the person who bested me." Her eyes then shifted to Bing Jie. "You have quite the capable assistant, sister-in-law." Upon seeing Lang Wei, she had known that her plans had been exposed. Shen Xinyan, indeed, was formidable, delivering a fatal blow with a single move. Shen Xinyan smiled at Lady Yao Zheng. "I do not understand what you are saying, sister-in-law." Ignoring Shen Xinyan's response, Lady Yao Zheng continued, "My father is a man who treasures his reputation, or rather, his position. My mother, having no sons, has only us 3 daughters. On the surface, he married us to good families, but in reality, each of our marriages was to benefit his beloved illegitimate son. When the Yao family sought a wife for the sickly Yao Jinzhao, they offered substantial rewards. The dowry, however, was reduced to a mere fraction by the time it reached the Zheng family. My father blamed my mother for her avarice, yet the actual goods were sent to his illegitimate son's courtyard." Shen Xinyan listened in silence. Lady Yao Zheng's gaze returned to her. "I despise you. You, who already possess status, wealth, and power, still act as if you were the benefactor to the Yao family, indulging their every desire, while I must fight and claw for everything I want. Shen Xinyan remained silent, and Lady Yao Zheng, not expecting a response, continued. You must have known of my relationship with Yao Changcheng. After my husband's death, I was violated by him. To maintain a semblance of dignity in the Yao family, I suffered 3 miscarriages, all for a pitiful, laughable bit of sympathy and the so-called treasures he stole from your dowry. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Who does not long for a clean, honorable life? Heaven is so unfair, bestowing all the blessings upon you and denying me even the smallest of graces. I am ashamed to face my late husband in the afterlife. The years she spent with Yao Jinzhao were the happiest of her life. Recalling the fondness in her expression and the information from Amon, Shen Xinyan could not help but ask, Yao Jinzhao was not killed by you? Lady Yao Zheng's gaze, a mix of reproach and sorrow, fell upon Shen Xinyan. With an unkind father, a powerless mother, and the Yao family's treacherous environment, why would I kill the only person I could rely on? Her words were sincere, and Shen Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Yao Jinzhao was not poisoned? But Amon's information is never wrong. Having said her piece, Lady Yao Zheng struggled to rise. Yao Jinzhao was indeed poisoned, but not by me. Use your wit and guess who it was. Shen Xinyan's mind raced, and she tentatively proposed, was it the dowager? Lady Yao Zheng chuckled. It seems her cover was not as good as she thought, but the Yao family is too foolish to see it. Blood seeped from her lips, and more flowed from her nose, her eyes bloodshot. Shen Xinyan, shocked, rose you. Lady Yao Zheng, hiding her disheveled state, waved her hand and, with difficulty, walked toward the courtyard. I have disgraced the Yao and Zheng families. I'm already doomed. I came to pass on this message, so you can send them to the netherworld. I cannot, but you, with your ruthless resolve, can. Shen Xinyan, I will watch from Fengdu as you destroy this vile family, or be destroyed by them. The Yao family and Shen Xinyan were now mortal enemies, a sight she would never see. Lady Yao Zheng, blood streaming from her eyes, stumbled back to her courtyard, shutting the door and leaning against it. The poison her father had sent was excruciating. The news of Lady Yao Zheng's death spread quickly through the Yao residence. Yao Changcheng, still seething, had decided to beat her again. Upon opening the door, he found her lifeless body, blood pouring from her orifices. Terrified, he fled, later falling into a fever that no physician could cure, and he spoke incoherently. Lady Yao Zheng was buried in a simple coffin, her body taken to an unknown place. Lady Yao Qian, upon learning of Yao Changcheng's punishment, raged, useless, useless, useless. If only. Her words were cut short by the sight of Nurse Zhao's worried expression, her eyes filled with rage and resentment. Chapter 87. The message from concubine Zhou, seeing the dowager fall silent. Nurse Zhao supported her. The emperor is merely angry. There's still a month. You must calm down. In a few days, when the situation has cooled, you can seek his favor, and the general's residence can be saved. The dowager, still seething, I am not worried about the general's residence. Jin Feng's identity can never be revealed. Now, without money, this dilapidated house is a burden. Nurse Zhao seated her then. You should not be so agitated. You're already weak. There's a solution for everything. Your health is most important. The dowager sighed. You do not understand my anger. Shen Xinyan must have asked for a great favor, one that outweighs her contributions to the emperor. Because he feels no debt to her, he is so harsh. Now, do you understand my frustration? Nurse Zhao also comprehended the crux of the matter, staring at the matriarch in astonishment. You still suspect Shen Xinyan of coveting the title. Subsequently, a tinge of indignation colored Nurse Zhao's face. How dare she? Since the Shen lady had married into the Yao family, the title naturally should belong to the Yao family, and it was audacious of her to set her sights on the Yao family's possessions. Lady Yao, Qian snorted coldly, whether she dares or not. She has already set her eyes on it. What we need to contemplate now is our next course of action, along with curbing her audacity. Nurse Zhao nodded in deep agreement. Your thoughts are well considered. Lady Yao Qian sighed. If I had not entrusted the wrong person, I would not be in such a predicament now. Seeing the matriarch's forlorn expression, Nurse Zhao's heart ached even more. Please take heart. The second master is the most filial, and your fortune lies ahead. Lady Yao Qian remained despondent. He is away, and no matter how filial, it is of no use. It only causes me worry and concern. I had thought that whether I obtained Shen Xinyan's dowry or the title of the Duke of Ningwa, it would be sufficient. Then I could find a reason to visit Jinfeng, and it would be delightful to have grandchildren around. But this ill-omened Shen Xinyan has ruined all my plans, and it is hard for me to accept it. At this moment, Lady Zhou came to pay her respects, saying that Yao Jinf, I wish to stay at the Xianggu Temple for a while to pray for her father. Lady Yao Qian gazed at Lady Zhou's submissive demeanor with a cold stare. This person, who had come from her own household, was supposed to be her support, but turned out to be a useless waste. For years, she had remained silent in the courtyard, seemingly content with her daughter and uninterested in worldly affairs. Lady Yao Qian, frustrated, was unwilling to spend more effort on her. Seeing her request, Lady Yao Qian smiled kindly. Since you are so considerate, then go. Just be sure to take care of your safety. Lady Zhou naturally agreed, but suddenly, Lady Yao Qian changed her tone. Jinf, I is willing to worry about her father. As her mother, don't you want to do something too? If you want Jinfa to leave the estate, then help me with something. Lady Zhou's heart sank as expected. This old hag will not let me go. While Shen Xinyan was having her evening meal, Lady Zhou arrived with a food box. This was a rare visitor. Although Lady Zhou often sent Yao Jinf to deliver some handkerchiefs and crafts, she had never personally stepped into her courtyard. Recalling the recent events, Shen Xinyan felt vexed. But still, out of past kindness, she invited her in. Lady Zhou, always humble and cautious, respectfully greeted Shen Xinyan. This servant greets the second lady. I heard that you were unwell, but now seeing your improved complexion, I am relieved. Not wanting to offend the goodwill, Shen Xinyan softened her expression. Thank you for your concern. It has been a while since I last saw you. What brings you here today? Lady Zhou handed the food box to Lu Xijing for inspection. My brother is a merchant and just brought some fresh candied fruits. I thought you might enjoy them. Lu Xijing subtly nodded to Bingjia, indicating that there was no issue, though the items were not particularly novel in the capital. Shen Xinyan looked at the plate of red dates and candied peaches, her gaze toward Lady Zhou carrying a hint of sincerity. Your thoughtfulness is noted. This kindness, Xinyan will remember. Aman sighed. When I brought down the Yao family, this mother and daughter were already dead. I did not realize that she still had a kind heart. Red dates and peaches. A reminder for Shen Xinyan to flee early. Being astute, no further words were needed. After conveying her message, Lady Zhou hurriedly left. Lu Xijing approached Shen Xinyan. My lady, what should we do next? Did Lady Zhou discover something amiss and come to warn you to leave? Or is there another plot? Shen Xinyan looked at the dates and peaches, instructing Cherry, have the servants pack our belongings. When we move, we will return to the Duke's residence. Cherry's face lit up. Is it true, my lady? I will start packing right away. Lu Xijing nodded in agreement. Given the sordid events in the Yao family, it is reasonable for you to return to the Duke's residence. Following a man like Yao Changcheng would only tarnish your reputation. As they discussed when to return to the Duke's residence, on the other side, Lady Zhou, carrying the food box, was intercepted by a few maids at the corner gate. Lady Zhou tried to avoid them, but the injured Lanning suddenly emerged from the crowd. Grabbing her hair, my lady wants to see you. What do you think you can hide? Lady Zhou winced in pain. I am a master's concubine and have a daughter. How dare you treat me this way? Lanning spat venomously, her face still bruised and swollen. Just a concubine, thinking she's something. You can't even protect yourself and still want to inform Shen Xinyan. You must pay for the death of my third mistress. Lady Zhou was dragged away, but in the current climate of fear in the Yao family, the incident caused no ripples. Shen Xinyan did not expect Lady Zhou to be suddenly taken away by Nurse Zhao. She was preparing to meet the foreign merchants, who were bringing a crop that yielded over 300 caddies per moo. This would provide her with additional security. Amon's intelligence was detailed, and Shen Xinyan quickly found the merchants. Amon was indeed a good teacher, and Shen Xinyan's fluent language caught the merchants' attention. The merchants had come to make money, and coincidentally, Shen Xinyan was not short of it. The potato matter could not be exposed, so she bought all the goods for 30,000 taels. These items, brought from afar, would add to her auction house's inventory. As Shen Xinyan was about to unload the goods, she heard Hua Un's low voice. I did not know you spoke the barbarian language. Chapter 88, Potatoes in Hand. Shen Xinyan turned to face Wei En. Seeing him, she nodded. Inspector Hua. Wouldn't responded. I have rescued the carpenter and his fiancée, but it is too noisy here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. The word help was emphasized. He expected something in return for his efforts. Hearing that the carpenter was safe, Shen Xinyan was pleased. She entrusted the unloading to Lin Dianjing and Lu Xijing, and went to a private room in a tea house with Bing Rong and Huan. The room was scented with sandalwood, and the water in the kettle was bubbling. Shen Xinyan watched as Huan, appearing softer than before, poured the water and brewed the tea with fluid grace. Aware of her scrutiny, Huan's lips curved slightly. Pushing a cup of tea toward her the other day, that Lang Yue, though mute, could still write. "You are too soft-hearted." Shen Xinyan's heart sank, immediately denying. "What are you talking about, Inspector Hua? I did not understand." Huan sipped his tea. "A woman's kindness is good, but if you act, you must be thorough. I know you want to frame Lang Yue, but cutting his tongue is not enough. He must be made incoherent, unable to write." Shen Xinyan looked at Huan. "What are you trying to say?" Huan set down his cup, meeting her eyes. "Yin, no matter what you do, I will stand with you." Huan said, "Yin, I stand with you." The phrase echoed incessantly in Shen Xinyan's ears, and even as she rode in the cart transporting potatoes to the village, her gaze remained unfocused and vacant. What were Horn's intentions? Did he covet something from her? After all, his words were indeed terrifying. Did this harbinger of death intend to recruit her into the Jinui? It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility, considering that Amon had once been one of Horn's subordinates. Yet everything she had done thus far was solely for self-preservation. She was ill-equipped to manage the duties of the Jinui. As Shen Xinyan's mind wandered, the cart arrived at the village. The head of the horse farm had long awaited her arrival, leading her into the depths of the estate. The village had transformed considerably since her last visit. The commercial street she had envisioned was now in the process of laying its foundation. With ample funds provided by Shen Xinyan, many were eager to work, and a glance around revealed the nascent outlines of over 40 storefronts. Once the groundwork was completed, the surface projects would progress even more swiftly. Shen Xinyan's spirits lifted, prompting her to express her admiration for the head of the horse farm. He humbly insisted he was undeserving of her praise, and then mounted his horse to escort her toward the residential area. In her planning, Shen Xinyan had decided to push the residential area inward, separating it from the future commercial district. To facilitate this, she had asked the head of the horse farm to find workers to construct identical houses for the villagers, work that had already commenced. For now, everyone resided in temporary shelters. Fortunately, it was summertime, and the discomfort was minimal. After all, they had endured far worse hardships during military campaigns. Moreover, the houses being built would eventually be their homes. The villagers harbored no complaints. Rather, they brimmed with anticipation, their motivation to work even greater than before. They sensed that since the arrival of the lady, their lives were filled with hope. Due to the distance, the head of the horse farm was somewhat hindered in his movements. Recently, Shen Xinyan had arranged for 10 horses to be sent over. The head of the horse farm was overjoyed, tending to the horses personally each day. Today, he only allowed himself to ride out because Shen Xinyan had come. The residential area she had allocated was substantial, as she intended to continue acquiring and relocating people to this land. Beyond the residential zone lay the cultivation area. Several acres had already been cleared and enclosed, where Lu Er and a few skilled farmers resided. This land had been specifically reserved for the cultivation of golden silk grass and potatoes. Lu Er was increasingly content with his life. Upon hearing that Shen Xinyan had sent new seeds, he beamed with delight and patted his chest, assuring her he would take excellent care of these treasures. He also invited Shen Xinyan to see the sprouting golden silk grass seedlings he had nurtured indoors, where he had conducted various experiments regarding their preferences for sunlight and water. As he shared his cultivation experiences, Shen Xinyan took the opportunity to explain the methods for planting potatoes, after which her subordinates brought over 4 baskets of potatoes. No wonder Amon had remarked that everyone had missed the opportunity to introduce potatoes into the Great Liang. The reason lay in their differing levels of understanding. When the foreign merchants brought potatoes into the Great Liang, some had indeed purchased them. At that time, potatoes were transported as provisions on ships and were bought by an astute restaurant owner. The owner had intended to profit from the novelty of foreign cuisine, but, unfortunately, due to a language barrier, he failed to grasp the necessary precautions the foreign merchants conveyed. When the ingredients returned to the kitchen, the chef attempted to cook them, only to suffer severe consequences, ultimately leading to his demise. During a period of military might, the Great Liang showed no mercy to the foreign merchants. One such merchant, caught selling goods in the capital, was swiftly apprehended by the Jinui and executed. Since then, the number of foreign merchants trading in the Great Liang had significantly dwindled. only to see a resurgence 20 years later with another batch of merchant ships carrying potatoes. Hence, Amon recalled with clarity the importance of never consuming sprouted potatoes. Upon hearing Shen Xinyan's instructions, Lu Er nodded vigorously, assuring her he would meticulously care for these precious items, vowing that none would be wasted. Given their status as food, how could they be toxic? Yet, out of gratitude toward Shen Xinyan, Lu Er naturally overlooked his doubts. She was not only his mistress, but also his benefactor. Whatever she said was indisputably correct. After contemplating, Shen Xinyan leaned down to whisper to Lu Er about the anticipated yield per acre. Lu Er's lips trembled with excitement. A yield of 300 jin per acre implied he was on the cusp of creating a legend under her guidance. With this crop, the emperor would no longer need to worry about provisions, and perhaps history would even record a mention of him, the cripple. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, wishing he could bow before Shen Xinyan in gratitude. After losing his leg, he had thought his life was over, yet here he was, on the brink of a remarkable turnaround. He could not betray her trust. Lu Er looked eagerly at Shen Xinyan as her people brought over the 4 baskets. However, upon seeing the contents, his expression faltered slightly. Is this? In Lu Er's eyes, seeds should be individual, either golden or black. Yet what lay before him were round, muddy objects, unsightly to the point of being repulsive. How could these possibly be seeds? They looked like dirt clods. Lu Er cautiously sifted through the basket, hoping to find what he recognized as seeds, but to no avail. The only consolation was that some of the dirt clods had sprouted several shoots. He picked up a potato with 3 or 4 emerging sprouts and examined it closely. My lady, these can be divided. Shen Xinyan had already received instructions from Amon. Indeed, they can be cut, but one must be cautious to avoid rot. Lu Er nodded repeatedly. My lady, rest assured, I will take good care of these precious potatoes. The term felt awkward on his tongue, preferring to refer to them as dirt clods instead. Shen Xinyan praised Lu Er and instructed the head of the horse farm to expedite the construction of the warehouse, as she planned to store the goods she had just acquired. She also reminded him to safeguard the potatoes and golden silk grass before departing with Lu Xizhong. The head of the horse farm promptly acknowledged Shen Xinyan's orders, selecting about 20 discreet yet capable men to guard Lu Er's residence. Once everything was arranged, Shen Xinyan boarded the cart and instructed Bing Jie, when you return, have Bing Rong report to the palace, informing them that I have discovered a new grain expected to yield over 300 jin per acre. I am concerned that someone may attempt to sabotage this. Please ask Bing Rong to request the release of the 80 private soldiers previously promised by the emperor to help protect this estate. Although the decree conferring her title had yet to be issued, she understood the necessity of retaining the private soldiers that would affirm her status. The more the emperor granted her, the more secure her position would be. Bing Jie, with her keen hearing, had overheard Shen Xinyan's conversation with Lu Er. Now, upon hearing that figure, she could hardly contain her excitement. My lady, is there truly such a quantity? Shen Xinyan nodded. I spoke with the foreign merchants today. They lack knowledge on soil cultivation, and their soil is likely quite barren. If they can achieve over 300 jin on such land, imagine the yield we could attain with our fertile fields. Bing Jie's heart raced, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shen Xinyan. My lady, is what you say truly factual? If such yields are possible, it would indeed be a blessing for the great Liang. No, perhaps you are the true blessing for the great Liang. Shen Xinyan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Whether it is true or not, we shall know once we cultivate it. Bing Jie nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, I understand, I will have Bing Jie enter the palace at once. She then gestured toward the opposite side, and, in the next moment, a shadowy figure slipped through the window into the carriage. It was Bing Rong's voice that followed. My lord, you summoned me. Shen Xinyan instinctively glanced at the small window, bewildered by how the person had entered. Noticing Shen Xinyan's daze, Bing Jie quickly relayed the potato matter to Bing Rong. The admiration in Bing Rong's eyes as she looked at Shen Xinyan was palpable. My lord, Bing Rong is willing to dedicate her life for you. Before joining the Shadow Guard, she had spent some time as a refugee and had witnessed the heart-wrenching scenes of the populace resorting to cannibalism. She herself had nearly become prey, tossed into the pot as livestock. No one rebuked the refugees. The instability of the state had forced their hand, and further oppression would surely incite rebellion. Stability often demands sacrifice, and those like them, the weak, are destined to be the sacrificial lambs. Fortunately, the The leader had happened upon the refugee camp, recognized her potential for martial arts, and purchased her for 10 buns. It was this experience that deepened her understanding of the significance of food. Now, her gaze burned with intensity as she looked at Shen Xinyan, who she believed was truly fortunate, not the ill-fated star that others spoke of. Those unable to endure Shen Xinyan's blessings would eventually see her fortune spread throughout the Liang kingdom. Shen Xinyan felt uncomfortable under Bingrong's gaze and promptly sent her off to the palace to deliver a message, while she herself hurried back to the place where she had encountered the foreign merchant. She needed to inform a man named Wales to bring her more potatoes next time. However, upon arriving, Shen Xinyan was taken aback. Wales had died. While attempting to exchange the silver notes Shen Xinyan had provided for silver at a money shop, only to be ambushed, his life taken, with multiple stab wounds and a crushed skull. The merchants who had accompanied Wales fled the capital in terror, abandoning their goods, likely swearing never to return to Liang. Upon hearing this news, Shen Xinyan stood frozen. Amon had said that this man had perished in Liang in his previous life, and now, astonishingly, he met the same fate in this life, sparking an inexplicable dread within her. Could the future truly be altered? Noticing Shen Xinyan's troubled expression, Bing Jie quickly supported her to the side. "My lord, have you been startled? Do not fret. I shall ensure your safety." Amon scoffed. "After a few days of peace, you become sentimental. If you truly fear, make yourself more useful, lest you frighten yourself for no reason." Shen Xinyan. Indeed, Amon was far too harsh. In light of the unfortunate incident, the command center had swiftly imposed a lockdown, seizing all goods. Fortunately, Lu Xijing and Lin Dian were present, using their imperial tokens to claim all the goods, thus sparing Shen Xinyan from losses. After instructing that all goods be sent to the estate, Shen Xinyan ordered her attendant to return home. She felt the need to calm herself. At this moment, Emperor Chengze was in the palace reviewing memorials. Not all memorials contained substantial content. In fact, most were merely greetings from officials. Those stationed in distant lands sent daily greetings to avoid being forgotten by the emperor. Their messages were consistently along the lines of "the sun shines brightly today" and "I miss your majesty," or "today, while inspecting the people's conditions, I heard praises sung for you, wishing for peace across the seas, and I miss your majesty." These memorials bore no real substance, yet could not be ignored. Emperor Chengze, already emotionally unstable, felt compelled to respond, managing only a reluctant "I miss you too." As the emperor's expression grew increasingly irritable, Wang Hai timely offered a golden silk scroll. "Your majesty seems fatigued. Perhaps you might rest for a while." As he spoke, he used a fire stick to ignite the golden silk scroll. Emperor Chengze inhaled deeply, then exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Minister Shen truly understands my sentiments. She is indeed a pillar of the state." Wang Hai wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the truth in this. The emperor favored warfare over governance, and in the past, when fatigue set in while reviewing memorials, he would often erupt in anger. However, since acquiring the golden silk scroll, the emperor's temper had been more easily soothed, which brought relief to Wang Hai. Just as Wang Hai reflected on Shen Xinyan's contributions, a figure suddenly appeared in the grand hall. "Your Majesty." Urgent news from the Shadow Guard. Chapter 90. The Emperor's astonishment upon hearing the report of a grain yield of 300 jin per mu. Emperor Chengze dropped the golden silk scroll in shock. He sprang to his feet, scattering the memorials across the floor. "Is this true?" Hearing the affirmative reply once more, the Emperor joyfully began to pace, quickly summoned Shen Xinyan to the palace. The continuous good news from Shen Xinyan led Emperor Chengze to believe she was a true blessing for the Liang kingdom. All he wished now was to bring her into the palace for a detailed discussion. 300 jin per mu. If true, he would no longer have to worry about provisions for his military campaigns. Seeing the emperor's excitement, Wang Hai cautiously interjected, "Your Majesty, the palace is currently locked down. It may not be convenient for Lady Yao to enter." Emperor Chengze snorted. "I summoned Duke Ning into the palace. What inconvenience is there?" Wang Hai spoke with utmost caution. "The decree for the title has yet to be issued. It may be more prudent to wait until tomorrow to summon Duke Ning. For propriety's sake." He did not wish to overstep in advising the emperor's decisions, but the founder had personally instructed that the chief eunuch should oversee the emperor's actions and words. Currently, Lady Yao was not yet officially recognized as the Duke of Ning. Summoning someone into the palace at this moment could cause an uproar among the censors, who had recently lost face due to the incident involving Inspector Zhang. They were in dire need of an opportunity to regain their standing. Should the emperor issue this decree, those censors would undoubtedly swarm like vultures, launching a tirade against him. It could even lead to questioning the legitimacy of the title decree itself. Emperor Chengze was indeed persuaded by Wang Hai's counsel. He furrowed his brow and returned to his desk. Previously, I found the process bothersome and delayed issuing the title decree, but now I have restricted myself. As Shen Xinyan's accomplishments mounted, her significance in Emperor Chengze's eyes grew increasingly profound. Unlike a man, if Shen Xinyan were male, the emperor might worry about her overshadowing him. However, as a woman, even if she were granted a title, she would not create much turbulence. Moreover, the national treasury was chronically in deficit. Bestowing a title upon Shen Xinyan would be more fitting than other rewards. The sole vexation for Emperor Chengze was pondering what to bestow upon Shen Xinyan should she indeed cultivate grain yielding 300 jin per mu. Such a dilemma. Yet, the corners of his mouth were unable to suppress their upward curve. He instructed Wang Hai, although the decree has yet to be issued, those 80 private soldiers can be dispatched to her side. She is in need of manpower. Wang Hai promptly accepted the order, calculating from where to draw the personnel. The emperor's gaze fell upon the leader of the Shadow Guard. Send a few capable individuals from the Shadow Guard to Shen's estate, specifically to oversee the cultivation of that grain. Additionally, ensure that no information leaks. If any strangers dare to approach to pry into matters, they are to be executed without mercy. After a moment's thought, Emperor Chengze added, if anyone from the estate attempts to spread news of the grain, they too shall be executed without mercy. For many years, grain and land had been tightly grasped by the powerful families. In times of war, the court often had to borrow grain from them. If these families learned of the increased grain yields, who could predict the chaos they might unleash? Although the exact veracity of the 300 gene yield remained uncertain, thus far, Shen Xinyan had never disappointed him, and naturally, he was inclined to trust her assertions. The leader of the secret guards took his leave, while Emperor Chengze remained seated, lost in thought. If the yield per mu indeed reaches 300 caddies, it will be a blessing for our great Liang. Ever since hearing of Whale's demise, Shen Xinyan had felt a sense of unease, and she wished to return to her residence to calm herself. However, just as her carriage was about to turn the corner near the Yao residence, it was suddenly halted. The person outside seemed to have exchanged a few words with Xiao Si, and after a brief moment, Xiao Si gently knocked on the door. Madam, an emissary from Lord Hua has brought 2 individuals for you. Shall we keep them? Shen Xinyan's spirits lifted and the gloom dissipated. Let them follow us into the residence. Upon hearing her instructions, Linding Zeng, without needing to be told, promptly alighted from the carriage, only to find a pair of distressed-looking individuals. The man's appearance was rather pitiful, with scars from a knife on his face, twisted and deformed fingers, and a limping gait, suggesting he had endured great suffering. The woman, on the other hand, appeared dazed, still chewing something, and immediately covered her mouth when she noticed the stares. Seeing Linding Zeng, the man promptly pulled the woman to their knees, trembling as he kowtowed. It was then that Linding Zeng noticed the man was mute, as he made only incoherent sounds. Why did Tongji send such people to madam? He wondered. As he pondered, the others began unloading 2 peculiar contraptions from a carriage, which resembled spinning wheels but were entirely different. After the man finished kowtowing, he fumbled to produce a thick stack of paper from his chest. Linding Zeng, after ensuring it was not poisoned, approached the carriage. Madam, the man has something to present to you. Shen Xinyan responded. Bring it here. Holding the stack, she realized it was a set of charcoal drawings. The color of the paper indicated they were recent. It seemed Huan not only rescued the man, but also won his allegiance. Yet, if Huan had the carpenter draw these plans, why not take them directly to the palace? Given Huan's capabilities, he must have recognized the significance of the drawings. His actions were tantamount to relinquishing the credit. Shen Xinyan, knowing Huan, found this uncharacteristically generous. Could there be something she possessed that Huan desired? Despite her unease, she was not about to let the opportunity slip. After some deliberation, she summoned Cherry, instructing Lu Xijing and Cherry to take the 2 individuals and the machines to the Duke of Ning's residence. The next morning, the carpenter would be brought to the palace. The Yao residence was too chaotic and she feared someone might target the carpenter and the machines. The carpenter's work was crucial. A new type of fabric could reduce the cost of living, perhaps preventing more deaths from cold. Though Cherry did not fully grasp the importance, she was loyal to Shen Xinyan's commands. Upon hearing the order, Cherry declared, "Madam, I will sleep with these two machines tonight to ensure no one can touch them." Shen Xinyan, that is unnecessary. Can you not be more composed? Xiao Si led the group and the machines to the Duke of Ning's residence, and Shen Xinyan, along with Linding Zeng and Bing Jie, slowly made their way to the general's residence. However, upon reaching the Yao residence, Shen Xinyan's eyes narrowed. This is Chapter 91. The sudden incident at the Yao residence. The red-brown gates were now flanked by white lanterns and hung with yellow paper. Shen Xinyan felt a strange elation. Was it Lady Yao or Yao Changcheng who had passed? The Yao household had already suffered several losses, but none had received a proper funeral. Concubine Liu, suspected to have been killed by a demon, was hastily buried as her body continued to emit centipedes. Yao Changcheng, ashamed, had her body quickly disposed of. Yao Jinru, possessed by an evil spirit, was returned to the Liu family, and Yao Changcheng took no further action. Lady Zheng, with her ambiguous relationship with Yao Changcheng, was not given a funeral. If not for her, Yao Changcheng would not have lost his position, as his superior was pleased with Yao Jining and had planned to promote him. Now he had lost everything. Yao Changcheng would have preferred to see Lady Zheng skinned and dismembered. If so, for whom were the white lanterns? Shen Xinyan approached the gate and inquired of the gatekeeper, "What has happened?" The gatekeeper, startled, screamed and ran inside. "She has returned. She has returned." His tone carried a hint of excitement. Shen Xinyan frowned, instinctively retreating, but was soon surrounded by Ningyu and a dozen servants. Ningyu, with a forced smile, said, "I always knew the second lady was shrewd, but I never imagined she would be so cruel, even to the harmless Lady Zhou and her daughter." Shen Xinyan asked, "Is Lady Zhou in trouble?" Ningyu snorted, "Since you have done it, do not feign innocence. The matriarch and the master are here, so you should prepare your defense." She then ordered the servants, "What are you waiting for? Bring the second lady inside." The servants, ready to act, were met with Linding Zeng standing protectively in front of Shen Xinyan. "Who dares?" Ningyu, bowing coldly, said, "I know you are a court lady, but even in the palace, one must follow the rules. The second lady is accused of hiring assassins to kill Lady Yao Jinfei and concubine Zhou. Surely, you cannot interfere, Lord Linding Zeng." Shen Xinyan, taken aback, asked, "Who died?" One was a young girl who often kept her company, and the other had just warned her to leave the Yao residence. How could both be dead in a day? Seeing Shen Xinyan's shock, Ningyu, as if grasping a handle, said, "It seems the second lady remembers. Bring her to the master." Ningyu's expression suggested she intended to send Shen Xinyan to her doom. As the servants prepared to swarm, Linding Zeng shielded Shen Xinyan, believing her rank would protect her. However, two servants slipped behind her, lunging to seize her. The matriarch had promised them 10 taels each if they brought Shen Xinyan to her. The second lady, no matter how kind, could not compare to silver. They, forgetting the past generosity, moved without hesitation. Before they could touch her, Bing Jie delivered a powerful kick, sending them crashing into a tree. They lay motionless, blood streaming from their noses and mouths, their chests caved in. The servants were stunned by the scene, unable to react for a long while. The old lady had only ordered them to come and take someone, but she had not mentioned that the maid beside the second lady would kill. Lin Dianjing, accustomed to such occurrences, showed no change in his expression. Bing Jie, however, stepped forward. "Those who show disrespect to the second lady shall be killed." As a secret guard bestowed by His Majesty, she had the right to kill a few people at will. The servants, terrified by Bing Jie's demeanor, turned to flee, but were halted by Ningyu's stern rebuke. "Who dares to run? If you escape today, I will beg the old lady to sell you all to the third lane tomorrow." Hearing the mention of the third lane, the servants finally halted. They did not believe that their age would make them unsellable, for the third lane was known to be unscrupulous, and even a 60-year-old woman would find a suitable buyer. As they hesitated, they heard Ningyu's muffled cry. Turning to look, they saw that Bing Jie had seized Ningyu by the neck. Ningyu struggled, but Bing Jie had already pinned her foot and was exerting force with both hands. The sound of bones cracking filled the air, and Ningyu's eyes, wide with shock, gradually lost focus. Bing Jie had snapped her spine. Bing Jie threw Ningyu's lifeless body to the ground. "Who else dares to come forward?" At that moment, Bing Jie exuded an aura of invincibility. Seeing that Ningyu was truly dead, the servants screamed and scattered in all directions, shouting murder. The second lady has a ruthless killer by her side. You could not help but speak. You've shown great courage today. I thought you would be afraid, but you acted quite naturally. Shen Xinyan's voice trembled. This is the first time I have witnessed a killing, and I am naturally afraid. But Bingji did it for me. If I showed fear in front of her, would it not disappoint her? Besides, Bingjie did the right thing. These people deserve to die. Amu's voice was filled with relief. You have truly grown. She felt a deep sense of comfort. Seeing the servants flee, the gatekeeper cowered in a corner, too frightened to make a sound. Lin Dianjing turned to Shen Xinyan and bowed. Madam, the Yao family may not be at peace today. Should we move to the Duke's residence and make plans later? Shen Xinyan let out a cold laugh. With the stage set, how can I not go and watch the show? However, there is one more thing I need Lin Dianjing's help with. When Shen Xinyan and Bingjie entered the room, Yao Changcheng and Yao Lishir were seated in the main positions, waiting for her. In front of them lay a body covered with a white cloth, clearly that of Lady Zhou. The news of the previous events must have reached their ears, for their faces were filled with anger. Especially Yao Lishir, whose already gaunt face, due to her illness, now bore a hint of resentment. Her lips trembled, and as soon as Shen Xinyan entered, she slapped the table, kneeled down. Ningyu was an old servant by her side, and Shen Xinyan had killed her without a second thought. Did she not respect her as a mother-in-law? If she did not let the wretched maid pay with her life, who would be willing to serve her in the future? Shen Xinyan cast a cool glance at Yao Lishir and slowly moved to a chair on the side. I do not know what I have done to displease my mother-in-law. Seeing Shen Xinyan sit down, Yao Lishir slapped the table even harder. I am your mother-in-law? How dare you not kneel when I command you? Do you not fear that I will have Jin Feng divorce you? Shen Xinyan's gaze fell on Lady Zhou's body, but her words were directed at Yao Lishir. I do not fear. I have no dowry to my name. And even if you divorce me, you will gain nothing. But if you keep me, at least you will have the Duke's residence as a support. Mother is not a fool and would not do such a foolish thing. If she were still the helpless orphan she once was, she would be at their mercy. It was clear that Amu was right. As long as she did well, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager would be her support. With their backing, she could say and do as she pleased without fearing the Yao family. Yao Lishir, trembling with anger, said, How dare you? You sit down without my permission. If your parents were still alive, I would ask them where your loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and courage have gone. A month ago, Shen Xinyan would have been ashamed and felt that she had disgraced the Duke's residence. But now, she gave Yao Lishir a cold look. Mother-in-law, do you think the state is greater than the family? Yao Lishir, lacking the wit to counter, said, Do not change the subject. Shen Xinyan smiled. From your words, it seems you believe the state is greater. When the emperor and the high ancestor had a dispute, the high ancestor said, first the state, then the family. This means the law of the state is greater than the law of the family. Now, I'm a third-rank lady bestowed by the emperor, while both you and father-in-law are commoners. Should you not bow to me first? Seeing Yao Lishir at a loss for words, Yao Changcheng interjected, Enough. Do not argue about useless things. He realized that Yao Lishir was no match for his sharp-tongued daughter-in-law. Yao Changcheng, his face dark, said, Shun, we received news this morning that Jin Fei encountered bandits on her way to pray and, to preserve her honor, jumped off a cliff. After the news, Lady Zhou also committed suicide, leaving a letter accusing you of causing Jin Fei's encounter with the bandits. What do you have to say for yourself? Indeed, he had to take charge. Yao Lishir, seizing the moment, threw Lady Zhou's letter on the ground. Shun, with this evidence, what do you have to say? Are you going to tell me that Lady Zhou framed you with her suicide? The letter fluttered and landed beside Lady Zhou's body. Bingjie picked it up and handed it to Shen Xinyan. Shen Xinyan read it, her face showing no emotion. To frame her, they had taken a life. The Yao family was becoming more and more repulsive. Yao Lishir snorted. With this evidence, how dare you claim innocence? Shen Xinyan, having read the letter, nodded seriously at Yao Lishir. I dare. Yao Changcheng, to prevent Yao Lishir from saying more foolish things, took over. Shun, these are family matters. With clear evidence. If you admit your mistake, we will not make a fuss. We can still be a family. What do you think? With a life at stake? Shen Xinyan had no room for argument. If she admitted to the family, they could control her and move to the Duke's residence, where they belonged. Understanding Yao Changcheng's intentions, Shen Xinyan shook her head. I think not. Such a letter could be written by any scribe in an hour, and each one would be different. Shen Xinyan crumpled the letter and threw it at Yao Lisher. The Yao family has seen too many deaths recently. It is inauspicious. I will return to the Duke's residence for a while. I hope you both live a peaceful and prosperous life. Seeing Shen Xinyan about to leave, Yao Changqing stood up. Stop. Lady Zhou's matter is not resolved, and you want to run? Shen Xinyan, seeing a group of people approaching, smiled. Father-in-law, you are mistaken. Specialists should handle such matters. I've already summoned a coroner from the imperial prison to give Lady Zhou the justice she deserves. They are here. Such a low-level scheme, if she took it to heart, would be foolish. Hearing that a coroner from the imperial prison was coming, Yao Changqing slumped back into his chair. This was his carefully planned scheme, and yet Shen Xinyan was not afraid. Hearing that Shen Xinyan had left with her remaining belongings, Yao Qinsher sighed and instructed Nurse Zhao, let her go. As expected, she should not have trusted the useless Yao Changqing. Emerging from the Yao residence, Shen Xinyan felt a profound sense of rejuvenation. The Yao family had conspired against her, and this was the perfect opportunity for her to leave. Even the emperor would not find fault with her actions. At this moment, Shen Xinyan exhaled the stale air from her chest, feeling an immense lightness. She could finally return home. After a few steps, she heard a commotion ahead. Shen Xinyan turned to Lin Dianjing and inquired, what is happening? She remembered that upon her return, there had been no such activity. Why was it now so bustling? Lin Dianjing, having just inquired from the mortician, promptly replied, my lady, tomorrow is the summer solstice, and the emperor has decreed that the curfew be lifted for 3 days. Merchants have seized this opportunity to organize a lantern festival, and the area is now teeming with vendors and revelers. Bing Jia, looking around, suggested, my lady, should we take a detour? The crowd is dense, and I fear there may be trouble. Shen Xinyan shook her head. This is the only path to the Guogong residence. Any detour would only lead us into a dead end. We must proceed carefully. If we do not leave now, we will have to wait until the festival ends. And I do not have that much time. Understanding the logic, Bing Jie reluctantly agreed, reminding herself to be vigilant. They ventured into the throng. As they reached the heart of the gathering, several women, dressed similarly to Shen Xinyan, hurried towards her. Bing Jie instinctively grew wary. But a large bag of silver leaves suddenly fell from the sky, followed by a cry. Who took my silver? Don't pick it up, it's mine. The cry was like a thunderclap. Those who had not noticed the silver began to scramble for it, while others, hearing of the dropped silver, pushed and shoved to get closer. Some were trampled, their cries of pain lost in the chaos. Yet, the frenzy for the silver continued unabated. The crowd separated Shen Xinyan from her companions. Bing Rong, unable to distinguish her mistress among the similarly dressed women, felt a rising panic. She had just received word that her mistress had gained the emperor's favor, and he was considering summoning her to the palace. The emperor had also instructed that they must protect her, as he planned to speak with her the next morning after court. The thought of her mistress in danger was unbearable, especially after the good she had done for the country. Bing Jie and Bing Rong frantically searched for Shen Xinyan, even attempting to contact their colleagues in the secret guard. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyan found herself cornered in a secluded alley by a figure. The man, of average height and slightly plump, wore a fox mask and held her tightly. Believing she had encountered a lecher, she heard a familiar, hushed voice, Xinyan, it's Jean Feng. I've returned. Shen Xinyan stiffened, unable to comprehend his sudden appearance. You lie. My husband was a hero who died on the battlefield, a martyr for the nation. Hearing her longing, Yao Jinfeng removed his mask. Xinyan, I did not die. I was injured and lost my memory. I only recently regained it. Have you missed me? This was a ruse suggested by his grandmother. If Shen Xinyan used this excuse to appeal to the emperor, he could return to the capital. Then, Shen Xinyan, the Guogong residence, and even his grandfather's power would be his. Shen Xinyan, instinctively touching her wrist, replied, I missed you. Yao Jinfeng, how I have missed you. Chapter 93. A few stabs for the scoundrel. Hearing Shen Xinyan's words, Yao Jinfeng felt a surge of pride. Women were easily swayed with a few sweet words. If not for his grandmother's reminder that Shen Xinyan was likely protected by skilled guards, he would not have made such a cautious plan. Since returning from the battlefield, he had not practiced martial arts. Years of indulgence with his wives and concubines had softened his once lean frame. Now, he gazed at Shen Xinyan with a mix of admiration and regret. He had not realized her beauty before. If he had, he would have taken her first. Feeling cheated, Yao Jinfeng's fingers traced her neck. My dear, after my injury and memory loss, I felt I had forgotten something. Upon remembering my identity, I came to find you. I have missed you so much. Shen Xinyan, now convinced, stared at him. Is it really you, my husband? Yao Jinfeng, sensing her emotions, embraced her. Of course, Xinyan. I have so much to tell you. With a cry of pain, Yao Jinfeng staggered back, clutching his stomach. Shen Xinyan, holding a dagger, glared at him. I wish you had never returned. With a swift motion, she stabbed him 3 times. Yao Jinfeng, in disbelief, looked at her. Xinyan you. She lunged at him, stabbing his side. D. Yao Jinfeng, feeling his life slipping away, struck her shoulder, dislocating it. Shen Xinyan, in pain, struggled to retrieve the dagger. Yao Jinfeng, losing blood, also decided to kill her. He found a heavy stick and prepared to strike. Shen Xinyan, seeing his intent, prepared to counter. As they faced each other, ready to strike, a commotion at the alley's entrance interrupted them. Search every alley. We must find a lady. Yao Jinfeng, his jaw trembling, threw the stick at Shen Xinyan and fled. Climbing over a wall, Shen Xinyan, dodging the stick, was hit on the thigh and fell. Bing Jie's voice echoed. I heard something. Let's check. Shen Xinyan, relieved, called out. Bing Jie, Bing Jie, Bing Jie, rushing in, saw her mistress state and was shocked and angry. Who did this? Shen Xinyan, with a dislocated shoulder and bloodied, relaxed upon seeing Bing Jie. Bing Jie hurriedly caught Shen Xinyan as she fell backward, confirming that Shen Xinyan had merely fainted, and immediately carried her towards the Duke of Ning's residence. When Shen Xinyan opened her eyes again, she was met with the sight of the exquisitely crafted bed that her father had designed for her. A wave of emotion surged within her, and she nearly shed tears. Since her mother's passing, her father had remained a widower, spending his days either immersed in poetry or indulging in what others deemed trivial crafts. The intricate carvings on this bed were the result of her father's painstaking efforts, followed by his diligent application of varnish. She cherished this bed dearly, ensuring it was meticulously maintained. When she married, she had left the bed at the Duke's residence, perhaps even then resisting the union in her heart. Bing Jie quickly noticed that Shen Xinyan had awakened and approached her, saying, My lady, the imperial physician has informed me that your scapula is injured. You must rest for a while and refrain from any movement. Shen Xinyan blinked away the tears at the corners of her eyes and requested, Please bring me some water. Bing Jie fetched a porcelain bowl and gently fed Shen Xinyan sips of water. Do you know who attacked you? I discovered blood on your dagger and stains on your clothing. Did you engage in a struggle? The sudden chaos of the evening, with women dressed similarly to Shen Xinyan, suggested that it was all premeditated, though their intentions remained unclear. After drinking a few sips, Shen Xinyan felt her emotions stabilize before she spoke calmly. Bing Jie, I encountered Yao Jinfeng today. He is not dead. He claims to have lost his memory, which is why he has not returned for years, but I do not believe him. We quarreled, which led to the confrontation. Her honesty with Bing Jie stemmed from her resolve. Yao Jinfeng's return was undoubtedly to exploit her achievements and seek favor from the emperor. Although she had dealt him 4 wounds, she understood that she was not a martial artist and likely could not take his life. It would be wiser to expose him entirely, thereby eliminating both him and his family. As for herself, she was no longer the helpless girl reliant on others. She had become a formidable force with achievements that would surely earn the emperor's clemency. Bing Jie's expression turned serious. My lady, do you truly comprehend the gravity of this situation? The Yao family may face accusations of treason. Shen Xinyan's gaze drifted to her dislocated shoulder. What do you think? Is my current state not proof enough of my awareness? Chapter 94. The protectress Princess Bing Jie now believed Shen Xinyan's words, her demeanor earnest. My lady, this matter is quite serious. I fear I must report it upwards. The emperor entrusted me with your safety, yet my authority lies within the Shadow Guard. Now that I am aware, I must inform the higher-ups, but I wanted to let you know first. Shen Xinyan desired for Bing Jie to report the incident. Letting out a sigh, it is of no consequence. When Yao Jinfeng captured me today, I noticed many women dressed similarly rushing towards me. While similar clothing could be coincidental, the likelihood of identical garments and headpieces is minimal. They appear to be targeting me specifically. Only the Yao family would know the details of my attire and hairstyle, indicating a connection between them and Yao Jinfeng, likely signaling him to ambush me. I do not know what transpired with Yao Jinfeng or what scheme the Yao family has, but the emperor's authority must not be infringed upon. and the Yao family must face the consequences of their actions. To ensure Bing Jie did not overlook any details, Shen Xinyan painstakingly laid out the events, for her aim was not merely Yao Jinfeng's demise, but the obliteration of his entire lineage. Bing Jie respectfully clasped her fists. "Your Excellency, you were unaware of this matter, and given the Yao family's history of bullying you, it is evident that your relationship with them is far from amicable. Moreover, you have severely injured Yao Jinfeng today, and I will report everything truthfully." Shen Xinyan sighed softly and nodded. "That is indeed fortunate. The thought of the Yao family deceiving the emperor keeps me restless. I cannot swallow my pride while Yao Jinfeng lives." After ensuring Shen Xinyan was settled, Bing Jie instructed Bing Rong to guard her, then hurried back to the Shadow Guard camp to report the grave matter. Bing Rong entered quietly through the window, standing vigil by Shen Xinyan's side. An attack on a woman was a serious issue to prevent any damaging rumors about Shen Xinyan's reputation. Bing Jie claimed she had fallen ill due to the Yao family's actions and forbade anyone from visiting, even turning away Cherry, who anxiously paced outside. Seeing Shen Xinyan lying in bed with a furrowed brow, seemingly restless, Bing Rong tucked the blanket around her. "Do not worry, my lady. Your actions benefit the court and will earn the emperor's protection." Having accompanied her mistress for several days, Bing Rong understood how diligent and capable Shen Xinyan was. The emperor valued talent over gender and would not allow such matters to tarnish her reputation. Shen Xinyan managed a weak yet resolute smile. "I do not seek the emperor's protection through my actions. I merely wish to serve him and the great Liang dynasty as my ancestors did. Regardless, every deed she performed was ultimately for her own benefit, though such sentiments must be articulated beautifully." Bing Rong gazed into Shen Xinyan's eyes, which shone brightly, affirming her as a role model among women. As Shen Xinyan closed her eyes, seemingly ready to rest, Bing Rong lightly leaped onto the roof beam, finding a vantage point to protect her mistress. However, Shen Xinyan did not sleep. She meticulously reflected on the events that had transpired, her body trembling involuntarily. She had been so close, just a breath away, from killing Yao Jinfeng herself. For the first time in her life, Shen Xinyan found herself resenting her fragile physique. She had almost succeeded. At that moment, a man spoke up. "You acted decisively. It was exceptionally well done." There was no mockery or sarcasm. A man simply stated a fact. Yet, she was far from calm, having been overwhelmed with joy earlier, celebrating with 2 large jugs of wine, and now recovering from the intoxication. To have personally struck the scoundrel was a fantasy she had harbored but had never realized, as when she had rushed to confront him, he had already succumbed to illness days prior. Now, Shen Xinyan had avenged her frustration. Shen Xinyan slowly curved her lips into a cold smile. "Do you know that I have envisioned this moment countless times in my mind? Ever since I learned that scoundrel was feigning death, living a carefree life while I suffered under the Yao family's oppression, I have fantasized about how to deliver him an unforgettable lesson. Today, I finally achieved that." A man paused, seemingly contemplating something. "This timing is quite fortuitous. The emperor, recognizing your merits, will grant you a divorce first, and then address the Yao family. Remember, if the emperor summons you to the palace tomorrow, wait until he has vented his anger before presenting the carpenter and the machines. Only then can you maximize your benefits. The order of presenting treasures is of utmost importance, especially knowing the emperor's likely disposition towards Shen Xinyan. Should the carpenter be presented before the emperor's anger is quelled, it would mitigate his wrath. Conversely, presenting him afterward would lead the emperor to believe he had been overly harsh, allowing Shen Xinyan to gain even more." Understanding the wisdom in man's words, Shen Xinyan meticulously recorded every detail in preparation for her audience at the palace the following day. As night deepened, Yao Jinfeng found himself hesitant to return to the general's residence, having narrowly escaped the capital, yet his body could barely sustain him. A cloth bandage was tied around his waist to stem the bleeding, and he stumbled forward, losing blood with every faltering step. Eventually, he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, too weak to rise. The agonizing pain in his abdomen compelled Yao Jinfeng to grit his teeth in fury. How dare that vile woman Shen Xinyan treat him this way? Once he recovered, he vowed to exact his revenge, for his heart brimmed with resentment. As he lay there, feebly awaiting death, a sudden illumination appeared in the distance, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves and the creaking of wheels. 16 lanterns swayed around a carriage, signifying the distinguished status of its occupants. Realizing that remaining in this spot would surely lead to his demise and potentially endanger his grandmother, Yao Jinfeng gritted his teeth and attempted to crawl away. Yet, he had exhausted all his strength. Despite his desperate efforts, he could barely manage to shift without exacerbating his wounds. The carriage soon approached, casting light as bright as day upon him. Observing a figure sprawled on the road, the imposing carriage came to an abrupt halt, and a commanding female voice inquired, "Why have we stopped?" A matron walking alongside the carriage glanced over and replied, "Your Highness, there appears to be an injured person on the road who cannot move." The occupant of the carriage was none other than the most esteemed princess of the Great Liang. Disturbed by such a presence, truly a stroke of misfortune. Upon hearing the matron's report, the princess coolly commanded, "Drive over him." Upon the princess's words, the matron's expression turned stern as she ordered the convoy to proceed. There was no trace of compassion on her face, only an overwhelming indifference. How dare this person obstruct the princess's path? It seemed they were courting death. The procession continued forward, and as the carriage was about to roll over Yao Jinfeng, he summoned every ounce of strength to roll toward a nearby thicket. The matron scoffed. It is evident that not everyone fears death in this world. The princess's gaze, penetrating through the carriage window, met the matron's with a dispassionate flicker. Instantly intimidated, the matron fell silent, having forgotten that the princess abhorred unnecessary chatter. The movement had exacerbated Yao Jinfeng's injury, and as he struggled to rise, he found himself exposed to the princess's indifferent gaze. Their eyes locked, and the princess's expression shifted from apathy to astonishment. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Yao Jinfeng. Realizing the peril of revealing his identity, Yao Jinfeng attempted to flee, only to hear the princess command, "Bring him back to the princess's residence." Though the matron harbored doubts, she complied, saying, "As you wish." With that, she quickly summoned individuals to hoist Yao Jinfeng onto the carriage designated for transporting luggage. This princess was the emperor's own sister, having been married off in a political alliance for nearly 40 years. Only after the death of her Tufan husband last year was she summoned back to the capital for honor and care. The notion of bringing an injured person back to the princess's residence was hardly contentious. One could seize a dozen men off the street for the princess's amusement without inciting any backlash. Yet, the princess had endured significant hardships during her marriage, and upon her return, she devoted herself to meditation and prayer, appearing detached from worldly matters, which only deepened the emperor and empress dowager's sympathy for her. Instructing the royal physician to tend to Yao Jinfeng's wounds, the matron returned to the princess's carriage, reporting, "Your Highness, everything is arranged." The princess acknowledged her command. "Let us proceed." The carriage resumed its journey, as if nothing had transpired. Bingjia, having dispatched a message to the shadow guard, followed the trail of Yao Jinfeng. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the princess's entourage, she quickly retreated, aware that she was in the presence of someone formidable. After the founding of the Great Liang, the surrounding minor kingdoms had frequently clashed with its authority, hinting at a desire for independence. At that time, the newly crowned emperor faced instability and a depleted treasury due to continuous warfare. Heeding the counsel of his ministers, he decided to send a princess to marry the most powerful ruler of Tufan, seeking their aid in controlling the neighboring states. First a strike, then a sweet reward. Thus, choosing the right princess for this marriage was of paramount importance. The emperor had one wife and two concubines, but his primary concern was his legitimate wife, Empress Wang, followed by the mother of the crown prince, Wei, and then the mother of the third prince, an understanding that such a union was far from desirable. Empress Wang was unwilling to send her daughter away. Yet, aside from the second princess, who was of marriageable age, there was only the eldest princess, who had already been married for over 6 months. She was not a suitable candidate for the alliance. As the second princess was prepared for the marriage, Empress Wang, in a fit of desperation, summoned Wei and the then 2-year-old crown prince, along with the married eldest princess, to the palace. No one knew the details of their discussion. Only that Wei emerged disheveled, dragging her son and the tear-streaked eldest princess away from the empress's quarters. Days later, the eldest princess's husband met an untimely death, and his family was swiftly dispatched by the emperor, leaving the eldest princess to be sent to Tufan as a widow. As time passed, this painful history faded from memory, leaving only the shadow guard with remnants of the records. The Emperor and Empress Dowager felt a deep sense of obligation towards the princess, fulfilling her every request, even granting her a palace within the imperial grounds for her residence. At her wedding, the Emperor had gifted her a tiger talisman, allowing her to maintain a private guard of 5,000 cavalry, which she brought back from Tufan to reside in her palace. Moreover, the current ruler of Tufan was raised by the princess herself, sending letters to the capital every few days to inquire about her well-being. With power, influence, military might, and the emperor's guilt and affection, the princess firmly established herself in a position that none dared to challenge within the capital. Bingjie had once glimpsed the princess from afar. Her regal demeanor radiated grace, yet the madness concealed within her eyes sent chills down Bingjie's spine. Since then, she had instinctively avoided any vicinity where the princess was present, just as she did now. By this late hour, the streets remained lively, with no curfew in place, and the vendors lingered longer than usual. The thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians, inadvertently colliding with the princess's procession. The carriage moved slowly, and onlookers instinctively veered aside to clear a path. Yet, amidst the crowd, one unfortunate woman was jostled forward and fell onto the road. Realizing she had obstructed the princess's entourage, panic washed over her as she knelt, repeatedly bowing her head in apology. Typically, such an affront to a noble would result in harsh punishment, let alone obstructing the princess. As onlookers braced for the inevitable reprimand, a sigh escaped the princess's lips. "Poor thing," let her rise. Upon hearing the princess's words, the matron donned a smile and approached the woman, gently assisting her to her feet. "Be more careful next time. Not everyone is as forgiving as Her Highness." The matroness demeanor had transformed completely from earlier. The woman, dazed, nodded in response, still recovering from the shock as she was led aside. Just as the princess's entourage began to move again, the woman suddenly raised her voice, proclaiming, "Long may the princess reign. May she be blessed with longevity." The words instantly ignited the fervor of the crowd, and soon, the chants of "Long live the princess" echoed in unison. The princess lowered her gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips. Long live, indeed. These commoners are so easily swayed. The emperor, still basking in the joy of Shen Xinyan's discovery of a new grain, was abruptly jolted by the news of her midnight attack, with the assailant suspected to be Yao Jinfeng. The audacity of his subject to feign death infuriated the emperor, who roared at the head of the secret guards, "Go and investigate this at once." Chapter 96. As long as one demonstrates sufficient capability, the rest will be handled by the emperor. Seeing the emperor's fury, the head of the secret guards swiftly took his leave. Now, Bingjie was already on the trail of Yao Jinfeng, and he had also ordered his subordinates to closely monitor the Yao family. He believed that results would soon follow. The head of the secret guards vanished, leaving Wang Hai to face the enraged emperor alone. Wang Hai inwardly lamented, "How audacious of the Yao family to commit such a heinous act. Do they not fear the retribution that could extend to their entire clan?" Upon first hearing the news, the emperor had wanted to arrest the entire Yao family and throw them into the imperial prison. Now, having calmed down, the first person he thought of was Shen Xinyan. Titles and gender mattered little to him. In his eyes, people were either useful or useless. And Shen Xinyan, in his view, was decidedly useful, not only because of the new grain, but also the 3 million taels of silver and the imperial jade seal, which made him inclined to show leniency. Moreover, Shen Xinyan was indeed talented. Her previous proposal for the auction house had been highly praised by the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. It was appropriate for Shen Xinyan, who was not an official, to handle such matters, as it would not conflict with the interests of the common people. Furthermore, Shen Xinyan was believed to bring good fortune. The emperor had once consulted a master about her, who told him that Shen Xinyan was a lucky star, but her previous associates could not withstand her fortune, leading to their early demise. However, as the emperor, he could contain her fortune, and her presence would only benefit the state. After careful consideration, the emperor decided to utilize Shen Xinyan's good fortune and ensure her safety. As Amon had said, when Shen Xinyan demonstrated her value, the emperor would have to consider how to handle the aftermath. This was the situation at hand. The emperor sat back in his chair, tapping the armrest lightly. "It seems that we must separate Shen Xinyan from the Yao family. This matter should be handled by the Empress Dowager to ensure it is done properly." In the general's residence, Madame Yao was restless, repeatedly asking the nursemaid Zhao, "Has Jin Feng not returned yet?" Zhao could only comfort her, "Madam, please rest." Master Jin Feng went to see Lady Shun. Perhaps they are still talking. For 3 years. Lady Shun has considered herself as widow and has been devoted to the family. Now that Master Jin Feng has returned, she must be overjoyed. Madame Yao sighed. If it were before, I would not worry. But now, Lady Shun's behavior has changed, and it is hard to understand. Look at what has happened in the house. People are dying or injured, and the household is in disarray. Even my recent weakness and the fire, I suspect, were her doing. Zhao frowned. I still can't believe Lady Shun would have such means. Madame Yao paced anxiously. You saw the skilled fighters around Shen Xinyan. Who knows what connection she has? I'm worried about Jin Feng. Who knows what that woman might do to him in a fit of madness? Zhao supported Madame Yao, leading her to the bed. Don't worry. The women today were prepared, and Master Jin Feng is skilled. He won't be at a disadvantage. Besides, there is no news of his capture, which means he is safe. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. Perhaps they are together somewhere. Madame Yao's mood improved at this hour. You still have the nerve to joke. This benefits Shen Xinyan at the expense of my Jin Feng. Years of undetected activity had made them complacent, and they even discussed Yao Jinfeng's children. Their conversation was overheard by secret guard, who left to report after Zhao had helped Madame Yao to bed. Unbeknownst to them, Madame Yao soon woke. Ji, how are Wei and Jin Pei doing in the estate? Wei was the mad concubine of Yao Changshen. She was beautiful, but had a tragic fate. Originally, she was to be sold to a brothel, but Madame Yao rescued her. At the time, Lady Yao was pregnant, and Yao Changshen, finding the household dull, was off and out. Seeing Wei's beauty, Madame Yao made her a concubine. Lady Yao, bedridden, never even drank the tea Wei offered. But Wei proved herself, conceiving within a month. However, she gave birth to a stillborn, driving her to madness. Yao Changshen, finding her unlucky, sent her to the estate. Later, another concubine died in childbirth, leaving a daughter. On Madame Yao's suggestion, both were sent to the estate, forgotten. Zhao, surprised, replied, "My relative is the estate manager." Wei is still mad, but she and the sixth daughter are doing well. The sixth daughter, in particular, is like a little adult, and some say she has your presence. Madame Yao, uninterested in the sixth daughter, reminded Zhao, "Take care of Wei. I may need her in the future. Some things are better said by her." Zhao, startled, asked, "Madam, do you plan?" Madame Yao, coldly, "If Shen Xinyan truly wishes to protect Jin Feng, I can use this opportunity to separate him. It is time for him to know some things." Tired of her family's incompetence, Madame Yao was ready to let go. Zhao, understanding, remained silent, staying by her side. In the princess's residence, the lights were bright. The princess, seated, watched the imperial physicians. How is he? When will he wake? Chapter 97. Preparations before the audience with the Emperor Physician Liu. Head bowed. "Your Highness, the young master has lost too much blood. I cannot guarantee when he will wake." In truth, he dared not say that the young master resembled the late General Yao. The princess, undisturbed, "Use whatever medicine you need. I must have him alive." "Doctor." Liu nodded vigorously, then tentatively inquired of the Grand Princess, "Your Highness, may I be so bold as to ask the identity of the young gentleman on the bed?" Though approaching 60, the Grand Princess maintained her beauty, appearing as a woman in her 30s. Upon hearing Dr. Liu's question, she narrowed her eyes momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. What is amiss with his identity? Realizing he had spoken too freely, Dr. Liu immediately sought forgiveness. "I misspoke. Please forgive me, Your Highness." The Grand Princess waved her hand dismissively. "Prepare the prescription. If you cannot manage your tongue, others will assist in that regard." Cold sweat trickled down Dr. Liu's forehead, knowing he had passed this test. He promptly rose and followed a maid to the outer chamber to prepare the medicine. The other physicians who were consulting for General Yao Jinfeng exchanged glances, then silently resumed their work. Their status was not as elevated as Dr. Liu's, and they were not well informed about palace affairs. Their task was simply to execute the Grand Princess's orders. Dr. Liu indeed excelled in prescribing, and when the prescription was presented, the physicians praised its exquisite craftsmanship. Seeing the unanimous agreement, the Grand Princess nodded for the matron beside her to take the prescription, and together with Dr. Liu, they went to the palace physician to brew the medicine. The remaining physicians were left behind to care for Yao Jinfeng in turns. The Grand Princess stayed as well, quietly observing Yao Jinfeng's visage, there was a striking resemblance, at least 70 to 80% alike. How could there exist such similar individuals in the world? Could this person possibly be connected to the one she was searching for? As dawn broke, the Grand Princess, having kept vigil for 2 hours, finally felt weary and returned to her chambers, surrounded by attendants. Just as she finished washing up, a marshal maid hurriedly returned. "Your Highness, I have discovered that the person you rescued may be General Yao Jinfeng, who perished on the battlefield 3 years ago." The Grand Princess lowered her gaze. "Perished on the battlefield?" The maid nodded solemnly. "Indeed, this person died in battle 3 years ago, and now he suddenly appears in the capital. It seems there is more to this story." The Grand Princess's lips curled slightly. "I said he is not. With her status, whoever she declared to be that person was indeed who he was." The maid replied without hesitation, "Naturally, we shall heed the Grand Princess's words." In the Grand Princess's household, there was but one master, herself. A satisfied glimmer appeared in the Grand Princess's eyes as she glanced at the slivers of light filtering through the window. "Doctor, Lu mentioned he must return to the palace today. Please see him off." The maid rose to comply. "Yes, I shall attend to it at once." Since Dr. Lu had misspoken earlier, he had become increasingly anxious, fearing the Grand Princess might take offense. Fortunately, she was magnanimous and did not hold it against him. However, the uncanny resemblance between the young man and General Yao weighed heavily on Dr. Lu's mind, prompting him to sketch the man's likeness upon returning to the palace and seek clarification on whether he had indeed made an error. The Grand Princess's residence was vast, and merely exiting the estate took some time. After a considerable journey, as the carriage continued toward the palace, Dr. Lu could not help but lean out to inquire. "Might I ask, young sir, where we are headed?" As a seventh-rank official under the Prime Minister, and given the Grand Princess's powerful and esteemed position, it was only proper to be courteous. The coachman replied calmly, "Your Highness has commanded that your garments from yesterday, stained with blood, are not suitable for public appearance. It would be more appropriate to return to change before entering the palace." Dr. Lu's face flushed with embarrassment. "I appreciate the Grand Princess's reminder. It was indeed my oversight." As he recognized the increasingly familiar route, Dr. Lu felt a sense of relief. He had initially feared the Grand Princess intended something against him, a thought that now seemed ludicrous. After all, he was a court official, and any harm she might wish to inflict would surely be recorded by the historians. The carriage soon arrived at the Lu residence, with a driver stopped across the street, allowing Dr. Lu to disembark. Upon entering, he noticed his apprentice waiting eagerly at the doorway. As soon as the apprentice saw Dr. Lu, he rushed forward with enthusiasm. Dr. Lu, pressed for time, hurried toward the interior, needing to change quickly lest he be late for duty. In his haste, he collided with a woman carrying a basket of vegetables, causing her to stumble and spill its contents. Instinctively, Dr. Lu reached out to help, but the woman shyly exclaimed, "No need," and covered her face, retreating in embarrassment, leaving Dr. Lu bending down alone, motionless for a long moment. The apprentice, sensing something amiss, rushed to Dr. Lu's side and tugged at him. "Sir." After that brief encounter, Dr. Lu suddenly collapsed, convulsing on the ground as blood gushed from his throat, his life extinguished by a swift cut. The marshal maid quickly returned to the Grand Princess's residence to report. Upon hearing that Dr. Lu had been attacked at his doorstep, the Grand Princess clasped her hands together. "Amiba, one wonders whom he has offended to suffer such a fate. It is truly lamentable." The maid remained silent, assisting the Grand Princess in reciting a passage of scripture before helping her to bed, evidently quite accustomed to such occurrences. When Shen Xinyan opened her eyes, Lin Dianjing was there to assist her in donning her ceremonial robes. They were already aware of the incident involving Yao Jinfeng and the attack the day before, and understood that the emperor would summon Shen Xinyan to the palace today. Hence they began her preparations early. As Lu Xijing entered the room, he saw Lin Dianjing preparing to apply rouge to Shen Xinyan's face and immediately intervened. "Madam has just survived an attack. Her complexion should appear pale and wan." Lin Dianjing complied with Lu Xijing's request, applying the rouge at the corners of her eyes instead. A touch of red is necessary to create an air of vulnerability. Even a decisive emperor may feel a twinge of compassion. Lu Xijing nodded in agreement and then produced bandages. "Madam's arm was injured last night. It will be prudent to stabilize it today. 1 part injury, 7 parts embellishment, with an added touch of pitiable charm." This was a common tactic in the palace, one which the emperor was particularly susceptible to.